Dungeons, labyrinths of deception and misfortune, are a constant threat and allure. The moment the energy of deception and misfortune condenses to the limit, an underground maze suddenly forms regardless. Deep within the earth, these mazes twist and turn, promising both riches and ruin. Each dungeon powers itself with the energy of the dead, creating sweet bait to lure in more food. There's always an abundance of monsters around it. Creatures born of nightmare and shadow lurk in the darkness, eager to feast on the unwary. Because at the heart of the dungeon, an artifact is planted. The older and more dangerous a dungeon is, the more powerful and valuable the artifact is. That might be why, in recent years, rather than taking care of their citizens, many kingdoms have been focusing on managing dungeons and finding artifacts. Dungeons entice the hearts of people. But beyond the allure of power and riches, what truly lies at the heart of these dangerous places? Sunlight filters through the canopy, illuminating the path ahead. The air hangs heavy with the scent of damp earth and unknown flora. Voices echo through the trees, a warning to maintain formation. A hand reaches towards a vibrant, yet dangerous, flower. The warning is clear: approach with caution. The armored figure offers an apology, perhaps for a near miss with a poisonous plant. Stechatellier is reminded to proceed with caution and not act independently, especially near the dungeon. Stechatellier looks up, a realization dawning on his face. Sir Gerald, accompanied by another soldier, wonders if they have arrived at their destination. Meanwhile, a dark and foreboding structure looms, hinting at the dangers within. Stechatelier's expression shifts to a sinister grin as he confirms that this is one of the oldest dungeons in the kingdom. Sir Gerald issues the order to prepare for entry, ensuring the soldiers are ready for what lies ahead. He sits atop his white steed. The knight inquires if they are proceeding immediately. It took a whole week to get here, Sir Gerald explains. A 2-week round trip is more than enough time for the two brothers to play tricks. The knight acknowledges that they don't know how great of a guy he is for. The man with red hair thinks to himself that he needs to have this many soldiers and also hire an A-class explorer, Mr. Stech. For him, there's no reason to reject the offer if he's getting more than possible. Meanwhile, the dungeon in front of them is as dangerous as one that is level A, and he can't even imagine what could be inside. However, with this amount of power, it should be possible, Stechatellier thinks. The armored knights stand ready, but one thinks to himself that it should be more than possible. One of the knights calls out to Stechatellier, telling him to look there, explorer, to find and safely get through the shortest route. That's the active skill path finding, LV7. He focuses, activating his animal instinct skill. The quality of an A-class explorer shines through. Similar to a wizard's clairvoyance, these are the explorer skills that make Stechatelier's livelihood. The explorer scans the path ahead, his enhanced senses painting a picture invisible to others. Stech is confident, of course, since others won't be able to see this. Sir Gerald watches Stech, his trust evident. One of the soldiers remarks, "I'm sure Sir Gerald didn't hire him for nothing." Gerald replies, "Let's trust him." Stech, surrounded by Sir Gerald and the soldiers, gestures forward. "This place here I'll go through first." A warning echoes in Stech's mind. "When you come over, make sure you watch where you're going, but be careful of the ceiling." The explorer points upwards, a knowing look on his face. The soldiers look up, one questioning ceiling. Another adds, "Are old now." Above, the ceiling is lined with sharp, menacing spikes, ready to fall. The soldiers stare in disbelief at the deadly trap. One asks, "H, how did you know about?" Stech explains his method. "Every time I took a step, I could hear the creak of a spring over the wall. I think that the trap's from the early days of the dungeon generation." He continues, warning of another danger. "The floor and the trigger may be connected, so please slightly stick to the wall and move." Sir Gerald, visibly perplexed, voices his confusion. Something doesn't make sense to him. Stech runs his hand along the cold, stone wall, feeling for any sign of a hidden passage or mechanism. He continues his search, tapping the wall, listening for any hollow sounds that might indicate a secret chamber. The explorer realizes that things are about to get more complicated. They find themselves in the largest area of the dungeon. Stech wonders if this is the dungeon keeper that protects the artifact. This is the heart of the dungeon, the last wall for an explorer, wizard, or warrior. Stech reflects on the fact that he couldn't break through this wall. Stech asks if this is the place. An armored soldier shouts for the shielders to advance to the front of the force until they reach their target. The soldiers are in a forward defense formation. One of them asks how to call out the dungeon keeper. Stech explains that it's very simple. All they have to do is give it a sign. The force of the blow reverberates through the dungeon, cracks spider webbing across the ancient stone. The ground trembles, sending dust and debris flying as something massive approaches. A wave of dread washes over the soldiers as they brace for impact. A colossal foot descends, casting a shadow that dwarfs the defenders. A monstrous roar tears through the air, promising destruction. One of the soldiers cries out, identifying the beast. It's a Tarask. The Tarask continues its relentless advance, an unstoppable force of nature. A commander shouts, urging his troops to hold the line. Don't be frightened. Front row forward. The Tarask unleashes a torrent of fire, engulfing everything in its path. Another soldier rallies the defense, ordering the deployment of the shield wall. Don't let it break through. The soldiers activate their skill, forming a shimmering barrier of energy. Shield wall, LV6. From the rear, a voice commands. Archers of the rear row aim for the Tarask. They brace themselves, the shield wall a desperate bulwark against the inferno. The order rang out. Aim for the Tarask's maw. But the flames were relentless, the heat and wind pressure making accurate aim an impossibility. It was stronger than he thought. He couldn't see anything and could only rely on his senses. A spark of resolve ignited within him. Could he do it? A voice cut through the chaos, demanding if he could use any skills to target the beast's mouth. He admitted he'd never attempted anything like this before. Damn it, he hadn't expected a situation like this. But Stechatellier was an A-class explorer, and he would give it a try. Before the fire spread even more, he would trust his animal instinct. Would the center be enough? The arrow flew. It struck true, piercing the Tarask's fiery maw. I did it, Stechatellier exclaimed as the Tarask roared in agony. Don't lose your focus, the voice commanded. It's only getting started now. His eye widens, a sudden realization dawning. Stechatellier grits his teeth, a curse escaping his lips as he faces the massive beast. One of the armored soldiers realizes the fire was not the problem, while another questions the creature's immense strength. An unseen force slams into Stechatellier, sending him reeling. The armored soldiers realize their attacks are useless against the creature's armor. Stechatellier struggles to maintain his footing against the onslaught. One of the soldiers suggests using shield bash to knock the creature down, hoping its solid back will prevent it from getting up easily. A massive paw hurtles forward with incredible speed. The beast's massive hand clamps down on Stechatellier. A scream of pain and terror rips from Stechatelier's throat. The creature unleashes its shield bash, a wave of energy erupting from its form. The shield bash skill description appears, strengthening the shield and swinging it to blow the enemy away, with a possible chance of confusion from the physical damage. Stechatellier watches as Memento Mortem prepares another attack. The creature roars, declaring that it's time for one more attack. Memento Mortem unleashes the shield bash. The force of the attack explodes outward. The area is engulfed in a wave of destructive energy. Someone shouts to Sir Gerald that now is the time. Sir Gerald launches himself toward the creature. The knight's battle cry echoes as he closes in on Memento Mortem. The creature roars in pain. Sir Gerald's blade strikes true, a flash of red energy accompanying the blow. Someone exclaims that he hit it. Sir Gerald stands victorious, his sword dripping with the creature's essence. The battle is won, the dungeon keeper slain. The monstrous form of the dungeon keeper lies defeated. With the dungeon keeper defeated, the question arises, will they finally meet in person? The artifact is within sight. A sense of anticipation hangs in the air. Someone calls out to the explorer. He confirms that his name is Stech. The group continues deeper into the dungeon, the question of Stech's past failures hanging in the air. The conversation turns to the dungeon keeper and the reason for their success. Is this the first artifact Stech will see? The artifact glows with an eerie green light. Sir Gerald looks down at Stechatellier, who stares intently back up at him. Why, yes, that's right, Sir Gerald stammers, before continuing, then how about? Sir Gerald holds out his hand, a glowing green skull floating above his palm. Stechatellier looks up at it, intrigued. The skull seems to speak, or perhaps it's Sir Gerald's thought made manifest. Do you not think I'll grab it and run away? Yes, there's that thought. Stechatellier looks up the stairs, a wry smile on his face. But of course, you would pay with your neck if you got caught. Stechatellier continues, a glint in his eye. Anyway, under the contract, everything except for the artifact in the dungeon is mine. Even without the artifact, it's some good profit. It wouldn't hurt to take a look. A hand reaches out towards the glowing skull. Let's see. The hand gets closer, a sinister smile visible in the background. Stechatelier's eyes widen in alarm. A surge of energy erupts. Green energy explodes outwards. Soldiers are caught in the blast. The green energy still crackled around him, but the worst seemed to have passed. Sir Gerald watched the scene with a grim expression. The figure on the ground groaned, writhing in pain as the energy continued to course through them. The body was mangled, barely recognizable. The damage was extensive, the air thick with the smell of ozone and burnt flesh. Sir Gerald lowered his head. Apologies for that. The injured figure coughed, sputtering, that bastard. Sir Gerald's expression hardened. These artifacts, they're the source of all kinds of negative energy, won't easily fall into a human's hands. The injured figure tried to speak, but only managed a pained, a hand clenched into a fist, the voice weak but filled with resolve. We won't forget your help. The figure continued, their voice strained the curse. Stechatellier stood beside Sir Gerald, watching the injured figure. Gerald nodded, stating, "I'm good. Now, let's get ready to get out of here." The green energy pulsed, veins of dark power spreading across the injured figure's hand. Veins! From the skeletal figure above, a concentrated beam of emerald energy plunges downward. A shout rings out, alerting Sir Gerald to the unfolding danger. The system detects a high risk, indicating an active skill is automatically recovering within the green energy. The active skill continues to evolve, its nature still obscured by question marks. A figure in armor commands them to stand down, but the energy continues to surge. A sword pierces through the green energy, prompting a desperate order. "Archers, all fire." The archers unleash a volley of arrows, but their efforts prove futile. It's not working. Frustration etched on his face, Sir Gerald curses, wondering if the energy is symbiotic in nature. The beam of green energy continues its descent, unwavering in its intensity. Sword in hand, Sir Gerald stands ready, prepared to face whatever threat emerges from the swirling green energy. Alarmed voices discuss the artifact, its reaction already underway, and the rate of collapse, which is not looking good. A desperate plea echoes through the chamber. "Sir Gerald, you must run away." He is supported by a fellow soldier. Sir Gerald urges them to hurry and use a scroll. Surrounded by a surge of green energy, Sir Gerald curses. The green energy intensifies around him. Sir Gerald laments the effort he put in to get here. A hand grips the hilt of his sword tightly. Surrounded by green energy, a figure shouts to escape, exclaiming that the artifact is right in front of them. A desperate voice cries out, "Stech!" A figure plummets through the air amidst falling debris. The text declares that the artifact Memento Mortem has recognized Stechatellier as a partner. He drifted, suspended in the murky depths. A faint, ethereal glow emanated from an unseen source, barely illuminating the water around him. The ring on his finger pulsed with an eerie green light, the source of the strange illumination. He choked, sputtering as if surfacing from a deep dive, his lungs burning with each ragged breath. Stech found himself standing on solid ground, though the landscape was alien and desolate. "Where is this place?" he wondered, his voice echoing in the emptiness. Darkness pressed in from all sides, and a searing pain shot through his body. "It's too dark. My body feels like it's ripping apart." He stared at the ring, now glowing brighter than ever. "Why is this ring?" His mind flashed back to Sir Gerald's trickery. After getting tricked by Gerald and touching the ring, surely, he thought, His face began to decay, the flesh rotting away to reveal bone. Should have died? He was surrounded by swirling green energy, trapped in this decaying state. Damn it. How am I supposed to go back? That's right, you died. The green energy coalesced into a vortex, the words Stechatellier emblazoned within. A spectral skull of green energy loomed above him. My incompetent. Sweat beads on his brow, the decaying state taking its toll. The spectral skull grins, teeth gleaming with eerie light. Partner, it booms. He scanned the desolate landscape, the weight of their situation pressing down on him. Had they truly escaped? Were they the only ones left? Frustration boiled over. Sir Gerald knelt, his face etched with worry. Another man, standing over him, pleaded for him to calm down, a request that seemed impossible in the face of their circumstances. Balstock's actions were questioned, the use of the scroll a point of contention. It hadn't been a situation where everyone could escape together safely. The man addressed someone as Your Majesty, his voice strained with exhaustion and regret. He lamented that his brothers likely already knew he had led the soldiers, the weight of command heavy on his shoulders. A heavy sigh escaped him, the realization that he shouldn't have lost any of those soldiers sinking in. A sudden exclamation broke the somber mood. What was that? Had the other man seen it too? Had they both witnessed a corpse returning to life? The animated corpse was no normal artifact, not even a parasitic type. It could move abnormally, even with its owner dead. Sir Gerald observed the phenomenon, stating that it was the first time he'd seen an artifact like that. He pondered the nature of the parasitic type artifact, wondering if it could be an independent artifact. It was neither, apparently, but rather a symbiotic type. Sir Gerald admitted he'd never heard of it. That was understandable, as existing artifacts were usually classified into two types. The most common was the independent type. This type had the largest number of existing artifacts, and they were used by the user's will, so they're easily used. Like tools. On the other hand, the parasitic type could be more powerful. And when the owner dies, the artifact is destroyed as well. These were the two well-known types. However, there was another one. The symbiotic type was an exceptional type that exists. They were the artifacts that could revive their dead owners on their own. That must be that resurrection that they saw with their own eyes. How strong an artifact is in the midst of that crumbling dungeon. It's hard to believe that he could have survived that. I'm sure he's dead. It would be great if that was true. For now, let's head back to the capital. In every town that they passed through, Sir Gerald instructed them to hang up wanted signs for Stechatellier. If the bounty was too high, it'll draw attention, so keep. Meanwhile, he looks around disoriented. Where could he possibly be? A sudden jolt of pain courses through him, and he cries out. Stechatellier staggers, barely able to form the words, what? He grits his teeth, refusing whatever is happening to him. He realizes he's losing energy. Mending soul, he mutters, understanding dawning on his face. He stares in the green glow, questioning what it is and why he can hear its voice in his head. The skull-like apparition responds, revealing its name. Stech confirms that memento mortem is the artifact he was referring to. The explorer wonders if there are other artifacts with a consciousness like him, but memento mortem assures him that there are not. Memento mortem expresses his gladness that they can communicate. Stech asks how many unique skills he can use. The glowing skull explains that usually there's only one unique skill attached to each tool, but he could exchange them for a good price. He adds that if he functions normally, perhaps around 40. Stech is shocked by the number of skills or magic that humans can acquire by themselves in their lives. He stares at the artifact, the ring on his finger pulsing with a faint green light. The skills that memento mortem can use are far more than he anticipated. The floating skull confirms that it's quite a lot. Memento mortem then reveals that he used up all his mana to resurrect Stech. The skull suggests they talk first while it recovers. Stech, still recovering, notices something. Mana? What's that? He asks. Memento mortem states that before that, Stech only has 12 hours left to live. Before he dies, Stech hears the grim news. Stech is shocked. I thought you resurrected me? Then, why am I going to die again? Memento mortem replies that unless he dies, Stech lives, and he won't disappear as long as Stech is alive. Memento mortem continues, stating that if he doesn't have mana, they'll both die. Stech is incredulous, asking if he thought he could come back to life with no cost. If Stech wants to live, he'll have to move quickly. He demands to know why memento mortem didn't tell him sooner that they were both going to die if he didn't have any mana. Memento mortem explains that he's different from humans and doesn't stress about life for anything. He was sleeping peacefully, but Stech came and awakened him suddenly. Memento mortem says that if Stech is struggling to live, he'll give him as much strength as he needs, but he must remember. The spectral entity declared that just because it was awakened, it didn't mean it was anyone's property. It warned that the one begging to live wasn't it, but Stech. Stech, understanding the situation, declared he would help recover memento mortem's mana. He knew little about cursed tools, but catching monsters was the key, with only 11 hours and 56 minutes remaining. 11 hours, 55 minutes, and 58 seconds remained as he rushed through the forest. Stech activated his animal instinct, hoping to find monsters near the dungeon, but his stats were already dropping. He resolved to find them himself. Traces? He would have to look for traces. Footprints. He was sure it was a monster's footprint. There were also markings nearby, and the stench. A great wolf. Stech exclaimed that he found one, wondering how long the penalty was effective. 1 minute and 30 seconds. It was unexpectedly short. Stat down happens when there's no mana, and it's a kind of overload. The stronger the skill, the longer the penalty. Still, the timing was good. Besides, there was only one. More than one would have been hard to deal with. It was their luck. Oh, nice. He definitely had attack skills. 1. Air bullet. It fires air-compressed bullets at a high speed, increasing the damage and attack speed. It's a basic magic that a battle wizard uses. 1 bullet. Of course. It's 1 bullet. Stech focused. No, let's focus. If it's like this, they had no choice but to carefully aim for the heart or the lungs. If they hit either, and after that, they can just kill it and recover. The mana. Okay, since they only have 1 bullet to use. This frustrating bastard. Air bullet. The air bullet skill was activated. He focused his energy, a shimmering green orb beginning to materialize before him. The air bullet skill took form, a concentrated sphere of power ready to be unleashed. The orb slammed into the wolf, a burst of green energy erupting on impact. Gasping for air, Stechatellier struggles to regain his composure. He mutters to himself, surprised that it was just basic magic. A massive wolf lunges, jaws snapping, as Stech wonders what on earth is this power. The ring on his finger seems to speak, telling him to shoot when he's ready, and that it's not just a magic ornament that uses sloppy skills. It also advises him to keep his mouth closed rather than hesitate from being scared. The ring's power now proven, Stech would rather not talk about it. He stares intently at the skull ring. The wolf lies dead, the green energy of the ring still lingering in the air. Meanwhile, in the presence of the Venetian royal family, 3 princes serve under King Bodarus, the first of whom is Raptors. The second prince is Alfred. As the eldest, Raptors is naturally given priority in succeeding the throne. As a result, the second and youngest princes are both trying to prove their superiority in every possible way. But now he's viewed as a careless libertine who tried to take the kingdom's dungeon. What is he thinking about? That fortune teller guy. Are they talking about Prince Alfred's henchman? Yes, his name is Conrad. That scumbag. He believed too much in the information provided by the so-called alliance. Although it was true that there was a curse on it, so they didn't show the... They don't know yet whether he did it intentionally or not. There's nothing he can do about it. Don't worry about it too much, Prince. He has a lot of experience on the battlefield, right? He can't believe politics are harder than surviving on the battlefield. Even though years have passed, he's still not used to this. Two figures ride along a forest path, their journey continuing. One of them offers a simple farewell. Thanks anyway. The forest looms, its depths a mystery shrouded in purple hues. Stechatellier is surrounded by a vibrant green aura, the energy swirling around him. A spectral wolf, wreathed in green energy, manifests before him. Is this it? Stechatellier faces a glowing green skull. He remarks that it isn't all he needs, but it will suffice for now. He then questions why the mana only charges up to 15% for a single great wolf, and the skull retorts, asking if he has a problem with that. Stech considers the implications of using his skills too often. He wonders if he would run out of skills if he were to use it 3 times. He then remembers that he has taken the artifact. Stech realizes he is being sought after. He wonders where he can settle for now. Stech thinks to himself that he needs to pick up his belongings before he enters the dungeon. Meanwhile, a distant view of the village comes into focus. 2 guards stand watch. Someone declares that they will get past them. He peered from behind a tree, contemplating his next move. If you're caught, what should he do? These flowers should work. He needed to light a fire first. And if he maximized the effect with Flemin's powder, it's only limited to humans, but it becomes a... The smoke began to rise. One of the guards noticed the smoke. What is this smoke? The smoke drifted towards the guard. Stech was already running away. A disembodied skull remarked, "You sure know how to use your head." The guard stood in the town. "Hey, look indeed. Of course, I've been wandering here and there, and I've become an experienced explorer already." Stech paused, spotting something. "Thief. Reward 400 crown?" He lets out a sinister chuckle, a dangerous glint in his eyes. They would soon regret crossing him. Nevertheless, Stech knew he was in big trouble. He couldn't believe he had become a wanted person in just one night. Stech wasn't sure how far this had spread. But the explorer wasn't about to give up. As long as he could use this ring properly, Stech could still manage to a certain degree. The simplest way, of course, was to leave the kingdom. But it wasn't his style to leave so obediently. So he wanted revenge? Stech was sure anyone would, unless they were a snowflake. Now this was getting a little more fun. Memento Mortem offered. It would help him if that was his reason. He should know he's lucky. He was invincible as long as it was helping him. Stech questioned what kind of nonsense it was talking about, when he could only use 4 skills. Memento Mortem explained that its powers and abilities depend on how much mana it absorbs, and he should think hard about what that means. Depending on how much he absorbs, Stech can grow and become stronger, the spectral figure explained. And if he absorbs something with a lot of mana, he will become much stronger, the wolf-like apparition emphasized. Does he also absorb artifacts? Stech wondered, walking through the field. "I can lend you my strength," Memento Mortem offered, the green energy intensifying. "Help me, gather the artifacts," Memento Mortem instructed. "Then your revenge," the spectral figure promised. "Will be taken together with me," Memento Mortem stated. "Gerard. That weakling, just one blow is what it takes." "Are you for real?" Stech asked. "If I do what I'm told to, does that mean I can destroy Gerard with my own hands?" "Of course," Memento Mortem replied. "I'm going to make," Memento Mortem finished. A surge of green energy emanates, a voice echoing with the sensation of trampling the enemy from above. The green energy fades, leaving only a faint trace. Meanwhile, inside a bustling establishment, a voice calls out, "Hey, Dalton." A man in armor inquires about the availability of fine leather, questioning the price. Another man, wiping his hands, suggests checking the black market for leather. Dalton scoffs, recalling how those dirty bastards tried to sell it to me at an exaggerated price. He adds that the average price was 500 crowns or more, before suggesting, "Do you want me to introduce you to a fine explorer?" A hand reaches for a wanted poster. "Hold on, is this the new wanted list?" A voice remarks, "Ah, there are a couple of new ones. You can hang it on the wall or something." Dalton's expression is unreadable. The wanted poster reads, "Stech." The wanted poster for Stechatellier offers a reward of 400. Someone wonders what he's up to. A pair of figures stand before a stone archway, one thanking the other for their hard work. Stech remarks that in a town like this, there's always a shitty back door. The explorer wonders why he wants to go into town, reminding him that he thought they were going straight to the dungeon when he heard him. Stech is reminded that using the escape scroll is a basic thing to do when getting into the dungeon, and that he's not going to be crushed if he goes barehanded. Gerard wonders if that is the scroll they used, noting that it's so convenient that there are a lot of supplies. It is under control. Then what are you going to do? Stech assures him not to worry. He found it. He knows well where. That shitty back door is. The fish that goblins eat is a freshwater perch. Stech sits near the back door. The wooden door stands slightly ajar, the speaker's words hanging in the air. That code is... The red-haired man looks up, a slight smile playing on his lips. Who are you? Sorry, Dalton. There's not much to come here for. A title card appears, emblazoned with the name Stetch. The words explode from the panel. Ha. Stetch, how long has it been? A large man squeezes another, smaller man, nearly crushing him. You have to memorize the codes. What if I wasn't the one? The red-haired man smiles, sweat dripping from his brow. Thanks to you. It was so urgent that I couldn't think of any other way. Ha, it's not. The large man crosses his arms, a knowing look on his face. A big deal. You always went through the front door only because the back somehow, but it's not a big deal. The scene shifts to a bustling bar. But it's still nice meeting you. Come on, do you want a welcome drink? Later, in the tavern, a hooded figure asks, Can I use a seat? A voice replies, Of course. By the way, Stetch, what's that one a badge? Who did you steal from? Rumors sure are fast. I got involved. The red-haired man grins. All right, we got an energy-enhancing claw from the Great Wolf. A close-up reveals high-quality leather and tools. Get yours before the stock runs out. The merchant stands with his arms crossed, listening to the customer. The customer asks how much the scroll costs these days. The merchant replies that it's 600 crowns if he gets it from there. Other customers murmur in the background as the customer asks to borrow some money. The customer explains that he needs to buy something, but the merchant refuses, stating that he doesn't want to. The customer's face is shown in close-up, his expression conveying annoyance and frustration. The merchant asks how much the customer needs. The customer replies that he needs enough to buy 4 scrolls and promises to pay back in 2 days. The customer holds out a few coins, offering them to the merchant. He reflects that there's nothing the merchant can't lend him, but the merchant wants to know what he stole to get into this position. He adds that if it's only around 400 crowns, then he can just ask Clyde. The customer thinks to himself that the immature son of the provincial lord behaves in a mean way, so he tries feeding him shit. He wonders if the merchant thinks he would give up his pride easily. The merchant says that it doesn't seem wise to build one's self-esteem on just 400 crowns. Someone mentions that someone knows about scrolls, so he will be able to get it for a cheap price. The merchant asks if he needs anything else, adding that if he wants, the merchant suggests that to get a new set of equipment, he can ask Clyde over there. The merchant instructs someone to put the payment under his name and just get it. The customer asks for something to eat and thanks the merchant. A hand clenches into a fist as someone yells, Hey! From somewhere nearby, a voice boomed, calling out for Clyde. The outburst seemed to be directed at someone else, but the tone was aggressive enough to make one wonder what kind of jerk was trying to start a fight. Gerard leaned back, a loud burp escaping his lips. The merchant chuckled to himself, lamenting that even selling everything at a bargain price wouldn't get sold. Various weapons lay displayed on the table. Stetch stood across from Gerard, who seemed to be thinking out loud. He mused that maybe it was because he had a lot of stuff that hadn't been verified, and that Stetch actually knew that. Now that he heard that, Stetch would like to suggest something. Gerard presented a selection of weapons, asking which one Stetch was most confident about. The merchant's eyes widened as he asked if Stetch was going to buy it, then quickly added that he wasn't going to buy it if it was expensive. Gerard continued, saying that since Stetch was buying it cheap, he should just think of it as if he was making him do a test run for him. Stetch stated that he was going to need a weapon that would be useful when he entered the dungeon. Gerard suggested using the weapon that fits the user, since Stetch was physically fit. Gerard, noting that Stetch had some muscles, asked how about this weapon. Nonsense. That's ridiculous. Memento Mortem questions if Stetch can even swing it properly in a dungeon where most of the passageways are narrow. The explorer tells him not to make a fuss. The artifact says that Stetch is the only one that can feel his presence. The dwarf doesn't seem to have magical abilities, but the weapons are definitely... Memento Mortem tells Stetch that he is talking too much today and asks if he knows how this works. The artifact states that he is an artifact, unlike humans, and that he is familiar with it and also able to feel its structure. Memento Mortem says that if he were to choose one of them, he would rather have his sword on the far right. Stetch wonders if it will be useful. Memento Mortem says that as long as Stetch uses it properly, he's not even going to bother to take a look at those other weapons. No matter how hard he looks at it, Stetch thinks that this doesn't look normal, but Memento Mortem tells him to trust him. Elsewhere, a stone structure stands in the distance. A beast howls. He is immediately set upon by a horde. Why are there so many? The explorer is struck, staggering backward from the force of the blow. A figure plummets into the darkness below, red eyes gleaming from the abyss. Stetch gathers a potent green energy in his hand. Shoot! He unleashes the energy in a torrent of emerald light. The beam of green energy streaks toward its target. The monster is engulfed in a vibrant green glow. Tendrils of energy seep into the creature's form. The energy pulses curse-eating. The monster's face contorts as the curse is consumed. The creature writhes, completely saturated in the emerald light. Stetch watches the spectacle unfold. Wow, I guess the excess amount of energy is used for this guy's growth. A hand grips a sturdy staff, ready for the journey ahead. Stetch declares his intention to gather all the azure stones scattered around the cavern. The path ahead is littered with the glowing azure stones. He sighs, wondering why there are always traps at every step. Still, he muses, he could use the valuable parts. Stetch pauses, a puzzled expression on his face. Stetch calls out, instructing someone to light up the area over there. He grits his teeth, muttering that this is driving him nuts. A mineral lizard? The mineral lizard, a creature of stone and crystal, tenses its powerful frame. Its jaws unhinge, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth and a cavernous maw. A deafening roar erupts, shaking the very foundations of a cave. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. He can't believe what he's seeing. A scaly tail, encrusted with shimmering minerals, twitches in the dim light. The creature is a bizarre fusion of flesh and crystal, its eyes glowing with an eerie red light. Its jaws open wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The air crackles with an unseen energy. Stetch observes the scene, muttering to himself about the abundance of minerals. The mineral lizard stands amidst a forest of crystalline formations. Its crystalline head looms, a silent predator in its mineral domain. His eyes widen further, a mixture of awe and apprehension on his face. The mineral lizard roars, energy crackling around it. The pain is intense, a searing reminder of the battle. He grits his teeth, forcing himself to regain control. Get a hold of yourself. Just because he can revive doesn't mean he should be reckless. The act of skill, recovery, automatically restores stamina and heals injuries. Mineral lizards, they use their acidic breath to eat through minerals and strengthen their bodies with them. There's only one thing left to do. He braces himself, preparing for the final move. Good. What? What's so good about this? Is this really the right time for that? Are you sure? Why? He wondered if he should save it for the dungeon keeper. Stetch decided that a solid mid-sized monster was the perfect test subject, stating that he didn't have a choice. His hand moved, activating the skill. The crystal monster roared. Stetch prepared to unleash the skill. The skill began to encase the monster in crystal. The monster's eye widened as the crystal crept closer. More and more of the monster was consumed by the encroaching crystal. A question mark appeared above the monster's head as it was almost completely encased. Stetch focused, determined to complete the skill. The crystal continued to spread. The monster was completely encased in crystal. He holds the device aloft, preparing to activate its power. With a determined grip, he presses the trigger. The mechanism whirs to life, unleashing a surge of energy. The crystal monster is completely encased, trapped within a prison of its own element. Suddenly, Stetch clutches at his shoulder, a sharp pain shooting through him. He glances at the encased monster, a flicker of unease in his eyes. It was supposed to shatter his head. Stetch holds up a bag, a wry smile playing on his lips. He knows he got it for free. But it still seems like such a waste. This gas is pretty rare, and there are only 4 left. It seems like Clyde made them pretty durable, but what would happen if... Something's wrong. What is it? It's just, he can't pinpoint it. The spectral skull flickers with an eerie green light. But even with the immediate threat contained, something felt amiss. Stetch stared at the glowing form, trying to decipher its cryptic message. How was he supposed to understand that? Was it a reference to the lizard meat they had consumed earlier? The explorer cautioned himself, his expression hardening. He was just telling himself to be careful, to not let his guard down. A strange sensation pulsed from the ring on his finger. What? A towering crystal monster emerged from the shadows, its jagged form radiating menace. God damn it, there was another one. Stetch gripped his sword, knowing he had to act fast. He couldn't waste all his cylinders already. Damn it, he needed to save some for the dungeon keeper. The crystal monster's maw opened wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The force of the monster's attack sent him flying backwards. The crystal monster saw an opening. With a surge of determination, Stetch prepared to unleash his power. Explode. The monster's arm lunged forward, a blur of crystalline energy. He swings his blade, a whirlwind of motion and contained power. The blow lands against the crystal monster, who grunts in response. The monster thinks to itself that this one is more experienced than the last, especially with that tail. The crystal monster finds Stetch to be in the way still, compared to the Tars from before. Stetch thinks to himself that the monster is nothing but a lizard. He continues his assault, blade meeting crystal with a resounding crash. Wait, there's something off about him. Stetch's expression hardens. This one's a lot sturdier. The sword flashes again, striking with renewed force. Activating the ring on his finger, Stetch hears a voice warning him to be careful. Yeah, even I could tell he's strong. But, as long as he's a living organism, he considered the crystal monster before him, knowing there had to be some exploitable weakness. A sudden, unseen blow sent Stetch reeling. From the spectral sidelines, Memento Mortem barked a warning. Even baby goblins knew better than to space out in the middle of a battle. A disembodied voice mused that this was all part of some unknown plan. Ignoring the distraction, Stetch focused, summoning the flamin's powder into his left hand. And in his right, the power of the fireflies. He knew that everything had a weakness. The powders swirled together. A blinding flash erupted as Stetch unleashed the flashbang. The crystal monster reeled, momentarily blinded. The explorer's plan had worked. Stetch Atelier knew he would have to stab the crystal monster in the mouth from here. A warning flashed. Irregular cell activity detected. 95% of the crystal monster's body was affected. Scaling the creature, Stetch Atelier heard the crystal monster shout, "Wait!" A blinding explosion erupted. Amidst the chaos, someone cried out, "Stetch!" The figure, eyes narrowed, declares that his plan has worked, and he only needs to stab his target in the mouth from here. A figure calls out to wait. Stetch's name echoes. The figure groans in pain. A voice booms, scolding someone for not waiting. The figure calls someone an idiot, demanding to be told things before they actually go in. He focuses, a small green flame flickering to life in his palm. The energy swirls, revealing the truth. Someone in the dungeon has modified a monster's body. Stetch looks at the flame, a question forming in his mind. Are you telling me? The spectral skull taunts him. Maybe, maybe not. Why? You scared? Stetch scoffs, a smirk playing on his lips. Oomph. I ain't scared. He focuses again, using the pathfinding skill. The path shimmers into view, a network of glowing lines. He spots something ahead, a cluster of glowing blue crystals. Stetch reaches out, using his animal instinct skill. I don't detect anything. He pauses, a look of confusion on his face. Huh. The spectral skull floats near the crystals. That's... Stetch stares at the formation, his eyes widening. A monster? It's a monster. Definitely a skeleton. The crystals pulsed with an eerie blue light. A voice echoed from within the formation, noting that they usually remain dormant unless approached. But something was different. The voice continued, observing that this one had been here for a while completely. The skull's glowing eyes intensified. It warned, almost as an afterthought, that this particular formation might explode if touched, suggesting it'd be best to just ignore it. The crystal skull crackled with energy. It cheerfully bid, I Captain. The energy surged. A question hung in the air. What was going on? A disembodied voice urgently commanded, Stetch, run. A blinding flash engulfed the chamber. Stetch Atelier was thrown backward by the force of the blast. Debris rained down. He tumbled through the air, helpless against the explosion's might. Stetch, dazed and disoriented, struggled to his feet. What the fuck? What am I supposed to do if they explode, even when I don't touch them? Can you stop talking for like 1 second? His eyes widened in disbelief. He surveyed the cavern, the walls lined with shimmering, otherworldly crystals. Stetch thought to himself, I could probably live off of this. He reached out, drawn to the strange formations. For the rest of my life. As his fingers brushed against the crystal's surface, a surge of energy crackled around him. Sparks flew, and Stetch recoiled in surprise. What? Sparks? I think I know what's been bothering me this whole time. A voice echoed, warning that he might not be able to feel it, but there was strange mana filling this dungeon. The concentration of mana was getting stronger and stronger the deeper they went, even starting to annoy the disembodied voice. The mineral lizards scurried away, sensing the danger. The further into the dungeon, the more sensitive and explosive the skeletons became. Stetch considered the implications. So their bodies became unstable because of all this strange mana? Yes, and looking at that reaction, it wasn't just monsters that were being affected. Stetch stared down the tunnel, lined with the same volatile crystals. So you're saying that this tunnel is a minefield? Oh, one more thing, there's some extra bad news. Why? What else could possibly go wrong? Because of the high mana concentration, even low-level recovery spells are being blocked. Stetch examines his hands, noticing the extent of his injuries. This is just my guess, but in a situation like this, scroll probably won't work here either. This mana concentration would interfere with the scroll's ability to find a safe location. Worst case scenario, you could be teleported into a pile of rocks. Stetch's expression hardens as he considers the implications of this new information. Sure who it is, but if you defeat the thing that's emitting this mana, you'll be able to escape again. That still means I have to keep moving forward. I guess I should be glad it's not impossible. Sigh. The crystals loom around him, a constant reminder of the danger. Huh. I couldn't find who was emitting all that mana. Yet I'm already here, huh? Stetch stands before a massive door, the source of the mana perhaps within reach. He rested his hand against the cold metal of the door. Well, no use worrying about it now. The dungeon's depths seemed to pulse with an unseen energy. A towering crystalline figure dominated the chamber, a glowing orb swirling at its core. Stetch's eyes widened, a sudden realization dawning on him. What the hell is that? He exclaimed, a faint green glow emanating from the ring on his hand. A djinn? Why would a spirit be here? The orb at the center of the crystalline figure seemed to pulse with an unnatural light. That's the artifact, Stetch realized, his expression hardening with concern. Spirits are formed when mana and negative energy collide. They exist only to destroy. They're closer to a natural disaster than a life form, Stetch realized, his eyes widening. And as an artifact at the center of that spirit, the crystalline monster pulsed with chaotic energy, a swirling vortex of destruction. Stetch, that keeper is the problem, a ghostly voice echoed. It fused with the artifact and has been spreading its mana. They exist only to destroy throughout the dungeon. That's why everything's become a live bomb. He grits his teeth, a fierce determination etched onto his face. He has to overcome this. A sphere of intense blue energy begins to coalesce, crackling with power. The energy intensifies, the air shimmering with its raw force. Tendrils of pure energy lash out, seeking to overwhelm him. Stetch struggles against the unseen force, his body straining against the pressure. He grips his weapon tightly, preparing for the inevitable clash. His eyes widen in alarm, a sudden realization dawning on him. In the distance, a fiery explosion erupts, painting the sky with destruction. A voice echoes, warning that this part of the dungeon has the highest mana concentration, and his interference is making it even stronger. At this rate, everything, including his sword and body, will explode. The surge intensifies once more, the energy building to a critical point. The energy reaches its peak, a blinding vortex of raw power. Stetch's eyes widen, a single word escaping his lips. Wait. He eyed the phenomenon, a growing unease settling in. What was that? Was it a little too much? The energy coalesced, forming a swirling vortex of raw power. A voice, strained and desperate, cut through the building tension. Run, if you want to survive. Golden time. A vortex of raw energy begins to coalesce, the very ground cracking under its immense pressure. Stetch Atelier looks up, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow as he senses the impending surge. Two figures stand silhouetted against the growing light, channeling the volatile power. The energy intensifies, a blinding torrent of pure force. The built-up power erupts in a cataclysmic explosion. He focuses, drawing the energy around him, a storm of power contained within his grasp. A guttural scream tears from his throat as the energy surges through him, threatening to overwhelm. Now or never, Stetch thinks, stealing his resolve. Even if the crystal monster's entire body is just one big boulder, Stetch prepares to strike. He raises his sword, ready to bring it down with force. The crystal monster's joints are probably its weak point. Stetch brings his sword down on the crystal monster, but the sword stops midway, stuck within the crystal. Stetch is shocked. How is he supposed to deal any damage? It stopped midway through. Frustration etched on his face, Stetch struggles to free his weapon. The crystal monster remains unfazed by the attack. Then Stetch realizes he needs to aim for the artifact at its core. Currently, its core and the artifact are fused together, so if Curse Eating is used on its core, it'll lose all its power. Stetch decides to avoid close combat as much as possible. He steels himself, a grim determination etched on his face. Only one option remains, he thinks, as the green skull in his hand glows with ominous energy. Raw power coalesces, forming a sphere of crackling, azure energy. The air bullet surges forth, a concentrated beam of pure force aimed directly at the crystalline monstrosity. The projectile hurtles through the air, leaving a shimmering trail in its wake. The energy intensifies as the air bullet closes in, ready to strike. A blinding light erupts as the attack nears its target. Stetch grits his teeth, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. Will it pierce through? His eyes widen in sudden realization. It's too strong. He must dodge. The crystal monster unleashes a counterattack, a wave of raw energy surging outwards. The blast expands, threatening to engulf everything in its path. With a burst of speed, Stetch throws himself out of the way, narrowly avoiding the brunt of the attack. He grits his teeth, a frustrated yell escaping his lips as he prepares for another assault. Melee attacks, long-range attacks. Stetch runs through his options, considering what to do if neither works. His grip tightens on the hilt of his sword. The crystal monster reacts, an exclamation point appearing above its form. Stetch declares that he'll see if it can block what comes next. His eyes narrow, a fierce determination etched on his face. The blade of his sword gleams, ready to strike. He realizes he can't stab the core, but at this range he can burst. A burst of energy erupts from his sword. The energy spreads outwards, engulfing the crystal monster. Stetch pants, exhausted from the effort. His attack failed, and frustration washes over him once more. A blinding flash erupts, another burst attack aimed at the crystal monster. The creature roars in pain as the energy washes over it. Stetch is thrown back, hitting the ground hard. Coughing, he wonders why the air bullet didn't work. Shouldn't it have been enough to smash a couple of rocks? Stetch grips his sword, remembering Memento Mortem's words. Magic skills won't work properly because of the mana interference. Another burst of energy emanates from him. He is surrounded by a swirling vortex of power. The explorer grits his teeth, struggling against the chaotic forces. The crystal monster looms, unaffected. Another blast of energy is released. The crystal monster stands tall, lying on the ground. Stetch hears a voice asking if he is okay. He lies on the ground, battered and bruised. Stetch wonders aloud if he looks okay, feeling as though he's trying to break a rock with an egg. A warning cry echoes, alerting him to an attack from his left. But Stetch steels himself, gripping his weapon tightly. If he can't overcome a small challenge like this, what hope does he have? His gaze hardens, resolve burning in his eyes. With a burst of speed, Stetch launches himself forward, weapon crackling with blue energy. He could do it. Even if all his attacks have been ineffective until now, Clyde's weapon was able to get a hit in, proving it's possible. If he can keep targeting its core, Stetch believes he can chip away at its defenses. It may be difficult, but it's not impossible. Stetch leaps towards the crystal monster, a frustrated curse escaping his lips. His weapon gleams, poised to strike. The weapon connects, unleashing a massive explosion of blue energy against the crystal monster. The crystal monster recoils, surrounded by the radiating energy. Stetch, panting, holds up a cylinder. He only has one more. He knew this was it. Stetch had only one cylinder left. If he couldn't land this final attack, he was done for. The crystal monster focused its energy, determined to target the same spot again. The crystal monster, crackling with energy, wondered what Stetch was up to now. It began to spin, gathering momentum. The spinning intensified, the crystal monster focusing its energy. Faster and faster, it spun into a blur. The crystal monster wondered if it could even spin with that body. The spinning vortex roared, "What are you standing there for? Get away from there." Stetch realized he had to rely on his animal instincts. The crystal monster spun at full speed, a whirling dervish of destruction. Stetch was hit by the spinning crystal monster, the force sending him reeling. A surge of raw power emanates outward, the force of it almost palpable. The strain is visible on his face, beads of sweat forming as he grits his teeth. He collapses, his body unable to withstand the onslaught of energy. Memento Mortem's spectral form materializes, the skull in his palm glowing with an eerie light. "Are you all right, Stetch? This might not be the best time to say this, but..." A voice echoes, seemingly from within Stetch's own mind. "I think your body is reacting to the mana too." Stetch struggles to focus, his eyes narrowed. "Do you know how long it'll be?" The skull pulses with green light. 3 minutes max. Could be 1, depending on your condition. His gaze hardens, a flicker of determination in his eyes. That's more than enough time. He clenches his fist, the resolve hardening his features. Just enough to get one last hit in. He knew that if his body and weapon were about to break down by his next attack, 1 to 2 minutes would be plenty of time. His gaze narrowed, determination etched on his face. A strange energy began to coalesce. Stetch Atelier's hand began to glow with a vibrant green light. He launched himself into the air, preparing for the final strike. A voice echoed, filled with disbelief. What was he doing? Was he planning on killing himself? He smirked, muttering, "Of course." The green energy intensified, focusing in his fist. He unleashed the attack. The air bullet shot forward. He stands firm, the air bullet coalescing in his hand, ready to be unleashed. The projectile hurtles down a spiraling tunnel of compressed air. The air bullet closes in on its target, a concentrated sphere of pure energy. The red-haired man sneers, confident in his defenses. No matter how fast one spins, he thinks it's a futile effort against an aerial assault. The air bullet, a blinding beacon, races toward its unsuspecting prey. The shield begins to crack under the immense pressure. The man grits his teeth, believing that even half the energy expended should be sufficient. He channels his remaining power, preparing to unleash a counterburst. The air bullet continues its relentless descent. Impact. The air bullet connects, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion of energy. The man's eyes widen in disbelief and frustration. Why? He thinks, cursing his misfortune. A voice booms out, warning Stetch to move or face certain death. A voice calls out, echoing through the cavern. "Stetch." The pressure mounts. He grits his teeth, a single word escaping his lips. "Fuck." The pain intensifies, each curse a testament to his struggle. "Fuck. Fuck." Memories flash of the trials he has endured. "I went through so much bullshit." He recalls his ambition, the reason he pushed so hard, just so I could feasibly solo this dungeon. Am I really going to die here? The explosion rages around him, but his will remains unbroken. What kind of bullshit is this? His eyes blaze with defiance. "I refuse to belie Dash." He clutches the crystal, drawing strength from within. One more time. His gaze focuses on the source of his power. The azure gold. Do something. He raises the crystal high, channeling its energy. His frustration boils over, directed at the very source of his power. "Fuck you." He unleashes his fury. "You shitty piece of rock." A blinding flash of energy erupts, consuming everything in its immediate vicinity. The force of the blast sends waves of smoke and debris billowing outwards, obscuring what lies beyond. From the dissipating smoke, Stetch emerges, his face marred with cuts and bruises, a testament to the explosion's power. He focuses his gaze on his outstretched hand, where malevolent green energy flickers ominously. A barrier shatters, its fragments scattering like dust in the wind. It broke. A wave of relief washes over Stetch, a hard-won victory etched on his face. Finally, the green energy pulses with a life of its own, writhing within his grasp. This is no ordinary energy. It's a curse eating at his very being. The energy begins to swirl, gathering momentum as it spirals inwards. Particles of light dance within the vortex, a mesmerizing display of raw power. Stetch's eyes narrow, his focus absolute as he prepares to take control. With practiced precision, he wields specialized tools, ready to manipulate the volatile curse. A voice cries out, desperate for escape. He groaned, pain lancing through his body as he lay sprawled on the ground. Stetch realized he was outside. His body felt fine now. A faint green glow emanated from his hands as he examined them. The mutation was gone too. Let's see. His limbs were still intact, but his clothes were not in the best shape. Stetch might as well check his status while he's at it. His skills leveled up. Stetch wasn't sure if curse eating would, but he thought it wasn't possible to level up animal instinct any further than he already had. I guess it's possible. Anyway, it's about time he said something. Why is he so quiet? Stetch's ring glows with a faint green light. He is roused by a voice, but it's not directed at him. Hey, are you okay? You sleeping? Stetch's eyes widen as he takes in the glowing green energy emanating from his hand. Whoa, what the hell is this? The artifact, Memento Mortem, has increased its mana limit from 100 to 150. His active skill, Air Bullet, has evolved into Air Burst. 2 new active skills have been added, including Crosswind. Stetch stares at the notifications, wondering if the artifact absorbs some skills. He wonders why there's so many pop-ups. The system is currently unlocking Memento Mortem's hidden skills, which will unlock after certain requirements have been met. The number of artifacts currently absorbed is 1, and the currently stored mana is 8,305. Locked skills include Curse Aura, Curse Devourer, Synchro, Caesar, and Avatar. Stetch is confused. How is he supposed to know what any of those are? The other guy would have explained it to him if he was awake. He wonders if the other person will not come back until the upgrade process is over. Stetch isn't sure if all artifacts are like this, but it's pretty cool that it can use absorbed artifacts and mana to upgrade itself. Well, for now, there are only 2 lock skills he can choose from, Curse Aura and Curse Devourer. He sat cross-legged, the weight of choice heavy on his mind. Before him, 2 paths shimmered, Curse Aura or Curse Devourer. Neither option appealed to him. I don't like how either of them sounds. His gaze narrowed, lost in thought. But if he had to choose one. Elsewhere, a voice called out, "Hey, Clyde." Clyde, a craftsman with a weathered face and goggles perched on his forehead, looked up. "What's up, Stetch? I feel like I haven't seen you in forever." "Something wrong?" I have a request I'd like to make." Stetch, cloaked and hooded, emerged from the shadows. "Could you touch up my weapon?" Scattered weapon parts lay on the table, hinting at the repairs needed. Stetch looks on as Clyde examines the weapon, a moment of silence hanging in the air. Clyde explains that the damage wasn't intentional, noting that the weapon has saved Stetch's life before. Clyde states the obvious, there's a problem. Clyde assures that he will make it stronger and more durable. Stetch expresses his full support. He presents his loot from the dungeon, including monster drops and old trap parts. Stetch also provides his deposit, estimating it to be around 3,000 crowns. Clyde wonders if he can also get some extra cylinders. Stetch thanks him in advance, already anticipating the improved weapon. The explorer made his way down a wooded path. Dalton's bar stood as a beacon in the night. The cloaked figure approached the entrance. Clyde greeted him. "Hey, Stetch, you're late." Stetch replied, "You're not angry at me anymore for breaking your main dungeon? I guess the one I told you about worked out pretty well." Clyde grinned. "Ha ha. The bid's from." The barkeep continued. "The black market are already pouring in. Why? You interested?" Stetch waved goodbye. "Nah, I'm good. I'm gonna get some shut-eye upstairs." Clyde thought to himself, I can't believe he actually destroyed that dungeon by himself. The door creaked open. Stetch settled into bed. He drifted off to sleep. He spoke the words, a command laced with anticipation. "Hey, come out already." Lying back, Stetch focused his will, the ring on his finger beginning to glow with an eerie green light. Heal is 0. The green light intensified, coalescing into a spectral skull above the ring. He muttered a confirmation. A wave of dizziness washed over him as the summoning took its toll. "I feel so lightheaded." The spectral skull pulsed with power, its green flames licking at the air. Exhausted, Stetch lay back against the pillow, the effort of the summoning clearly draining him. Whispers carried on the wind, a question hanging in the air. "Anyone heard the rumors?" The aroma of syrup and warm pancakes filled the air, a silent question hanging over the meal. The man with the dark beard shared what he'd heard. Derek and his gang were walking around, beaten and bruised. The question hung heavy in the air. What exactly had transpired the previous night? He stretched, a sheepish grin on his face. He claimed he'd just gotten some exercise. The sound of chewing filled the air as the pancakes were devoured. The man with the dark beard greeted him, eager to know if his sword was ready. The other man corrected him, stating he didn't just fix it, he upgraded it. He proudly presented his work, explaining he added extra weight towards the tip of the blade and used some of the trap wires he was given. The cylinder was prominently displayed, its purpose clear, to increase the firepower. It should be pretty destructive, even without it. Whispers filled the air as they questioned if it could still be considered a sword. The other man admitted it probably wasn't something a swordsman would carry. And there was another thing about the cylinders. The shopkeeper explains that the weapon's components are made from a specific type of gas. He laments not finding enough alchemists or dwarves who could work with it. The shopkeeper hands Stechatellier a letter. He explains that it was the best he could do with what was available in town. He adds that he wrote down the ingredients along with a reference letter, so if Stech shows it to an expert, they'll be able to manage it. The shopkeeper adds that he'll also notify the other black market branches about Stech, so he shouldn't have a problem accessing them. The shopkeeper remarks that the weapon suits Stech pretty well. Stechatellier thanks both of them. The explorer holds the weapon, stating he'll use it well. The shopkeeper calls out, asking Stech to at least name his weapon before he goes. Stech considers the request, thinking it's a one-of-a-kind weapon and it'd be a shame if it didn't have a name. The name, Penetrator, appears in a thought bubble. Stech decides to go with Penetrator. The explorer holds the weapon, now named Penetrator. The castle gates of Brendan swing open, the guards announcing the return of royalty. The imposing structure of Castle Brendan stands tall within the Venezia kingdom. A figure on horseback enters the castle grounds, drawing closer to the keep. Someone adjusts the collar of their garment, a subtle gesture. A man sits pensively, lost in thought. A door creaks open, breaking the silence. The man looks up, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Who is it, he wonders. A figure emerges from the shadows. It's Alfred, Venezia's royal family's second prince. It's me. It's been a while, brother. Quit the pleasantries. Alfred's brother considers the situation. Was it worthwhile? He asks himself. Yes. Alfred smiles knowingly. It wasn't so bad. Not from what I heard. Alfred's brother reflects on a past event. Let's see, deserting the northern front lines, illegal, leading an entire squadron. The conversation continues, hinting at illicit activities. Astray, illegal. Excavating an A-class dungeon without the king's approval, illegal. If father found out, he would hold you accountable. Alfred gestures with a knowing look, his words hanging in the air. A voice demands the artifact, the speaker addressing someone as little brother. Silence hangs heavy as the person being addressed remains quiet. A stern warning is issued. Silence is expected when their father summons them. Alfred stands tall, offering an alibi. The warning continues, cautioning against revealing forbidden knowledge. The speaker emphasizes the importance of bringing something with them when summoned. Alfred declares himself a loyal servant and the third prince of Venezia. Gerald Mazier walks forward, the sound of his footsteps echoing. Gerald confirms he hasn't been seen around lately. Sincero, Venezia's royal family's 11th fourth king, acknowledges that they have been quite busy these past 2 weeks. Alfred is addressed formally. He is informed that Gerald rushed to quell the Elven rebel army, starting an uprising in the southwest. It was unavoidable. The speaker explains that Gerald acted without notifying them. Edril Henrietta, general of the Western Front and the First Prince's aide, finds this news surprising. The speaker questions the need for Gerald, who is protecting the northern border, to travel all the way to the southern sea and quell a rebellion. Alfred explains that his servant, Conrad, used an artifact. The artifact skill is foresight, allowing Conrad to see the situation on the ground, Alfred informs. The rebels had enacted their plan, breaking into one of their A-class dungeons. They were trying to steal the artifact there. If Gerald hadn't acted accordingly, the situation wouldn't have ended well. Edril Henrietta is shocked, questioning if Alfred is saying that they should have followed the proper procedure. Alfred responds that they wasted valuable time. Another man asks, so what? Except for the Vice-General Balstock Bredsfield, the squadron he led was lost, however. Balstock Bredsfield was able to destroy the artifact. Gerald Mazier stated that it was a parasitic type. It was determined that it would be better destroyed than in the enemy's hands. He brought back the enemy. Alfred observed the scene with a serious expression. A figure stood with a menacing aura. Gerald Mazier said they may go and rest. The figure confirmed. A smirk crept across the figure's face. The figure stated that they now owe him one. The figure clicked their tongue. Elsewhere, the scene shifted to a serene landscape. A voice questioned how one could consume something that looks like Kodak frog fingers, with a tone of disbelief. The voice then expressed pride in roasting it so well, despite its appearance. Stetch Atelier notes the dwindling signs of civilization as they venture further southwest. The floating skull remarks that it may have something to do with their destination. There's one last elven village nestled deep within a large forest towards the southwest. The elves aren't fond of humans and actively prevent outsiders from approaching their territory. The floating skull suggests that at least Stetch can use his skills without being noticed by anyone. It's the perfect place to farm some dungeons, he thinks. Always the case, he feels a water skin. After all, there are a lot of rumors about how dangerous the elven nation can be. He stands in the forest, ready to move. He runs. His feet pound against the earth. He thinks, I have to escape. I'll die if they catch me. The world blurred into streaks of green as he was sent flying. A sharp pain erupted as something connected with his side, sending Stetch Atelier sprawling. He was hoisted up, the forest canopy spinning above him as his captors began to move. An elven face, framed by a hooded cloak, watched with cold calculation. Stetch Atelier landed hard, the breath knocked from his lungs. He gasped. Masked figures loomed over him, their weapons glinting in the dappled sunlight. A voice echoed, declaring, "We're taking this one alive." The elf's expression remained unreadable, her gaze fixed on the captive. The Venetian kingdom's southwestern forest was proving to be less than hospitable, also known as the Dark Forest. The explorer muttered, wondering what was with this forest. He couldn't even find a path, let alone a dungeon. Pathfinding wasn't working properly. Stetch Atelier sighed, wondering how he was supposed to tell what direction he was going. Even the map was useless. He guessed this was why it was called the Dark Forest. He scoffed at the thought that now was really the time for him to be sightseeing. He was a top-notch explorer. Did they really think he'd get lost? Huh, wait, isn't that a person? Stetch looked up at the figure standing on the rock. A flask is tilted, water trickling into the mouth of the prone figure. Stetch Atelier watches over the man, a faint green energy swirling around them both. He couldn't just leave him here. A voice urges them to move, but another questions the urgency. The wild froths bob and sway, their forms both whimsical and menacing. Son of a... Stetch Atelier's gaze hardens with resolve. A desperate hand reaches out from within the froths. The man knows he must act before he becomes another corpse claimed by the forest. Then Stetch Atelier gathers the forest's energy into his fist. Burst! He unleashes the power. The wild froths explode in a shower of blue. The forest echoes with the sound of bursting bubbles. The wild froths continue to surge. The water creatures swirl within the frothy mass. The trapped figure remains caught within the wild froths. The water creatures seem unaffected by conventional attacks. The froths continue to crash against the ground. Stetch Atelier realizes something. He thinks, TSK, I guess these guys still count as water, so wind attacks don't work on them, huh? He prepares a different approach. He says, then how about this? Stetch channels electric energy into his hand. The electric attack surges outward, striking the water creatures. Stetch focuses intently, unleashing the electric power. Stetch's eyes fluttered open, a wave of confusion washing over him. He was lying on the ground, his head throbbing. Where was he? He pushed himself up, wincing at the sharp pain in his side. This wasn't the pond, he remembered. He looked up, seeing a figure standing over him. Did you save me? Thank you so much, he exclaimed, relieved to be alive. The other man, unfazed by Stetch's outburst, simply said, Right, settle down. What happened? The man pressed on, a hint of urgency in his voice. Why were you tied up in a place like that? Stetch blinked, surprised by the question. Do you really not know? You seem pretty experienced, too. The man's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing. Was it the elves? Why would you come here if you knew they're that dangerous? The scene shifted, showing a flashback of a merchant group heading to the capital. We had no choice but to cross the dark forest to meet our deadline. Stetch's voice echoed over the image, explaining their predicament. Then we got ambushed by a band of elves. A disembodied hand reaches out, the question hanging in the air, were the corpses in the pond? Stetch's expression hardens as he asks if they were not his comrades. The man, still shaken, admits he couldn't do anything but watch as the elves tied him up and put him in front of the pond. He continues, explaining that when his crew came to save him, the monsters... He then offers to lead Stetch to a point where he can find his way out, admitting he can't just leave him there anyway. After a moment, Stetch holds out a glowing green object, telling the man he can find his own way back to the village and asking if he can manage that. The man replies that he will of course be indebted to Stetch. Stetch, his eyes closed, says it's good and asks the man to give him a second. Animal instinct. Something's been bothering Stetch since he came here. There's something wrong with this place. Unlike a typical forest, animal noises here are scarcer and scarcer the farther he goes. But it's not like there aren't any animals here. Well, anyway, that just means the exit will be wherever the largest noise comes from. Stetch's eyes widen as he says he's found it. The man remains bound as massive boots pass him by on the wooden planks. A voice echoes, instructing him to simply follow the road from there. From atop a rocky precipice, a figure acknowledges the directions, expressing his gratitude. The freed man celebrates his newfound liberty, declaring himself alive. Stetch, his expression thoughtful, is asked if he has noticed something amiss. Clyde's eyes widen as he takes notice of a weapon. Clyde questions what the other man is suddenly doing. An arrow streaks through the sky. Stetch brandishes a sword, his gaze intense. A faint green glow emanates from his hand. A voice cuts through the air, demanding Stetch Atelier reveal himself. The source of the command remains unseen, but a figure emerges from the forest's edge, their face obscured by shadow. Footsteps echo through the trees as more figures approach, their intent unknown. Leading the group is an elf, her gaze sharp and unwavering, a drawn bow held firmly in her grasp. Stetch's expression hardens. He challenges the unseen commander, questioning their demand. The hooded figures reiterate their demand, their voices echoing with a chilling resolve. Hand him over. The elf's grip tightens on her bow, the arrow aimed directly at Stetch. Her voice, cold and measured, suggests that Stetch seems to be misunderstanding the situation. Stetch prepares himself, his hand glowing with an ominous green light, ready to meet force with force. A voice whispers, encouraging him to embrace the fight, reminding him of the power he possesses. One of the hooded figures questions the elf leader, asking if they should simply kill him. The elf leader pauses, suggesting they should talk it out before doing anything rash. He looks at the elf and her companions, drawing his sword, a question etched on his face. Elena's companions try to reason with her, but she stands firm. She explains that she doesn't harm humans without reason and dislikes being misunderstood. Elena orders her hooded companions to stay quiet, confirming that Stetch is indeed human. Elena demands to know if Stetch knows why they are asking him to hand over the man. Stetch refuses, stating that Elena will explain it to him. The shopkeeper questions Elena's intentions, but Stetch tells him to be quiet. Elena states that she will explain before she does anything else. The question hangs in the air, what did that man tell you? From within the forest, a voice mocks the situation. The shopkeeper groans, realizing the situation is not good. Elena tells them to follow her, leading Stetch and the shopkeeper into the forest. Elena walks deeper into the forest, promising to show them something interesting. Elena urged them forward into the forest, her voice echoing slightly in the dense foliage. A startled sound came from behind her. The elf looked up, her expression unreadable as she led the way. The elf continued, promising to show the human something interesting. They arrived at a cart laden with barrels, the elf still cloaked. Mr. Stetch's brow furrowed, a question forming on his lips. Elena gestured towards the cart. She asked if he noticed anything strange about it. Stetch observed the scene, realizing the direction was off. He wondered if they were ambushed. The tracks leading into the forest should have been heading towards it, but instead, they went in the opposite direction. Elena confirmed that was the first thing of note. The man's face contorts in a grimace, sweat beading on his brow as he braces himself. She flees through the forest, a desperate cry escaping her lips as pursuers give chase. A voice echoes, warning against entering a certain place, the speaker unseen. From a high vantage point, the declaration rings out, this land belongs to them. Stetch Atelier's eyes widen, a sudden realization hitting him. The sound of a blade slicing through something fills the air. The scarred arm is presented, a statement made about a second thing, as if confirming a previous agreement. The question hangs in the air, was he a comrade? Every human who has come to this forest. The elf-like woman presses, demanding to know if they understand the implications. A man, enraged, confronts Patterson, accusing him of lying. One hand grips another tightly, the words, "You have no excuses," hanging heavy in the air. Fear grips the man as he's identified as a slave trader, his voice trembling as he asks what they want. He shouts, his face contorted in rage, declaring the other person a human. The unseen speaker retorts, questioning why they would side with those pointy-eared free dash. The man with red hair looks up, his expression unreadable. He demands that someone shut their mouth. Patterson stands, his back to the viewer, as he is told that if he's so proud, he shouldn't have hidden it. On the ground, Patterson is told he has some nerve running his mouth when he can't even admit what he did. Patterson, close up, retorts with human too, my ass. The red-haired man asks what they should do about him, soliciting suggestions from the blonde woman. A fist clenches, and the blonde woman seems to have made a decision. Patterson runs through the forest, his expression determined. The red-haired man and the blonde woman walk through the forest, their intentions unknown. A leg steps forward, and a voice declares they'll take care of it. He cried out as he lost his footing, the ground rushing up to meet him. The world blurred as he tumbled forward, the rough terrain unforgiving. An elf approached from behind, bow drawn and ready. Bracing for impact, Patterson squeezed his eyes shut. Meanwhile, another man watched from a distance, muttering about the elf's effortless speed. The elf stood over Patterson, who was now prone on the ground, an arrow pointed at him. The elf muttered an apology. Elsewhere, A desperate plea echoed through the forest. I'll never do it again if you let me go. The man from before, his face etched with worry, begged for help, reminding someone of their supposed adventurous status. A voice cried out, promising anything in exchange for mercy, appealing to their shared humanity. The elf held Patterson captive, a makeshift noose fashioned from a bowstring cinched tight around his neck. Patterson begged to be saved. A spear lies submerged, its tip pointing ominously downward into the murky water. The elf leader holds a piece of cloth, her expression one of surprise. She had expected something different. That's unexpected. As his fellow human, I thought you. The elf's words hang in the air, heavy with regret. Would have wanted to protect your own kind. I regret to inform you that. I'm not. Stechatelier's gaze is steady, unwavering. I'd have to be a mindless idiot or a hypocrite to stop you. Then you also understand. The elf leader raises her bow, the arrow aimed directly at Stech. That I must eliminate all intruders in this forest, right? Of course. I know how harshly the people of Venetia have treated the elves. With a flick of her wrist, the elf sends a dagger hurtling forward. Stechatelier's expression hardens, a subtle shift in his demeanor. But that doesn't mean that. I'm going to let you do as you please. A surge of green energy emanates from Stech's hand, a silent display of power. The arrow falls harmlessly to the ground, its trajectory somehow diverted. The elf leader's eyes widen in disbelief. What? Did he even move? Green energy crackles around Stechatelier's hand, a subtle glow illuminating his face. Is he a mage? He doesn't seem like one. Skills activate, the words recovery and crosswind, appearing as the system assists Stech. The elf leader's eyes narrow, focusing on the ring. She wonders if it's an enchanted item. The elf leader commands her subordinate to attack Stech until he runs out of mana to use the ring. The subordinate confirms the order. Arrows fly, aimed directly at Stech. More arrows streak through the air, closing in. Stech prepares to unleash a skill, a green glow emanating from his hand. The word crosswind appears as Stech activates the skill. One of the elves looks on in surprise. The arrows are deflected by the force of crosswind, blown away from their target. Stech demands, if you were planning to kill me this whole time, why did you bother explaining the situation to me? The elf leader retorts, I didn't want you to think that we were a race of people who killed for no good reason. A close-up reveals the ring on Stech's finger, a skull wreathed in green flame. He deflects another arrow, the metallic clang echoing through the cavern. The elf leader muses that the arrows are easy to block since they're only aiming for her head, but she knows she can't keep blocking them forever. Elena considers using one of her skills, musing that it might cost her opponent a limb or two. She clenches her fist, the ring on her finger glowing with an ominous green light, a skull wreathed in flame visible within the aura. Stech continues to deflect the incoming projectiles. A burst of energy erupts. The energy explodes outward. A shout rings out, warning Elena to watch out. The man's face is contorted in a shout. More energy explodes. Stech continues to deflect the attacks. Elena realizes that a standard item shouldn't be able to activate more than one skill, questioning what the ring is. The elf leader's words hung in the air as Stechatelie held up his hand, a faint green glow emanating from his palm. King, is it an artifact? She had asked. Yeah, I just happened to get one. Suddenly, her eyes widened, a look of intense fury contorting her features. The elf leader's voice boomed, filled with hatred. You cursed spirit of the dead. With a startled cry, Stech barely managed to dodge a sudden attack. The elf leader's voice echoed with disgust. DSDRA, our deity of hearth, how could something be so disgusting? Drawing back an arrow, she prepared to strike again, her eyes narrowed with determination. A spectral green skull materialized behind Stech, seemingly echoing his confusion. What's she saying? I feel like she's saying something derogatory about us. Stech's eyes widened in disbelief. What? My face? The elf leader released the arrow, a streak of green energy following its path. Stech's expression shifted to concern. Are you sure she's not talking about Yo Dash? The arrow hurtled towards its target. The arrow struck Stech, piercing his side. What's wrong with Dash? He moved quickly through the forest, a dark cloak obscuring his features. The explorer continued his trek, unaware that he was being watched from afar. A grimace tightened Stechatelier's face as he clutched at the wound on his chest. The elf's expression hardened, a silent question hanging in the air. She knocked an arrow, a faint green glow emanating from its tip. The elf leader drew back the bowstring, her eyes narrowed in focus as she prepared to fire. Stechatelie glanced down, acknowledging his misjudgment. He focused on his hand, a faint green light beginning to emanate from it. This is ridiculous. The light intensified, forming a spectral skull in his palm. He thought to himself that he probably couldn't hit her even if he tried. Suddenly, the elf was struck by an unseen force, the impact rippling across her face. The skill sputters, the green energy dissipating as Stechatelie reels in disbelief. No way, he exclaims. An arrow hurtles towards the explorer, interrupting his concentration. What? An arrow? An unseen voice explains that an arrow canceled the skill, questioning if that's even possible. The voice continues, explaining that if the activation core takes damage during its creation, it will disperse the mana and cancel the skill. The voice concludes that this only works in theory. The explanation continues, stating that the arrow is hitting a colorless core the size of a seed in a 2-second span by predicting his movements. From behind, a voice doubts that she's an ordinary elf. The elf leader draws back another arrow, her gaze fixed on Stechatellier. Stechatellier grits his teeth, drawing his sword. I thought so. The elf leader releases the arrow, as Stech prepares to meet the attack. The arrow flies, and Stechatellier prepares to block it. The sword connects with the arrow, sending splinters flying. The elf leader's eyes narrowed, assessing the situation. That wasn't a normal weapon, he thought, wondering if the explorer had more tricks hidden up his sleeves. A sudden gust of wind buffeted the arrow, altering its course mid-flight. The elf leader focused, manipulating the air currents with practiced ease. His gaze intensified as he exerted his control over the projectile. The air crackled with displaced energy as the arrow's path twisted and turned. The elf leader announced his technique, crosswind. Stech watched the arrow's erratic movements, his expression unreadable. The elf leader declared his intentions, a cruel smile playing on his lips. He would just blow Stech's head off at point blank. But Stech remained calm, his eyes fixed on the approaching threat. The only thing to be wary of at this range is that ring, he thought, resolving to cancel the skill the moment he tries to activate it. The elf leader aimed for Stech's head, his finger tightening on the bowstring. Now! A flicker of surprise crossed the elf leader's face. The arrow veered sharply off course, spiraling away from its intended target. No matter how fast you are, Stech thinks, a smirk playing on his lips. The elf leader is caught midair, realizing they can't move. Too much, the elf leader thinks as Stech's hand tightens around their throat. Stech's expression is blurred with speed and intensity. A problem too, Stech thinks, looking down at the elf leader, struggling in his grasp. The air crackles with tension. A choked gasp escapes. I haven't had this much trouble against an opponent since my swordsmanship lessons, Stech reflects. The elf leader's eyes widen, a silent scream trapped within her throat. The explorer looks down at her, his expression unreadable. This human dash. The elf leader, bound and helpless, spits out a question. What do you try to achieve by going into the forest like this? Stech kneels, his gaze meeting hers. Are you also out to hurt our kind? He asks. He wonders what she means by hurt. He continues, stating that he has no business with the elves and didn't even want to fight. But the elf leader vows that he's going to pay dearly. Stech stands, remembering her attempt to take his life. The elf leader glares, her expression filled with hatred. Scattered on the ground are the remnants of their encounter. Food, coins, and a scroll. Stech looks down at the elf leader, a hint of pity in his eyes. You know I'm letting you off real easy, right? He reflects on his near-death experience, thinking he was going to die that day. The elf leader gasps, realizing Stech is leaving. She declares that she'll take him as her prize, telling him to stop acting so surprised. She adds that she's only there for the dungeons in the forest. Stech examines the map, noting that it looks like there are about 3 dungeons here. He thinks this should be enough to help him. He puts the map away, thinking he'll find his way around the forest. He adds that he'll give it back if he ever sees her again. The elf leader is shocked that he's leaving. The elf leader chases after Stech, telling him to stop. She yells for him to come back. Stech wonders if this is where it was. He looks at the map again. He thinks he's gone in circles so many times already, but to think it was below a tree. Stech looks at the cave entrance, wondering how he survived as an adventurer. He thinks that under normal circumstances, flora can't grow around. He marveled at the dungeons because of the mana density. Stech found it all so cool. What was there to be so surprised about? Stech admitted he'd never been in a dungeon covered in roots before. The dungeon was dark and covered in roots. He tried to use pathfinding. A warning appeared. Due to a lack of skill requirements, pathfinding could not be used. Stech expected as much. He didn't have any experience with this type of dungeon, so it wasn't really working. He wondered how about this. He activated animal instinct. Someone noted that he was mapping the place out using vibrations through the walls. Echolocation, he realized. The echolocation revealed a map of the area. Swords drawn, Stechatellier navigates the cavernous space, a spectral green skull drifting alongside him. He couldn't help but think that after venturing this deep, he should have encountered something by now. Why hadn't they seen anything? If there were monsters here, Stech should at least be able to hear their heartbeat. Stech couldn't help but feel he had jinxed himself by speaking. The roots of the cave twist and turn. A sudden thought echoed through the cavern. Who had spoken those words? Stech realized that too much of anything could be a problem. Stechatellier gazes upward, spotting a monstrous form of swirling green energy. Is that another monster, he wonders? A towering figure made of gnarled roots looms before him. It's a root rigger, a voice declares. The explorer observes the root rigger from a short distance, the green energy swirling ominously nearby. The roots twist and writhe as if alive. Do they see him as an enemy? He wonders. Stechatellier looks up, surrounded by the menacing network of roots. It'd be best not to touch them, a voice warns. No wonder he wasn't picking up any heartbeats, Stech realizes. Nothing here has a heart. A blade flashes, cutting through the root monster. And here, Stechatellier was on the lookout for animals and monsters. He still has a lot to learn. The earth erupts as the root monsters begin to learn. The tendrils lash out with surprising speed. Each strike sends splinters of wood flying. Stechatellier grits his teeth, realizing the sheer number of his attackers could be a problem. He narrowly avoids another sweeping attack. He notes that they're pretty easy to deal with individually. A strangled cry escapes as the roots finally ensnare him. He sighs, realizing he jinxed it. He wonders what this is as the roots begin to touch him, remembering he told himself not to touch them. Stechatellier realizes with horror that the thing is leeching him. He exclaims that it's sucking his blood, and now it makes sense why the roots were red. It must have been because it grew up by leeching on blood. Stechatellier grunts in pain as they dig in deeper. Meanwhile, a sinister grin spreads across a face as the word crosswind is declared. The root monsters writhe, their forms contorting as they're assaulted by an unseen force. One of the creatures is sent flying backwards, crashing into the surrounding vegetation. A wave of relief washes over Stechatellier, though the marks on his arm are a stark reminder of the danger he faces. At least it saved you from becoming jerky. He glares, retorting, "What do you mean by jerky, you asshole? Damn, I might get sucked dry if I let my guard." It's time, he thinks, to get a little serious. Stechatellier focuses his mana, muttering, "Nothing better than this against some trees." A spherical flaming projectile that leaves a trail of flames can be enhanced by using extra mana. He unleashes the fiery sphere. Stechatellier watches the sphere hurtle towards the root monsters, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. I know fire is strong against vegetation, but... The sphere explodes in a burst of flames, engulfing the monsters. A little too effective? Standing amidst the inferno, he steels himself. Make sure you absorb all the mana. The explorer steels himself, thinking, all right, it's time to... A surge of power emanates from Stechatelier's hand, a fiery orb crackling with energy as he commands it to consume all in its path. The air crackles with residual energy. The lingering echoes of the attack fade into the distance. The forest, once teeming with monstrous roots, now stands silent, the last vestiges of the battle dissipating. The explosion of fire magic leaves behind a scene of devastation, the monstrous roots reduced to ash. Stechatellier stands amidst the aftermath, his body glowing faintly with the absorbed mana. With a sigh of relief, Stechatellier acknowledges that the area is cleared. The explorer decides to check his abilities again. He notes the number of artifacts absorbed and the amount of mana currently stored, but finds that he doesn't have enough to unlock the lock skills. Stechatellier expresses his frustration, realizing there's nothing he can do about the lack of mana. He clenches his fist, a surge of power coursing through him. He reels back, startled by the sudden appearance. A blade is leveled at Stech. "What's you again?" The elf's expression hardens. "I'm not here to fight." Stech draws his own weapon, his eyes narrowed. "Okay, I was scared you came looking for a rematch. So what brings you here? The map? I told you I'd give it back after I'm done with it." He kneels, his tone placating. "I'm not here for the map. You can keep everything you took from me. I just want one thing back." Stech holds up his hand, revealing a pendant. "Pendant? Are you?" The pendant glows faintly in Stech's hand. Elena's eyes widen in shock. "Yeah, that. Elena Nim." Another elf speaks, his tone relieved. "We're glad you're okay. We agreed that we have to move as a group." Elena kneels, her gaze fixed on the pendant. "Is T that dash?" Stech winces, clutching his head. "Why is that in his He cries out in pain, clutching at his chest. Elena calls out to him, her voice laced with concern. Her expression is a mix of worry and suspicion. Stech wonders what is happening to him. A vision of a skull wreathed in green flame flashes before his eyes. He wonders what's going on. Elena pleads with him to return the pendant, offering to do anything in exchange. She wonders how naive he is and what she could ask him to do. Stech, still reeling, wonders what if he was one of those evil humans. Elena questions if he is one of the humans. She thinks to herself that an evil human wouldn't tell her those things. Elena recalls how she let him die once she knew he was a criminal, and that a bad person wouldn't do that. Elena asks about the pendant and why it is so important. She remains silent, and Stech's patience wore thin. He held up the pendant. If she wasn't going to tell him what he wanted to know, he'd simply return it. Elena raised a finger, her expression firm. She had a condition. She reiterated her earlier statement. She would do anything he asked. That condition, to destroy every dungeon in this forest. Stech began to reply, agreeing to her terms. Elena's eyes widened, surprised by his quick acceptance. She clarified that he would need to assist her in achieving her goal. Only then would she return the pendant. How did that sound? Stetch confirmed his agreement. If what he holds is so precious, he'll return it, but he has a condition. Elena states her condition. Companionship. Elena wants Stetch to help her avoid elves while she's looking for the dungeons, and if they do run into them, vouch for her. Stetch says he can say whatever he wants, whether he's her slave or she's taking him in for interrogation. Elena wants Stetch to help her avoid future fights with the elves they might meet along the way. A hand hold a note. A close-up reveals the contents of the note. The note reads that the writer will be away for a couple of days, and if the elders ask, tell them he went to scout. The note continues, mentioning a very distant area and urging the reader not to worry too much. The forest had always been her home, a sanctuary of green and dappled sunlight. Elena remembered her grandmother's stories, tales woven into the very fabric of the woods. It was always said of humans that they were creatures of greed, stopping at nothing to get what they wanted. And of all the humans he'd seen venture into the forest, none had given him a reason to believe otherwise. Her expression hardened, a flicker of distrust in her eyes. But for the first time, this human, Stetch, stood beside her, lantern light illuminating his face. A sigh escaped his lips, the air thick with unspoken tension. Stetch thought to himself, why is this so awkward? Just kill me. The situation was undeniably strange. Elena's voice, soft but firm, broke the silence. I'm not sure if you're a bad person, but... He responded, I don't know if you're truly a good person either. Elena tilts her head, questioning the explorer's motives. Why would he want to clear the dungeons around here? Even if her expression suggests she's not entirely convinced by his stated reasons. Stetch turns away, his back to Elena. He thinks to himself, you wanted the dungeon's wealth and artifacts. There's no reason for a human to come looking for that here. After all, there are countless dungeons outside the forest. The explorer covers his face with his hand, a troubled expression on his face. He wonders if he should be telling other people about this. A blue glow emanates from the lantern as Stetch prepares to descend. For days later, Stetch peers down into the dark shaft. It's not so deep that he can't get in, but he grips the rope tightly, knowing it's designed in a way where it's really difficult. The explorer continues his descent, muttering about what a steep ass it is. Stetch uses his strength to lower himself further into the shaft. A sudden realization dawns on Stetch, his eyes widening. He whirls, bringing his shovel-like weapon around in a wide arc. Insect-type monsters, Stetch realizes, are vulnerable if you aim for the joints. He brings the weapon down with practiced ease. The weapon connects, sending a shockwave through the giant ant's exoskeleton. Elsewhere, Elena's expression is one of concern. It's a giant ant, she exclaims. The giant ant emits a piercing shriek. Elena calls out, asking if he's okay. She draws back her bow, preparing to fire. The arrow flies, a streak of light against the dark cavern. The arrow finds its mark, striking the giant ant. She narrowly avoids the descending strike, the wind from its passage whipping through her hair. Drawing back the curved blade, Elena prepares to strike. The monstrous ant screeches, its mandibles snapping. Another one descends from above, kicking up dust as it lands. The cavern echoes with the creature's piercing cry. The shriek intensifies, a deafening wave of sound. The red eyes of the swarm close in, a terrifying advance through the darkness. One of the giant ants looms over Stetch, ready to strike. TSK, get behind me. Stetch focuses, conjuring a ball of crackling energy in his gloved hand. The giant ant lunges forward, its massive mandibles wide. Stetch's eyes narrow, the fireball growing brighter. Burn them to ashes. With a shout, Stetch unleashes the fireball. The flames of Stetch's fireball continue to burn. The light from the flames illuminated Elena's face as she observed the scene. Stetch, adjusting the ring on his finger, wondered aloud. Who is this human? Was he just playing around when he fought against me? The air was thick with the smell of burning insects, but Stetch found it oddly pleasant. The ants continued to burn, their bodies crackling in the intense heat. Elena watched as Stetch muttered, how many skills can you use with just one artifact? The elf watched the ants burn, noting their sacrifice. Did they really have to die like this? She thought, observing that they instinctively threw themselves in the way to prevent the fire from spreading inside. Stetch looked around, a puzzled expression on his face. Why would a monster? A voice echoed, explaining, it might be a little late for an explanation, but this dungeon's name is Smolbing. As you can see, the primary inhabitants are... Elena considered the information. Insects, mainly ants. Except for some specific breeds, most have a hard exterior. It seems we'll head that way. Stetch examined his hand, now glowing with green energy. Do all artifacts have that capability? The explorer frowned, thinking to himself, no, I don't think so. But is this really that odd? Elena stared ahead, her expression unreadable. The swirling green energy pulsed, the text above it explaining that absorbing mana is inherently different from simply releasing it. The artifact, it seemed, could access something unique. Stetch held the skull artifact, its green glow illuminating his face. It could absorb mana from monsters, he noted, but only from the dead ones. Elena stated matter-of-factly that it didn't harm people, though it could absorb artifacts. She then turned her gaze towards Stetch, asking if he trusted her. She began to walk away, telling Stetch to follow. Stetch, his brow furrowed with concern, wondered aloud why he agreed with her. Deeper into the tunnel Stetch went, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the cavern. Did he even have a choice? He guessed not, damn it. A disembodied voice echoed, noting that they were pretty deep. Why was it assessing? The tunnel stretched before them. A complex structure that Elena explained was one of the reasons why the elves couldn't clear this dungeon. Stetch paused, his gaze fixed on the tunnel floor. He needed a second, he said, to try something. He struck the wall with the skull artifact, the impact reverberating through the stone. A surge of instinct washed over Stetch, his eyes widening. He paused, a sudden sound catching his attention. Stetch's eyes widened, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he muttered in disbelief. A swarm of arachnid horrors filled the chamber, their carapaces gleaming in the dim light, their red eyes burning like embers in the darkness. Elena's voice echoed, laced with a hint of panic. Why were there so many? Mr. Stetch's eyes darted around, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Something had caught his attention. A sense of unease washed over him as he wondered why there were so many. The source of his anxiety became clear. Grotesque, ant-like creatures lurked in the shadows. Based on the sound, they were getting closer. This dungeon was proving to be the most complicated one he had ever seen, and he could hear thousands of them crawling at every corner of this labyrinth. The explorer's expression tightened with concern. Stetch clicked his tongue, frustrated. There were too many ants moving around, making it impossible to map the dungeon with all the noise. The dungeon was so complex that no one had ever reached the end of the labyrinth, and his usual methods of tracking down the dungeon keeper wouldn't work here. Elena urgently whispered to Stetch, telling him to hide. She grabbed Stetch, pulling him close. Elena whispered, a frantic edge to her voice, as she tried to find a place to conceal them both. What? There's nowhere to hide. He dash. Elena hissed, cutting him off. Shut up for a second. The massive, ant-like creatures clicked and whirred, their movements unsettlingly precise. They ducked behind one of the larger insects, hoping its strange, glowing aura would conceal them. Elena whispered, Wait, it can't see us. A disembodied voice echoed, explaining, We can use that to track the dungeon keeper. He probably came to see if he should move the larvae after, or one of the royal guards. Stetch looked concerned, the green energy swirling around his skull in the background, confirming how severe the fire was. The larvae? How is that? The voice continued, Think about it. What do larvae become? Well, the ant-like creature loomed, its form both alien and strangely regal. And the queen produces those pupae, right? The speaker elaborated, If this dungeon is an anthill, then the dungeon keeper is probably the queen, or one of the royal guards. The voice questioned, Isn't that the most likely scenario? Oh! Stetch looked to the side, considering the implications. That's pretty clever. So you want to track down The voice concluded, If you understand, then let her know after the ant leaves. The tunnel stretched before them, a gaping maw in the earth. Stetch sat cross-legged, a faint green aura emanating from his body. Elena stood guard nearby. This dungeon wasn't formed yesterday, Stetch said. I'm sure others have tried that method too. The thought hung in the air. If it were that simple, the dungeon would have been cleared by the elves long ago. It's only simple in theory. After all, the tunnel to the dungeon keeper is probably ridden with ant mobs. Elena wondered how likely it was that a couple of elves could get through it. They were somehow conversing without hearing each other. But don't worry, I have a plan, she said. A voice echoed from the shadows. Just make sure you tell her what I said. The cave walls seemed to pulse with an inner heat. A burst of light illuminated the cavern. Stetch focused, a ball of fire forming in his hand. Fireball, he exclaimed. He activated his camouflaging cloak, blending into the environment. Stetch held a glowing green orb in his hand, looking determined. Elena watched him, ready for what came next. The thought lingered. They just need to proceed like this, right? There's still a lot to do. Keep going. He narrowed his eyes, the blade of his sword reflecting the dim light of the tunnel as he focused on the creature below. Stetch swung the sword in a wide arc, aiming to cleave the ant-like creature in two. Meanwhile, Elena secured a rope, ensuring their path remained accessible. A swarm of the insectoid beings scuttled through the tunnels, their numbers seemingly endless. The pair found themselves surrounded, the air thick with the stench of burning chitin and the creature's clicking mandibles. Stetch's gaze hardened, his focus sharpening as he prepared for another assault. He channeled his energy, the sword erupting in flames as he unleashed a fiery attack against the encroaching horde. Despite their efforts, the ant-like creatures continued to press in, their relentless advance showing no sign of stopping. Stetch muttered, realizing the sheer scale of the infestation. There are so many of them. Holding a glowing green object, Stetch considered their options. He recalled, wreaking havoc on random tunnels, hiding with Elena's skill, then listening. Frustration evident on his face, Stetch questioned, "You got a problem with my plan?" before activating his animal instinct. Stetch peered into the darkness, a sense of awe washing over him. Something nearby. I'm more in awe. He believes they're nearing the end of their journey. Elena pauses, noticing something of interest. She wonders aloud what it could be. A ring pulses with a dark, arcane energy. Elena cries out, recoiling from the sudden surge of power. The source of the disturbance is a bracelet, clearly of elven make, radiating the same ominous energy. The text explains that the bracelet was likely left behind by elves, consumed by larvae, and now too corrupted to return to their families. Stetch suggests that if the elves can't use it, they should take it, rationalizing that they need such items for Curse Aura. He thinks to himself that he needs cursed items to use a strong skill like Curse Aura, but he doesn't. Elena wonders if Stetch would just let a human take an elven handicraft, though. Elena is surprised. Elena asks if he's okay, warning that it's a cursed item and he could die if he's unlucky. Stetch says he'll be okay as long as he has the artifact, though he's not sure what he plans to do with them. Elena cautioned that taking the artifacts could lead to problems. A sinister grin spread across Stetch's face. Purple energy crackled around his wrist. Stetch asked if they should continue. The purple energy intensified. A monstrous insect-like creature emerged from the shadows. The creature emitted a guttural growl. Elena notched an arrow, preparing for a fight. The monster shrieked, its attack imminent. Both Elena and Stetch were caught off guard by the sudden assault. The creature slammed into the ground, the force of the impact shaking the cavern. Stetch muttered in frustration. The pupae's emergence had clearly soured the explorer's mood. He was really getting sick of them. The insectoid monster swarmed. Elena warned, "Stetch, they're coming from the depths of the cavern, their numbers seemingly endless." Stetch steeled himself. "Then I'll just take care of the queen first." A searing fireball materialized in his hands. The fireball slammed into the horde. The pupae forcefully hatched just to protect the queen, Stetch realized. The queen's voice echoed. This is getting pretty interesting. You know what to do now, right?" Stetch muttered, "Well, I guess it's time to try that." The explorer's face contorts with grim determination. Ants surrounded them, a seemingly endless swarm. Stetch Atelier decides to take out the queen first, unleashing a fiery inferno. The ant queen is suddenly struck by an unseen force. The pupae had forcefully hatched, all to protect their queen. Elena shouts out, offering to cover Mr. Stetch's back. The ant soldiers close in, but Stetch is unconcerned. Elena unleashes an airburst. The explorer erects a barrier that should hold back the reinforcements for a while. The pair stand their ground. The ant soldiers are undeterred. The explorer, surrounded by grotesque, ant-like creatures and their bulbous eggs, didn't mince words. "All you creepy-ass motherfuckers," he growled, his voice laced with disdain. Stetch Atelier's eyes narrowed, a sinister glint in their depths. He continued, his tone promising ill fortune, "Are going to be my guinea pigs." Purple energy began to crackle around his hands, a visible manifestation of the power he was about to unleash. The green ring on his finger pulsed with a faint light. Most people tend to stay away from them, but the memento mortem suppresses the cursed items, so Stetch doesn't have a problem equipping them. However, it's a double-edged sword. Stetch turned to Elena, his expression serious. "Elena, stay behind me and don't move." The purple energy intensified, swirling around his hands as he activated the curse ability. The air crackled with unseen power. The purple aura erupts, a visible manifestation of the power Stetch is channeling. Tendrils of dark energy writhe around him, a chaotic display of cursed power. The air crackles with unseen forces, the very atmosphere saturated with malevolent energy. Red streaks slash through the aura, a sign of the destructive forces at play. The crimson marks intensify, a visual representation of the curse's potency. The explorer is partially visible within the swirling mass, thinking that it seems pretty effective. Sweat beads on Stetch Atelier's brow as he grits his teeth, the strain of controlling the aura evident. A voice echoes, urging him to tell the elf to finish them off. Elena's eyes widen in shock, but she quickly steels herself. She exclaims, ordering someone to kill the queen right now. Stetch's face is contorted in pain and effort, gasping that he can't hold them off much longer. The elf, her expression hardened with resolve, draws back her bow, declaring that they will atone for eating the bodies of her brethren, damned bastards. Arrows streak through the air, a deadly volley aimed at their unseen target. A monstrous figure looms, its red eyes burning with malice, a grotesque visage of the enemy they face. A chorus of high-pitched shrieks pierces the air, the sound grating and unbearable. The curse continues to spread, its influence corrupting the very ground beneath their feet. Stetch pulls Elena close, his expression grim. "Cover your ears and stay still," he commands, a surge of green energy emanating from his hand. The air crackles with arcane energy, forming a protective arch against the encroaching curse. Stetch grits his teeth, the strain of maintaining the barrier evident on his face. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he embraces the curse. Curse eating. The green energy intensifies, swirling around them like a protective cocoon. The curse's influence seems to be held at bay, at least for now. Elsewhere, a cloaked figure observes the scene from afar, their voice a low murmur. I have never seen a human. Back with Stetch and Elena, the air remains thick with residual energy. Have an excuse for that. Curse eating. A strange, heart-like object glows with an inner light, pulsing with power. The artifact, Memento Mortem, S mana limit has been increased. Curse eating's level has been increased. The second dungeon has been cleared. Stetch holds up his hand, a faint blue glow emanating from his palm. Escape. The figures in the distance discuss their next objective. So the only dungeon left now is Red Tree. Stetch is surrounded by green aura. He assures Elena not to worry, that he's much stronger than he was in the Smolbing dungeon. Don't jinx it. Elena interjects, asking to be allowed to finish. The most dangerous part about that dungeon is the elves. The Red Tree dungeon is right next to the elven village. Stetch realizes it won't be possible to avoid them like they've been doing until now. He tells Elena that she'll have to do everything he tells her from now on. What's wrong? Meanwhile, it's an old track. Can you tell where it's from? Isn't it deer tracks? Close, but not quite. These are tracks left by Strider's boot. Strider? It is a title given. The most elite of the Dark Forest's elven scouts. What's with the distance between the steps? All Striders have an inherent skill called stride. The forest floor, dappled with light, offers no easy escape. Those who know of the forest guardians avoid entirely. Stetch, however, admits his ignorance. This is the first he's heard of the Striders. If they're so infamous, shouldn't humans know about them too? A voice, belonging to the elf, counters that they are not the type to leave survivors. The elf's expression is grave as she considers the implications. Stetch considers the elf's words, the weight of their mission settling upon him. Elena urges them forward. They must keep moving. As they walk, Stetch notices something is off. What's wrong this time? He asks. Elena's brow furrows. She can't hear any animals. Why is that? Stetch finds the silence strange, but attributes it to the nature of the forest. Still, his animal instinct is on high alert. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, Stetch can't feel a single vibration. Elena believes something is trying to target them. She resolves to locate the source. Activating her skill, Detect Hostility, Elena wonders why their pursuers aren't approaching. The elf's eyes widen as she realizes this isn't mere hostility, they intend to kill. Elena shouts a warning, her voice filled with alarm. A figure with crimson hair is caught in a blur of motion. The figure grunts, face contorted in pain or effort. Someone clad in black flees from a cloud of dust and debris. Glowing eyes pierce the darkness, an ominous presence lurking unseen. A sudden, unseen force slams into Stetch, the impact sending a spray of blood into the air. A pained grunt escapes him as his vision blurs, the world tilting precariously. Elsewhere, a lone figure sprints through the dense undergrowth, their destination unknown. Hidden in shadow, a pair of glowing eyes pierce the darkness, observing the unfolding events. Stetch collapses to the ground, the breath knocked from his lungs. A voice cries out his name in alarm. A blonde, elf-like woman stands over the fallen explorer, her expression cold as she prepares to strike. Meanwhile, a disembodied voice echoes, addressing someone named Elena. Two elf-like figures stand together, one with blonde hair and the other with green. The blonde one remarks that it has been a while. A swift kick sends dust flying, the attack aimed at the prone Stetch. The blonde elf demands to know the meaning of this intrusion, while the green-haired elf questions their right to ask questions at all. The green-haired elf orders them to lower their guard, accusing them of leading a human into their territory. The elf-like figure with green hair looks down, a stern expression etched on their face. They accuse, "You've got a lot of nerve." Another elf-like figure addresses the one in the foreground, revealing her name. "Elena, do you not realize what you're doing right now?" Lying prone, Stetch struggles to articulate his thoughts, his voice strained. You guys wouldn't understand." The blonde, elf-like figure looks on with concern. There's something only he can do. Even so, this is... The blonde, elf-like figure continues, revealing more about Stetch's alleged crimes. The relic protector. Not only had he taken the relic, but he also blackmailed for it. An elf-like figure reaches into a bag, acknowledging the explorer's capabilities. I gotta give this human some credit. Elena is told to return to her previous role. You should probably just go back to being a strider. The green-haired, elf-like figure states that Stetch will have to explain himself. We can listen to your excuses about the relic at the council meeting. Meanwhile, he walks towards a large, ornate structure. Figures moved about a courtyard, their voices hushed. Strider Jester carried a limp form over his shoulder. Ida, face marked with red paint, snapped at him to be quiet. Jester paused, looking at the human slung over his shoulder. He wondered aloud what was so special about him. Another elf, her long white blonde hair swaying slightly, noted that the human wasn't dying, despite bleeding for a while. She added that if he understood how valuable the human could be, Ida bristled, declaring that they wouldn't dare treat him the way they were right now. Jester scoffed, calling it nonsense. He'd like to hear Ida say that to the elders, or even just her grandmother. An unseen speaker told them both to be quiet, as one of the elders had come out to greet them. Elena, the elder, told them they did well. Ida and Jester stood before Elena. Elena said it was nice to see Relic Protector Elena. But the elder wondered, who was the human that Jester carried in? Jester explained that he was someone who not only stole from the Relic Protector, but also blackmailed with it. They caught him at a nearby village and wanted to interrogate him, just in case. Strider Aida's expression tightened with concern. The relic, the wound on the captive's shoulder, inflicted not long ago, was already showing signs of unnatural healing. Was he not already dead? The voices questioned. Honestly, they weren't too sure. He had bled enough to die from blood loss alone, yet his heart stubbornly continued to beat. Strider Jester's voice cut through the speculation. Stop his bleeding and put him in a cage. They would decide what to do with him later. Ida turned, her cloak billowing behind her. And Elena, follow me. Ida simply affirmed, yes. Meanwhile, sunlight streamed through the windows of a cozy, well-appointed room. The Red Tree dungeon was past the point where they could control it anymore, Ida explained. The village was at its limit. Elena gasped, asking how big it had gotten. The energy from the dungeon was leaking out to the neighboring areas, poisoning the land. A couple of days ago, one of the villagers had been pulled into the dungeon, never to be seen again. They were at a point where even the Striders couldn't hold it back. The dungeon had a parasitic property that made it expand its territory. The village could only contain it for so long. And in these troubling times, Ida lamented, Stechatellier had not only gotten the relic taken from her, but he was also her guide. Aida's expression hardens. None of the elders, including herself, would take this situation lightly. She is certain that Elder Olivia will agree with her as well. Meanwhile, a voice commands Stetch to get up. The explorer groans, sweat beading on his brow as he struggles to regain his senses. A sudden, violent intent fills the air, a disembodied voice screaming for death. The same voice declares judgment for the filthy human, the words echoing in a vast, unseen arena. Stetch, disoriented, wonders where he is. A voice assures him he's finally up. A spectral, skull-like entity tells Stetch that it can heal his body, but not wake his consciousness. It offers a quick summary. The entity explains that Stetch was about to die from an arrow, and it barely managed to save him. The skull-like entity continues, stating that Stetch has only just recovered after being passed for 4 days. The entity reveals the location. Human Stetch's trial, interrogation. An arena stretches out below, the crowd a silent mass awaiting the spectacle. The words echo and public execution. A voice cuts through the silence, granting permission. The human may speak. Ida, cloaked and hooded, recalls a past transgression. After you came into the dark forest, Stetch's eyes narrow, suspicion hardening his gaze. Stole the relic that Elena was protecting. Is this true? The question hangs heavy in the air. What happened to Elena? Look to your right. Elena's voice, tinged with bitterness, breaks the tension. Well, at least she's getting better treatment than I am. But a darker thought follows. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Stetch's expression shifts, a flicker of understanding crossing his face. A relic? What's that pendant? Yes, it's true. The grand building looms in the background, a silent witness to the unfolding drama. He stands alone, the weight of the accusations pressing down. What? Stetch's eyes widen, realization dawning. So it wasn't something important to just Elena? The accusation rings out, laying bare the alleged betrayal. Then you used that pendant and forced Relic Protector Elena to guide you through the forest. Aida's gaze is unwavering as she awaits confirmation. Is this also true? Yes. He could only watch as Strider Ida raised her hand, a guttural sound escaping her lips. Humans seem to only respond to human behavior, she growled. Aida's eyes narrowed. Let's see if he can still talk after this. The elf grips the bound man's arm, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He muses that this isn't standard for elves, but humans seem to only respond to human behavior. Sweat beads on the brow of Stechatellier, his wrists bound tightly. He grits his teeth against the pain. Meanwhile, a voice booms across a vast coliseum. Now let's begin. The elf states that the interrogation of his accomplice, Elena Drainoir, can now begin. He asks why she didn't request reinforcements after obtaining the relic. The elf presses, demanding to know why Elena Drainoir let that human blackmail them. Strider Ida explains that their entire tribe would be responsible if their relic protector lost the relic. She determined that his actions of destroying dungeons would prove helpful to elves in the long run. A voice declares that whether they believe it or not, it's true that he's the one. The image highlights that Elena Drainoir cleared both the dry route and small Bing dungeon. The L states that in order to clear a dungeon, one needs to have at least a mid-sized army with months of preparation. If what Ida is saying is true, then she must have seen what he brought into this forest. The question hangs in the air: how many soldiers and supplies is he hiding? Stechatelier's face is bruised and bloodied, but his gaze remains defiant. Aida's expression is stern. She declares that there is neither a hidden army nor supplies. Everything they've achieved, she says, was done by her and that human. Elena's name echoes in the chamber. Another elf, cloaked and hooded, cannot fathom what happened while Stech was with Elena. She demands to know why Ida is even protecting him. Stech simply states, "I'm not." Ida insists that she is saying this because it's the truth. Aida's eyes narrow, a silent tension filling the room. Another elf calls out, "Elder." Her expression is one of concern. Murmurs ripple through the assembled elves. What's going on? Is he really human? Meanwhile, in a dark arena, a figure is chained, surrounded by a sickly green energy. A passive skill, reflective skin, offers a low probability of reducing damage. 2 straight days. The tortured figure's face is a mask of defiance, scars etched deep into his skin. Let's see who's going to collapse first. A figure watches with a sinister smile, their eyes gleaming with cruel amusement. I don't know about that. He cracks his knuckles, a grim determination settling over his features as he prepares for whatever awaits him. A low growl echoes through the chamber, a primal sound that promises violence. Meanwhile, a monstrous armored bear, eyes burning with a malevolent red, stands ready to attack. The very concept of a domesticated armored bear seems impossible, a violation of the natural order. The beast's massive jaws open in a terrifying display of power, a question hanging in the air. How could such a creature ever be contained? Elsewhere, the hooded figure considers the situation, voicing a concern. If what Elena says is true, it might not be enough. The figure addresses someone unseen, a cold command cutting through the air. "Well, human." The figure demands a demonstration of abilities, the words laced with a subtle threat. Back in the arena, Stech steels himself, realizing they want him to fight the armored bear. He is surprised that they are not even going to give him a weapon. The hooded figure's voice echoes, taunting him about hiding and revealing a previously unknown feature. Now the figure asks, what's the plan? Stech prepares an energy attack, a dangerous glint in his eyes. He wonders how the armored bear will react to this. A blinding light erupts as a massive fireball hurtles forward. The armored bear roars as the fireball engulfs it. Meanwhile, Strider Ida observes the armored bear, commenting on its resilience. An unseen figure agrees. Stechatelie prepares another attack, a concentrated burst of air crackling around his fist. How's this then? With a shout, he unleashes the air burst. The concentrated force slams into the armored bear. The bear's eyes widen as the air burst impacts its armored hide. The armored bear is stunned by the force. The air burst continues to batter the armored bear, carving lines in the arena floor. The armored bear roars in pain as the air burst continues its assault. Strider Ida watches, concerned. The armored bear struggles against the relentless air burst. Strider Ida is surprised by the power of the attack. What the? Did that human shoot that? Stechatelie grits his teeth, focusing his energy on maintaining the air burst. The armored bear reels, struck by an unseen force. It lets out a deafening roar. Another blow lands, staggering the beast. A figure hangs in the air, poised to strike. Stech prepares his next move. How about this? The armored bear is suddenly engulfed in crackling electricity. Ida turns to Jester, concern etched on her face. What did you do, Jester? Did you give him an artifact or something? The armored bear snarls, smoke rising from its fur. Aida's expression hardens. More electricity crackles around the armored bear. Stech stands ready, his stance firm. A voice echoes, I know. It looks like electric-type attacks are effective, though. If that's... He reached forward, a fierce glint in his reddish-brown eyes. The case, he thought, was as good as closed. They could probably get him. So, this is where he ended up? Stech wondered if he was onto something by the way he was moving forward. And that pathfinding skill, didn't it not work in the first dungeon? He considered that he could use it in plant-based dungeons now that he already cleared one. And they did come to the right place. Did he really think he came here? Without a plan? Stech knew how much experience he had. The reason the roots extend this deep. The long-term effects of an underground. Click. Did he really think he came here? Sinkholes. An underground. And look at that. What did I tell you? Stech mutters, gazing up at the strange, glowing pods hanging from the cavern ceiling. The air hums with an unnatural energy, the source of which seems to emanate from the pulsating sacs. They look pretty, indeed, bathed in an eerie green light that filters through the dense foliage above. But something is off. A foul stench suddenly assaults his nostrils. Ugh, this stench. No way, he thinks, recoiling slightly. From this angle, A glint of steel can be seen reflecting the strange light. A sword lies discarded near the base of the pods, half submerged in a pool of viscous, green liquid. Inside one of the pods, a figure is curled up, seemingly dehydrated. I don't sense any life from them. Stetch observes, his expression grim. He reaches out towards one of the pods, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Everything in this pouch is probably... Suddenly, a sharp pain lances across his arm. His eyes widen in surprise as the pods stir to life. Sharp, claw-like appendages lash out from the pods, aiming to tear into him. You're not going to let me disturb. Stetch grits his teeth, his gaze hardening. Well, I don't plan on letting you eat peacefully either. He braces himself, ready to face the onslaught of the awakened pods. The air crackles with tension as the battle begins. A voice cuts through the darkness, demanding someone to wake up. A groan echoes from the depths of the cavern, a sign of life amidst the fallen. A figure stirs, his eyes opening to an unfamiliar scene. Oh, welcome back, a voice says, laced with concern. Do you know where you are? Panic rises in another voice. Our red tree dungeon. Why is there a human? We're all gonna die. A scream pierces the air, raw and filled with terror. The concerned voice snaps back, try to maintain order. Shut up and calm down. The voice continues, trying to reassure the panicked one. You haven't even died yet. Why are you so scared? Don't panic because of some plants. Take this, it's an escape scroll. Use this to leave once everyone else wakes up. Stetch Atelier, struggling against a restraining hand, declares, I gotta get going now, so... Another voice cries out, W8. Grabbing at Stetch, they ask, what are you talking about? I already checked all the pouches. The voice rises in defiance. No, there's still one person. The first voice, filled with conviction, states, he's the only reason we're still alive. The group is determined. We won't leave unless he... A voice echoes, urgently calling for Kane Drainoir. A confused query hangs in the air. Who? Darkness. Kane Drainoir, eyes closed in pain, is marked with crimson streaks. The air crackles with unseen energy. His face contorted, Kane wonders if they haven't had enough, realizing they're trying to squeeze more mana out of him. Red tendrils coil around Kane, binding him. He's at his limit, unable to give them more even if he wanted to. With a burst of speed, Carls grabs Kane, pulling him away from the danger. Through a nightmarish landscape of pulsating flesh and grasping tendrils, Carls carries Kane. A desperate voice calls out, Drainoir Nim. Carl's expression is grim, his eyes narrowed with determination as he continues to carry Kane. Carls pauses, seeing the tendrils attacking Kane. Damn, that looks like it hurts. Get off for a second. The tendrils lash out, striking Kane. He grits his teeth, bracing for the impact. This might hurt, eh? The injured figure winces, his hands raised defensively. U.S. Savage, be more gentle with Dash. Carls, carrying him, retorts, get him out if you have time to complain about being gentle. And make sure you use magic to treat him, not a potion. It'll just get worse for him if you use a potion. He urges, hurry up. The others are probably awake by now, too. The injured man weakly offers, thank you, for the scroll too. Carls wonders aloud. Drainoir. He's probably who I think he is, right? Who else would he be? Carls continues. Anyway, would it be safe to send him off alone? I guess he does have the escape scrolls. Drainoir replies, yeah, I can feel it. The owner of the dungeon behind that wall is thirsting to get their hands on me. Kinda pisses me off. Carls observes their surroundings. Red tree. I guess this is why they call it red. The tree looms, its presence ominous. It smells like blood, but it also uses actual blood to absorb nutrients. The red tree's path stretched onward, a disturbing landscape of crimson and decay. Drainoir paused, taking in the unsettling sight. He hadn't known plants as disgusting as this existed. Tendrils writhed around a central mass, a grotesque parody of plant life. A voice echoed, seemingly from the plant itself, demanding, do you have any information? Drainoir narrowed his eyes, studying the creature. It was likely a subspecies of the world tree, perhaps the same species as the one growing on top of the dungeon. The voice continued, laced with a strange, corrupted energy. It was so entrenched in mana that it was impossible to tell what it was initially supposed to be. It was just an abomination at this point. A flicker of understanding crossed Drainoir's face. Then, that's what we'll call it. Without warning, the abomination unleashed a burst of displaced air. The force of the air burst slammed into Drainoir, a wave of concussive energy. The abomination continued its assault, entangling its vines to ensnare the explorer. Drainoir's eyes widened. It's semi-sentient, he realized. The vines lashed out, seeking to bind him. With a surge of mana, Drainoir prepared his counterattack. Take this. Fireball. The fireball erupted, slamming into a wall of blood conjured by the abomination. What? A wall of blood? The red tree emanates a palpable aura, the air itself shimmering with crimson energy. Drainoir grits his teeth. This guy's too strong. None of his attacks are getting through. Electric attacks won't work either because it's a tree. It makes sense. That keeper has been on top of the dark forest food chain for centuries. The red tree seems to be saying it's not going to go down easy. Their mana, although you probably didn't notice, it makes sense that it's that strong. That person was a mage. Well, that might be why. These vines are no joke. The red tree unleashes a barrage of vines, each one crackling with raw power. Damn. Even with the assistance of his passive skills, Draenwar is struck by the vines. It could get dangerous with this kind of assistance of my passive skills. The red tree continues its relentless assault, the vines forming a deadly web around Draenwar. Tendrils, thick as pythons, constricted around him, threatening to crush the air from his lungs. He tilted back the vial, the liquid within a promise of restored strength. The only things he'd fought in this dungeon were plants, leaving him unable to absorb any proper mana. A gasp escaped the plant-like creature, its leafy headpiece rustling with a sudden movement. It had to save the mana for healing. Carls glared, a violet aura beginning to emanate from him. Don't get cocky, he thought. You're just a lump of mana. His eyes widened, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. A chilling sound echoed through the chamber. It was laughing. No way. Does this bastard ignore the dungeon keeper's basic instincts to protect the dungeon? Its influence stretches beyond the normal bounds of dungeon. The dungeon itself seemed to pulse with a sinister energy. It had no other monsters in its dungeon besides carnivorous plants. And it even has remediation to capture and store future nutrients. Carl stared at the monstrous plant, a grimace twisting his features. Does that mean it has an ego? Damn, the longer I look at it, the nastier it gets. He prepared to strike, his fist clenched. Crosswind, how dare a mere monster? He stood firm, the carnivorous flora surrounding him like grasping claws. Come at me again. Carls planted his feet, determination etched on his face. I'm going to kill you even if it's the last thing I do. The plant monster's maw opened, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, ready to tear flesh. The vines themselves were weapons, each strand a serrated blade waiting to strike. With a burst of speed, the plant unleashed its attack. Crosswind, automatic reflex. Carls braced himself, the wind picking up as the vines began to whip around him. His eyes narrowed, focusing on the patterns of the approaching vines. He noticed something, a subtle shift in the monster's movements. Carls moved with practiced ease, dodging the sweeping vines. Plants could be provoked too. A confident smirk played on his lips, knowing he had found an opening. The plant monster shrieked, its attack faltering. Keek, too painful for you to cut them into smaller, thinner strands. Carls crossed his arms, explaining his strategy. If you swing these giant vines around like that, it gives me just enough space to dodge them. To be honest, there was something I wanted to try against the armored bear, but I couldn't because there were too many people watching. The air crackled with unseen energy, but a sense of false security settled in. It will be fine here, he thought. Suddenly, the system announced the activation of a combination skill. Blazing Storm. The ancient bark of the red tree pulsed with an inner heat. A blinding light erupted from within, searing the air. The light intensified, a beacon of destructive energy. The branches writhed as the tree channeled the immense power. Deep within the gnarled wood, something monstrous stirred. The tree's maw opened, revealing rows of jagged teeth and the unbearable glare of the blazing storm. Sweat poured down Carl's face, the heat becoming unbearable. It's so damn hot, he cried, urging himself. Shoot as many as possible while you have a chance. The full might of the red tree's attack was now unleashed, a terrifying display of raw power. He scrambled back, desperate to escape the inferno. A guttural roar echoed through the cavern. Arc. They continue their assault, green energy crackling around them. The red tree seems determined to incapacitate Carls completely. A couple of seconds of paralysis is all the red tree needs. The red tree's body is made of strong and rough vines, but there's one part that it particularly cares for. The vines lash out, a flurry of motion. The attack continues, each strike carrying the weight of the forest itself. Carls grits his teeth, a flicker of defiance in his eyes. Did the red tree think he was enjoying this? The vines continue their relentless assault, each strike a painful reminder of the red tree's power. The vines tighten, their grip unyielding. Carls steels himself, thinking, why would something without a proper face have something like this? It's time to. A dark energy begins to emanate from Carls, a curse aura. Carls grits his teeth, realizing that just a curse aura won't be enough. Can he do a little more? Meanwhile, a new figure appears, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Oleniok is not going to allow someone to smirk at him. Even if it meant facing death again, Stechatelier's resolve remained unshaken. He channeled his energy, unleashing the power of the Cursed Devourer. The skill absorbed the cursed energy, preparing to amplify his abilities. Fireball evolved, transforming into the devastating Inferno. The air crackled with heat as Inferno ignited. Raw, magical power surged. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the search for answers continued. The 22nd Savior. A voice cut through the misty forest, inquiring about the dungeon's current state. One of the hooded figures pressed, wondering if the human was dead or alive. The response came, laced with uncertainty. There was no way to know. It had been a while since he entered, but no abnormal activity had been detected. Another figure stepped forward, declaring that the situation was as expected, and ordering the others to step aside, hinting at the red tree's involvement. The elf with red hair is at his limit, ready to try and suppress whatever force is at play. Bellinora objects, warning against such action. The elf warns against acting so rashly, his brow furrowed with concern. A sudden exclamation breaks the tension, as something unexpected occurs. A group of elves, surrounded by a faint green glow, urgently carries a wounded figure through the forest. The elf raises his hand, shouting for everyone to hold their fire. Captain Nazir urgently tries to explain who those people are, his expression strained. Bellinora and another elf exchange worried glances, the situation clearly dire. Relief washes over the elf's face as he realizes the wounded person is still alive, urging the others to move them to safety. The wounded figure lies unconscious, their face bearing the marks of a recent struggle. Elena rushes forward, calling out for her father. The elves discuss the wounded man, wondering if he might be the human they've been searching for. The elves tend to the wounded man, one of them calling out for Mother and another for Elena. Elena's relief is palpable. She expresses her gratitude that the others are safe. Another elf appears, shocked by the news. He admits that the situation is beyond his capabilities, requesting reinforcements for the dungeon. His expression is grim. The first elf explains that a human went in alone and saved them, even Drainoir. She continues, stating that no matter how powerful Drainoir is, it's impossible for a human to come out alive by himself. She begs for help. The second elf looks determined. He is shocked. He repeats the question, asking what about the dungeon. Nazir is called out by Elena, who insists that they have to assist the human. Jester and Ida are ready to go, stating that they're going in right now. They move quickly. A blue aura enveloped Stetch Atelier, the energy swirling around him as he recovered. How badly had he been injured that the healing was taking so long? He glanced up, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he saw a skull-like figure looming above. Someone exclaimed, "He's back!" A wave of relief washed over the crowd as they declared him their savior. The red tree had been cleared. The people cheered, their voices echoing through the area. "The human saved us!" A collective cry of freedom erupted. "We're free!" The city sprawls, a testament to time and stone. It has been too long since anyone has been to the northern border. The armored soldier urges haste, wanting to leave as soon as the soldiers arrive. But Ballstock calls out, stopping him. Ballstock wants the other soldier to stay and take care of some things for him. The soldier looks on, listening intently. A letter is passed between them, sealed with important information. It speaks of a new dungeon, discovered by a spy planted in the Geldia kingdom, who sent this information. The soldier is then told that the thing he wants him to take is to guard and obtain this artifact ASAP. This dungeon is technically in the Geldian territory, which could cause international conflicts, so he is warned to be careful and not get caught. He states that he'll head to the northern border first. Ballstock tells him to meet him there after he's done, and the soldier confirms. The two figures continued their trek through the forest, their cloaks rustling with each step. Carl spoke, prefacing his statement with a disclaimer. He wasn't racist, but wouldn't it be dangerous to go into a human village looking like that? The elf, Drainoir, looked surprised at the question, his expression questioning the ears or the face paint. Drainoir reassured him that as long as he had this mark, he looked like a normal human to others, though was useless to people who already knew his identity. Carl's considered this, thinking that he shouldn't be surprised, as certain elves could even detect dungeon formations. Drainoir explained that he could see the flow of mana, and sometimes mana concentrates to a singular point. The mana was so dense that they couldn't even look directly at it, and that's when a dungeon is formed. Inside a room, the group continued their discussion. Carl's confirmed that what Drainoir was saying was that a dungeon just formed, and Drainoir agreed. At least no one would be there to get in their way. Stetch said they had to clear it just for a bit before the others heard about it. Drainoir asked when they were leaving. Bellinora declares she's going along, prompting a surprised reaction. Someone muses on her old-fashioned nature, noting her willingness to repay her village's debt. The elf's gaze is fixed ahead, a silent question hanging in the air. The man acknowledges the usefulness of an elf's abilities, though he finds it a little overwhelming. She demonstrates her elven mobility, moving with incredible speed. Powerful archery is on display. Bellinora's eyes narrow, focusing on something in the distance. The man notes a small village ahead, planning to rest there before continuing their journey in another week. The village sprawls before them. The man cautions Bellinora that even if she appears human, her actions might betray her true nature. He wonders if she has forgotten about her bounty. The man scoffs at a wanted poster, remarking that the picture is supposed to be him, and he's not even wearing the same outfit anymore. A guard asks the man his name, to which he replies, Brian Gosling. The woman with blonde hair is asked if she is an acquaintance, and then what her name is. She responds, Selena Grace. Nearby, a man in a hard hat simply hums, observing the exchange. A hand presents a permit. A voice says, have a nice day. The view opens up to reveal a bustling town. A voice muses, not bad. Stechatellier approaches Selena Grace, stating he has a question. She simply replies, yeah. He is immediately confronted. Why did you lie about your name? A spectral green skull looms behind Stechatellier as he sweats, remembering, damn, I forgot. You never told her that you're currently wanted. Stechatellier attempts to deflect. Well, let's go inside first. I'll tell you everything. The entrance to a building comes into view. Inside, the tavern is bustling. A voice shouts, you damn liar. Selena Grace, now inside the tavern, comments, it's a little loud compared to the forest, right? Stechatellier replies, a little. You'll get used to it. A hand reaches for a frothy mug of beer, anticipating that it will be. The elf's expression is unreadable, her gaze fixed on something unseen. She lifts a large wooden barrel to her lips, taking a long swig. Brian Gosling watches her, a hint of concern in his eyes. She doesn't like it? Brian sighs, holding a device to his ear. I know. I just don't understand why humans drink that stuff. Sigh. It's okay. Let's just talk. A barrel sits next to a plate of bread on a wooden table. So this is how I got here. Selena Grace's expression hardens. In the end, you even got a bounty because of him. Brian looks away, a shadow crossing his face. It's a personal reason, so you can go. Back to the forest if you don't want to help. Brian Gosling's expression is grim. I think your desire for revenge is reasonable. I regret to inform you that I'm not as kind of person as you think I am. Selena Grace and Brian Gosling face each other, a tense silence hanging in the air. I'd have to be a mindless idiot or a hypocrite to stop you. So that's what he meant when we first met. And you even saved our entire species from extinction. Elsewhere, a group of people stand in a forest. In the name of Drainoir, I will repay my debts until I deem it enough. Selena Grace's companions agreed with her assessment, though the task ahead weighed heavily on the explorer's mind. He sighed, feeling unable to refuse such a determined request. The elf acknowledged the difficulty of their goal. Getting revenge against the king was no small feat, but she believed they were capable. Delicate fingers carefully manipulated a glowing green ring, its purpose yet unknown. The explorer hushed them, his finger raised to his lips. He paused, listening intently. Did you hear? He whispered. The conversation shifted to the dangers of the roads. The man with red hair dismissed it, explaining that the area was known for robberies. The roads were indeed dangerous. It was said that victims lost consciousness and had everything stolen, leading to the assumption that the thieves were human. The pair discussed the implications of soldiers patrolling the area. It was going to be a problem. The roads held unknown dangers, and they had no idea what lurked within the forest. The man, Stechatellier, seemed surprised by something. He peered into the wooden container, lost in thought. Elsewhere, a town bustled with activity, its buildings reaching towards the sky. A call went out. Those planning to travel on the feeding line should gather immediately, as it was one of the main trading routes. Reports of incidents had been increasing, prompting the dispatch of soldiers, though the resolution would take time. The merchants, having hired mercenaries, were pairing with individuals who couldn't protect themselves, forming groups with similar destinations and schedules. The explorer's gaze sharpens, a silent calculation unfolding behind his eyes. He muses to himself that this could be advantageous, wondering who would be good for this. A man approaches, asking which direction they are traveling in. The man leans against a wagon, awaiting their response. He inquires if they're also heading there, offering to accompany them. Stech and Selena exchange glances, considering the offer. The man smiles, suggesting they ask someone else. He suggests they ask Farquaad Filch, a pretty famous merchant. The man thinks that Farquaad Filch looks like such a pain in the ass. Stech's expression hardens, a hint of annoyance flickering across his face. The man with the crimson hair puffs out his chest, a slight irritation in his tone. He thought he had already made his intentions clear. The town bustled with activity, people moving about their daily lives. The man's voice echoes slightly, as he asks if they are adventurers. The two figures continue their walk, one of them letting out a humph of acknowledgement. The man with the crimson hair acknowledges the other's ability to protect themselves, but warns them not to get in the way. The man suggests they leave, offering a ride on his cart, stating that the previous task was easier than he thought. The rustling of leaves fills the air as the man asks exactly what it is they do, if they don't mind him asking. The man with the crimson hair explains that they are dungeon explorers, making a living by scavenging dungeons for anything valuable. Carl chimes in, saying he also wanted to be an adventurer or an explorer. Selena Grace listens intently as the man with the crimson hair recounts a story about being injured by a goblin when he was younger. A voice speaks, addressing Elena, stating that between the two of them, the man with the crimson hair states that she is the most sensitive to imminent danger, but doubts something will happen on the first day, asking her to look out for anything suspicious. Selena Grace agrees, stating that it is done. The darkness presses in, a silent observer to the flickering firelight. Over the flames, skewered meats sizzle, their savory aroma a stark contrast to the potential dangers lurking just beyond the trees. Stechatellier, cloaked and hooded, surveys the surrounding woods. He sees nothing out of the ordinary, at least not yet. Nearby, a traveler hopes their current peace will last. She suddenly whirls around, her expression a mask of alarm. Carl's face contorts with a grimace, the air around him shimmering with displaced energy. The mana particles are already dispersing. He realizes the threat already fading. Selena Grace grits her teeth, knowing they're all going to fall for it at this rate. Were those assailants? One of the figures curses under his breath. Why do they have so many mercenaries? Another notes that everything the dude has on will probably sell for a lot. The mercenaries stand in the shadows, their faces obscured, but their intent clear. One of the masked figures questions if they're taking everything. Nearby, a man is warned not to touch the other people. The man with the green cloak states that they can't let a single one pass, agreeing with someone off-panel. Someone reports to their boss that there's a problem. The group continues to advance through the forest. The man with red hair questions why someone is still moving. A figure on the ground says to just knock. The masked figures yell in unison. The man with red hair accuses someone of using magic to steal and ganging up on people. A fist connects with a face. Another fist connects with a face. The man with red hair prepares to fight, stating that they will see what happens. He spat the words out, a challenge hanging in the air. How could they possibly hope to deal with him? The crimson-haired warrior stood over the fallen, a silent testament to his power. Carls, watching from the edge of the clearing, could only exclaim in disbelief. The others looked on, their faces etched with confusion. The spell should have been working. What was happening? A green aura flared around Stechatellier, a passive skill kicking in. He found it pretty cool. The connection was growing stronger, a spectral skull looming behind him. But Stech didn't like the sound of it. That was his line. Carls urged his boss to intervene, his voice laced with desperation. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure watched from the shadows, murmuring in disbelief. Someone who could withstand this. He hadn't even known it was possible. The small, cloaked figure, Shale, seemed unfazed. There was nothing to see here. He was a weird one, after all. The dark-haired man questioned if Stech was even being affected by the spell, revealing their original plan to simply take the goods and leave. Stech warned them not to make things more complicated than they needed to be, his voice a low growl. He turned away, posing the question. Would they just ignore it if they were him? He lay still for a moment, absorbing the magical assault. A grim resolve hardened his features. It was time. Elsewhere, Shale declared the end of the charade. Rising to his feet, Stech was now wreathed in a blue aura, the air crackling with contained power. Carls, too, felt the surge of energy around him, a mixture of awe and trepidation etched on his face. With a burst of speed, he launched a kick, the force behind it amplified by the swirling blue energy. The magical force slammed into Carls, eliciting a pained grunt. Stech's brow furrowed, his mind racing to understand his opponent's tactics. He had vanished and reappeared in an instant. The energy continued to batter Carls, who could only manage a strangled. What do you do? Stech, now surrounded by a crimson aura, prepared for another assault. The force of the blow sent Carls reeling backwards, his body a ragdoll against the unseen power. Stech watched, impressed. Damn, he thought he's amazing. He's resisting Shale's magic with sheer will. And he's still fighting back. He's no weakling. Shale, however, was growing impatient. Can you hurry up before complaining? He snapped. Stechatellier smirks, pleased with the situation. He muses that there's one more thing he wants to get hold of. A hooded figure, hands glowing with power, asks if more is desired. A man lies prone, looking up, as a voice declares they should take him too. Meanwhile, two figures stand in a forest clearing, one protesting that their base will be compromised. The other urges haste before Shale passes out. Selena Grace observes that he definitely disappeared for a bit. Stech's smirk widens as he looks off into the distance. Selena Grace wonders if he is really a normal thief, and admits she has no idea why he's taking Artellier with him. A figure perched high in a tree decides they have no choice but to follow them. Elsewhere, Stech smiles, flanked by two figures. The forest stands silent, bathed in a bluish light. A skull-like figure of green energy chides someone for passing out too often lately, reminding them that they even have it with them. It accuses them of always having their guard down against other humans. Carl's, sweating and distressed, wonders what he was supposed to do against someone who just disappears, lamenting that he was just a punching bag at that point. A voice echoes, filled with frustration. They lament the unpredictable nature of enemy spells and question if their allies truly grasp the gravity of fighting alongside them. Another voice chimes in, laced with sarcasm, questioning why someone only offers their opinions after the battle is already over. The air is thick with the aroma of freshly brewed tea, as someone mutters under their breath, their words lost in the steam rising from the mug. Carls warns, his arms crossed, his expression stern. He reminds them not to become complacent simply because they are within the relative safety of their base. A hand extends, offering something unseen. A voice, tinged with a hint of apology, suggests that someone is being overly sensitive before promising an introduction. A new figure steps forward, a confident smile playing on his lips. "My name is Garrett," he announces, extending an invitation. "Become my comrade." The man prepares to formally introduce himself. He states his name is Garrett, a patriot who genuinely loves this kingdom. He is the righteous bandits' leader in service of the people. A man scoffs, questioning the patriotism of a kingdom like Venezia. The man states his name is Brian. A hand reaches out, as if offering something. The text reads, "Become my comrade." Garrett extends his hand, an offer hanging in the air. Brian questions if he looks stupid, asking why he would join a ragtag of bandits. Brian asks if their dream is becoming the bandit king. Garrett warns him to watch his tone, stating they're a righteous outlaw group. They don't just rob all merchants. The text states they only rob the shady ones to give back to the people. Brian retorts that a bandit is just a bandit. One man questions the wisdom of recruiting someone unwilling, while the other, seated at the table, asserts that his instincts are never wrong. In the shadows, a hooded figure prompts questions. What do you mean by beggar? And who is responsible for this situation? A hand slams down on the table. The man with red hair declares that he has an eye for finding diamonds. Close up. A man's face is slick with sweat, his expression a mask of pain and shock. Meanwhile, torches ignite, illuminating the night as a cry rings out. An ambush. The injured man's face contorts in a silent scream. A voice booms out, questioning the shabby security and accusing someone of stealing from the base. Who is there? Panic rises as arrows rain down from the darkness. One of the figures admits he doesn't know where they're coming from. Selena Grace arrives just in time, her voice calm amidst the chaos. She instructs the others to check on the injured first. The injured man is helped to his feet. Another asks if they had reinforcements. Selena calls out, guiding Gosling to safety. The red-haired man questions if Selena killed all the guards. A voice echoes through the forest, declaring that the speaker has taken care of their targets, ensuring they won't be moving for a while. Two figures lie prone near the base of a large tree, seemingly incapacitated. A third figure looks down at them, muttering about the poor dudes. A shout pierces the quiet of the forest. Hey! Gasping for breath, a figure with a high ponytail struggles to keep up. "Y'all are so fast," he manages to say between ragged breaths. Brian Gosling, his arm bandaged, stumbles slightly as he moves through the forest, his breath coming in short, shallow gasps. Selena Grace's expression is unreadable as she glances back, her blonde hair swaying slightly with her movement. Carl's voice cuts through the air, addressing Selena, says you should be way behind us. Gosling's face is etched with determination. "If I fail to convince you, I can't just let you go. You know what's going on." Carl's expression hardens, his jaw tightening. Persistent. Enough is enough. The sound of something impacting the ground echoes through the trees. The figure with the ponytail winces, his eyes widening as he looks towards the source of the sound. A sudden, sharp sound fills the air as Selena is struck from behind. She felt a strange energy wash over her, a ripple in the very air. Had something just passed through? This time too, Selena muttered, a warning echoing in her mind. "Be careful. Your abdomen." An unseen force lashed out, but the cloaked figure responded instantly. Automatic reflect. The figure, breathing heavily, watched as someone retreated into the distance. Had he blocked it? The retreating figure's steps left a faint, glowing trail. The cloaked figure's expression was grim, his eyes narrowed. The explanation came. "Look at his shoulder. That's an artifact that lets you travel between the physical and spiritual realm. And that's why he looks like a ghost to you." Brian Gosling looked on, bewildered. What the hell is the physical and spiritual realm? From the shadows, a voice echoed, sounding ominous. "It'll be hard for humans, to follow him. So follow my instructions." Meanwhile, the cloaked figure addressed the others. "I found you." Carl's responded with a determined, "Right." The cloaked figure unleashed a torrent of energy. Crosswind. His side exposed, Drainoir clutches at his ribs, a pained grunt escaping his lips. A wide, predatory grin splits Selena Grace's face as she calls out her own name. An unseen force sends someone hurtling backwards through the air. Selena clicks her tongue in annoyance. The masked figure looks up, wondering what kind of eyes Drainoir possesses to react to their boss's attacks. With a swift motion, Selena strikes, questioning if a human could even perceive what she's doing. Drainoir is sent flying, but the masked figure notes that his movements are improving. The masked figure's eyes narrow, realizing that the longer the fight goes on. A hand glows with golden energy as someone declares they have to help him. A figure cries out in pain as they are struck by a projectile. Shale stands firm, declaring that she will not let anyone get between them. A figure orders others to get her as a group rushes forward. The text box displays the active skill, Gust Wind. It invokes a strong gust to shift the enemy's center of gravity. Selena Grace, with hands outstretched, calls upon the power of the wind. Caught in the sudden gale, one of the bandits is lifted off his feet. He shouts in disbelief, "Ugh, she can use magic skills too?" Another bandit, eyes wide with panic, screams as the gust threatens to carry him away. A voice from the shadows urges, "TC them." One of the bandits recognizes their attackers. Those are the bandits who've been attacking the feeding line. Another bandit grins, seeing reinforcements arrive. "Hey, more reinforcement." A third bandit agrees, "Deal." A larger bandit shouts, "Those guys, with all of them." From behind, the bandits prepare to strike. "You'd better be ready." The bandits charge forward, weapons raised. One of the bandits, caught in the chaos, cries out, "Wait, I'm a part of your dash." Another bandit, squinting in the dim light, mutters, "It's dark, and that dumbass named Farquaad seems to have misunderstood something." The thought of running flashed through his mind, but the consequences weighed heavily. To flee now would be to invite a relentless pursuit, branded as an accomplice. He clenched his jaw, the weight of his decision settling upon him. There was no other path forward. He had no other choice. With a surge of resolve, Stechatelier drew his blade, the steel singing as it left its sheath. This was no longer about escape. It was about survival. This was self-defense. A firm grip tightens around the sword's hilt. If this is how the situation pans out, there is no other choice. With a determined yell, the sword is swung in a wide arc, ready to meet any challenge. A voice echoes with a declaration of counterattack. A small figure, cloaked and masked, looks up in bewildered shock. "What happened?" A concerned voice asks, "Yo, are you okay?" Meanwhile, the location has been exposed by the people they robbed this morning. They even brought extra reinforcements. Especially that one over there. Most weapons don't even work on him. The only thing they haven't tried yet is magic. A skeptical voice questions, "You think you can handle him?" The figure, shrouded in a hooded cloak and masked, focuses intently, energy crackling around their outstretched hands. They're determined to try. The active skill, Drag, level 3, promises to reduce the chosen target's movement speed by 30%, though the chance of failure depends on the target. A figure encased in full armor is now surrounded by a swirling orange aura, glyphs of power shimmering around them. The man with the knife notes that the armored figure has a coating of magic resistance. The man grips his knife tighter, resolving to take care of the armored figure himself. They're really out to get them today, and he can't believe they got such expensive equipment. At least the armored figure is the only one wearing the coated armor. The man orders Shale to stay and support everyone with magic. A surge of blue magical energy emanates from an unseen source. The magical energy slams into its target. The armored figure cries out in surprise as the magic hits. The man raises his knife, preparing to strike. The armored figure staggers, electrical sparks dancing around their form. The man curses the face guard, realizing he needs just one more hit. The man with the knife lunges forward, his face contorted in a grimace as he prepares to strike. But before he can connect, a blinding flash of light erupts, pushing him back. The armored figure stumbles, momentarily stunned by the sudden burst of energy. A voice echoes, commanding him to stay back. Shale unleashes a torrent of fiery magic, engulfing the armored figure in a searing inferno. The air crackles with heat, and the smell of ozone fills the air. The magic swirls around him, a vortex of golden light and raw power. "What? This magic?" Shale exclaims, surprised by the effectiveness of the spell. The armored figure cries out in agony, sweat pouring down his face. "Ah! It burns!" The magic burns against the armor, testing its defenses. Sparks fly as the man-made magic resistance is put to the ultimate test. From a distance, Shale observes the scene, a green skull hovering behind him. He remarks, "A man-made magic resistance armor blocking my skills? What a joke. You look a little excited." Despite the burning magic, the armored figure remains standing, though clearly struggling. "Ugh," he groans, fighting through the pain. With a surge of adrenaline, he raises his sword, preparing to strike back against the magical assault. The air vibrates with anticipation. "WOH!" he roars, bringing the blade down with tremendous force. He held the claymore aloft, the massive blade glinting in the dim light. The weight of it seemed inconsequential as he prepared to bring it down. With a grunt, the armored figure swung the massive sword downwards, the air whistling as it cut through the space. Meanwhile, Shale scoffed, his expression one of bored amusement. "You think it's my first time fighting big guys like you?" The man continued, his voice dripping with disdain. "You're basically an open book at this point. I'm kind of over it." In the background, the armored figure continued his assault. Elsewhere, a beam of light pierced through the forest canopy, illuminating the scene below. Selena Grace plummeted from the heavens, a blur of blonde hair and flowing fabric against the twilight sky. The armored figure paused mid-swing, his helmeted head tilting in surprise at the sudden arrival. Her blue eyes narrowed, Selena Grace focused her gaze on the scene unfolding below. With a resounding crash, Selena Grace landed, kicking up dust and scattering debris as she made her entrance. A close-up revealed the armored figure's helmet, now marred with a streak of fresh blood. Shale spoke to the other man, his tone conversational. What happened to playing hard to get? They mistook me as a part of your gang. A voice echoed, filled with reluctant resolve. So I couldn't even run away. I don't like the Venetian family anyway. I guess I might as well help you guys as a fuck-up. Stechatellier extends his hand, a surge of green energy crackling around his palm. He utters a single, potent word, arc. The incantation unleashes a torrent of emerald light, engulfing the figures before him. The air crackles with arcane power. One of the figures winces, his face contorted in pain as the green energy courses through him. A silent scream etches itself onto his features. Terror grips the faces of the others. Their eyes widen in disbelief and dawning horror as the spell takes hold. Even the forest seems to hum with the spell's energy, the very air shimmering with green light. The figures writhe, their bodies convulsing as the spell intensifies. The green light burns brighter, searing their forms. Elsewhere, the forest floor, bathed in an ethereal purple glow, remains undisturbed by the events unfolding nearby. A voice, laced with frustration, echoes through the trees. Those damn adventurers. Bound tightly with thick ropes, a man strains against his restraints, his face a mask of anger and desperation. Stechatellier grabs the bound man's face, his grip firm and unforgiving. Hey, let's get one thing straight, he snarls. The captive retorts, why are you blaming me for you getting in this mess? Stechatelier's expression hardens. Why did you track us down? I erased all of our tracks. The captive grunts, bound tightly. Stechatellier stands nearby, his expression unreadable. A hooded figure looks up at him, while another man with red hair stands off to the side. Stechatellier turns slightly, his gaze shifting. A voice muses, damn, there are people who still use tracking medallions? The captive is addressed. That's why we told you, to let us handle the merchant's goods. This is what happens when you just take things. Stechatellier looks down, the hooded figure beside him. He thinks, how was I supposed to know he was this hysteric? The red-haired man says, good job, both of you. The red-haired man drinks from a container. Stechatellier is nearby, and the man asks, didn't you say you were sick of them too? The red-haired man continues, you're not completely wrong, but, so what's your goal? Cool. Do you also have a bit of history with Venezia? The scene shifts to a group of people working on something on the ground. The captive is there as well. A voice narrates, I guess so. The Venetian family has been broken for a long time, using the fear of neighboring kingdoms. They've accumulated an extreme amount of wealth by squeezing money out of its citizens and allies. Stechatellier looks on, saying, I can't just watch my country go on like this. The captive snores. A voice says, this guy is one of the main lobbyists in Venezia. A voice explains, in return, he's exempt from paying taxes in Venezia. I told you we don't just rob anyone. We have. Stechatellier remarks that their goals are similar, but the other man's method is going to take way too long. The other man asks what he means, but Stechatellier dismisses it as something personal. The man asks if he can go now. Stechatellier asks if he's planning to stop him again, and if he plans on revealing their existence to anyone. He retorts that he has better things to worry about. A voice declares that an enemy of my enemy is a friend. Someone announces that they don't think they can operate from here anymore, and that they're moving to a different base, so pack your bags in an hour. Until next time, Brian. Meanwhile, a man offers his hand. Someone says that they personally don't want to be associated with him, but if it's meant to be, they'll meet again. Two hands shake. Brian wondered aloud if they had arrived, his voice echoing slightly in the open space. Elena confirmed that they had reached their destination. The elf from before marveled at her own ability to detect dungeons, though she admitted it might simply be because this one was new. Brian noted how clean and sleek the dungeon appeared, suggesting they move forward. The pair continued deeper into the dungeon's depths, the sound of their footsteps echoing off the stone walls. Brian pointed out a goblin lurking in the shadows. Elena remarked that it was a perfect monster for a baby dungeon, inquiring if Brian had ever fought a goblin before. Brian admitted he didn't know much about the goblins they might encounter in this particular forest. Elena cautioned Brian to be careful of the goblins they would meet here. She pointed out the crude construction. It looked a bit makeshift, but Elena knew it was still a lethal trap. She wondered if it was the work of goblins. Brian examined the mechanism. Yeah, he confirmed, his gaze fixed on the crude axe suspended above the path. As you can see, goblins are particularly clever with things like this. The trap triggered with a snap of taut rope and a metallic shank. If you don't fall for their traps, they'll come to you. A chorus of guttural shrieks echoed through the dungeon as a horde of goblins descended upon them. Brian, unflinching, began to channel his mana, a golden light coalescing in his outstretched hand. A roaring inferno erupted, consuming the goblins in a searing blast of heat. The flames danced hungrily, reducing the goblins to charred husks. The air crackled with residual heat and the stench of burnt flesh. Brian, the green glow of mana still swirling around his hand, cautioned, "Keep that in mind. Goblins in dungeons are dangerous, but now they're just mana supplements to me." Elena remained silent, her expression unreadable as she watched Brian. The dungeon air hangs heavy, thick with the scent of damp stone and something else, something acrid and unfamiliar. Two ornate, golden pendants swing gently from their chains, their movements almost hypnotic. A single, crystalline charm dangles from a delicate chain, its facets catching the faint light and scattering it in a myriad of shimmering patterns. A faint hum vibrates in the air around it. Millie, her brow furrowed in thought, speaks. "According to Sir Ballstock, because this is such a new dungeon, there will be fewer monsters, and the dungeon keeper will be weak." Raymond sighs. "I guess the timing is good, but isn't there anyone who can use Pathfind on our team? It's so annoying." The elf from before, Millie agrees. "That's true." Emmerich adds, "Wait, something's off." A gloved hand hovers near a stone pressure plate, the mechanism clearly disarmed. "This trap has already been deactivated," a voice observes. "Maybe another monster with intelligence disarmed it." Millie shakes her head, her expression troubled. "No, those guys would have used their bodies. They wouldn't have been this meticulous." Emmerich, his gaze sweeping the silent corridors, adds, "Actually, I also think something's off. I know it's a new dungeon, but we haven't seen a single monster yet, not even a slime." Raymond pauses, his brow furrowed in thought. "I think there might be something there." The scene shifts to a gruesome sight, a pile of goblin corpses, all charred and burnt beyond recognition. "Goblin corpses?" someone murmurs. "Did a troll come by here?" Another voice replies, "No, all the corpses were burnt." Millie's eyes narrow, a sense of unease creeping into her voice. There's no way a flame monster would appear in a newly formed dungeon. That means there's someone else here. Meanwhile, Raymond urges, "Let's hurry. We can't let them take the artifact before us." The two figures stride purposefully toward a distant, glowing object, their shadows stretching long in the eerie light. The air hung thick with a metallic tang of blood. He could not see who was nearby, but Raymond felt the hairs on the back of his neck prickle with a primal warning. His gloved hand pressed against the cold, damp stone of the dungeon wall, searching for any clue, any sign of what lay ahead. Elena wondered if it was here, but Raymond, his senses on high alert, declared that it was probably the dungeon keeper. Raymond confirmed, his voice low, that it was a monster called Aga. A disembodied voice echoed, revealing a critical weakness. Unless you can damage all 9 of its eyes at the same time, it would be impossible to defeat. The same voice warned that the Agaway wouldn't go down easily. Raymond, his brow furrowed with concern, stated that he could tell. The Agaway loomed, its multiple eyes gleaming in the dim light of the dungeon. Reacting on instinct, he turned and fled, the monstrous form of the Agaway spurring him into a desperate sprint. The Agaway struck, its attack a blur of motion and raw power. The monster's hand crackled with green energy, a prelude to the devastating blow about to fall. The Agaway lunged, its gaping maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth, ready to tear Raymond apart. A piercing scream tears through the dungeon air. Raymond's face contorts in terror, his voice cracking as he unleashes a desperate cry. Emmerich and Brian exchange worried glances. "Hurry," Brian urges, his voice tight with urgency. "They're the dungeon keeper already." A surge of energy crackles through the air, accompanied by a guttural roar. "Someone's there!" A voice booms, though the speaker remains unseen. Elena's brow furrows with concern, her eyes narrowing as she peers into the shadows. "Is it them?" she wonders aloud, her voice barely a whisper. With practiced precision, Elena raises her bow, knocking an arrow. Her gaze is fixed, her focus absolute as she prepares to strike. An unseen force descends upon the Agaway, a flurry of blows striking the monstrous creature with blinding speed. The dungeon keeper reels from the sudden assault. A figure shrouded in shadow stands amidst the chaos, a strange artifact glowing in their grasp. "I can tell why the goblins were slaughtered," the figure muses. "But we have to secure the artifact." Brian's eyes widen in surprise, a gasp escaping his lips as he witnesses the unfolding events. He readies himself for battle. A target is revealed, marked with strange symbols and glowing with an eerie light. The air crackles with anticipation. Emmerich's expression hardens, his resolve solidifying. "Stick one into that man's back," he commands, his voice firm and unwavering. Brian draws back his bowstring, channeling his energy into the arrow. He prepares to unleash the penetrating shot, LV4, focusing his skill proficiency. Elena, activating shooting assistance, LV3, locks on her target. "I don't know who you are, but," she mutters, her voice laced with determination. The hooded figure's voice echoes, a final, ominous farewell. "Goodbye." A sudden, violent force rips through the air. He is thrown back, a surge of green energy erupting around him as he struggles to maintain his footing. Emmerich's eyes widen in alarm, witnessing the unseen assault. The hooded figure's eyes glow with an unnatural purple light. A blinding golden light engulfs the hooded figure, another blow landing with devastating force. The hooded figure cries out, the impact driving the air from his lungs. A voice calls out, concern lacing every word. Are you okay, Emmerich? Another, more aggressive voice demands, who the hell are you guys? Flames dance across A's fingertips, the source of the golden assault now revealed. The hooded figure's voice drips with sarcasm, a hint of desperation beneath the surface. You're not going to say some nonsense like, how you didn't realize I was a human, right? The speaker notes the killing intent behind the attack. Emmerich, still reeling, wonders aloud. Did that man shoot that fireball just now? The unseen observer pieces together the truth. The burnt goblins, the relentless assault. All done by this man. He's dangerous. The hooded figure, now surrounded by a protective aura of green energy, prepares to retaliate. Are you? A voice pressed, demanding an answer. The reply came, a single, terse word, arc. A surge of green energy crackles around the man, his face contorted in effort. The green energy coalesces into a formidable shield, deflecting the incoming assault. Stechatellier focuses, green energy swirling in his hands. It's a magic tool, he realizes, capable of absorbing and redirecting energy outside the shield. The man behind the shield grits his teeth, wondering if Stetch's attack is ineffective against his defense. Sweat beads on the brow of the man, who realizes that Stechatellier is definitely not a normal magician. A monstrous roar echoes as a grotesque creature with a gaping maw appears. The shield shatters, splintering into fragments of light. Meanwhile, Selena Grace watches Stetch, wondering who these humans are. The elf resolves that they can take care of them first. Stechatellier glances back at Selena Grace. He agrees he's down to fight. He prepares for the next attack. The warrior grits his teeth, a surge of power emanating from his body. Selena Grace, bow drawn, declares shoot. A volley of arrows streaks through the air, aimed with deadly precision. Another warrior, caught in the barrage, steels herself, whispering, stay calm. Selena Grace watches her arrows fly, a determined glint in her eyes. We're going to take them down one by one. The auburn-haired warrior faces her own opponent as a burgundy-haired man, bound and helpless, thinks, a whip sword. The bound man, Emmerich, is caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the weapon. What? A shield slams into an unseen foe, the force of the blow amplified by magical energy. The shield bash connects, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. Another archer takes aim, his eyes narrowed in concentration. All right, his stance is broken. I can't miss this. The warrior prepares a final, devastating attack. Cross. The wind whips around him, a vortex of raw power. He reels back, surprised. Is this magic as well? A barrage of spears flies toward the masked figure. The figure clicks their tongue, clearly annoyed. They'll be at a disadvantage at this rate. Selena Grace grits her teeth, frustrated. Their combo attacks keeping interrupted by that woman. The man in the cloak clenches his fist, demanding to know who they are and why they are targeting him. The armored figure declares that they don't want to give a single piece of information to their enemies. The cloaked man observes that they seem like trained professionals and asks if there are any guesses as to who they might be. He wonders how he would know, stating he has no idea who would even want to target him, unless... The man in the cloak thinks to himself that no amount of magic would be able to track someone down in a place like this. He wonders if they are after the artifact, not him, or if they are after the keeper's loot drop. The woman with orange hair changes plans, telling Raymond and Emmerich to take the guy. One of the men agrees to take care of the girl. A monstrous roar echoes through the area. A towering creature looms, its jaws lined with rows of razor-sharp teeth. Selena Grace notes that he is back to full health, but the protagonist, Stechatellier, observes that he's wilder. The group continues onward, deeper into the unknown. Meanwhile, the orange-haired figure prepares for battle, energy crackling around her. The blonde-haired elf draws her weapon, ready to strike. Together, they face a monstrous being, its many eyes gleaming with malevolence. The creature's gaping maw reveals a swirling vortex of blue energy. She is engulfed in a torrent of blue energy, the air crackling with power as she cries out a name. Elena. Behind the swordsman, a figure with crimson hair sneers, his words laced with disdain. If you have time to pay attention to them. The swordsman brings his blade around in a wide arc, the steel glinting under the dim light. The crimson-haired figure clicks his tongue, a sound of annoyance escaping his lips. Green energy coalesces around his fist as he speaks, his tone dismissive. How about you mind your own business, and take care of yourself instead? An air burst erupts in front of the swordsman, a desperate defense against an unseen threat. Behind the shield, Raymond's face is etched with worry as he shouts, Hurry, Raymond. The figure from before is once again surrounded by crackling blue energy. The crimson-haired figure's eyes widen in surprise. Asterisk crosswind should still be active. Asterisk. Raymond and another figure stand ready, the archer drawing back his bow, prepare to fire. The crimson-haired figure's thoughts turn to elimination. Asterisk, this is going to be more annoying than I thought. I guess I should get rid of these guys. Asterisk. His priorities shift, a new concern taking hold. Before checking up on Elena, she stands ready, Selena Grace, her gaze fixed on the unseen threat. Raymond stands beside her, prepared for battle. Suddenly, a blast of wind tears through the air, an unseen force striking with incredible power. The gust wind intensifies, buffeting Selena Grace and Raymond, threatening to sweep them off their feet. The wind attack reaches a crescendo, a shattering force of pure energy unleashed against them. Raymond grits his teeth, analyzing the attack. The wind, he realizes, is carrying fire. Selena Grace and Raymond brace themselves, preparing for a shift in tactics, ready to engage in close combat. With a sharp movement, Selena Grace deflects an incoming blow, the force of the impact reverberating through her arm. Selena Grace declares, her voice ringing with confidence, that her skill is not limited to range combat. Her eyes narrowed, Selena Grace prepares to strike back, her expression a mask of determination. The unseen enemy retaliates with a powerful stomp, the ground cracking under the force of the blow. Raymond steels himself, ready to face the enemy head-on, declaring that he will not lose. A sudden impact shakes the air, the sound echoing as the unseen enemy strikes once more. She grits her teeth, her knuckles white as she clenches her fist. The air crackles with unseen energy, a prelude to the coming strike. The blow lands with a resounding force, the air itself seeming to shatter around the point of impact. The figure with orange hair declares, with fierce determination, that they will not lose. Both fighters lock eyes, a silent promise of the struggle to come. The dungeon corridor stretches ahead, a claustrophobic arena for the battle about to unfold. A blur of motion signals the start of the clash. The weapon gleams, ready to strike. With a shout, the orange-haired figure lunges, their blade aimed at Selena Grace. The blade flashes, a deadly arc cutting through the air. Selena Grace meets the attack head-on, her staff rising to deflect the blow. She whips around, bringing the makeshift rope weapon down in a wide arc. Raymond narrowly avoids the blow, leaping back as the weapon whistles through the air where he stood moments before. The weapon, a thick length of woven material, blurs with speed. Raymond grits his teeth, the near miss evident in his strained expression. Below, the monstrous creature tilts its head, its massive jaws agape, as it watches the conflict unfold above. Selena Grace's blue eyes narrow, her focus absolute. Raymond now stands atop the creature's head, poised and ready, as Selena Grace continues her assault. His gaze sharp, Raymond remains alert. Meanwhile, Stechatellier, far below, channels electricity, noting the increased mana condensation. Raymond's expression is strained, his mouth agape, as he prepares to act. From the side, a man with a scarred face shouts in desperation, urging action. The monster below looks up, confused, as the red-haired man beside it shares its bewilderment. A surge of emerald energy crackles around a hand, the air itself seeming to vibrate with unseen power. Frustration contorts the face of the cloaked figure. The attack is being thwarted. Why the hell is that getting in my way again? The magical assault intensifies, the words air, dust plus crosswind, appearing as if etched into the very fabric of reality. The air shimmers, then explodes in a blinding flash of green. The force of the impact sends tremors through the ground. Raymond's face is a mask of desperation as he cries out, "Elena!" The cloaked figure's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing their face. The magical projectile finds its mark, piercing through with brutal force. A spray of blood erupts from the point of impact. The name echoes through the air, a desperate cry. "Raymond!" A pained grunt escapes the lips of the injured man. Damn it! Emmerich's vision blurs, blood dripping into his eyes. "Emmerich, mille." He manages to choke out. The injured man's face is a mess of blood and grime. He struggles to speak. "Save Mill. All okay." Meanwhile, a figure urges the fallen Emmerich to rise. "Get up, mille." He stands amidst swirling blue energy, a low humph escaping his lips as if bracing himself for what's to come. The explorer finds himself within a crumbling stone structure, the air thick with anticipation. He grips his sword, ready for a fight. A grotesque, multi-eyed creature speaks, its voice dripping with a sinister glee. "Thanks for waiting, my precious experience." The ground erupts in a violent explosion, shaking the very foundations of the ancient ruin. A monstrous maw, lined with rows of razor-sharp teeth, yawns open, ready to swallow everything in its path. With terrifying speed, Drainoir is pulled towards the gaping abyss, the monstrous mouth promising a gruesome end. A surge of green energy emanates from a hand, a desperate attempt to turn the tide. Surrounded by a vibrant green aura, Drainoir declares, "Curse eating," as he prepares to unleash a new power. He leaps forward, the green energy propelling him through the air, a beacon of defiance against the encroaching darkness. Meanwhile, a woman with blonde hair stands before a colossal foot, her voice ringing out with a desperate plea. Elena. One of the figures asks if the artifact can be secured in the other room while he finishes things off there. Selena Grace's expression hardens with resolve. They're going. She reminds the other figure that they heard how she survived last time, right? A figure plummets through the air, thinking that he is only alive because Gerald let his guard down. He doesn't want to repeat his mistakes and leave any room for error. A hand prepares to activate a device, a silent apology offered. Don't hate me too much. Emmerich raises his sword, declaring, You're the ones who started this. The man's face is bruised and bloodied, but his expression is resolute. A hand clenches around several small, glowing blue orbs. A cloud of smoke erupts, obscuring the scene. Emmerich's eyes widen. A smoke screen. The injured man yells, Run! Don't let them take it. What? Emmerich grits his teeth, ready to fight. Emmerich shouts, urging Elena to guard the artifact as she flees through the swirling green smoke. The dagger-wielding figure narrows his eyes, his thoughts hardening into resolve. That's what they're after, and he knows it's now or never. Emmerich grits his teeth, his body protesting with every movement. He knows he's not in perfect condition, but at this distance, he might still have a chance. A shadowed figure streaks through the scene, their intentions masked by the speed and the red haze. Even in this smokescreen, Selena Grace's resolve remains unshaken. Her eyes narrow, focused on the task at hand. A wave of frustration washes over someone, the single word, damn it, echoing this sentiment. Emmerich shouts again, urging Elena to run as she continues her escape through the smoke. He wonders if they even realize the danger they're in. The armored man advances, his gaze fixed on Selena Grace as she flees. His heavy armor clanks with each step, a relentless pursuer. Selena Grace's eyes burn with determination. She won't let them get their hands on the artifact, no matter the cost. The screen displays the activation of an active skill, stride, widening the stride when running to move at a faster rate. With a surge of blue energy, Selena Grace activates the stride skill, her movements becoming a blur as she accelerates away from the pursuing armored man. The armored man's eyes widen in surprise, his pursuit momentarily stalled by Selena Grace's sudden burst of speed. She continues to push forward, the wind whipping through her blonde hair as Selena Grace utilizes the stride skill, putting distance between herself and their pursuers. Meanwhile, a glint of steel flashes as a sword is brought to bear, the unseen assailant closing in. Amidst the chaos, a desperate struggle unfolds as one of the armored figures attempts to seize the artifact, his gruff voice demanding it be relinquished. The artifact itself hangs suspended in the air, glowing with an ethereal light as the battle rages around it. Close up, a man's face contorts in fury, blood and sweat mingling as he spits out a single, venomous word. Bastard. Another figure, clad in similar armor, reaches out with a desperate lunge, his intentions unclear but undoubtedly hostile. From the shadows, a voice filled with rage shouts, promising that they won't get away so easily. A desperate cry echoes through the chamber. Grab the artifact. The plan is to escape right after. A voice filled with rage cuts through the air, a single word laced with venom. Bastard. Someone shouts, determined to stop them. I won't let you. Stechatellier reaches out, his expression a mask of fierce resolve as he attempts to secure their escape. A defiant voice booms. Get away that easily, followed by confused murmurs of, Still. Stetch, teeth gritted, hears the taunt. Isn't it about time you give up? The bearded man roars, fire, as he unleashes his magic. The escaping figures continue to flee, desperate to avoid the impending attack. A blinding flash of orange light erupts, consuming everything in its path. A searing pain engulfs one of the figures, their scream echoing through the chamber. Selena Grace kneels, remorse etched on her face. Damn it, I'm sorry, Sir Balstock. I'm sorry, everyone. He struggles to rise, the heat of the recent flames still radiating from his scorched clothes. The explorer grits his teeth, knowing he won't be able to continue much longer in this state. The pain is almost unbearable, but he pushes through, determined to escape the immediate danger. The air crackles with residual energy. Elsewhere, under the cloak of night, the forest breathes with an eerie silence. Stechatellier, still reeling from the attack, struggles to his feet. Selena Grace stands nearby, her expression troubled. The explorer's brow furrows. Who the hell were they? Why were they desperate to the point of risking? Selena Grace recalls a warning. Do you remember what the man with the bow said? Emmerich, run. Don't let them take it. According to that, a disembodied voice echoes, theorizing, they probably came here looking for the artifact. A hand examines a golden artifact, its surface shimmering with trapped starlight. So, this was what they were after? Stechatellier holds the artifact, a spectral skull looming behind him. A voice emanates from the skull. How does it look? You're really asking me that? Do you even have a brain? How great could something out of newly formed dungeon be? Come on, let me eat it. The explorer simply hums, lost in thought as he studies the artifact. He turns the dark, glittering artifact over in his hands, examining its strange surface. A question hangs in the air. What is he doing? Two glowing orbs, one a swirling blue, the other a pulsating red, materialize around Stetch Atelier. He laments that he didn't even get to try them out. The artifact on his wrist flares with golden light, energy crackling around it. Stetch Atelier is just being cautious, he thinks. The artifact pulses again, and all the information about it floods Stetch Atelier's mind. A spectral skull emerges from the artifact, declaring that its name is Barak. The skull berates Stetch Atelier, calling him an impudent brat for looking at other artifacts while it is present. Barak insists that once an artifact is bound to its user, it won't be able to absorb it. He asks if Stetch Atelier even knew that. Stetch Atelier smiles, explaining that he's just being cautious, as it might be dangerous if he only relies on Barak. Barak demands if Stetch Atelier understands, adding that this is still an insult. A text box appears, stating that the artifact Barak is now bound to Stetch Atelier. Meanwhile, Selena Grace watches, asking if he isn't absorbing it this time. Stetch Atelier's hand rests on the artifact. He states that he wants to try using it, attempting an enchantment. The artifact glows brightly once more. He holds Barak in his hand, the artifact pulsing with a vibrant green energy. Selena Grace watches, a hint of concern etched on her features. Selena considers the enchantment process, recalling that it temporarily imbues an object with magical energy, potentially transforming an ordinary dagger into a tool rivaling even the most potent magical artifacts. She also knows of its complexity. A voice echoes, marveling at the ease with which the enchantment was performed, claiming it is second to none. Stetch Atelier examines a bracelet now adorned with a green skull, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. He remarks that it's better for Barak, too. The skull asserts that it doesn't change the fact that Stetch Atelier is the best artifact it has, urging him to relax. A monstrous face appears, its expression unreadable. Meanwhile, a serene landscape unfolds, a river winding through lush greenery. A man with a weathered face and a thick mustache greets them, welcoming the pair. He confirms that there are two of them. The man assures Stetch Atelier and Selena Grace that he will be in their care. Selena wonders who the man is, while Stetch Atelier speculates if he's a tour guide of some sort. The guide, Selena Grace, explained that continuing north from their current location would lead them to the Rockshaw mountain range. Stetch Atelier consulted the map, pointing out that Sentigma, one of the continent's largest mining cities, was nearby. That's where they were headed. The explorer looked in the opposite direction. Selena Grace called out to him, explaining that there was something she needed to find first. Selena Grace announced that she had found it. She then explained that getting into Sentigma would be difficult due to the heavy security. So, they needed another way in. Stetch Atelier questioned why she was putting two rocks in a box. Selena Grace revealed that it was the toll pass. Stetch Atelier questioned what that was. An unknown voice declared that they were pretty lucky. The man pulling the ropes of the wagon mentioned that there were fewer people going in now, so it had become harder to get through this route. He added, "I am too." Inside the wagon, a voice complained that it was so small. Another voice retorted, telling them not to think of it like that. Selena Grace commented that this was considered pretty spacious, while a text box noted that humans sure have a fascinating culture. Stetch Atelier seemed surprised, with red marks appearing on his face. The man with the mustache stated that he needed to get some more equipment as the wagon wheels rolled along. The wooden wheels of the carriage continued their rhythmic churn, each rotation a steady pulse against the unknown that awaited them. A list of items being brought in included Durank mining dynamite, mining equipment, and portable lights. They were told that they may go through after filling out the paperwork. The sounds of the carriage wheels turning persisted, a constant reminder of their journey's end drawing near. A voice called out, announcing their arrival. They were here and could come out now. Selena Grace pulled back the covering, a smile gracing her lips. It sounded like it worked out. The darkness gave way to the revelation. This was Sentigma. Meanwhile, the town sprawled before them, a multi-tiered tapestry of buildings and bustling activity, a hive of unknown possibilities. Since they had come through the secret route, a voice suggested they should probably head to the bars first. Have fun. The interior of what appeared to be a bar buzzed with activity, the air thick with the scent of ale and anticipation. A voice called out, recognizing the explorer. So he was the rumored Stetch that they'd heard from Dalton. A large, bearded man held out a tankard overflowing with a frothy beverage. "Here's a welcome drink," he said. "Normally I'd welcome you in, but they had come at the worst time." The worst time? He and Selena hold their drinks, taking in the atmosphere of the tavern. There have been more monster incidents around the mines these past few days. All the soldiers around here fully understood the situation. A man with red hair holds a drink and looks at a wanted poster. He thinks to himself that if someone had half a brain cell, they wouldn't go up to the surface or make a scene. Someone nearby laughs, finding the picture funny. The red-haired man drinks from his mug. He thinks to himself not to worry. He's not planning to stay too long either. He wonders when all the black market blacksmiths and alchemists will arrive in the area. A man with a large beard looks surprised. He doesn't think the red-haired man has extorted dynamites and mining equipment. All the craftsmen around the area are overloaded with hundreds of orders from the equipment needed for the subjugation. There isn't anyone who would fulfill your order when the military is involved. The red-haired man is shocked. He wonders what things he can even get here right now. The bearded man says that, of course, blacksmiths would prefer making custom equipment rather than cheap, mass-produced military equipment. The bearded man says that in times like these, you gotta do what you gotta do. The red-haired man says he gets it, but he can give more than enough money. He asks if there is anyone the bearded man can introduce him to. The bearded man thinks the red-haired man is a stubborn brat. He says he'll ask around, but doesn't want him to get his hopes up. A voice muses that someone might try to exploit the situation, demanding an exorbitant sum of money. Meanwhile, a few days pass. Elsewhere, a voice mumbles about having money, but no one to take it. The man with red hair lies sprawled on a table, muttering about his adventure and his revenge. Meanwhile, Selena Grace remarks that the human clothes fit, at least, though she finds them annoying, but thanks them anyway. Elsewhere, a voice calls out, "Hey, Artellier." A man with a thick beard announces that he has good news. A voice responds with relief, noting that it's finally happening, even though they're swamped. Meanwhile, Stechatellier is standing with the bearded man, as another figure suggests buying them a drink later. A voice mentions a blacksmith and an alchemist. Even though they're swamped, two people volunteer to help. A gruff voice suggests buying them a drink later. The explorer's eyes widen slightly. A blacksmith and an alchemist? A voice asks, "What? Is this your first time seeing a dwarf?" A muscular man introduces himself as Casper, an alchemist. The dwarf next to him is blacksmith Letty, and the dwarf himself is Stech Artellier. The dwarf, Stech Artellier, acknowledges that the situation is not good, as everyone is flooded with orders and the soldiers aren't doing any favors for the black market. The protagonist, Stechatellier, is told that someone has to take care of businesses like this, and that dwarf connections are the best to keep. The dwarf demands to know what is actually needed. Stech Artellier states that he'll decide what to do afterwards. Casper presents a sword his friend made for him. The dwarf, Stech, is surprised. He hasn't seen a sword like that before. He examines the material, a strange substance that doesn't seem like something he can just tinker with. The man with crimson hair mentions monster leather. The man with the beard marvels at the durability of the equipment, especially considering the intricate pieces used. Stechatellier notes that using explosives to add to the impact is not something an inexperienced blacksmith could ever dream of. He also recalls the gas recipe he was shown. The cylinder is displayed, with the question of replacing the gas with gunpowder hanging in the air. The bearded man thinks that compared to the original gas recipe, it would have more firepower, be easier to obtain, and be lighter to carry. Stechatellier acknowledges the prices, but decides that it's fine. Casper assures him that they'll make good use of the money. The man with crimson hair asks if he can also request some defensive gear, preferably leather. The bearded man asks Casper if he thinks he can do it, Lee ties. Casper replies that it's much easier than custom gear, but on one condition. Stechatellier, with a confident smile, suggests a solution. He points upwards, proposing a way to procure the leather himself. The response is immediate and resolute. If Stech can manage that, he will receive everything he needs. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a figure laments the scarcity of leather, surrounded by mines. Even the monsters nearby are mostly rock-type, making the task even more difficult. Casper, recalling a recent event, wonders if it involved a stone-type monster. The memory surfaces, a survivor, seemingly clawed by a beast-type monster, his back a canvas of lacerations. The man with the beard holds a cloth, the sight of the injuries clearly affecting him. He admits he can't be sure what kind of monster it was, as he didn't see it himself. The masked figure questions whether he intends to go after it himself, suggesting it might not even be a monster with leather. Casper dismisses the concern, stating he's doing this to create equipment that could save lives. He wonders if the soldiers in the area couldn't subjugate it. Casper, with a determined smile, insists he's not going to do anything stupid, especially considering who he is. The bearded man, looking serious, simply says, "All right." He suggests going to see a particular individual, someone connected to the Centigma security, and a valuable resource. The barkeep, face flushed and eyes glazed, mumbled something about information for the black market, his words slurred and barely audible over the tavern's din. A nearby patron suggested asking him about the monster news, mentioning that he was the one who brought it to them in the first place. He approached the inebriated man, leaning in close to ask about the monster incident in the mines. The air hung thick with the smell of stale ale and desperation. The barkeep bristled, his face contorting in annoyance. It wasn't something he should be telling anyone, he muttered, wondering why that was the only thing people wanted to ask about. Casper pressed him, wanting none of the gossip floating around. He needed facts. Had the barkeep been there to witness the moment the miners were attacked? The barkeep's voice rose in pitch, recounting how helpless miners were ripped to shreds. He was the soldier who ran away instead of fighting. He admitted, his eyes wide with shame and a hint of defiance. You got a problem? His face twisted in a snarl, the memory clearly a raw wound. Of course, he should have. With a sigh, the barkeep finally relented. It was a manticore, he confessed, the word hanging heavy in the air. Casper's eyes widened, surprised. A manticore? He voiced his disbelief, noting that they usually appeared in the Cadelt deserts, not the Raksha Mountains. The aftermath of the cave-in was clear. A large wall had broken down during the digging. The barkeep explained that a manticore with a half-ripped wing suddenly popped out, slaughtering the workers. The beast had killed the workers before anyone could react. Casper's eyes gleamed. Manticores were beast monsters with bat wings and a scorpion tail. Perfect for his gear. The barkeep slid some coins across the counter. Thank you. Here's some compensation. The barkeep asked if Casper was going to get the manticore. Casper replied that he was in need of some monster parts. The barkeep warned him not to try, saying that a ragtag group of adventurers couldn't deal with it. He added that it could slice through steel armor like butter. Casper refused to take the money back. He hadn't watched those men die, just so he could tell the story for a couple of coins. Casper grinned, his eyes gleaming with determination. Casper stated the obvious. Why else would he go fight a manticore by himself? The barkeep asked what he was talking about, clarifying that they were talking about a manticore, almost a dragon-class monster. Casper prepared his magic, a green glow emanating from his finger. With a flourish, Stechatellier conjures a small burst of green flame above the candle, eliciting gasps of surprise from a nearby patron. Were you a magician? The man with the spiked hair leans forward, his expression curious as he watches Stetch. Then, don't you have a way to sneak into the mines? The older man with the beard speaks, his voice low and gravelly. If you do me a favor, I'll take care of everything for you. The air grows thick with an unpleasant odor. Boots splash through a puddle of viscous, luminescent green liquid. Stechatellier, now accompanied by Bellinora, stands at the entrance to a sewer tunnel. The secret route was through the sewers. I got new clothes to... The tunnel stretches before them, the air heavy with the stench of decay. But we avoided all the guards, so... Stetch, he was here. The tunnel floor is littered with bones and bloodstains, a grim testament to the horrors within. If this is what the entrance looks like, I can't imagine what he did inside. A hand glows with an eerie green light, illuminating the darkness. Stechatellier covers his face, struggling against the overwhelming stench. The smell of rotting flesh is piercing my nostrils. Damn it, it's too sensitive. Deal with it. The path ahead was grim, littered with the bones of those who came before. A grim reminder that this tunnel only offered one direction. The air hung thick with the smell of mildew and decay. Bellinora's voice cut through the silence. Hey, Stetch, surrounding area is safe, at least. A severed arm lay discarded, a silver ring glinting on one of its fingers. The sight was a stark reminder of the dangers lurking in the depths. The man's gaze was intense, his brow furrowed with concern. Is this his colleague? An older man with a grizzled beard spoke with a somber tone. I have one request. Bring back the keepsakes of my dead colleagues. A gloved hand reached into a pouch, the sound of rustling fabric echoing in a confined space. Let's keep our eyes out for more, and... The pair continued deeper into the tunnel, their footsteps echoing in the oppressive silence. Keep on moving. Meanwhile, in the darkness, a pair of eyes glowed menacingly, a monstrous face barely visible in the shadows. A low growl rumbled through the tunnel. A voice cuts through the silence, inquiring if anything has been found. A spectral green skull flickers into existence, its hollow eyes seeming to question the very air. The disembodied voice speaks of the manticore, admitting to only having heard of it, unsure of what they are actually like. The man with reddish-brown hair wonders if the creature has a weakness. The spectral skull reminds him that thick skin makes it difficult to pierce, and that they are somewhat resistant to magic. The skull continues, revealing that the manticore still has a weakness. The underside of its wings are thin, making it particularly vulnerable to physical attacks. A voice notes that there's a lot going on here. The man with reddish-brown hair stands amidst a scene of carnage, the elf beside him. He wonders if the manticore was responsible for the destruction. The spectral skull states that there isn't anything else that could have caused this destruction around here. A sudden, piercing shriek echoes through the chamber. The man with reddish-brown hair looks up, startled. The spectral skull declares that it detected them and was waiting for them to come into its territory. The skull seems pleased to hear this. He stood firm, the shadows dancing behind him as he acknowledged the gravity of their situation. It wasn't on the same level as a dragon, but it was still a high-tier monster, one that most humans would never choose to face. Elena, her face marked with crimson stripes, remained resolute. She recalled her grandmother's 8 hours of fear training, a trial that steeled her resolve. Before them, a spectral green skull pulsed with eerie energy. The elf from before seemed almost amused, a stark contrast to the deadly aura emanating from the apparition. A voice, seemingly from nowhere, affirmed the situation. You're right. The hooded figure's expression hardened, his resolve unwavering. He was facing off against an entire kingdom, and backing down was not an option. He reassured the elf, his voice firm. Dying here wasn't a part of his schedule, a statement delivered with chilling certainty. A question hung in the air. Did they even have a plan? According to the rumors, it didn't seem to be something they could accomplish. The man, his back to Elena, held up a thin wire. It may not seem like much, but this wire was made of steel, forged for a specific purpose. He outlined his strategy, his gaze intense. He would go in first and lure him out, while she would stay back and support him from a distance. With a whispered incantation, the man enchanted the dagger, a surge of emerald energy coursing through the blade. Deeper in, the air grew heavy, the darkness pressing in from all sides. He muttered that it should be around here, before a sudden, chilling question broke the silence. What's that? He rounded a bend in the cavern, the air growing thick with the scent of damp stone and something else, something ancient and feral. A low, guttural question rumbled from his throat. Nestled amongst the rocks, a smooth, white shape stood out against the rough texture of the cave wall. Could it be an egg? The implications of such a find hung heavy in the air. A manticore needed at least 50 years to mature enough to lay an egg. To see one was incredibly rare. His gaze lifted, scanning the shadows clinging to the cavern's ceiling. The air crackled with a silent tension. He couldn't help himself, the thrill of discovery overriding any sense of caution. He was an addict addicted to his job, but a monstrous face emerged from the shadows, its eyes burning with predatory hunger. A guttural growl echoed through the cavern, vibrating in his bones. The manticore's maw opened, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Drool dripped from its fangs, each drop a promise of pain. A surge of energy coursed through him, triggering an automatic defense. With a burst of speed, he threw himself to the side as a spray of corrosive liquid erupted from the manticore's maw. His eyes widened in alarm as a voice echoed in his mind, warning him of the danger closing in from behind. A massive claw swiped through the space he'd just occupied, the air whistling with its passage. He parried the attack with his blade, the acid splashing harmlessly against the enchanted steel. Whoa! He narrowed his eyes, a grim realization dawning. Did the beast use its own egg as bait to lure them into this trap? Even manticore eggs are extremely tough, he thought. It probably figured they wouldn't be able to harm it one way or another. A low growl rumbled from the depths of the cavern as the manticore lowered its head, preparing to strike. The man clicked his tongue in annoyance. The poisonous tail, acid attacks, as well as the jaw and claws. He was at a disadvantage trying to take it all at the same time. The manticore lunged forward, closing the distance with terrifying speed. A deafening shriek tore through the air as the manticore unleashed its full fury. TSK. The man braced himself, preparing for the onslaught. The manticore's roar intensified as it bore down on him, claws extended. With a surge of power, the man channeled his energy, declaring, "Fireball." The fireball hurtled towards the manticore, a blazing sphere of destruction. A voice cried out, "Watch out." He cried out as the manticore's stingers found their mark, piercing his defenses. The poisonous barbs flew with deadly speed, each one a potential threat. Despite the pain, the hooded figure steeled himself, muttering that magical attacks would be more effective. He focused his energy, preparing a counterattack. The manticore roared as it was engulfed in flames, the magical assault proving far more potent than physical blows. It wouldn't be able to ignore the damage forever. From the shadows, a cloaked figure watched the unfolding battle. More stingers shot through the air, seeking their target. Again, the stingers found their mark. The hooded figure grunted, knowing he couldn't let them touch anything that wasn't enchanted. Elena's warning cry echoed through the air. Elena Drainoir shouted a warning, urging caution. The manticore, enraged, prepared another volley of attacks. One of the stingers slammed into the ground, a testament to their power. Elena noted that the manticore's outer skin was proving to be a formidable defense. Its massive claws descend, tearing through the air with a ferocious shriek. The winged beast continues its assault, the wind whipping around its powerful limbs. A voice booms out, demanding space. The beast recoils, a flicker of surprise in its eyes. Raymond focuses, a ball of fire crackling to life in his palm. He unleashes the fiery sphere, a blazing inferno hurtling towards the winged menace. Raymond, undeterred, prepares another shot, his gaze unwavering. Again, he sends a searing blast of fire towards the creature. The fire connects, engulfing the winged beast in a blinding explosion. A deafening roar echoes through the ruins as the beast writhes in agony. The elf medic cries out, fear etched on her face. Raymond steels his resolve, muttering that he'll take the beast on from the front. The elf medic, with a determined glint in her eyes, declares, "Got it." Beside her, Raymond sees an opening. "Now's our chance," he exclaims, ready to strike. The monstrous beast looms, its massive arm a testament to its raw power. Raymond, with unwavering resolve, lunges forward, blade in hand. That's where I'll aim for, he grits out, targeting a weak point. A deafening roar tears through the cavern as the beast feels the sting of the attack. Kayak! Its eyes blaze with fury, a primal rage unleashed. The beast retaliates with brutal force, its claw connecting with Raymond's body. He stumbles back, blood splattering as he coughs, the impact stealing his breath. Cough! The elf medic's face contorts in horror. Stetch! She cries out, recognizing the injured man. A surge of energy emanates, a sign of recovery in progress. Despite the pain, Raymond manages a weak smile. Don't worry, he rasps, I'm still alive. A spectral voice echoes, warning of the limitations of recovery. Don't rely too much on recovery. That skill doesn't heal, but just restores. If your organs get punctured and start bleeding from the inside, there's not much I can do about it. He grits his teeth, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. It had been a costly exchange, but Raymond convinces himself it was worth it. An unseen figure directs his attention. A crude, makeshift bandage is wrapped around the creature's wing, barely containing the glowing sword lodged deep within its wing pit. Raymond smirks, acknowledging the successful strike. He got a good dig at it. His eyes narrow, focusing on the next target. Raymond knows he has to aim for the wing pit again. He had better. A voice echoes, stating the obvious. He just lost his only melee weapon. The air hung thick with the stench of decay. Stetch muttered to himself, his hand instinctively reaching for the dagger at his hip. Now, he thought they just needed to skin it. He paused, a flicker of unease crossing his features. What was going on? Selena Grace's eyes widened, a silent question escaping her lips. What? A disembodied voice echoed, stating the obvious. It's not here. The cavernous maw of the beast yawned open, revealing rows of jagged teeth. Here. Stetch expression hardened, his gaze fixed on something unseen. What's going on? The spectral skull seemed to ponder, its hollow eyes gleaming with an eerie light. All the corpses that it should have eaten. That's true. Looking at the bodies outside, its stomach shouldn't be this empty. Stetch brow furrowed, piecing together the grim puzzle. The leftover corpses all over the dungeon, the empty stomach, the egg it was protecting. Her eyes widen, a sharp intake of breath accompanying the realization. The question hangs in the air. The egg? Casper's face contorts in alarm, his gaze fixed on something unseen. His eyes dart around, searching for the source of the disturbance. A sudden force slams into Selena Grace, sending her reeling. Casper is thrown back, a pained cough escaping his lips. Staggering to his feet, he cries out, Elena! The elf's expression hardens, her eyes narrowing. She raises her arms, forming a barrier against the unseen attacker. Despite her efforts, the force breaks through, leaving her wounded. Casper clenches his fist, rage burning in his eyes. He unleashes an air burst, a wave of concussive force. The blast slams into Selena Grace, sending her flying. Stetch grits his teeth, blood trickling down his face. Damn it, he curses under his breath, his eyes narrowed with frustration. He realizes his mistake, the grim truth dawning on him. He should have known that where there was one egg, there could be two. The female wolf towers over him, a monstrous predator of immense size. Her eyes gleam with predatory hunger. With earth-shattering force, the wolf slams her massive paw down, the ground cracking under the pressure. The impact sends Stetch flying, a wave of force washing over him as the beast's attack connects. Blood splatters as Stetch is thrown back, the force of the blow leaving him reeling. The wolf's maw opens, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, ready to tear him apart. He is sent spiraling through the air, a helpless figure against the backdrop of the monstrous wolf. The wolf's massive form looms closer, a shadow of death descending upon him. Her claws extend, ready to rend flesh and bone. Stetch clutches at his chest, a sharp pain searing through him. He is clearly in distress. A scream rips from his throat, a desperate cry against the overwhelming power of the beast. A golden aura begins to emanate from him. Elena's voice cuts through the chaos, fear lacing her tone. Stetch! Coughing, Stetch grits his teeth, the pain evident in his expression. The manticore with the half-ripped wings from the story. He was referencing her. A hand materializes, conjuring a sphere of pure, crackling energy. Fireball. The fireball explodes against the wolf, sending a shockwave of heat and force through the atelier. Stetch lies prone, struggling to rise. Get up. You can't pass out now. He coughs, a viscous green fluid splattering on the floor. I told you recovery isn't healing, but restoring. It can't handle your body's acidic decay. Elena urges him on, her expression a mix of worry and determination. Get up. I'm okay, but it's dangerous for you. Her blue eyes widen, a desperate plea etched on her face. You have to get away. Elena's face contorts in horror, her gaze fixed on something above and to the right. The wolf lunges, claws extended, a blur of fur and fury. Blood trickles from Stetch Artellier's mouth as he cries out, Elin, Kyuk. Coughing, he clutches at his chest, a desperate thought forming. Drink a potion to nullify the acid. How's Elena? But if the wolf isn't taken down soon? Stetch Artellier, bloodied and bruised, grips his blade. He knows what's at stake. Yeah, then we all die. I don't really have a choice right now. The wolf bares its fangs, a guttural growl rumbling in its chest. Its claws extend, ready to tear. Stetch Artellier steels himself, preparing to defend against the wolf's projectiles. He declares, I'll defend against those projectiles. The blade glows with emerald energy as Stetch Artellier enchants it. The wolf's focus remains on attack. Stetch Artellier prepares to strike, his senses heightened. He prepares an air burst, knowing there's always a weakness. The air crackles with energy as Stetch Artellier focuses. The wolf lunges, claws extended, ready to strike. It lunges, claws extended, a blur of fur and fury aimed directly at Stetch Artellier. The wolf attempts to sink its teeth into him, a desperate, savage attack. Stetch Artellier grits his teeth, bracing himself against the onslaught. Claws rake across his body, drawing blood. A deafening roar tears through the air, the wolf's fury reaching a fever pitch. The beast continues its relentless assault, each strike carrying the weight of its rage. It lunges again, jaws snapping shut, aiming for a fatal blow. Another earth-shattering roar, its eyes burning with a crimson light. Stetch Artellier manages to parry the attack, narrowly avoiding the wolf's deadly fangs. A surge of green energy washes over him, mending his wounds and restoring his strength. A confident smirk spreads across Stetch Artellier's face, his eyes glowing with renewed determination. The force of the blow sends the wolf reeling, a visible tremor shaking its massive frame. The impact launches the beast backward, claws scrabbling uselessly against the air. Meanwhile, Stetch Artellier, battered but not broken, begins to rise, the green energy still coursing through him. The green energy surges, mending wounds and invigorating muscles. A wave of laughter erupts from Stetch Artellier, a sound of defiance and renewed strength. He pulls himself up from the crater, the healing magic working its wonders. The wolf, still airborne, hears Stetch Artellier's taunt. What's wrong, you stupid-ass cat? The wolf's eyes narrow, sweat beading on its brow as it struggles to regain its footing. You were just rampaging. Stetch Artellier's eyes glow with renewed power, the green energy crackling around him. He smirks, the green light reflecting in his eyes. So why are you making a face like that now? The wolf hears Stetch Artellier's final taunt. All bark and no bite, huh? The beast's face contorts, its eyes narrowed as it speaks, the words laced with a barely contained fury. A sneer curls across his lips, the scars on his face deepening with the expression. His voice drips with disdain. Her blue eyes widen, a flicker of determination in their depths. The red markings on her face seem to glow faintly. The elf, still recovering, groans as she tries to sit up, Casper's muscular arm reaching out to assist her. Selena Grace's eyes dart around, a mixture of confusion and alarm etched on her face. The Manicore's face is shown, its expression wary. Bathed in green energy, the figure stands tall, a predatory glint in his eyes as he speaks of their prey. The ominous green skull warns that their mana reserves are critically low, barely enough for one final strike. Selena Grace grips her weapon, knowing she can't sustain this fight for much longer. Casper, sporting a fresh cut on his cheek, calls out, pleading for a little support. The wolf-like beast recoils, uttering a confused arc. A surge of green energy engulfs the wolf's head as it unleashes a deafening roar. Casper grimly notes that with the knife lodged firmly in its eye, the damage should be going directly to its brain. Purple energy crackles around the beast as it reels from the sudden, brutal attack. A wave of relief washes over them. It worked. The wolf's face contorts in agony, a silent scream etched into its features. Casper stands over the fallen beast, the knife still embedded deep within its eye socket. A final, agonizing scream tears through the air. Casper, bloodied but resolute, shouts a command. He urges Elena to sever the tail of the beast. Responding instantly, the elf Selena Grace pivots, her blade a blur of motion as she aims for the creature's thick tail. With a focused yell, Selena brings her sword down, the enchanted steel singing as it cleaves through the air. A spray of dark blood erupts as the blade finds its mark, cleanly severing the tail from the monstrous wolf. The severed tail thuds heavily against the dungeon floor, a testament to the power of Selena's strike. Meanwhile, Stetch Artellier lies prone, his face contorted in pain, a grim reminder of the battle's cost. Casper, his voice strained, declares that if the wolf is truly the apex predator of this dungeon, he will use its own weapon against it. With a grunt of effort, he hoists the severed tail, its razor-sharp tip now a makeshift spear. He plunges the tail deep into the wolf's body, a final, desperate act of defiance. The wolf-like beast recoils, a pain cry escaping its jaws as blood blossoms around the impaled tail. Finally, the creature's form begins to dissolve, writhing in a vortex of sickly green energy. The wolf's monstrous shape gives way, replaced by the figure of a man, now free from the beast's curse. A voice declares, "We got him." The title card reads, Dungeons and Artifacts. The chapter is titled, Apex Predator. Someone wonders what the figure is carrying, while another voice calls out, "Who the hell is that guy?" "Jo, Barsata." One of the men exclaims, "Holy crap." The bearded man asks if it's a real manticore. The group is in the Raksha Mountains, surrounded by parts of a manticore. One asks if they killed the monster. While a pair of them were traveling, the female laid an egg. The pair observed the egg. It seems the manticore hurt her wings and needed a temporary place to rest. One of them exclaims, "An egg?" The red-haired man, Stechatelier, is offered the egg as compensation for information, but he refuses. The bearded man insists that Stech has already paid the price with what he showed him. A voice declares that they're going to tell the hell out of this story. The air crackles with irritation as someone shouts for them to stop touching it, calling them bastards and despicable dwarves, claiming it will be a new legend in Sentigma. He tilts his head, a confused escaping his lips as he looks back at the speaker. The barkeep's eyes widen, a silent exclamation point hanging in the air above him. The man with the reddish-brown hair speaks of corpses, stating that most of them had nothing left on them, and that he tried to get as much as possible. The barkeep clutches a small, purple ring, tears welling in his eyes. He thinks to himself that he at least has something to show when he goes to visit their families, offering a silent apology and thanks. He smiles, a safa escaping his lips, seemingly glad. Meanwhile, under the night sky, a voice declares they heard there was a place where one could see a manticore egg, questioning where it is. Barzatar peers at a large egg, musing that it is a manticore egg and what a rare sight it is. Casper and the barkeep examine a piece of leather, marveling at its quality and declaring it to be the leather of a magical beast. Casper, with a threatening tone, warns someone not to let anything slip out, implying a secret or sensitive information is at stake. A voice responds sarcastically, calling it nice customer service, highlighting the contrast between the threat and the service being provided. The conversation shifts as Casper changes the subject, moving on to other matters. Stechatelier holds up the damaged manticore leather, remarking on how little is left and how damaged it is, despite the difficulty in acquiring it. Casper dismisses the need for preservation, stating he would have died at least 100 times if he had to worry about it. Casper points out a pouch on the table, mentioning it contains leftovers from fixing someone's weapon. Stechatelier informs someone that their weapon should be ready by tomorrow, but their armor will take at least 3 to 4 days, even if he starts today. He explains that descaning and curing the leather doesn't take long if you're skilled, implying that others might underestimate the craftsmen of Sentigma. A voice expresses that they have a problem, hinting at a new challenge or complication. The elf, neutral unknown guide, holds a damaged bow, looking concerned about its condition. The elf presents the damaged bow, as Casper and Stechatelier look on, seemingly understanding the issue. It's revealed that the bow needs to be replaced due to the extent of the damage, despite its elven craftsmanship. She offers an apology, her expression a mix of guilt and concern. Selena Grace attempts to reassure him, explaining that the bow was an old heirloom passed down from her grandfather. Casper seems to be processing the information, a strange green skull looming behind him as he mutters to himself. Casper suggests visiting some smithies the next morning to get Selena Grace a better bow. Her ears droop slightly as she thanks him. She turns to leave, suggesting that they get some rest. A disembodied thought lingers in the air, wondering if there could truly be a bow better than the one that was broken. The green skull still looming, Casper wonders aloud if the bow was made by an elf. An exasperated voice demands silence. Someone is lost in thought, sighing deeply. The northern border of Venezia stands fortified, awaiting the inevitable onslaught. The order rings out, hasten the construction of the barricade. Preparations must be completed before the next wave of monsters arrives. The soldiers acknowledge the command with a resounding yes, sir. Constant barrages of monsters assault from all sides, testing the city's defenses. Reinforcements and supplies are consistently late, a frustrating reality for the defenders. Nothing's going right. Word arrives from Castle Brendan. The messenger insists it's different this time, sir. The soldier's expression hardens. Who is it? Balstock is asked if things have been going well. It's the perfect time, he thinks, wondering if there are any problems with the mission. There's a slight problem, the soldier admits. They were instructed to select the most elite soldiers and secure the artifact as soon as possible, remembering the special task. With a sigh, Balstock reflects on the situation. He assembled a team to clear the newly formed dungeon and retrieve the artifact. Did they come back without it? He rests his head in his hand, brow furrowed with concern. The situation is, in fact, a little worse than unlikely. A second scouting team was dispatched, only to report that the dungeon had already been destroyed. The news is met with disbelief. The man's face contorts in anger as he shouts, demanding answers. The man pores over the scroll, reading that all of the royal guards are appointed from a group of orphans with nowhere to go. The thought is dismissed as unlikely. They are also under a magical contract called the Oath of Blood, which kills them at even the thought of betraying the royal family. There's never been a single traitor. He won't suspect them any further because he trusts them so much, but this mission isn't just to obtain an artifact, it's also for his honor. He doesn't know what Alfred would do if he ever found out about this. The man is told to find those members as soon as possible. He agrees. Meanwhile, someone wonders how many people operate a weapon shop around here. One man asks if he's trying to get that lady another bow, and the other wonders if he'll have any luck. The barkeep leaned against the counter, his brow furrowed. It wouldn't be easy to find something to replace that particular bow, he mused, especially one with such a rich history. He continued, his voice laced with disdain, that he detested everything that came from the dungeon. Finding a bow without those ingredients would be tough. Casper wiped his mouth with a cloth, a gesture of finality after finishing his meal. The barkeep's words hung in the air, heavy with implication. Casper's eyes widened in disbelief. What? When? He exclaimed, the news hitting him like a physical blow. The barkeep, his expression grim, urged him to hurry. He didn't think anything would happen, but there were some weirdos around these areas. Casper's face contorted in frustration. Why hadn't he been told sooner? And she wasn't his girlfriend. He rushed out, a whirlwind of motion. The barkeep watched him go, muttering that he seemed pretty dense to begin with. The barkeep sighed, shaking his head. Well, guys tend to miss things like this, he thought. Meanwhile, Casper stood in the town square, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Where did she even go? The hooded figure, shrouded in shadow, mused to himself. Come to think of it, they hadn't even told her the value of the currencies. He continued his frantic search, his mind racing with possibilities. What if she was getting ripped off somewhere? But another voice reassured him that the elf was way more cautious than him. Casper paused, startled by the sudden offer. Someone suggested they go to a bar with some real nice drinks. Huh. The interior of the shop buzzed with hushed conversations. The hooded figure found himself surrounded by curious onlookers as one man commented that these kinds of places were better than weapon stores. 3 people, the hooded figure mused, should be fine. A flicker of doubt crossed their face, a silent question hanging in the air. The shop's atmosphere shifted, a palpable tension replacing the earlier murmur. The hooded figure remained still, seemingly unfazed by the change as the green liquid pooled on the floor. Suddenly, a gruff voice shattered the silence. The man with the beard demanded to know who they were. Brandishing a knife, the man pressed closer, his face contorted with rage. The hooded figure thought to himself that they were no one important and should be ignored. With a roar, the man swung his weapon down, intent on striking the hooded figure. The blade connected, a spray of blood erupting from the point of impact. But in a swift counterattack, the man found himself on the ground, spitting blood, a pained kook escaping his lips. His eyes widened in disbelief, a silent escaping him as he registered the sudden reversal. From behind, Selena Grace's voice cut through the chaos. Warning, behind you. Her leg snapped forward, delivering a swift kick. The hooded figure remains crouched, recovering from the recent skirmish. Selena Grace's face appears in the top panel, concern etched on her features. Were you worried? She asks, her voice laced with a hint of anxiety. The hooded figure rises, acknowledging his shortcomings. I'm aware of my shortcomings, he admits, adding that the enemy seemed highly trained. Selena's face appears again, questioning his presence. What were you doing in a place like this? She asks, but the hooded figure retorts that he should be the one asking that question. The hooded figure and Selena Grace stand together, the city stretching behind them. Of course, he says, his tone suggesting a deeper understanding. Selena presses him, wondering why he came all the way out there alone so early in the morning. She explains that elves believe ancient and important tools hold either a new life or the spirit of their ancestors. The hooded figure explains his presence. I want to pay my respects to my grandfather's bow with a funeral ceremony. Below, a shadowy figure observes the conversation, musing that Selena could be a master guilt tripper. The hooded figure continues, stating that it must have taken a while. He clarifies that it didn't particularly, he just needed to burn it. The scene shifts to a wider view of the town. Selena explains that the hardest part was finding a place without a lot of people. She adds that she didn't bother going back to her room afterwards and just walked around looking for a new bow, and that when she asked, they said no one else visited. Selena states that she didn't want to go into the store and have her elf heritage exposed. She examined the bows, the wood smooth beneath her fingertips. The shop was filled with possibilities, yet none seemed quite right. The hooded figure had explained that he wanted to err on the side of caution and browse from outside the store, but none of the places had anything worthwhile, so he was thinking of going back, and those men approached him. The hooded figure smirked, his eyes glinting in the dim light. So that's what happened. Just give me a little bit. I'll find you a bow that you can be satisfied with. A spectral green skull materialized behind him, a silent promise hanging in the air. Big words. The disembodied voice echoed, a hint of skepticism lacing its tone. You really think you can find something to replace something that precious? The hooded figure's voice was sharp, laced with suppressed anger. Shut up. Don't copy me. He called out, his voice echoing slightly in the shop. Hey, the hooded figure suggested, his tone casual. Let's stop by here first. Meanwhile, the pair stood amidst a collection of bows, the scent of aged wood and beeswax filling the air. Selena Grace looked around in awe. Whoa, no wonder it's called the City of... Selena Grace's eyes scanned the rows of bows, each one a testament to craftsmanship and history. These bows... The hooded figure held up a bow, examining it with a critical eye. Do you see anything you like? Ooh, that one looks fine and dandy. A strange sensation washed over Selena Grace, a feeling of deep sorrow emanating from the wood itself. The wooden riser has been neglected. I can hear the pieces of wood screaming in agony. The hooded figure's smirk widened, the green skull looming behind him. You hear what now? You're never going to find one. The disembodied voice advised against dwelling on the current situation, suggesting that better opportunities for acquiring a bow existed elsewhere. Startled, the hooded figure heard the sound of hammering. A man apologized, explaining he was busy at work and inquired if there was anything specific he could help with. Stetch asked the hooded figure to wait a moment. The hooded figure retorted that Stetch was supposed to have insights that humans lacked, demanding something useful. A voice declared that the item in question would likely suffice for the hooded figure's friend. A hand, adorned with a golden bracelet, held up a wrapped object glowing with a faint green light. A voice wondered what it was. A voice wondered what this was. Amidst shelves lined with countless bottles, Stetch and Selena Grace stood, the dim light casting long shadows across the room. The air hung heavy with the scent of aged wood and unknown concoctions. Selena Grace held up a small, ornate bottle, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. I'm so glad that you were able to get a decent weapon. Stetch's arm, adorned with a simple gold bracelet, rested on the counter. Likewise, a magical tool that shapes the user's mana into a form they're most comfortable with, huh? Stetch mused, a spectral green skull materializing behind him. Of course. Stetch continued, his voice tinged with a hint of amusement. And thank you. I shall name him Lekordakio. Selena Grace tilted her head, a curious expression on her face. Naming it already? Stetch's expression hardened, a flicker of unease crossing his features. Anyway, after putting on all the gear I bought from the store, I feel so tense. Cursed equipment. My body feels heavy, too. I tried to. Stetch's hands, now adorned with rings and a necklace, glowed with a dark, ominous energy. The aroma of death and mana. Very nice. Feels good. Sigh. I hate this. Now you're looking more like someone who's suited to be my partner. Purple energy crackled around Stetch as he prepared to depart. Selena Grace watched him, a hint of concern in her eyes. The explorer recalled the words he'd heard. He was to come and get his equipment. He knew he had to retrieve it as soon as they picked it up. Meanwhile, a goblin's cry echoed through the forest. The blade flashed, slicing through the goblin with ease. The cursed sword continued its deadly work. Stetch moved with practiced efficiency, cutting down another goblin in his path. Elsewhere, a massive foot stomped down, shaking the earth. A goblin chief mused that they should be getting pretty close to a village called Jelland by now. Another goblin observed that the village chief wasn't doing much to manage the nearby territories. Meanwhile, Stetch turned to Selena Grace, telling her that he would take the big one, and she should take care of the rest for him. With a confident smirk, Selena raises her spear, a vibrant green aura swirling around its tip. No problem, she assures, her voice calm amidst the impending chaos. The sudden appearance of the spear catches the nearby goblins off guard. Their crude faces twist in surprise, a guttural, escaping one of their throats. One of the goblins, recovering quickly, grips his own crude spear, preparing to meet the elven warrior's challenge. The air crackles with anticipation. From a slight rise, Stetch surveys the scene, his expression a mix of calculation and grim amusement. The goblins are about to learn they picked the wrong fight. The green energy intensifies around Selena's spear, a visible manifestation of the power she's about to unleash. The air hums with magical potential. Stetch grips the hilt of his sword, the manticore leather providing a reassuringly firm hold. The manticore leather is doing its job, he thinks, a predatory glint in his eyes. Asterisk, now this is what I call equipment. Asterisk. A slow smile spreads across Stetch's face, a hint of the battle lust that lies beneath his calm exterior. Asterisk, is it time to warm up a little? Asterisk, he muses inwardly, his eyes narrowing. The goblin's eyes widen in terror as he catches sight of Stetch's expression. A silent scream forms in his throat, a primal fear gripping his heart. The sounds of battle erupt, the clash of steel, the thud of bodies hitting the ground, and the guttural cries of the goblins fill the air. An arrow lies discarded on the forest floor, a testament to the swift and brutal efficiency of the assault. Two goblins lie wounded amidst the carnage, one feebly reaching out to the other. "You okay?" he croaks, his voice filled with pain and desperation. The forest floor is littered with the bodies of the fallen goblins, their crude weapons scattered around them. The battle is over, and the forest falls silent once more. He surveys the scene, a confident smirk playing on his lips. This task, at least, presents no challenge. Selena, her expression serious, seeks clarification. The goal for the next village is to teach the corrupt village chief a lesson, correct? The plan is simple, he explains. Help the villagers and cut off one of the royal family's sources of revenue. They'll see how it goes. A sinister smile spreads across the face of Borden, the corrupt village chief. Stetch mentions he heard something interesting from a friend named Dalton. The chief, Borden, has started collecting an incredible amount of money. Selena's brow furrows in concern. Borden? Jellen's chief? What for? The man explains that rumor has it Borden is using the funds to collect artifacts like a madman, and it's all being kept somewhere in Jelen. Meanwhile, they arrive in Jelen. Stetch suggests they find a place to stay first. A voice cries out, "Wait, you can't do that." A villager struggles to hold onto his pig, which squeals in protest. In the background, Stetch Atelier and Selena Grace observe the scene. A stern voice declares that the villager's property is essentially the chief's property. Selena Grace's expression hardens, a hint of concern etched on her face. Stetch Atelier suggests they give the situation a minute, advising Selena Grace to figure out what's happening before intervening. The villager continues to plead, the sounds of his desperation echoing through the small village. A hand deposits coins into a pouch, a small act of kindness in a seemingly unfair situation. Stetch Atelier mentions they're looking for a place to stay, his gaze thoughtful. A voice asks if they would mind if they stayed on their floor. A bowl of soup sits on a table, a simple meal in a time of uncertainty. The man at the table assures them that it's all right and that this has been going on for a couple of years now, hinting at a long-standing issue. The text explains that the price to use public facilities like the water wheel has increased, and people are being charged fines and fees for obscure reasons. The man states that they are in no position to relocate, so all they can do is lay low or... He chewed thoughtfully, the weight of the village's troubles heavy on his mind. Saving money felt impossible, making the prospect of buying their way out of this situation equally so. A voice cut through the air, laced with concern. Why were the soldiers seizing property from the farmers? Selena Grace's brow furrowed, her gaze troubled as she considered the implications. The thought lingered. If the soldiers were hoarding so much wealth, surely they should be well compensated. Stetch reflected on the past, before the taxman's madness. Even then, after the soldiers' salaries were cut, things had taken a turn for the worse. His mind drifted to a solution, a place where secrets could be kept safe, hidden from prying eyes. At the village bar, the barkeep's eyes widened, surprised by the question. How did they know so much about what happened to the soldiers? A hushed voice admitted to overhearing things, snippets of conversations that painted a troubling picture. A sly grin spread across Stetch Atelier's face. The bar, it made perfect sense. He excused himself, a promise hanging in the air. He would be back shortly. Meanwhile, the village bar stood bathed in the soft glow of lanterns, its weathered facade hinting at the secrets within. Inside, a newcomer was being questioned about his profession, his presence stirring curiosity among the regulars. He grinned, flexing his arm. Stetch Atelier admitted he'd been working as a mercenary for a while. The barkeep, standing behind the counter, acknowledged that hardy young men like him were hard to come by around these parts, offering to buy him a drink. Stetch thanked him. The barkeep admitted he could use a drink after dealing with monsters. He wondered aloud what kind of monsters could cause trouble around here. Stetch recalled that he thought there would just be a couple of lone goblins since there was a village nearby, but he saw a chief. The barkeep dismissed the idea that anything could be done about that. Stetch chuckled, admitting he barely got away with his life. The barkeep laughed, saying Stetch was flattering him. He asked if an experienced person like him had any advice on dealing with them. The barkeep reminisced about his youth, when every time he swung his spear, alcohol sloshed on the table. The barkeep grumbled, wondering if this country was just using all of their money trying to get more artifacts. Stetch thought it was about time he got drunk. A shadowy figure mused that if the village chief had that much money, then it was the perfect opportunity to lay the bait, especially if it was an artifact he was looking for, because he had one too. The man with the long white beard stroked it thoughtfully, wondering aloud if he could sell it for a good price. The barkeep grumbles, lamenting how the country is draining their resources. He believes they're only trying to acquire more artifacts, and if the village had so much money, they should be paying him first. Casper's eyes narrow, a predatory glint in them. It was about time the chief got drunk, he thinks. Casper smirks, realizing the village chief has a lot of money. He sees this as the perfect opportunity and suggests laying the bait. Casper considers the situation. If it's an artifact the chief is looking for, he has one too. He wonders if he can sell it for a good price. The barkeep and another man exchange knowing glances, their expressions suggesting they find the situation amusing. The barkeep's arm is adorned with a golden bracelet, its surface shimmering with what appears to be starlight. Casper's brow furrows, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he contemplates the potential profit. Casper is reassured by the barkeep, who tells him not to worry. The barkeep thinks their reactions are easy to read, judging by the way that the chief is spending his money. The barkeep advises that if Casper plans to sell it, he should try going to the castle, as those kinds of things are. The text indicates that such matters are generally handled by Grandmaster Chelsea. Casper expresses his gratitude, saying, "Ooh, thank you." Casper arrives, a bit late to the scene. Selena Grace wastes no time, immediately pressing him for the information they sought. He assures her that things went smoothly. He admits that they got a little drunk. Casper complains about how they just wouldn't stop drinking. Humans, he thinks, drink so much of that bitter liquid. Someone calls out to Stetch. Casper seems to agree with something, while Selena Grace looks on. The hooded figure thinks they were so obvious, trying to be sneaky. He wonders who causes this much. A surge of green energy emanates from the hooded figure. The hooded figure confronts Stetch, demanding that he get out of here and questioning who they are. The night air hangs heavy as several figures cloaked in shadow surround a building. One of them steps forward, his voice a low murmur, stating that he'll keep this short. Extending a hand, the hooded figure demands the artifact, ordering them to give it up and leave. Steel flashes in the moonlight, slicing across the arm of one of the hooded figures. Blood splatters, painting the night a crimson hue. Selena Grace descends from above, her sword a whirlwind of motion as she engages the hooded figures. Each swing is precise, each strike aimed to disable. Casper watches from a distance, a spectral green skull looming behind him. He muses to himself, wondering how he ever beat her. With a swift kick, the elf sends one of the hooded figures sprawling. She moves with practiced ease, a blur of green against the dark robes. Elsewhere, the full moon hangs high in the inky sky, casting an eerie glow over the unfolding conflict. 3 of the hooded figures stand together, one of them remarking that he knew this is how it would end up. Another asks what they are after. A close-up reveals the face of one of the hooded figures, or rather, the mask they wear. The mask is grotesque, almost comical in its exaggerated features. Another hooded figure is struck, blood erupting from the unseen wound. The fight is brutal, desperate. An unseen force slams into one of the hooded figures, sending him flying backward. The air crackles with energy. Casper observes the scene, noting the ability to mobilize a group as soon as he left, and the matching outfits. One of the kneeling figures is accused of planning this from the start. Casper scoffs, remarking that they don't seem competent enough to plan anything like this. He declares his intention to do something to them, but claims he's a kind person and will give them a chance first. Casper advises them to talk while he's still being nice, unless they want to start eating with their other hand tomorrow. The kneeling figure cries out the name of Grandmaster Sage Chelsea. Casper looks on, a question mark hanging in the air. The figure reveals that Sir Chelsea ordered them to do it. Casper reflects on the artifacts and how they need to take as many as possible, even if they have to use force. He finds it wild that they don't even think to take the artifact for themselves. The figure is asked where they keep these artifacts, but they claim they don't know anything else. It's revealed that Sir Chelsea is cautious about spreading information, so he doesn't even say a word around common soldiers. Casper hums, stating that if none of them know anything, there's no reason for him to let them go. He knows something suspicious. Casper's expression hardens. The well, near the chief's guard's barracks, wasn't used for water. It was something else entirely. Casper's expression hardened. He questioned if they were trying to mislead him with useless information and roll around in a bunch of rotting meat. The hooded figure insisted that wasn't what he was saying. It wasn't useless. The well was a source of fresh meat, and sometimes even live, wild animals were sent down there. Casper realized they were sending large amounts of food, and he connected it to the chief and the artifact. Food. They must be using monsters to guard the room with the artifacts. An idea fit for a narrow-minded idiot. Meanwhile, a knock echoed. Borden, chief of Jelen, called for them to come in. Grandmaster Chelsea was on patrol even this early in the morning and thanked someone. There's been a response from Laptors. The first prince? Borden told someone there was no need to be impatient. He said it was enough to go into his artifact collection. The response had been positive, especially regarding the most recent artifact they had collected. The individual in question wanted to see it for himself, according to the letter. They would have to give him a run for his money. All they had to do was send those artifacts to the capital in a couple of days, and they would be set for life. The order was given to make sure nothing happened during this time. The subordinate confirmed the order. They had to. It was as thorough as they say. He must have noticed that his soldiers were gone by now. They had to sneak into the underground trove by today to get in. The question was posed, how were they thinking of getting in? Using that well? If he's as crazy about artifacts as they say he is, there would probably be an incredible amount of protective measures. The speaker didn't know what was below that well, but it was probably the safest and fastest way. Selena Grace guessed that made sense. Casper stands in what appears to be a kitchen, holding a flask filled with a pink liquid. He explains that they know it's a biological monster and it needs to eat food. The man continues, stating that carnivorous monsters are generally aggressive, so it will definitely react if they prepare a meal for it. Casper believes he'll need help with this operation. Selena Grace, looking determined, is asked to cause a distraction. Casper adds that he will go in an hour after the distraction. Selena is asked if she thinks Casper is planning to go in alone and if he might not be able to handle the monster alone. She wonders if she is just a hindrance. Casper reassures her that this is a two-sided operation and he definitely needs her help from the outside. He asks if she can do it. Selena looks at a small container, seemingly ready to fulfill her role. She confirms that she can. The moon hangs full and bright in the inky sky, casting an ethereal glow upon the landscape below. Stechatelier's gaze drifts off into the distance, his expression unreadable in the dim light. A muffled thump echoes through the night as he rides atop a massive beast, its fur thick and coarse beneath his legs. Selena Grace peers up at the animal, her eyes widening slightly. Good job, she thinks. This is bigger than I expected. Nice work. The beast's massive form dwarfs the elf as they continue their journey through the darkened woods. A gloved hand rotates a skewer laden with meat over an unseen fire. The promise of warmth and sustenance hangs heavy in the cool night air. With a nice toasty meal like this, the sound of sizzling meat fills the air. Selena Grace looks up at Stechatelie, her expression questioning. What's the status of the surroundings? In the distance, a towering castle looms against the night sky. There's a lot of security. Guards patrol the battlements, their figures silhouetted against the faint light emanating from within the castle walls. But the upper walls seem to have the least amount of guards. Stechatelie hefts the beast onto his shoulders, preparing to move. The castle awaits. A voice echoes with a promise, or perhaps a threat. He'll be back. Stechatelie scales the castle wall, his movements precise and practiced. The cool night air bites at his exposed skin as he pulls himself upward. He mutters to himself, a vow made in the darkness. Never again will he climb with a boar on his back. The guards stand watch, their vigilance seemingly relaxed. One notes that the security is a lot more lax since it's the inner walls. Stech peers down at a well, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. Is that the well they were talking about? He descends into the darkness, calculating the timing. This won't even be hard as long as he gets the timing right. A sudden exclamation escapes him as something unexpected confronts him in the depths. Ugh! He realizes, with a growing sense of dread, that this is definitely monster shit. A big one, too. He needs to go down, even though it stinks. A voice whispers urgently, telling him to shut up and go down before he gets caught. He wonders how the patrol is going. Meanwhile, above, the guards reassure each other that everything is quiet as usual. The guard captain regards someone with a stern expression. The guard captain questions why they aren't worrying about patrol. The guard captain states that he still has his job with that kind of mentality and orders an increase in the number of guard around the castle wall. 2 guards respond affirmatively to the guard captain's order. Meanwhile, Stechatelie watches from the shadows. Stech activates the skill Automatic Reflex, which temporarily raises reflexes and increases the chances of skill activation with experience. He thinks to himself that this skill isn't supposed to be used this way, but it was nice skill timing. He also notes that nothing important is even happening, but they're still so strict, even patrolling in full armor. One of the guards is surprised there are no riots and wonders if they do not think about resisting. The other guard doesn't understand why the leader is so obsessed about collecting artifacts. The guard continues, noting that all the leader is doing is keeping them locked up in a room, and wonders how long they have to stay like this. Stech says to himself to just wait a second, the food went down for sure, and it takes a bit for the drug to kick in. He wonders how about now, and decides it's alright to start moving. Stech descends into the well. He winces, clutching at his nose. The explorer suspects something is broken, the stench of the dungeon barely registering anymore. Further in, a massive burnip slumbers, its bulk filling the cavernous space. The creature is surrounded by bones. Stech wonders how they managed to bring it all the way from the swamps. Still, money can buy anything. The drug they used must be potent, keeping the beast docile. Stech muses on how normal humans manage to control such a monster. He figures there must be an item to control it, or perhaps a secret passageway. It certainly isn't a pet. He just needs to avoid getting stepped on. With a soft do, Stech continues forward, his eyes scanning the path ahead. The lock on the door looks a little shabby for the last measure of security. It shouldn't be impossible for a normal person to open. The lock clicks open. Stech steps into a room filled with gold. He marvels at how much the greedy Duke saved up. A voice in his head reminds Stech to stop getting distracted and look forward. He sees a covered object ahead. What could it be? Stech's eyes widen in surprise. He examined the dagger and helmet, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. Stech mused that they weren't even as good as Barak. A voice, seemingly from nowhere, boomed with a demand, "Then give them to me." A surge of energy crackled through the air, the scent of ozone filling the room. The artifact Memento Mortem's curse-eating ability increased his mana limit from 850 to 3250. The active skill evolved. 2 new active skills have been added, including Tesla. Stetch's eyes widened. His mana limit had increased significantly. He wouldn't have to worry about running out of mana anymore. The next 2 abilities he'd be unlocking were Synchro and Caesar. They each took 45,000 mana. Stetch smiled slightly, realizing he'd have to wait a little bit longer to upgrade. There was still one more left. An artifact. Artifact 2? No doubt. There's no established form an artifact has to take after all. It can exist as a gas or a liquid as well. He pauses, examining something in his hands. The air hangs heavy with the scent of damp stone and something else, something ancient and acrid. Stetch decides to take it with him. The cavern echoes with the soft rustle of his cloak as he moves. With a heave, he slings a large red bag over his shoulder, the weight shifting his balance slightly. Meanwhile, a monstrous form lurks in the shadows, its mandibles twitching, its eyes gleaming with an unknown hunger. A guttural growl rumbles deep within his chest. Stetch stops, sensing a presence. The air grows colder, a primal fear prickling at the back of his neck. His eyes narrow, a green energy coalescing around his weapon. He prepares for a fight, the scent of ozone filling the air. With a swift motion, Stetch slashes at the monstrous figure, the green energy leaving a searing trail in its wake. The monster roars in agony, blood splattering against the cavern walls. The sound echoes, a primal scream of pain and fury. He focuses, channeling a different energy now, a purple aura enveloping his form. The air crackles with anticipation. A blinding explosion erupts, engulfing the monster in a wave of pure force. The cavern shakes, dust and debris raining down. Stetch continues his assault, bringing his weapon down in a final, decisive strike. The air vibrates with power. He grits his teeth, struggling to parry the relentless assault. Stetch knows he won't be able to keep blocking these heavy attacks with just his sword. Not wanting to fight 2 enemies at once, Stetch decides to take care of this guy first. He gathers air, preparing a spell. With a shout, Stetch releases the spell. Burst! The spell collides with something unseen, creating a powerful shockwave. The ground beneath them cracks and splinters from the force. Stetch is confused. Why isn't it working? A skull-like figure of green energy manifests, revealing pieces of Dispellium embedded in the walls. You can't see them unless you look really carefully. Very impressive. Dispellium? It's the stuff they use to make handcuffs for magicians. Stetch mutters, yup. Isn't that really expensive? No wonder this country has no money. Stetch curses under his breath. Damn son of a bitch. A turnip, found in a cave laced with Dispellium. The figure, burdened with a bag, mutters in frustration. Borden curses under his breath. A voice echoes, questioning the financial state of a nation. A shout rings out. The elf's expression is unreadable. A surge of power manifests as shooting assistance. The elf draws back the bowstring, energy crackling around the arrow. The blonde elf notes that huge bows like this were usually Aida's specialty, as the other elf agrees that this works too. The arrow flies, wreathed in green energy. Streaks of emerald energy descend from an unseen source, arcing towards the castle walls. The glowing projectiles maintain their speed, ignoring gravity as they hurtle through the night sky. The first volley slams into the stone, erupting in bursts of light and sending splinters of rock flying. High above, Selena Grace peers down at the castle, gauging the distance. Did they not notice? It must be around 400-500 m. Drawing back the string of her bow, Selena Grace focuses, muttering, "This bow isn't too shabby." Panic grips the castle as the alarm is raised. We're under attack. A soldier barks orders, his voice tight with urgency. What are you doing? Locate the enemy. Chaos erupts as soldiers scramble for cover. Where is this coming from? The soldier continues. Tisk, get into a defensive position and maintain a border. The forest. One soldier braces himself behind a large shield, the impact of the arrows reverberating through his arms. Another arrow finds its mark, exploding close to the castle wall. The forest. Judging from the direction, the enemy must be. The soldier's face contorts in a mixture of fear and determination. Keep a minimal amount of soldiers for security and send the rest to find the attacker. From atop the castle walls, a soldier barks orders to kill anyone who resists. Chelsea calls out, questioning what is happening. Another armored figure insists it's too dangerous to come outside and urges everyone to go back inside. Preparations are underway to raise the bridge as soon as the soldiers are dispatched, ensuring no one sneaks in. From the forest, Selena Grace takes aim, declaring it won't happen on her watch. The elf focuses, preparing to unleash her penetrating shot. But there's a problem. The bridge is broken. The chains lie snapped, the drawbridge rendered useless. Selena Grace keeps her bow at the ready, though she admits keeping it out while using skills isn't as easy as she thought. The message comes. The escape route is open, and it's up to Stetch now. Meanwhile, a hidden cave entrance awaits. Inside the cave, A figure wonders if there's anything they can do in this situation. A surge of raw energy erupts, the air crackling with unseen power. A voice echoes, laced with frustration. Even with mana restrictions, the fight continues. A spectral visage, wreathed in emerald fire, looms in the darkness. A sinister thought takes form. Isn't this a perfect opportunity? Sweat beads on his brow, the young man's gaze hardening with resolve. He wonders aloud if this is a good opportunity. The cloaked figure stands defiant before the monstrous form, a silent question hanging in the air. Is this the reason for the other gear? The beast's eyes narrow, a guttural growl rumbling in its chest. It declares that it was already on it. With a burst of speed, the cloaked figure lunges, blade aimed true. The clash of steel echoes through the cavern. The young man's eyes burn with fierce determination, his grip tightening on the unseen weapon. The cavern walls loom, shadows dancing in the flickering light as the battle rages on. A gaping wound appears on the monster's flank, a roar of pain echoing through the chamber. The hand tightens around the hilt, the word die, a silent promise of destruction. A blinding explosion of energy engulfs the cavern, the air shimmering with heat and power. The monster reels, a strangled cry escaping its throat as the force of the blast throws it back. He grimaces, sweat beading on his brow as he studies the monster. Is this the effect of the salamander dust? The power it grants is undeniable, but the risks. The beast lunges, its massive jaws snapping shut with terrifying force. This bite, he realizes, might be enough to tear right through him. The monster's teeth crash together, the sound echoing through the cavern. Good thing they're slow, he thinks, his heart pounding in his chest. With a burst of speed, Borden throws himself out of the path of the snapping jaws, the air whistling past where he stood moments before. The monster pauses, momentarily surprised by his agility. A guttural growl rumbles in its chest. It recovers quickly, however, and renews its assault, the cavern air thick with the stench of its breath. Again, he narrowly avoids the crushing bite, the force of the attack sending tremors through the stone floor. Borden clicks his tongue, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. This is getting dangerous. The monster presses its advantage, its massive form filling the narrow passage as it lunges once more. His eyes narrow, a flicker of determination in their depths. He has to find an opening, and fast. He stands amidst the aftermath, blood splattered across his face and clothing, the grim reminder of a recent kill. Borden surveys the scene, the weight of his actions settling upon him. He recoils slightly, muttering about the smell and regretting the manner of his kill. A spectral voice chimes in, the green skull materializing beside him, pointing out the obvious. He's got a little something on his face, and his smell isn't helping either. Borden sighs, a hint of annoyance in his voice. What can he do? Come on, let's get out of here. The spectral skull questions if he intends to carry all that with him, considering the traps and security ahead. Borden smirks, confident. He got through their last line of defense. What else does he have to be afraid of? He adds, almost as an afterthought, that he's also figured out a nice way to say fuck you to the chief. How so? He pressed onward through the cavern, the blue light casting long shadows across the jagged rocks. Let's find the way out first, he thought. Anyway, he wondered how Elena was doing. Deep within the cavern, a voice echoes, laced with a hint of triumph. See, I told you. A figure stands amidst the ruins, their expression unreadable beneath the shadows of their hood. No problems, they declare, their voice calm and assured. The explorer examines a trap, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. Yeah, whatever you say, trap master. He muses, it's pretty obvious when amateurs try to install artificial traps on a natural terrain. Venezia's rule. He continues, his voice a low murmur, although the amount of money they spend is absurd. Damn, how much do they spend on this? This is all tax money. The explorer gasps, a hint of awe in his voice. Whoa, it's connected to the inner halls. He breathes deeply, savoring the fresh air. A booming voice echoes through the halls, urgency lacing every word. Hurry up. The bridge was broken through. Stechatelier's eyes widen in surprise, a question forming on his lips. Is it Elena? The bridge is broken. A skill activates, a surge of primal energy coursing through him. Animal instinct. The description flashes, maximizes the senses in one's extremities and enhances hearing to utilize echolocation. A voice commands, go search every corner of the forest. The enemy's main method of the bridge lies in ruins, a testament to the force of the attack. Attack is a bow, an arrow. The text continues, their numbers and identities are unknown, but they are no ordinary foe, so notify me as soon as you find one. A doorway, chained and seemingly impassable, stands as the next obstacle. The crimson-haired man's eye twitched, a realization dawning. It was definitely Elena. From above, the scene unfolded. What she had done remained a mystery, but the soldiers were spread thin. Plummeting downwards, the figure calculated that they should be able to move freely with this. A muffled ooh escaped as a figure, burdened with a large sack, stood beside a horse, a silent question hanging in the air. It had been a while. A mounted figure spurred their steed onward, the sounds of pursuit echoing behind them. A chorus of confused voices rose in unison. What? What? Looking up, one of the guards exclaimed that the guy who just went past them had left the castle with a bunch of stuff. The order rang out. After him, a sinister smile crept across the crimson-haired man's face. All right, he'd head straight to the village now. The blonde elf praised the other, noting that they really riled them up. He rode onward, Selena beside him. The elf inquired if the plan was over. Stetch estimated they were about halfway through. There was still one last event left, but they were being pursued from all sides. Selena asked if he planned to fight them. Stetch simply replied, nope. The plan was clear. They were going straight to the village. Meanwhile, the village lay ahead, bathed in the pale light of the moon. Stetch asked Selena to hold on for a second, a slight groan escaping his lips. He reminded Selena to do what they talked about when he gave her the signal. Elsewhere, a gloved hand held a glowing orb, energy crackling around it. The orb unleashed a fireball. A voice boomed, commanding the villagers to listen up. The voice continued, demanding they get out right now, stating this would be their only opportunity. Inside one of the buildings, a man looked out surprised. He thought to himself that this was his chance to escape from this oppressive regime. He stares out the window, a look of shock on his face. Selena stands behind him, equally surprised by what she sees. A man with crimson hair points forward, issuing a dire warning. If they want a fresh start, they must leave the village now. Selena, her blonde hair flowing, begins to cast a spell, energy crackling around her. The air crackles as she focuses her power, unleashing an air bullet. The air bullet hurtles forward, a streak of pure energy. The projectile strikes its target, unleashing a burst of light and force. Debris rains down as the magical energy dissipates, leaving a scene of destruction. Meanwhile, a bearded man and a young boy watch in stunned silence, their faces etched with fear. A disembodied voice echoes, filled with disbelief. What is happening? What do they think they're doing? Another voice cries out, questioning their actions, revealing that these are the treasures kept in the castle basement. The crimson-haired man stands before a group of soldiers, their voices rising in unison. Who are you, and why are you doing this? He responds with a chilling calm, stating he's simply returning these treasures to their original owners, and asks if they have a problem with that. From the shadows, a figure in a dark cloak commanded, "Get him!" A soldier with short purple hair, clad in matching armor, braced for the coming assault. The man with crimson hair simply smirked, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. I knew it. A surge of power crackled in the air, followed by the declaration, Ice wave. The air temperature plummeted as the man unleashed his magic. A wave of frigid energy surged outwards, engulfing the battlefield. The soldiers barely had time to react before they were completely encased in ice, their expressions frozen in shock. Trapped within the icy prison, one soldier could only scream in silent terror as the magic took hold. The red-haired man stood amidst his frozen captives, declaring, You guys aren't allowed to move until everyone who wants to leave gets out. His eyes scanned the frozen forms, a chilling smile playing on his lips. I could kill all of you right now if I wanted to, but that's... A voice, seemingly from within the ice, muttered a little too mean, and you guys have a job to do. After the ice melts, tell this to the Grinch. The man's expression hardened, his gaze intense. If you continue to live like this, I'll be taking your life next. The air hangs thick with the cloying sweetness of decaying vegetation. God damn it, the burn-up smell isn't going away. Stetch holds up a handful of leaves. He wonders if it's getting any better, noting that this is one of the strongest deodorizing plants. Selena Grace sighs, resigned to the lingering odor. She notes that there aren't any more dungeons left in the outskirts of Venezia, so they're going to head deeper into the kingdom. Rummaging through his bag, Stetch announces he found something pretty cool in the basement. Stetch asks if Selena Grace distributed all the treasure to the villagers. He admits he didn't really know what to do with this one. Stetch holds up a glowing pink bottle. Selena Grace asks how he opened it, noting there's a little switch on the top. He wonders what kind of artifact this is. Stetch exclaims that this ability is definitely. He offers the artifact to Elena, saying she can have it. Stetch explains that it's a pretty useful artifact that generally increases physical abilities. He wanted to give her something useful anyway. Elena wonders if he doesn't like it. A spectral skull floats in the air, its glowing green eyes piercing the darkness. It insists that whatever it's offering isn't weird, but admits it doesn't know how it tastes. It suggests to just hold your nose and take a sip. The skull then asks if she is stupid. The spectral skull's voice echoes, urging her to think back to when they first met. It recalls that when she heard he was using an artifact, she was pretty disgusted. A woman with red markings on her face glares, accusing him of being a cursed spirit. The man with red hair looks away, sweat beading on his forehead. She asks if he already forgot. The spectral skull reappears, stating that a normal reaction to artifacts from elves. The woman's expression softens slightly as she recalls that her family was almost killed in a dungeon. She thinks to herself, wondering if it makes sense that she'd willingly use one. The man with red hair looks distressed, his eyes wide with concern. Selena Grace looks down, lost in thought. He wasn't trying to pressure her to use it. Selena's eyes are downcast, her expression troubled. She reflects that her stats are lacking compared to Stetch's. Magic swirls around Selena as she thinks that she can't use a lot of magic even though she descends from a long line of magic users. Selena is shown in a fighting stance, her face determined. She also couldn't overpower the human soldier when she... Selena's face is bruised and bloodied, her expression one of frustration. She fought her in the dungeon. She even lost her bow when they fought the Manticore. Selena's blue eyes are filled with self-doubt. She is accompanying Stetch on his journey to assist him, but what good is she? A question hangs in the air, heavy with doubt. If she is worthless when it matters most? Her hand trembles slightly as she grips the vial, the pink liquid swirling within. A resolve hardens within her. She will drink it. A man, his face etched with worry, pleads with her. He knows what it means for her to drink this, and he doesn't want her to force herself. A disembodied voice echoes, warning that she might even be shunned by the other elves. The memory of a promise surfaces, a desperate plea not to be dead weight after volunteering to help. Another fear surfaces, being kicked out of her village because of this decision. Selena Grace stares intently at the potion, her expression unreadable. The man's concern deepens, a spectral skull looming ominously behind him as he watches her. Held delicately, the crystalline vial pulsed with an inner light, its violet depths hinting at potent energies contained within. Stetch watched with concern, his brow furrowed. He needed to know if the artifact was having an adverse effect. "How are you feeling? Is it okay?" he asked. A voice, strained but steady, described the artifact's purpose, to amplify the senses and cleanse impurities from body. Her grip tightened on the vial, her expression a mixture of hope and trepidation as she considered the implications of its power. The effects, it was said, should be taking hold now. Stetch pressed, his concern mounting. "Are you feeling anything?" A sudden, sharp intake of breath, and Selena Grace recoiled, clutching at her arms as if burned. A strangled cry escaped her lips. Panic flared in Stetch's eyes. He tried to reassure her, explaining that her body was merely adjusting to the parasitic artifact, urging her not to panic. Her eyes squeezed shut, a grimace of pain contorting her features as the artifact's influence intensified. Her legs gave way, and Elena Grace collapsed to the ground. A strange, unsettling sound filled the air, prompting a question. What was that? The forest floor teemed with unseen life, every rustle and chirp amplified to an unbearable degree. There was so much noise coming from everywhere, breathing noises in her ear. The scent of the forest, normally a comforting aroma, now assaulted her nostrils with an overwhelming intensity. Every grain of dirt on her fingertips felt like a mountain range, each imperfection magnified beyond endurance. Her senses were reacting to every conceivable object, overloading her mind with a torrent of information. She felt a wave of nausea rising in her throat. Selena Grace thought she was going to throw up. Stetch Atelier, noticing her distress, held out a small plant. He asked how she felt now, explaining that feeling tired was normal until she got the hang of controlling the artifact. He offered his assistance. "Let me know if you need anything," Stetch said. She suddenly paused, her face contorting slightly. Selena Grace could smell something. The elf covered her mouth, her eyes wide with a mixture of disgust and confusion. Stetch Atelier looked up, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead, as if realizing something important. A voice confirmed her heightened sense. "Yes, your sense of smell." The scene shifts to Amrita. A stern voice echoes, a veiled threat hanging in the air. They must think carefully before writing again. The letter is held aloft, the unspoken consequences heavy in the air. If not, the man's rage is palpable, his subordinate shrinking under the intensity of his gaze. He vows to personally kill them himself. The ornate room seems to amplify the confusion. "What's going on?" The man gestures, presenting something to Mark McDowell. He is told to see for himself. The title is revealed. First Prince Laptops, Giant of the West, Mark McDowell. The man's eyes narrow, a question forming on his lips. "Borden is that noble who is sucking up to you, right?" The other man dismisses the interaction as mere play. He claims he was just playing around with him because he said he would send some artifacts. Why else would he deal with him? The man's expression hardens, his disappointment evident. He didn't expect anything from him anyway. The man's voice drips with possessiveness. They're all like that. The thing that bothers him the most is that someone touched something that was supposed to be his. The man's anger reaches a boiling point. That's a direct insult to him. The armored figure, shield emblazoned, continued his march alongside a cloaked companion. He questioned if they should track the thief down, clearly unhappy with the situation. Meanwhile, a man named Mark McDowell was given orders. He was left in charge of capturing them, with full permission granted. The armored figure authorized lethal force if they resisted. He instructed Mark to take care of it. Despite the order, the armored figure hoped to capture them alive. Elsewhere, the wind rustled through the trees as the journey continued. A gloved hand gently stroked the horse's flank. The man in the cloak paused, a question forming in his mind. Was this racism? A sigh escaped someone's lips. It was nice to be back in nature. The man in the cloak spoke, not believing that was the issue. He knew the bandaged woman was more sensitive now, but wondered if she could see anything. The man in the cloak held a map, stating they came this way, because someone... The man in the cloak considered that they might be tracked, but the road was rougher than he thought. He didn't think they could take the horse any further. The bandaged woman stated she couldn't see, but could still feel everything. The bridge creaked ominously, suggesting the journey would not be easy. He paused, the fog swirling around him, obscuring the path ahead. A voice echoed from behind, "Wait a second." Selena Grace's brow furrowed, her elven ears twitching. "I hear something." Stechatellier tilted his head, his expression questioning. "Wings." His enhanced senses struggled to pierce the dense fog. Selena Grace focused, her eyes narrowing. How sensitive were her senses now? In the middle of this canyon, a monster's roar, and a faint human sound. They might be getting attacked. Stechatellier glanced back, his hand instinctively moving towards his weapon. "Are you going to save them? Things could get complicated if they're soldiers." He continued, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. "If they're soldiers, there's no reason for them to be on this road. While there's a perfectly fine path nearby, and they wouldn't need our help. The problem is how to fight off the enemies in this fog." A disembodied voice echoed, "Accidentally break the bridge." The voice continued, "Stech, don't move." Meanwhile, Selena Grace notched an arrow, her expression grim. "I think the monster noticed us." Her gaze narrowed, focusing on a distant point through the fog. Her right eye glowed with an eerie red light, enhancing her vision. The arrow, wreathed in green energy, shot forth into the fog. The group paused on the snowy ridge, overlooking the valley below. One of them wondered aloud, questioning if someone had hit their target. Selena Grace breathed a sigh of relief. The humans had noticed them too. The unknown man observed that they didn't seem hostile. Selena Grace considered the possibility that they might be soldiers. Selena Grace winced, clutching her arm. She dismissed it as nothing, explaining that she was just not used to it yet. A voice echoed, stating that they could go as soon as their mana calmed down. The three figures continued along the narrow, winding path. Elsewhere, amidst the chaos of battle, a soldier cried out, urging others to figure out who was injured and requesting more bandages. The cries for help continued, with requests for potions and desperate inquiries about who could have shot with such precision. A voice declared that they were merely adventurers passing by. The unknown man inquired if the wounded soldier needed help, his tone laced with a hint of uncertainty. The wounded soldier, his face obscured by bandages, questioned why they were there. The unknown man sighed, finding the situation increasingly annoying. He raises a hand in greeting, a wide smile plastered across his face. Hey, what a small world." The man with reddish-brown hair glares back, his expression a storm of anger. "Go away. What are you planning this time? Why are you here?" A smaller image shows Stechatellier and the man facing each other. Stechatelier's smile widens, unfazed by the hostility. "I like how stubborn you are, too. It's a rather joyful reunion. Let's go to our base, and maybe we can talk about cooperating." The man's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed. "What? Cooperating? I already said no." The man's expression is tight with anger, jaw clenched. What could be fueling such a reaction? The man with reddish-brown hair is asked what he is planning. Stechatellier stands beside him, remarking with a chuckle that he still doesn't plan on joining their group. The man with dark hair finds the other's stubbornness amusing, responding with a flirtatious, "How do you do, my lady?" Stechatellier notes that he almost didn't recognize Selena Grace with all the bandages covering her face. The bandages obscure much of Selena Grace's face, but her elven ears are still visible. The man with reddish-brown hair states that he is used to it. He muses that intelligence may be a factor in how fast one can learn to control it, as a spectral skull floats ominously behind him. The words hang in the air. "You talking to me?" "I mean," Stechatellier declares that they should go to their base. Meanwhile, a distant view shows a village bustling with activity. It is noted that their boys are in the process of fixing up the bridge, making this an ideal location for their base. The village is shown with various figures moving about, and the need to organize the roads beforehand is emphasized. He seemed to consider the situation. Well, fighting the monsters was, he supposed, a part of organizing the roads. They were a pretty good source of protein, she mused, tasting like chicken. The man looked back at them, a question forming on his face. Anyway, what were they doing here? Someone pointed out that they thought they went in opposite directions the last time they saw each other, and questioned what they cared about their plans. Stechatellier told him to relax and hear him out. He didn't know where they were thinking of going, but if they wanted to freely travel around these areas, they need to cooperate with them. The man with reddish-brown hair questioned why. As they could see, it was the only way to get around the Lysia Canyon. The only options were to either use the bridge or the abandoned mines. But recently, a bunch of bridges broke from old age and the mines closed down from monster infestation. The man with reddish-brown hair asked, so what? Was he saying they needed to first build the bridge before they could get across? There's no need to. He pointed a finger upward, stating that it's not just broken bridges. They can fix that up pretty quickly as long as there's a little bit left. He looks up, mentioning the need for help on the other thing, already guessing what it is. The man focuses, green energy crackling around his outstretched hand, ready to unleash a surge of power. The word surge appears, signaling the activation of the skill. The energy surges forward, aimed at the approaching avian monsters. The avian monster, a humango, prepares to face the incoming attack. The humango expresses surprise, caught off guard by the sudden surge of energy. The surge skill impacts the ground, creating a burst of green energy. The avian monsters are engulfed in the green energy, reacting to the impact of the surge skill. The air shatters with a deafening roar, the force of it sending debris flying in all directions. He channels the energy, a vibrant green glow enveloping his hands as the power intensifies. The man with the dark blue hair observes, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He thinks to himself, this guy, did he get stronger since the last time I saw him? The unknown man's power surges, exceeding previous limits. The power is greater than Ark's, but skills. Sweat beads on his brow as he calculates the cost. It uses almost 1/5 of my mana. I gotta plan accordingly, or I'll pass out before anyone else does. Selena Grace notices his strain. You look tired. Do you need to take a break? He smirks, dismissing her concern. Nah, this is the perfect time to try out some skills. The green energy intensifies between his hands, crackling with raw power. He thinks, I might as well finish the job while I'm at it. Looking at the field, Selena Grace assesses the situation. The distance is around 400 m. A sense of urgency fills the air, flying straight towards us. The unknown man focuses, the green energy reaching critical mass. Good. A blinding beam of green energy erupts from his hands, tearing through the landscape with devastating force. Just support me from the... He unleashes a torrent of green energy, the force of it tearing at the very air around him. Elsewhere, a harpy descends, its razor-sharp claws poised to strike. A pair of crimson eyes pierce through the chaos, a silent promise of destruction. Something else approaches, a monstrous roar echoing through the battlefield. Selena Grace watches as the man with reddish-brown hair is asked if he is okay. More harpies descend, their forms blotting out the sky. Their talons, sharp as any blade, promise a swift and brutal end. A band of warriors charges into the fray, eager to join the fight. The man with reddish-brown hair prepares to unleash another blast, telling everyone to stand back. Another man shouts for everyone to take cover as the unknown man prepares his attack. Whispers spread, wondering what he is about to do. He prepares to surge, ready to unleash the full power of his charge. He continued to channel the volatile green energy, the air crackling with its raw power. A wolf-like creature remained within the sphere of influence, seemingly unaffected by the surge. The energy intensified, the green glow becoming almost blinding. The creature stood firm, as if accustomed to such displays of power. The green aura pulsed, a silent testament to the immense forces at play. The wolf-like creature remained still, enduring the energy's embrace. Meanwhile, elsewhere, concern etched itself onto the faces of onlookers, the sheer scale of the energy display causing visible alarm. A dark-haired man watched with a calculating smirk, a hint of ambition flickering in his eyes. He mused to himself, seeing the potential in the display. The man barked orders, his voice carrying over the din. He directed the others to tend to the wounded and assess the damage. A cloaked figure questioned the wisdom of pushing so hard, concern evident in their tone. Selena Grace appeared weary, the strain of recent events weighing heavily on her. The words hung in the air, a reminder of the sacrifices made. The speaker noted the stress already evident in the woman's demeanor. The dark-haired man remained unfazed by the noise, his focus unwavering. Selena Grace looked on, exhausted. The order was given, a clear directive to retreat and regroup. The situation demanded a swift return. Far below, figures worked to traverse the damaged bridges, their task fraught with peril. They knew they had to return. The call went out, a rallying cry for the repair efforts. The bridges needed to be rebuilt. 2 days later, the bridge, a fragile thread across the chasm, stood as a testament to their efforts. Perhaps, they mused, it was because they didn't have to do anything. Stechatelier stood with Selena Grace and another figure, the explorer acknowledging the gratitude with a simple, thanks to you. He admitted, the place was pretty good, perhaps habitable for a bit. A loaf of bread, a simple offering, was all they were able to do. This was because they had kept the monsters away for so long. Normally, they had to stop production every time the monsters came. Stechatelier acknowledged that sometimes they don't get anything done all day. The red-haired man considered that this might be okay for a day or two. But what about after? The monsters aren't the only problem. They will come back, and you still won't be able to use the bridge. It takes about 10 years before humangos become fully grown and are able to hunt again. A sinister smile crept across the face of a man, declaring that's enough time. The red-haired man noted that there were so many different monsters in the last 2 days. They have a shelter prepared, so it's just a fight against time at this point. The monster's foot rested on the ground. Stechatellier stated that if they keep at it for long enough, it'll be a proper bridge where they can even collect tolls. A frantic message cuts through the relative calm. There's a problem. A hooded figure scurries forward, questioning if anyone was slacking off. They quickly deny it. Stechatelier's eyes widen. The chasers are back. A voice booms out, filled with urgency. The man with the dark hair demands to know what problem could possibly be bigger than what they're facing. His companion, shrouded in a hooded cloak, is quick to defend their actions, stating that they aren't slacking off. His eyes widen, a realization dawning on his face. The hooded figure urges the group to lead the way. The blonde-haired woman observes that the situation looks serious. The man with reddish-brown hair, his mouth full, wonders if they should go with them. The man with reddish-brown hair thinks to himself that if they're being chased, it would be better if he went alone. The man with the dark hair declares that he'll go alone, instructing the others to keep watch on the situation. The landscape stretches out before them, a dangerous path ahead. The man with reddish-brown hair confirms that those are the chasers. The man with the dark hair sees them. He reflects that after they went their separate ways, they fought against countless soldiers, tracking them down. It was an endless cycle of fighting and running, a grim reality etched onto his face. They had brought along some impressive friends, a diverse group gathered around the makeshift camp. Particular friends, indeed, as evidenced by the flag bearing the emblem of a dragon. A hand spread over a detailed map, perhaps planning their next move. Their incredible scouts were able to locate the chasers before they could find their location, but they seemed to be pretty annoyed by this. Because they even hired mercenaries, the famously messed up Drakes, and run circles around them anymore. The mercenary group is called Drakes? The man with the reddish-brown hair stated that they're pretty well known. Never. Confident to have named themselves after a dragon. They're pretty famous, especially their leader Garrett. We won't be able to taunt them. Dragon Killer. He has all sorts of nicknames. A dragon killer? A man of that caliber is a mere mercenary? Don't be fooled. It's something he calls himself, but he's never actually killed a dragon. One thing's for sure, though. The artifact he has is actually dangerous. The elf wonders what artifact he possesses. Yeah, it's an artifact called Spiratus. It can absorb things from its surroundings and shoot it out as a bullet. The man with the ponytail asks if that is supposed to be impressive. The point is its strength. Each shot is comparable to a cannon. There's no limit to its ammo because anything can be its ammo. Depending on the user, you can even shoot things while you're moving. What he heard, one time, he raided a castle by himself. The spectral skull asks who can't do that. The man with the ponytail notes that the other seems to know a lot of details and that they just do things that stand out a lot. Weapon. I only know what I've heard from rumors. Anyway, from the looks of it, they still haven't been able to locate our exact position. They want to be sure, so we don't notice and run. They got a dragon logo name. If this Garrett guy is half as good as they say he is, the bridge is as good as gone. He questioned if he was part of their little quarrel with the chasers. The man with black hair responded that he would have joined them regardless, asking what they would do without him. The man with reddish-brown hair stated that he just had to take care of this Garrett dude. The man with black hair asked if the rest were chumps and why they couldn't just sneak in and assassinate him. The man with black hair was told that he had that thing that makes people into a dumbass. It was stated that they wouldn't be having this meeting if that was possible. It was stated that Garrett's artifact's ability is phase transition. The fact that a living human being can step into the astral domain is against the rules of the universe, and of course there would be consequences. The more time passes, the more pain he will be in. The man with reddish-brown hair was asked to explain it in stupid. It was stated that the longer a living person stays in the land of the soul, the more physically taxing it will be. Selena Grace asked if it was their end. The man with black hair responded that there aren't too many options. It was stated that they have a lot of arrows saved up for the monsters, but attacking recklessly would just reveal their location. Selena Grace stated that it's not that it's just far, but the forest has. She voiced her concern, the weight of their mission pressing heavily on her. Too many things stood in their way, and the possibility of failure loomed large. The disembodied voice echoed the grim reality. They would be at a distinct disadvantage against the cannon. The man in the black cloak stood firm, his arms crossed as he addressed the smaller figure before him. He questioned if the other could not perceive the danger. The unknown man's gaze hardened, reminding the armored figure that his mercenary title was not merely for show. He insisted that they make everyone fall asleep, just as he had done to them, emphasizing that they were fully equipped with magic-resistant gear. The conversation turned to strategy, the group seeking a solution. If they failed, then they would have their answer. The question hung in the air. What was the plan? The man in the black cloak declared that they possessed a useful weapon and a decent shield, his tone suggesting confidence. The man with the ponytail stated that all they needed now was a sturdy bird cage, prompting confusion. What was he talking about? What was he up to? A sinister smile spread across a shadowed face, hinting at a dark purpose. Where there's a... Meanwhile, the camera pans up to a building at night. Inside, voices wondered how their targets managed to slip away every time they thought they had them cornered. Elsewhere, the sinister smile remained, promising something wicked. A gruff voice declared their intentions: to wipe out the mountain bandits by tomorrow and finish all the other requests they've been procrastinating on. The armored figure raises his mug high, declaring, "We drink till then." The man with the staff watches the distant figures, questioning whether they should simply let the mercenaries be after spending good money on them. The hooded figure states that they have a good track record and orders the camp to be guarded in 3 rounds, warning to be careful when lighting fires so the enemy doesn't notice them. The other man confirms the order. The character holds the red, dragon-like artifact. A voice declares it's time to eat. The character's expression hardens as he holds the red, dragon-like artifact. Kneeling, the character places the artifact on the ground, the earth cracking beneath it. The hooded man identifies it as the artifact, while the other notes that it ate the ground. The character holds the artifact, which appears to be consuming something, remarking that it is like artifact, like owner. At the camp, someone wonders where Jamie is, complaining that the drinks aren't as good without him blabbering next to them. Meanwhile, a blast of green energy streaks through the night. The character is struck by a spear, exclaiming, "An ambush!" The 2 men shout, their voices laced with concern. They demand to know if their boss is all right. The boss, his expression fierce, barks out an order. He tells them to find out where the arrow came from. A visible breath escapes the boss's lips, a silent question hanging in the air. He realizes what's happening. It's ice magic. The ice magic takes hold, encasing some of the men. They cry out, unable to move. From a distance, a hooded figure observes the scene, the ice magic shimmering in the air. The boss's eyes narrow, fury burning within them. Who dares to attack him? One of the mercenaries warns that you can never underestimate an experienced mercenary. Another asks if they are leaving already. The man with purple hair declares that there's no need to hide since their sneak attack failed. He states that his plan wasn't to attack from a distance and urges the others to go. 2 figures perch on a ledge. One remarks on the size of someone's genitals, while the other asks to be kept safe. The boss's rage intensifies, his face contorted in fury. 2 figures leap into action, ready to attack. The taunt hung in the air, followed by a declaration of the targets being nothing more than bandits. The man's eyes widen, a guttural sound escaping his lips as he takes in the scene before him. The pair dashes through the snow-covered forest, their breath misting in the frigid air. The wind howls around them, a mournful sound in the desolate landscape. The man's voice booms, a declaration echoing through the frozen canyon. "You've finally revealed yourselves." Ice spreads rapidly, encasing a foot in a prison of frost. The air crackles with cold energy. The man's voice cuts through the icy air, questioning, "Are you the bandits that escaped into the Lysia Canyon?" One of the figures responds, "Just the 2 of you?" The question hangs in the air, laced with a hint of challenge. A smile plays on the man's lips, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. "I guess we should be enough for you. And I prefer," the figure retorts, his voice laced with defiance, "to be called a righteous outlaw instead. Im no bandit. I'm merely a collaborator." Collaborator? Never. The man's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing. "Doesn't matter what you are. All I have to do is take care of you." A voice declares ominously, "It'll be done before you know it." The name echoes in the air, Mercenary Garrett. With a focused intensity, he grips the sword, channeling arcane energies into the blade. The sword hums with power, a vibrant green aura enveloping the steel. Garrett swings the enchanted blade, the air itself seeming to crackle with anticipation. The enchanted sword slams into the shield, unleashing a burst of emerald energy. The man with reddish-brown hair watches with wide eyes, a silent exclamation escaping him. The sword bites deep into the shield, the force of the blow reverberating through the defender's arms. The man with dark hair grits his teeth, bracing for the inevitable. With a deafening crack, the shield splinters, its protective barrier shattered. The faces of the 2 men, one filled with grim determination, the other with dawning horror. The enchanted blade continues its descent, cleaving through the remnants of the shattered shield. The force of the impact explodes outward, sending shockwaves through the ground. A monstrous visage, eyes wide with surprise, wonders aloud, questioning if another artifact has appeared. Garrett is met by Stech Atelier, who leaps forward, closing the distance between them with surprising speed. A disembodied voice muses that their opponents are more than mere amateurs. The force of Stech's blow sends the armored warrior flying backward, a cloud of dust marking his abrupt trajectory. A volley of arrows, wreathed in emerald energy, streaks through the air. Garrett reels, the impact of the unseen attack registering with a jolt. The unknown man observes the scene, recognizing the archer, Selena Grace, the one who fired the initial arrow. Garrett is caught off guard by Stetch's sudden reappearance, questioning how he got so close. A blade descends, poised to strike. A voice commands an explosion. Garrett is consumed by a violent explosion. The armored warrior's face contorts in agony as the explosion rips through him. Two voices cried out, warning of the incoming attack. Their shouts echoed through the cavern as they watched the unfolding events. The explosion from the previous attack left Garrett coughing, the taste of smoke and ozone heavy in the air. He managed to step back, the figure in the cloak thought, try to lessen the force of what was to come. The unknown man focused, calculating if he had managed to reduce the impact in that split second. A sinister grin spread across Garrett's face, the air around him crackling with energy. The armored figure declared that he would show him something interesting, too. A cannon-like weapon was leveled, aimed directly at the cloaked figure. The two figures from before pleaded with Garrett not to shoot. Garrett sneered, noting that he saw the unknown man had done his homework. But that didn't mean this was all he knew how to do. Garrett roared, ordering someone to get down. The man in the cloak braced himself, preparing to block the incoming attack. The force of the blast slammed into him, sending him sliding backward across the icy ground. He grits his teeth, eyes narrowed, a storm of resolve brewing within him. The air crackles with unseen energy as he prepares to meet the onslaught. A force slams into the unknown man, an invisible hammer blow that sends tremors through his very being. The impact is sudden, brutal, and utterly unavoidable. With a grunt of pain, he is hurled backward, the world a blur of motion. Selena Grace watches, her expression a mix of concern and calculation. He's too close for me to do anything, she mutters, assessing the danger. Elsewhere, Stetch watches the unfolding battle, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. He wonders when he's supposed to jump in. Even as he's sent reeling, the unknown man's thoughts are focused. I guess his title isn't just for show. A spectral skull of green energy looms, its presence a silent threat. It seems Garrett is fending off a weird weapon like Penetrator. The spectral skull pulses with power, a visual representation of Garrett maximizing his strengths with close combat. Garrett stands firm, his gaze unwavering. Save the compliments till after the fight, he declares, his voice a low growl. With a swift motion, Garrett unleashes a blade of pure energy, a searing strike aimed at his opponent's heart. Stetch prepares to cast a spell, his hands glowing with arcane energy. If weapons don't work, Garrett's power intensifies, a surge of green energy coursing through his veins. Surge, he roars, unleashing the full force of his abilities. The green energy erupts, a devastating wave of power unleashed upon the unknown man. The air crackles, and the ground trembles as Garrett's attack reaches its crescendo. The unknown man grimaces, realizing the fight is more challenging than he anticipated. He mutters that his opponent is tougher than he thought. Garrett's face fills the view, his expression one of cold assessment. He had assumed his opponent would possess more than a single artifact. The air crackles with energy as Garrett declares he's seen countless people like him. Meanwhile, Garrett lunges forward, a blur of motion against the snowy backdrop, intent on overwhelming his opponent. The clash of titans sends tremors through the ground. From the sidelines, an underling shouts encouragement, urging Garrett to crush him. Garrett's expression hardens, a smirk playing on his lips. He acknowledges his own extensive battle experience. The unknown man, now surrounded by a vibrant green aura, prepares to retaliate. He wonders aloud if Garrett sees him as a mercenary. The camera focuses on Garrett's face, a predatory glint in his eyes as he prepares his next move. A disembodied voice questions if Garrett hasn't realized that Spyratus can block his attacks. Garrett smiles, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He admits that his opponent isn't bad for a bandit. Holding a glowing orb, Garrett prepares to unleash a final, devastating attack. Garrett promises to give his opponent an extravagant end. Garrett's voice booms with malice, promising a spectacular demise. In his gauntlet, a sphere of pure, blinding energy begins to coalesce, radiating heat. The energy erupts in a cataclysmic explosion. Shards of ice rain down, the lingering echo of the blast resonating through the cavern. One of Garrett's subordinates reels, caught in the edge of the blast. Garrett barks at his underlings, demanding they get move on. The subordinates, used as shields, voice their displeasure at the tactic. Garrett's expression hardens, his patience wearing thin. He declares he's done playing around. The subordinates, ever compliant, agree with their leader's assessment. The orb in Garrett's hand glows brighter, the air crackling with anticipation. With a chilling grin, Garrett announces that they'll start again. He unleashes a torrent of energy from the maw of his weapon, the air shimmering with heat and the promise of destruction. The blast slams into the ground, sending splinters of rock and earth flying in all directions. Caught in the maelstrom, the unknown man is sent reeling, the force of the impact blurring his vision. Garrett stands firm, his stance unwavering as he declares, "You chose close combat to compete against my." The masked figure's words hang in the air. "That's too bad." Garrett continues, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "The longer this goes on, the farther away your meet." A voice echoes, stating that shields are getting. The unknown man smirks, a glint in his eyes as he retorts, "It's too bad for you too." A voice booms, declaring, "You guys are already in my birdcage." The unknown man's eyes widen as he senses a shift in the air, a surge of magical energy prickling his skin. He cries out, "AAH! Magic!" as the green energy intensifies around him. Sensing the danger, the man shouts, "There's something here! Move to the other side!" as he leaps away from the source of the magic. More electricity magic? Garrett's brow furrows, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Is there another magician at play? Or is something else entirely going on? The man with reddish-brown hair stands firm, his gaze unwavering. "It's too late to look back," he declares, his voice laced with steel. "He won't let a single one of them go." Garrett's eyes widen in realization. No, he did this himself. But how could these nameless bandits possibly have such a powerful ally? A spectral screen flickers into existence, displaying the details of the active skill, Tesla. It creates an orb that automatically attacks enemies within its range. The duration depends on the amount of mana used and the number of times it attacked. If they take a single step out of this campsite, they'll be fried alive. The air crackles with energy as the Tesla orbs pulse with a vibrant, deadly green light. The very atmosphere seems to vibrate with contained power. The campsite is now a cage of crackling energy. The Tesla orbs a constant, menacing presence. Escape seems impossible. Garrett grits his teeth, a vein throbbing in his forehead. His frustration is palpable, the air thick with his barely contained rage. A voice cuts through the tension, laced with grim determination. They have no other choice but to kill the skill user. Another voice, urgent and pleading, rings out. "Just stay put, boss. They'll take care of it." Two figures charge forward, their faces grim, weapons raised. They are determined to break through the electro barrier and reach the man responsible. He looks down, his expression unreadable, the steel of his sword glinting in the eerie green light. He prepares to meet the oncoming assault. The clash of steel echoes through the campsite as the man with reddish-brown hair engages the attackers. The fight has begun. A hand touches the man's head, a gesture that seems to both calm and surprise him. He wonders what could be the reason for this. Suddenly, an unseen force strikes from behind, sending a jolt of pain through him. He cries out in agony. The man with reddish-brown hair is knocked to the ground, as the unknown man brings his foot down with brutal force. The man with black hair snarls, his face contorted with rage. He roars. The unknown man's foot connects with the other man's face, sending him flying through the air. A barrage of green arrows rains down, each one finding its mark. The man screams in agony. The man with black hair watches the arrows strike, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Behind him, Selena Grace observes the scene. Selena Grace's gaze hardens, a silent assessment passing over her features. She's indeed pretty scary. Another man with black hair tightens his grip, securing his captive. He warns the others to stay put. The man with reddish-brown hair grits his teeth, enduring the pain with a fierce determination. The unknown man delivers a brutal punch, his fist connecting squarely with the other man's face. "You damn bandits," the man cries out, his voice filled with indignation. "Do you not have a single ounce of dignity? Fight me fair and square." Again, the unknown man brings his foot down, the impact echoing through the air. He declares this will be a fair fight, something akin to a duel to the death. With a burst of speed, the man with reddish-brown hair closes the distance. The energy coalescing in his hand, he thinks this is just an invitation to get killed. Garrett snarls, confident that the other's skill will be useless. He knows there's a cooldown period after using a skill, and he intends to aim for that sweet spot. The energy in the man's hand intensifies, glowing with a fierce light. An air burst erupts from his palm. The force of the blast expands outward, a wave of pure energy. Garrett is caught off guard, his eyes widening in shock. He wonders what's with this power. Garrett can't believe how much stronger his opponent has suddenly become. The antagonist is intentionally holding back power. Garrett thinks to himself that he won't avoid a face-off. This scheming. Garrett's face contorted with rage, he bellowed, "Now, get him!" A burst of energy erupted, tearing through the air. The attack intensified, a swirling vortex of power. The force of the blast sent debris flying, a guttural tisk, echoing amidst the chaos. Another attack was launched. One more. Air burst. A concentrated beam of energy pierced through the battlefield. The air burst skill reached its peak intensity, a blinding light engulfing the area. The man with reddish-brown hair grimaced, questioning, "Who the hell is this guy?" A voice echoed, describing the attack. A weird weapon that breaks your armor, elemental magic that only a traditional magician can use, a skill that can best my cannon without a single bullet. Another voice responded, "He's right. It's not the time to be holding back." Garrett steeled himself, declaring, "All right, I'll show you. My spy Raidus." He unleashes a sphere of crackling green energy, the air itself seeming to vibrate with barely contained power. The ground beneath the armored figure begins to fracture under the strain. The man's eyes widen in disbelief, a guttural sound escaping his lips as he realizes the sheer force bearing down upon him. That's... The sphere detonates in a blinding flash of emerald light, the shockwave ripping through the cavern. A tortured scream echoes amidst the chaos. Nearby, Stetch watches with a grim expression, his fist clenched tight. Garrett, standing beside him, mutters a single word under his breath. Dang. The armored figure is slammed into the ground, the force of the blast burying him up to his chest. Wisps of green energy still cling to the ravaged earth. His face is a mask of pain and exhaustion, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Each breath is a ragged struggle. A desperate thought claws its way to the surface. A sword? Am I going to die? Me? Even with the strongest weapon, am I going to die without being able to lift a finger? Unacceptable. A voice booms out, laced with urgency. Yo, Stitch. Dot. Stetch's eyes widen as he's enveloped in a surge of orange energy. Crosswind. His face contorts in a silent scream as the energy washes over him. The unknown man's eyes widen, a mix of shock and disbelief etched across his face. He can't believe a hand cannon is capable of this much power. The orange energy intensifies, blossoming into a blinding inferno. The force of the blast sends debris flying in all directions, the air crackling with residual energy. A primal scream tears from the birdcage man's throat as something pierces his defenses. His eyes widen in disbelief. This wasn't part of the plan. The birdcage man's agony intensifies, his body racked with pain. A sharp clank echoes as the projectile finds its mark. Something has entered him, and the birdcage man's face contorts in horror. An arrow, glowing with an ominous light, pierces through the chaos. The birdcage man's eyes dart around wildly, his features twisted in a mask of fear and desperation. The energy erupts outwards, a final, desperate burst of power. The birdcage man is losing composure, his stance faltering as a ranged attack takes its toll. He stares ahead, listening intently as a voice questions whether using a weapon is the same as giving up one's life. Selena Grace stands nearby, her expression unreadable beneath the shadow of her hood. A face contorted in anguish fills the view, eyes wide with a dawning horror. An inferno erupts, consuming everything in a blinding flash of orange and yellow. Losing composure, the figure's feet pound against the ground, a desperate retreat from an unseen threat. Selena Grace considers the situation, concluding that giving up your life is the same as giving up. A monstrous dragon head is engulfed in flames, a scene of destruction and chaos. Under the watchful gaze of a full moon, the night sky stretches out, a canvas of deep blues and scattered stars. The figures press on, one of them declaring that it is time to finish things up around here. A figure's broad back is turned, the scene obscured by shadow and the implication of unseen action. Urgency hangs in the air as one figure shouts to hurry up. They're almost done with the task at hand. Stretching with satisfaction, the figure announces that it's finally done. He continued his patrol, the sound of his footsteps echoing slightly. A voice questioned if he was overworking himself, but he dismissed it, stating that the repairs were more work anyway. Another figure acknowledged his departure, offering a simple yep in response. An order was given, to speak with the boss after taking a break, and to bring the woman along. A sense of confusion hung in the air, punctuated by a simple, standing outside a building, Selena Grace questioned the reason for the summons. The man stated that he had something important to tell her, noting that she had arrived early. He asked for a moment, prompting another to question what nonsense he was about to spout this time. The conversation shifted to the fate of the cronies, those that he had promised to take care of. Lying on the ground, the man explained that he had disarmed them all and sent them into a forest full of monsters. The other man responded, stating that it was no wonder those monsters were so calm. The words trailed off, leaving the thought unfinished. A monster responded, seemingly in response to the previous conversation, asking about those guys. The man with reddish-brown hair stands with his arms crossed as the birdcage man states he was being charitable. Selena Grace stands nearby, listening to the exchange. The birdcage man holds the dragon head, explaining that without the others' help, he would have had to leave this place and run from pursuers. He thought he deserved this. The man with reddish-brown hair looks up, questioning what he means, as the birdcage man says they don't really have anyone who can use this here. The man with reddish-brown hair continues to stand with his arms crossed, listening intently. The birdcage man presents the dragon head, urging the other to take a look. The birdcage man explains that the dragon head changes its size depending on. The text explains that the bullet size is the user's desire, even the appearance. The text explains that the user liked using cannon-sized bullets and had the physique to take the recoil. The cannon size increased to match it as well. The man with reddish-brown hair says he guesses it would be a waste to shoot bullets out of that. But isn't it the same? The text asks what if you give it to that elf? The man with reddish-brown hair asks if he doesn't want to eat. The man with reddish-brown hair looks on as a green skull appears. The man with reddish-brown hair speaks of the Amrita, questioning the generosity behind it all. He admits he realized it when they were fighting the Manticore. A disembodied skull floats as the elf is told that she's not bad, but if they want to make use of her, she needs to be brought up to a usable level. The man with reddish-brown hair grumbles that this is an investment for the future. Stechatellier says if he says so. He wonders what use it would be for Elena, questioning if she would even use a non-bow weapon. He is told to just give her Spiratus first. Stech presents a weapon to Selena Grace, calling her by name. Elena wonders if she can take her bow out. Stech tells her to equip this first. Selena asks what he is trying to do, and he tells her to grab the bow. Elena tests the weapon, exclaiming in surprise. She says she feels nothing. Stech explains that it's lighter than it looks. He adds that if she uses it like that, she can use it as a shield in close combat situations. It is explained that it can create bullets, so she doesn't need to carry around arrows, and that everything around her is her bullet. The birdcage man comments that it's pretty smart with the lady's skills, and that she'd get more use out of it than any of them. Stech asks if they are taking it. He is told sure, and then he asks what these papers are then. He examines the document, a request form from the guild. Stech notes that the document isn't for him, but was in Garrett's bag. He observes that Garrett must be competent, as he had a bunch of these. The crest on the document catches Stech's eye. He wonders if it might be a direct request from the Venezia family. The document reveals that the client is the 2-second prince, Alfred Messer, and that this is an escort mission for the supply carts going to the northern front line. The caravan of supply carts makes its way along the road. The document states that the request will be assumed rejected if not present at the time. The document specifies the destination, the northern front line. Stech expresses surprise, noting that he thought a man named Gerald was in charge of it. The document raises questions. Where's the path they're taking? When's the departure date? The birdcage man observes that the path passes through the capital in the middle. Stech notes that the carts have probably already left by now. He considers taking the 35 industrial-sized supply carts, which would put a lot of pressure on Gerald. Stech wonders how long the request was supposed to take. He asks if they can use that to estimate where the cart would be. The document states that the path starts from the gridlock in the south. A large-scale movement like this would probably be delayed if they wanted to stay safe, seeing that they planned for 20 to 25 days. The map detailed their likely route, through the Lysia Canyon, a path leading directly to the capital. A finger traced the route, solidifying their plan. The decision was made. They would take it. Stechatellier, his brow furrowed, voiced his surprise. Birdcage Man questioned how they would chase a cart that had already left. He suggested crossing through the canyon and waiting for them before they reached the main route. The man with red hair considered it a God-given opportunity to claim their supplies. He seemed quite serious. Stech pointed out that the path might look short on the map, but taking the suggested route meant going through an area teeming with monsters. He added that they would never make it in time if they went around. The man with the 2-block haircut questioned why there were so many monsters there. The response came that one of the oldest dungeons in Lysia was located there. The monsters that emerged from that place didn't even compare to humangos and harpies. Birdcage Man explained that the ones they had been fighting were the weak ones, unable to survive in the competitive environment of the canyon. The area was basically an S rank in terms of danger. Stech, with a hint of sarcasm, stated that he thought there was a problem. The man with reddish-brown hair grins, a glint in his eye. If it's a dungeon, he'll take care of it. Another man, his expression a mix of surprise and curiosity, asks why he looks so excited. He requests to borrow one of his people. A disembodied voice wonders if he clears dungeons too. Stormy clouds gather, lightning flashing across the sky. The air crackles with static electricity. What is there to look out for? Not much, but the closer they get to the dungeon, the stronger the ringing in the ground becomes. The man with reddish-brown hair stands beside Birdcage Man, who peers through a telescope. What else could be happening? Besides this strange concentration of something unseen. Stormy clouds roil overhead, the air thick with ozone. Lightning illuminates the landscape in brief, violent flashes. The man with reddish-brown hair notes the absence of rain, despite the abundance of clouds near the dungeon. He thanks the other man, Birdcage Man, for his work, patting him on the back. An unexplained earthquake rocks the landscape, the ground trembling violently. The only monster that could cause this, a dark silhouette looms in the distance. A monstrous silhouette, wreathed in sickly green energy, looms in the distance. It's likely one of the deathworm types. He stares up at the massive, armored form. It must be the Rock Eater, he thinks, wondering why he always gets stuck with the hard cases. That's a possibility, the text bubble reads, referring to the canyon. The canyon is covered in the types of white stone that they like, and there are random slides from the movement in the ground. The man's expression tightens. It's going to get hectic, he thinks. The man's face is shown. Elena. The text bubble reads, showing Selena Grace. He mumbles, wondering what kind of skill she learned to do that to. The man looks at the skull monster. Now that's what I call a bow, he thinks. This is what a real archer is. Regular archers can't crack boulders with their arrows. A sudden crash echoes through the area, the sound sharp and unexpected. The man wonders what caused the noise, calling out a name, Elena? He mumbles, trying to understand what kind of skill she has learned to do. The spectral skull looms, a silent observer. The man thinks to himself that this is what a real bow looks like. The disembodied voice declares that regular archers can't crack boulders with their arrows. Selena Grace draws back her arm, a glowing energy arrow forming between her fingers. It looks like she's going to go again. The spectral skull commands the man to take a look and see how it's done. The man wonders if she is already preparing to fire without an arrow. The voice notes that Selena Grace created that arrow from condensing the impurities and particles in the air, adding that she looks strong. The man questions if it isn't a spear at this point, doubting she can shoot something that heavy. The energy coalesces, and Selena Grace releases the shot. The man with reddish-brown hair watches as green energy swirls around him. Selena Grace stands poised, the green energy coalescing in her hands, as a voice declares that she can handle the task. A voice agrees, adding, very well. Someone admits they don't think they can keep it up, but it seems they were overheard. The man with reddish-brown hair asks if it's tough. Selena Grace explains that it would be hard for anyone to multitask 3 things at once. Selena Grace remarks that she's the only one who has to get used to it, before asking if the other person checked on the thing they were supposed to. The man with reddish-brown hair remembers that he was going to mention they need to collect some ingredients. He asks if Selena Grace wants to come with. The entrance to Lysia's dungeon looms, looking intimidating. The crowd of adventurers stood before the yawning maw of the dungeon, its entrance a stark contrast to the sunlit world above. How such formations occurred naturally was beyond the comprehension of the man with reddish-brown hair, who admitted he would never understand dungeons. The elf, Selena Grace, noticed his weariness. She asked if he was all right, commenting on how tired he looked. He admitted he had stayed up collecting. Stechatellier confirmed their location. This was indeed the dungeon. He added that if they could get through, they would catch up to that supply cart in no time. The man with dark hair smirked, stating that was only if it was possible. He admitted he was starting to regret it a little, now that he was seeing it in person. The man with reddish-brown hair stated that he told him to just stay here. Stechatellier replied not to worry. One of the adventurers declared he would be the first one to run if anything happened. Another questioned how reliable that was. With a chorus of cheers, the group began their descent. Stechatellier, leading the way, called out to build a bridge to the other side and get lit. Selena Grace offered a farewell, stating she would be back. The man with reddish-brown hair urged them to hurry up. His gloved hand pressed against the cold, rough stone of the dungeon wall, a tactile reminder of the unknown depths they were entering. Deeper into the darkness they ventured, the air growing heavy with the scent of damp earth and something else, something ancient and indefinable. The darkness seemed to press in from all sides, a suffocating blanket that swallowed sound and light alike. A voice echoed, remarking on how dark it was. The veterans pressed on, a lantern casting an eerie green glow on the damp stone walls, revealing the path ahead. The light illuminated Stechatellier and Selena Grace. The man with reddish-brown hair pauses, a sense of unease washing over him. There's something definitely off with the mana here, he thinks, not surprised if this was an S-rank dungeon. Stechatellier and Selena Grace stand beside him, their expressions mirroring his concern. The air grows heavy, thick with unseen energy. The man with reddish-brown hair continues forward, deeper into the dungeon's maw. Adventurers agree that the average survival rate of D through A-rank dungeons is about 65%. But this place feels different from that. A voice echoes it's much worse. Stechatellier and Selena Grace exchange worried glances. The base rate is 15%. But if you run into a dungeon keeper, the odds plummet to 1%. The man with reddish-brown hair's expression hardens, sweat beading on his brow. What's the survival rate in S rank? Don't let your guard down, a voice warns. I'll be in your care too. A spectral skull materializes, its green glow illuminating the darkness. As always, it intones, keep it casual. Deeper they venture, the air growing colder, the silence more profound. The only sound is the echo of their footsteps on the stone floor. The group approaches a shimmering portal, its surface swirling with arcane energies. Stetch! Behind you, the spectral skull warns. Automatic reflex. The air crackles with unseen energy. A temporary boost to reaction time. A surge in activation probability, all tied to growing proficiency. The figure moves with unnatural speed, a blur against the cavern walls. A sudden realization dawns on them, a shared moment of shock. A voice cuts through the silence. It was too quiet. A magic trap. The purple sigils glow ominously, a silent warning etched into the stone floor. Selena Grace, observing with Amrita, is taken aback. How could she have missed it, let alone failed to dodge it? The elf explains that it's a magic trap, one operating at a level beyond the reach of normal senses or mana detection. Most simply die from it. The spectral skull chuckles, claiming to have seen it with its own eyes. The man with reddish-brown hair responds with thinly veiled sarcasm. Stechatellier asks if they can keep going, noting that something is blocked. The man with reddish-brown hair clenches his fist, preparing an air burst. He unleashes the air burst, a surge of green energy erupting from his hand. The cavern is filled with a blinding light, the air shimmering with displaced energy. A blinding flash of green energy erupts from the ground, illuminating the cavern with an eerie glow. The air crackles with unseen power, a silent testament to the magic at play. The man with long black hair, bandages wrapped around his forearms, watches the fading light. He is told to move forward. The spectral skull looms behind the unknown man as he holds up a vial. He is warned that continuing to use magic like this could cause the tunnel to collapse or drain their mana. The man considers the warning, his brow furrowed in thought. Perhaps digging a tunnel underground would be a better option? An illustration explains the mechanics of magic traps. They detect the energy emitted by living beings. The diagram continues, revealing that completely hiding one's life force allows one to pass unnoticed. The man's hands, adorned with cursed rings, are shown. Purple energy emanates from the cursed rings, a visible manifestation of their power. He wonders if he still has those rings under his gloves. The Curse Aura skill is described. It allows the transfer of debuffs and curses onto items held by nearby enemies. The man with long black hair stumbles back, clutching his head. He feels sick, overwhelmed by a sudden wave of nausea. The unknown man grins, a manic glint in his eyes. He believes he's getting more bang for his buck. He insists that he is fine and intends to test something, ordering the others to stay put for a bit. The man with long black hair and Selena Grace stand in the cavern, watching the unknown man. He holds a glowing green orb, ready to put his plan into action. He stood within the intricate circle, a human-sized magic trap humming with power. The air crackled with unseen energy, awaiting his command. Easier said than done, he thought, his brow furrowed in concentration. The success of this test hinged on precision. A dark mass descended slowly into the center of the trap, its formless shape hinting at the volatile energy contained within. He did it. Standing on the precipice, the unknown man extended his hands, a faint green glow beginning to coalesce between his palms. Stechatellier, watching from below, called out, questioning what exactly he was trying to test. The unknown man chuckled, a hint of triumph in his voice. "Aha, come here. I found a nice solution." Meanwhile, deep within the cave, the sound of heavy breathing echoed through the narrow passages. Stechatellier and Selena Grace stood together, observing the unknown man. Stech commented that it might feel a little gross, but it was the easiest way to get here. Selena Grace simply stated, "If the expert says so. I guess this was easy." Stech, looking deeper into the cave, stated that it was too early to start complaining and told Selena Grace to go look over there. She asked what that was. The remnants of a rock-eater horde lay before them. "We're just getting started," a voice declared. A sense of unease permeates the air, punctuated by a single, questioning voice. Deeper within the cavern, the group comes across a grim discovery. The remnants of a rock-eater horde, a chilling reminder that their journey has only just begun. Elsewhere, a cloaked figure descends into the depths, their purpose yet unknown. Selena Grace's pathfinding ability comes into play, guiding them forward through the treacherous terrain. The unknown man with reddish-brown hair relays the information, directing them towards the tunnel's end. A hand reaches out, hovering over a surface crackling with blue energy. A vial of mahjong flower extract is examined, its properties described as an acid capable of dissolving minerals and metals. Concerned, one of the figures questions the wisdom of applying the extract to their weapons. Reassurance is offered, explaining that the mahjong flower's acid is selective, only dissolving its immediate surroundings to absorb nutrients. The mahjong flower's unique properties are further emphasized, highlighting its ability to dissolve selectively. He held aloft the crystal sword, its light illuminating the cavern. The text nearby explained that this particular crystal had grown in the Lysia Canyon, making it especially effective against the rock eaters. And here, the man held out a bottle, its contents shimmering faintly. The instructions were clear. If you put this in the mouth, your arrows will have the same property as the crystal sword. It should allow you to penetrate the rock eater's outer layer, but it'll be less effective the more you use it, so keep the applications to a minimum. The pair stood in the cavern, touchy orbs of light floating between them, illuminating the path ahead. Their aim was simple, to get to their destination. Pathfinding was now in progress. The pair continued forward, stepping onto a glowing blue grid that pulsed with an unknown energy. The sound of footsteps echoed through the cavern, each step deliberate and measured. The footsteps continued, but now a sense of unease began to creep in. Something was amiss. The man with reddish-brown hair stopped abruptly, a look of confusion spreading across his face. Selena Grace's eyes widened. Something's coming. A grim determination settled on the face of the man with reddish-brown hair. If it comes to this, he thought, I guess that saves us the hassle of looking for them. A blur of motion, too fast to fully comprehend, rushed towards them. A monstrous form emerged from the shadows, its massive bulk filling the tunnel. He gathers energy, the air crackling with unseen power. The ground beneath their feet begins to frost over, a chilling omen of what's to come. His gloved hands clench into a fist, a surge of green energy coalescing within his grasp. The power intensifies, promising a devastating release. The unknown man's gaze pierces through the swirling energy, locking onto Selena Grace. He asks, a hint of urgency in his voice, if she remembers what he said. With a word, he unleashes the pent-up power. An ice wave erupts from his hand, a torrent of frigid energy ready to engulf everything in its path. The ice wave expands with terrifying speed, a swirling vortex of frost and destruction. The air grows heavy with a biting chill. A desperate cry rings out amidst the chaos. Run. The ice wave threatens to consume them all. The ice wave intensifies, its power reaching a crescendo. The very air seems to solidify, crackling with frozen energy. The wave crashes down, a cataclysm of ice and snow. The world is plunged into a frozen hellscape. Meanwhile, a monstrous creature erupts from the depths, its jagged teeth and menacing eyes promising death and destruction. A guttural shriek tears through the air. A shout of warning pierces the frozen air. Look out. Selena Grace's eyes widen in terror as the creature appears, her hand instinctively reaching for her weapon. The danger is immediate and overwhelming. The monster lunges forward, its claws extended, ready to strike. The attack is swift and merciless. The monstrous creature lashed out with a massive claw, the air itself seeming to crackle with the force of the blow. The attack slammed against an unseen barrier, sending shards of energy and debris flying in all directions. Selena Grace watched with concern, her expression a mix of worry and determination. The force of the impact sent tremors through the ground, a testament to the creature's raw power. Undaunted, the beast pressed its assault, each step cracking the stone beneath its weight. The unknown man, muttering about going underground, channeled emerald energy into his blade, preparing an enchantment. With a shout, he lunged forward, the enchanted blade glowing with potent magic. The enchanted blade struck true, drawing a spray of dark blood from the creature's hide. A guttural roar of pain echoed through the cavern as the beast recoiled from the blow. The unknown man pressed his advantage, standing atop the wounded monster. He continued his relentless assault, the enchanted blade a blur of motion. Each strike found its mark, further weakening the monstrous foe. A shimmering blue field crackles with energy, a barrier against some unseen force. A massive hand slams down, the impact sending tremors through the very ground. What could the reason be? Surrounded by a swirling vortex of emerald energy, the unknown man prepares for what comes next. He glances back, a grim smile on his face. You're telling us to keep it to a minimum and fight off everyone. The command rings out. Just run. The monstrous foot crashes down, each step a cataclysmic tremor. They plummet downwards, the ground rushing up to meet them. The unknown man is bathed in a radiant green light, preparing some kind of defense. The creature looms, a hulking mass of jagged edges and raw power. The cry echoes, keep running. The gate, a glimmer of hope in the face of overwhelming odds. The urgency is palpable. Hurry. Heaving breaths punctuated their flight as they rounded a corner, the sounds of pursuit still echoing behind them. Chatelier paused, leaning against the wall, his expression unreadable. Selena Grace watched him, her hand resting on the hilt of her blade. It's too early to let your guard down. A voice warned, the words hanging in the air. The speaker's gaze drifted upwards, towards something unseen. The unknown man's eyes narrowed, his gaze fixed on a distant form. You see that? He asked, his voice low. A figure stood motionless, bathed in an ethereal blue glow. It's the keeper, a voice declared, I guarantee it. Chatelier frowned, his brow furrowed in concern. That's the dungeon keeper, right? It's just been sitting there. Why is it not moving? A hand reached out, fingers tightening around a chunk of stone. Let's see. The unknown man hefted the rock, a grim determination etched on his face. Shall we try aggravating it? The stone hurtled through the air, striking the keeper with a resounding impact. The keeper shuddered, its form flickering with an unstable energy. A low groan emanated from the keeper, a sign of awakening. His gaze burned with an unnerving intensity, a silent promise of the storm to come. A warning cry split the air, laced with desperation. Look out below your feet. They unleashed a torrent of ice, a frozen wave hurtling towards Chatelier. Stetch grunted, bracing himself against the oncoming onslaught. The incantation echoed, a chilling declaration. Fire, ball. The ice exploded in a blinding flash, sending shards and debris flying in all directions. The man's voice cut through the chaos, a chilling challenge. Let's see just how strong. He spoke with a chilling confidence, the words hanging heavy in the air. S-rank dungeon keepers are. A surge of power erupts, coalescing into a blazing inferno. The fireball explodes, sending shards of debris flying in all directions. The figure prepares to test his strength. The man clutches a green orb, his expression grim. He crouches low, ready to spring into action. He wonders if he can unleash an attack like that without any preparation. A lone figure sits in a circle of light, seemingly at peace. The man calls out to Selena, asking for backup. Garrett tells him to look for a gap in the front lines. He steels himself, a faint sheen of sweat on his brow as the blue energy intensifies around him. The air crackles with unseen power, a silent promise of the storm to come. Selena Grace, ever vigilant, draws back her bowstring, the arrow a silver glint against the dim light. Her eyes narrow, focused on an unseen target. The spectral figure kneels, its translucent hands pressed against the cold stone floor. A surge of energy emanates from its touch, the air growing heavy with anticipation. With a resounding crash, the spectral skull slams its staff into the ground. Let's go! It booms, the impact sending tremors through the chamber. Garrett, eyes blazing with determination, cups his hands, a swirling vortex of fire building between them. The heat intensifies, a promise of destruction. With a shout, Garrett unleashes the inferno. Fireball, he cries, the sphere of pure energy hurtling forward. The fireball streaks across the chamber, a searing comet aimed directly at the unknown man. He braces himself, preparing to meet the fiery onslaught. The two energies collide in a blinding flash, the air shimmering with heat and raw power. A shock wave ripples outward, threatening to shatter the very foundations of the chamber. The explosion erupts, a cataclysm of fire and light that engulfs everything in its path. The very air seems to crackle and burn. The chamber is filled with smoke and the acrid smell of burnt magic, the echoes of the explosion still ringing in their ears. Yet, through the dissipating smoke, he stands, seemingly untouched by the inferno. The blue aura still flickers around him, a testament to his resilience. Garrett stares in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. His fireball, his most potent spell, had done nothing. The ice attack slams into the ground, the impact sending tremors through the chamber. Cracks spiderweb across the stone, the chilling energy radiating outward. Garrett's eyes narrow. Is it that ice attack again? He wonders, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The ice spreads with unnatural speed, a wave of frost consuming everything in its path. The air crackles with cold, the temperature plummeting as the ice advances. The ice continues its relentless expansion, the sound of cracking stone echoing through the chamber. The ice creeps closer, tendrils of frost reaching out like grasping fingers. The first tendrils of ice touch Garrett's arm, a biting cold seeping into his skin. The ice rapidly encases him, the cold intensifying with each passing moment. Garrett struggles against the encroaching ice, his breath misting in the frigid air. Is he planning to just freeze everything? The ice continues to spread, a prison of frost forming around Garrett. Garrett is completely encased, a statue of ice standing as a testament to the unknown man's power. He remains completely trapped within the icy prison, the suddenness of the attack leaving him speechless. A sinister grin spreads across the unknown man's face. Nice distraction, he proclaims, clearly pleased with the development. Stechatellier reels back, the force of the ice attack evident in his strained expression. A disembodied voice echoes, offering a simple, approving, good job. The spectral skull, dagger in hand, watches the unfolding events with a calculating gaze. The icy tendrils of the attack spread, a chilling display of power. The spectral skull is struck. Grasp, he cries out, followed by a muttered, damn. Trapped within the ice, Garrett struggles to comprehend the situation. Isn't this too unbalanced? He thinks, frustration mounting. I can't even rate him for a second. The icy attack intensifies, the air growing colder. The crystalline structure of the ice glitters ominously. Though the attack was aimed directly at his head, Stechatellier had no intention of even dodging it, and took it head-on. With a surge of determination, Stechatellier prepares to retaliate, his sword glowing with a vibrant green energy. The voice echoed, boasting that he had been forced to dodge the attack. Stechatellier, a green orb of energy crackling in his palm, muttered the word Tesla, a clear threat. High above the frozen Garrett, Stechatellier prepared to strike, while Selena Grace's desperate cry rang out. Move! Garrett! Selena Grace focused, channeling emerald energy through her hands, ready to intervene. The spectral skull watched silently as Garrett remained trapped within the icy prison. With a resounding thud, Stechatellier advanced, his footfalls echoing through the chamber. The air crackled with raw, untamed power. A blinding flash of green energy erupted, engulfing the frozen figure. A voice declared, "There." Stechatellier, eyes narrowed, considered his next move, thinking his movements should be. The command echoed. Crosswinds. Stechatellier unleashed a torrent of combined green and blue energy, poised to shatter the ice and whatever lay within. Aghast, the unknown man cries out as an unseen force slams into him, blood spraying from the impact. He grits his teeth, unable to believe he's still being assaulted even in his weakened state. His lips peel back in a snarl. He knows he needs to land just one blow. If he can just get one proper hit in, the ground cracks as the man unleashes a torrent of energy. The green energy surges forward, aimed directly at the ice encasing Garrett. He commands the energy to explode. A blinding light erupts as the energy detonates against the frozen prison. Sweat beads on the unknown man's brow as he pants, the effort of the attack taking its toll. Selena Grace watches with wide, concerned eyes. Stechatellier swallows hard, his expression mirroring Selena's worry. The ice encasing Garrett begins to crack, a voice echoing from within, wondering if they got him. The ice cracks further, the sound echoing in the chamber. Heat radiates from the surrounding flames, intensifying the precarious situation. Stechatellier and Selena Grace look up, their faces etched with concern. The air crackles with an unknown energy. The flames writhe and dance, their intensity growing with each passing moment. The smell of sulfur fills the air. The inferno roars, a consuming wave of heat and light. The stone floor beneath trembles. Amidst the blaze, a figure stands silhouetted against the inferno, their form radiating power. A faint hum vibrates through the chamber. Trapped within the ice, Garrett wonders what new threat has emerged. The ice groans under the strain. A blinding inferno erupts, consuming everything in its path. The sudden burst of heat and light leaves the two men reeling, their faces etched with disbelief. The flames continue to rage, an unstoppable force of destruction. Garrett shouts a warning, "Hey, we have to dodge." The unknown man begins to channel his power, whispering, "Air." The fire intensifies, swirling with chaotic energy. The inferno roars, a symphony of destruction. Selena Grace gasps, her eyes wide with alarm. Oh my God, this much fire in an instant. The flames dance around the pillars, as the unknown man wonders, is that also the keeper? A blinding light engulfs the unknown man as he undergoes a transformation. Transformation? Evolution? What's going on? Selena Grace watches in horror, exclaiming, "What happened to those two?" Selena Grace's brow furrows with concern. "But why are you alone?" she asks. Stechatellier grimaces, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Ugh, he used the air skill. A burst of wind emanates from Stech's hand, swirling around him. Stech continues, recounting his experience. "And when I gained consciousness, I was laying here. Before them, a raging inferno consumes the hall, two figures silhouetted against the flames. A confident smirk plays on Stech's lips. If I know him at all, he definitely has a way to survive in this fire." His eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The unknown man is engulfed in flames, his expression a mix of pain and determination. In no way did he sacrifice himself for me. The realization hits hard. Selena Grace's eyes widen in horror, her mouth agape. She struggles to comprehend the situation, the Amrita amplifying her senses, yet failing to deliver the one sound she desperately seeks, Stech's heartbeat. Is this truly the end? A voice echoes in the mind, laced with regret. He should have blocked it. He could only watch again. The same voice questions his own strength. Is he still not strong enough? Tears well in Selena Grace's eyes, her expression a mask of sorrow. She whispers a heartfelt apology. "I'm sorry, Stech." The unknown man remains engulfed in flames, a silent inferno against the darkness. Garrett reaches out, urging Selena Grace to regain her composure. "Hey, miss, get a hold of yourself." Garrett's expression hardens, realizing Selena Grace has lost her resolve. "Now's not the time to break down," he exclaims, frustration evident. "We already failed to clear this dungeon." Garrett draws his blade, his gaze resolute. The number one priority now is to save the survivors. The unknown man's thoughts swirl amidst the flames. Will they be able to escape, even with his Terran carp? How can they avoid his flames? He continues his internal debate, the heat intensifying. Even if they escape the flames, what about the rock eaters waiting outside? No, it's not the time to think about that right now. The voice berates himself for his inaction. He should be moving. What is he doing? He extends a hand, the air shimmering with nascent power. Selena Grace's eyes widen, a silent gasp escaping her lips as she witnesses the unfolding events. The unknown man remains wreathed in fire, the flames licking at the stone around him. A figure stands nearby, sword drawn, watching the spectacle unfold. Emerald energy crackles around Garrett's outstretched hand, a tangible force ready to be unleashed. Garrett's expression hardens, a grim determination etched onto his face. You done? He asks, his voice laced with barely suppressed anger. The unknown man's voice, strained but defiant, echoes from within the inferno. That fucking hurts. I never thought I'd go through that again. A surge of orange energy emanates from the burning figure, a desperate attempt to break free. The orange energy intensifies, a swirling vortex of heat and power. With a shout, Garrett unleashes his power, crosswinds. A torrent of green energy surges forward. The green and orange energies collide, a chaotic explosion of light and force that threatens to consume everything in its path. He unleashed the pent-up energy, a torrent of emerald power surging forth. The unknown man, still engulfed in flames, felt the surge. His mana capacity was being pushed to its limit. My mana ceiling has exploded since then, he exclaimed. The attack took form, crosswinds. The swirling winds intensified, crackling with green energy. The force of the crosswinds pressed in. Garrett's hand glowed, channeling the power. The unknown man, struggling against the onslaught, cursed. Fucking bastard. Burned all my clothes. Meanwhile, Selena Grace watched, stunned by the display of power. What? How did you? She stammered. Cajun, observing the fight, questioned the unknown man's nature. What are you? Are you even human? Selena Grace's expression was filled with concern. The unknown man seemed to be struggling. Selena Grace offered an apology. I didn't trick you on purpose or anything. The elf waves off any immediate explanations, stating that there's no time. The priority shifts. The keeper must be dealt with first. A note of hesitation enters the discussion. It should be the keeper, but the question hangs in the air. Which one takes precedence? Dungeons are usually handled in a specific order. Selena Grace looks up, a new question forming on her lips. 2 keepers? The red-haired man's expression shifts to surprise. 2 keepers? What has happened? He admits this is his first time. The situation is assessed, and the conclusion is grim. In that case, the order is given. 2 of them will handle the ice one. A voice expresses concern. Handling him alone is too much. The red-haired man charges forward, the flame-like figure looming behind him. A figure prepares to unleash a wave of ice. The clash is inevitable. Ice against fire. Recognizing the incompatibility of their skills, the man with reddish-brown hair urges his partner to proceed. He prepares to unleash the power of Curse Devourer. His hand crackles with a volatile mix of green and purple energy. The Curse Devourer's skill absorbs mana from cursed items to boost abilities, leaving only 5 uses remaining. Meanwhile, the reinforced active skill, Ice Wave, is evolving into Avalanche. Avalanche, a wave of glacial ice, surges forward. The ice coalesces into a swirling vortex of frigid power. Elsewhere, a figure prepares a counterattack, flames dancing around them. Garrett's voice rings out, calling for Elena. A desperate plea echoes. Separate the 2. The man with reddish-brown hair focuses, his hand glowing with renewed green energy. He watches the unfolding chaos, a mysterious blue glow emanating from his hand. The challenge hung in the air, a declaration of single combat. A maelstrom of orange and blue energy begins to coalesce, the air crackling with unseen power. The energy explodes outward, a shockwave rippling through the chamber as Selena Grace's name echoes through the chaos. Elena. An unseen force slams into someone, sending them reeling back from the impact. A figure retaliates, a blade flashing as they strike out against the unseen assailant. Summit the 2. Selena Grace, bow drawn, prepares to loose an arrow, her expression focused. A surge of green energy emanates from an unseen source, the air humming with power. The green energy intensifies, crackling and arcing through the air. A hand reaches out, grasping for something just out of reach. Cajun's face is set with determination, his eyes narrowed as he prepares for what's to come. A voice booms out, challenging someone to a duel. You're coming with me for a 1v1. A surge of frigid energy erupts, encasing him in a formidable shell of ice. The ice armor gleams, an impenetrable barrier against any threat. A figure lunges forward, blade singing through the air, aimed directly at the icy defense. The blade strikes, a deafening crack echoing as the ice splinters under the force of the blow. The ice ripples but holds, the inscription on the armor glowing faintly. The attacker grits his teeth. He's so damn hard. At least the main attack will break through. A guttural growl escapes him as the ice begins to fracture, lines spiderwebbing across its surface. The air crackles with an alien energy. With a final, earth-shattering burst, the ice shatters completely, sending shards flying in all directions. His expression hardens, a silent declaration of defiance. He unleashes a cry, the word now, echoing through the chamber as the assault begins. A brutal strike lands against Cajun's ice armor, the sound of cracking ice filling the air. Garrett intercepts another attack, deflecting the blow with practiced ease. The ice armor shatters, exploding outward in a shower of glittering shards. The remnants of the shattered armor cascade to the floor. A blow catches Garrett off guard, sending him reeling. The attacker advances, their footsteps echoing ominously. With a shout, Garrett warns, "Watch out, miss." Selena Grace's eyes widen in alarm. Her feet shift, preparing to move. Selena Grace intercepts the attack, a flash of light accompanying her defense. Garrett grits his teeth, muttering, "Tisuke, I can't do it alone. I'll—" From the icy depths, jagged spikes of pure frost erupted, tearing through the stone floor. A curse ripped from the throat of the unseen assailant as the ice threatened to impale him. The figure, encased in a suit of crystalline armor, stood as an avatar of the encroaching cold. With a shout, Selena Grace leaped back, narrowly avoiding the next barrage of ice. Drawing her weapon, the elf prepared to meet the icy onslaught head-on, a determined glint in her eyes. She lunged forward, blade singing through the air as she aimed for a weak point in the ice armor. The cold began to seep into her very bones. The blade struck true, shattering a section of the ice, but the cold retaliated with a vengeance. Her legs planted firmly, Selena Grace stood her ground. Her face hardened with resolve. She prepared for another strike. The ice-armored figure loomed, a silent threat in the frozen chamber. A chilling realization dawned on Selena Grace. The cold wasn't just around her, it was inside her. Her arm, now numb, was rapidly freezing. She is surrounded by a sudden eruption of jagged ice, the cold seeping into the very air around her. A voice booms out, cutting through the chaos. "Garrett, go get Selena and take cover." A gasp escapes Selena Grace's lips as the biting frost intensifies. Elsewhere, a burst of searing flame explodes into existence, painting the scene in fiery hues. The ice continues its assault, shards flying as Selena Grace cries out in pain. The flames roar, a counterpoint to the encroaching ice, filling the air with the smell of sulfur. The opposing forces of ice and fire begin to converge, swirling together in a chaotic dance. The two elements merge, forming a sphere of volatile energy, crackling with power. The sphere intensifies, the boundary between ice and fire becoming increasingly blurred. The convergence reaches its peak, a blinding flash of light momentarily illuminating the chamber. Garrett, his expression grim, instructs Selena Grace to calm down and focus on her breathing, acknowledging that she might feel sick. Meanwhile, a hulking stone creature emerges from the chaos, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. An unseen figure demands, "What are you looking at?" Kajin begins to channel power into his fist, a surge of green energy crackling around his hand as an orange aura flares around his body. A spectral skull echoes, stating that with his current buffs, he can crush steel with his bare hands. A voice booms, commanding him not to back down and to get close. The green energy intensifies as Kajin raises his arm, the orange glow around him growing brighter. The manticore leather of his unseen opponent begins to melt under the intense heat. Kajin's eyes narrow, focused on his target, as the green energy pulses in his hand. He launches forward, a burst of speed carrying him toward the unseen foe. The manticore leather is slowly melting. Is the temperature rising here? His fist is now encased in a swirling vortex of orange energy, ready to strike. The attack connects, a blinding flash of orange light, erupting as the power slams into its target. A voice booms out, warning him not to let his guard down, that they'll counterattack at the first chance they get. He responds with an ice wave, unleashing a torrent of frigid energy. But before the ice can reach its target, a blast of fire slams into him, sending him reeling. The unknown man, a spectral skull hovering nearby, senses that something's off. Stechatellier wonders if it's just him. Kajin, surrounded by flames, resolves to be 100% fine, no matter who the keeper is, and to take the opposite element's attacks. His flames have been getting hotter and hotter. Perhaps he's thinking about this all wrong. The unknown man's expression hardens. Kajin declares that they'll do one at maximum output. He unleashes a fireball. The intensity of the flames is alarming. The fireball explodes in a burst of searing heat. He moved with impossible speed, a blur against the inferno. The blast of heat washed over him, but the flames found only empty air. The unknown man's eyes widened, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Behind him, the spectral skull pulsed with an eerie green light. A disbelieving voice echoed, questioning the impossible feat. A searing heat emanates as a fiery projectile hurtles forward, announced by a single, ominous word, "Fireball." With a burst of speed, the figure manages to evade the incoming inferno, leaving a trail of dust in their wake. The fireball detonates in a violent eruption, scattering fiery debris in all directions. The air crackles with residual heat as the echoes of the explosion fade. A spectral skull of vibrant green materializes, its presence foreboding. The man's eyes widen in disbelief. He dodged it. A figure stands amidst the remnants of both fire and ice, an impossible convergence. The reason that the fire entity came out from the ice entity. The increasing temperatures as they move farther away from each other. Is that guy the coolant? The figure is surrounded by jagged shards of ice, a stark contrast to the earlier flames. The man focuses, veins bulging as he prepares to unleash the fireball. He thinks to himself, I'll shoot at max speed and get a hit in. With a surge of power, the fireball hurtles forward, a searing projectile of pure energy. The air crackles with heat as the fireball intensifies, a miniature sun ready to explode. The fireball streaks through the air, leaving a trail of shimmering heat in its wake. The heat intensifies, the air shimmering as the fireball continues its relentless advance. He thinks to himself, it's working. I knew it. The man's eyes narrow, a dangerous glint in them as he considers the volatile nature of his attack. If I raise its temperature while keeping them apart, there's a chance it'll self-destruct. Meanwhile, Kajin, surrounded by swirling purple energy, prepares to unleash his own power. No point in dragging this out any longer. A blinding flash erupts as Kajin activates his technique, the air thick with arcane energy. The cursed devourer begins to take shape, a vortex of dark energy swirling with ominous intent. The vortex intensifies, the swirling energy growing more chaotic and destructive. The cursed devourer continues to build, a maelstrom of power ready to be unleashed. With a final surge, Kajin unleashes the cursed devourer, the force of the attack shaking the very foundations of the area. He shouts, Cursed devourer! He focuses, the cursed devourer technique taking shape in his outstretched hands. The swirling purple energy intensifies, crackling with raw power. A sudden jolt of surprise. Something is amiss as the energy begins to fluctuate erratically. The cursed devourer collides with the unknown man's attack, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion of purple and orange energy. The air crackles with heat and the smell of ozone. Caught in the blast, the swirling energies threaten to overwhelm him. Agony. Orange flames engulf Kajin, searing his skin. He cries out in pain, the heat intense. Elsewhere, from a distance, a voice cries out, warning that someone is trying to approach the Ice One. The shadowy figure continues his assault, shrouded in dark energy. The air vibrates with unseen power. Despite the flames, Kajin grits his teeth, shouting a warning. The ice monster is its shell, don't let him get back in. A small, glowing green object pulses with an inner light, held in a steady hand. Selena Grace looks down, a frown creasing her brow. What is she supposed to do at this distance? A shared glance passes between Selena Grace and Kajin, a silent understanding between them. A voice calls out, asking to borrow the device for a second. He is sent reeling from the force of the blast, a surge of purple energy erupting around him. The impact sends Kajin hurtling backwards, the very stones beneath him seeming to crack under the assault. He is now completely consumed by a vortex of searing orange energy. The unknown man grits his teeth, struggling to maintain his footing. The recoil from the attack is proving difficult to manage. Ugh, the recoil broke my stance. His arm trembles with the effort, the bandages straining against the force. Selena Grace watches with concern, her brow furrowed. Can I really block it with this? A surge of power gathers around Selena, ready to unleash a counterattack. Selena prepares to use the reinforced active skill, Gust Wind, upgrading it to Whirlwind. The air crackles with energy as the Gust Wind skill takes form. A whirlwind of green and orange energy erupts, engulfing both Selena Grace and the unknown man. Selena's eyes widen, realization dawning on her face. Is this also the effect of the Amrita? The unknown man screams in agony as the whirlwind tears at him. He plummeted through the air, the disembodied voice echoing around him, taunting. How was your brief taste of hope? Below, a figure stood poised, ready to deliver a devastating blow. The figure standing over him delivered a chilling promise. Time to get fucked. Purple energy coalesced around a hand, crackling with dark intent. The energy erupted into a swirling vortex, a maelstrom of violet power. Inferno! The unknown man was consumed by the infernal energy, his form dissolving into the purple abyss. A guttural scream tore through the air as the Inferno attack reached its peak. Cry out! His face contorted in agony, every nerve screaming in protest as the energy tore through him. He was now at the epicenter of the vortex, a tiny figure overwhelmed by immense power. Even the sky seemed to crack under the strain, the clouds parting to reveal the beam of violet energy piercing through. A spectral skull, wreathed in the same malevolent energy, floated amidst the chaos. Standing amidst the fading echoes of the attack, the figure remained, untouched and triumphant. The air crackled with residual energy, the aftermath of the Inferno attack still lingering in the air. Gasping for breath, he struggled to regain his composure, the recent assault clearly taking its toll. The elf-like woman watched with a concerned expression, her blue eyes reflecting the eerie glow of the chamber. The man with the ponytail, a hint of desperation in his voice, wondered aloud, "Did we get it for real this time?" A voice echoed, declaring it's done. Meanwhile, the towering pillars of the ancient structure loomed, casting long shadows as a voice questioned, "What do we do now?" Another voice urged, "Go get the artifact?" The unknown man, his gaze sweeping across the chamber, stated, "I don't see any other routes that just opened up." Within the grand hall, a figure cloaked in green considered, "I think." The orb that the thing was holding pulsed with an ominous red light, resting atop a crumbling stone structure. Kajin wonders if this is the right place. He suggests they take the artifact and leave. The man holding the orb expresses his desire to leave as soon as possible. He examines the glowing green orb in his hand, questioning what it is. The orb pulses with a red light, and he wonders what's happening. The man feels something is off and asks what's going on. The orb glows intensely red as the man is asked if he's sleeping. Selena Grace notices something is wrong and exclaims in alarm. Kajin is confused and asks what's happening again. The man cries out, demanding to know what's going on. He realizes that the orb is suddenly casting a curse and eating away at him, cursing under his breath. The man struggles, his head throbbing. The man floats in the air, seemingly unconscious, as Selena Grace and Kajin react in shock. Rain lashed down, obscuring the path ahead. The wooden bridge creaked ominously under the relentless downpour. Meanwhile, inside a modest dwelling, a figure stood with their back turned, seemingly lost in thought. Around a rough-hewn table, masked figures sat in silence, the flickering candlelight casting long, dancing shadows on the walls. Elsewhere, a hand placed a well-worn canteen on a wooden surface, the sound muffled by the thick material. Kajin turned, the sound of his footsteps barely audible on the wooden floor. Back inside, a loaf of bread sat on a plate, illuminated by the warm glow of a nearby candle, a simple offering of sustenance. Selena Grace's expression was thoughtful, her gaze distant as she considered the situation. The scene faded to black. Moments later, Selena Grace peered into the room, her brow furrowed with concern as Kajin stood nearby. A woman's voice cut through the silence. "How's it going?" Kajin, holding the canteen, offered a word of caution. "Caring for him is good, but don't forget to take care of yourself too." He remains still beneath the covers. Selena Grace wonders if he will ever wake up. The elf notes that his condition is improving with time, but the progress is slow. Selena Grace admits it's better compared to the first day, but clarifies that he is not yet out of the woods. Even now, dark red mana continues to flow through his body, a lingering sign of the affliction. The problem, Selena Grace believes, originated from his inability to properly digest something. She elaborates, mentioning the strange mana that he absorbed from the artifact. Kajin crosses his arms, stating that she probably already knows this, but they can't wait any longer. The elf reveals that there's a method to hasten his recovery. Kajin raises an eyebrow, asking why she hasn't used it yet, admitting he's never seen anything like this before. Selena Grace stands near the bed, explaining that making hasty moves without caution could just end up causing more problems. She admits she wanted a natural recovery, but that'll be a big hindrance to their plans. So, she's starting. She declared her intention to aid his recovery, but in her own way. Selena Grace added, almost as an afterthought, that they were welcome. Meanwhile, Kajin stated that they would prepare a cart to transport him to the supply path. Kajin added that if they departed now, they would still be able to make it, wishing Selena Grace good luck. Selena Grace focused, her hands coming together, preparing to channel her mana. The unknown man remained unconscious, unaware of the healing about to begin. To suppress and tame the black mana as quickly as possible, Selena Grace knew she would need mana dense and clean enough to cancel it out. A surge of golden energy crackled around her, the air thick with the scent of ozone. From above, Selena Grace placed her hands gently on the unknown man, the golden light intensifying. The strain was visible on Selena Grace's face as she focused her energy. The unknown man lay still, bathed in the warm, golden glow of Selena Grace's healing magic. Selena Grace thought to herself that she would need to keep her pace in check, aware of the risks involved. A stark white canvas, marked only by a number and a word, 54, memories. The void coalesces into a field of stars, a vast and unknowable expanse. From the darkness, a desperate plea echoes. Where am I? What's my name? The unknown man's eyes dart about, confusion etched on his face as he wonders what he was doing until now. A spectral skull flickers into existence, cradled within a hand wreathed in emerald energy. Fragmented images swirl around him, glimpses of a life he can no longer grasp, all bathed in the eerie green glow. He struggles to speak, the words catching in his throat. Selena Grace watches him with concern. His eyes widen in alarm as the spectral skull looms behind Selena Grace, a silent guardian or a looming threat. A flicker of recognition crosses his face, a fragile memory struggling to surface. The spectral skull's presence intensifies, its eerie glow a constant reminder of the fractured state of his mind. The skull seems to ask a question, its silent presence a haunting echo of his own lost identity. A glimpse of an aged face, a fragment of a past life, perhaps, or a vision of what is to come. He clutches at his chest, a foreign sensation blooming beneath his fingertips. What is this feeling, this echo in the void? Scrolls and containers litter a room, bathed in a soft, ethereal light. The air smells faintly of old parchment and forgotten magic. Silhouettes flicker in the darkness, phantoms of a life he can't quite grasp. Their voices are whispers on the wind, just beyond his reach. Whose memories are these, fragments of a past that haunt the edges of his awareness? His brow furrows, a sharp pain lancing through his temples as the visions intensify. The taste of ash fills his mouth, a bitter reminder of something lost. The figures stand frozen in time, trapped behind a shattered pane of glass. The air crackles with unseen energy, a storm brewing just beneath the surface. His eyes widen, a flicker of recognition battling with the overwhelming confusion. The scent of ozone hangs heavy in the air, a sign of volatile magic. The shattered memories swirl around him, a kaleidoscope of faces and places he can't quite connect. The sound of distant laughter echoes in his ears, a cruel reminder of what he's lost. The fragments fade, dissolving into a blinding white light. The silence is deafening, broken only by the frantic beating of his own heart. Sunlight streams through the window, illuminating the dusty scrolls and forgotten artifacts. The room feels both familiar and alien, a place he once knew but can no longer access. He sits up abruptly, a gasp escaping his lips as a sudden realization dawns. The pieces are starting to fall into place, but the picture remains incomplete. The room stretches out before him, a labyrinth of forgotten knowledge and buried secrets. The weight of his lost memories presses down on him, a heavy burden he must bear. He runs a hand through his hair, brow furrowed in thought. How long had he been working on this project? Had he even fallen asleep at his desk? A soft glow emanates from the figures he'd brought to life, yet something feels off. He blinks, tilting his head slightly. What could the reason be? A smile spreads across the creator's face, a sense of accomplishment washing over him. One of his creations, a man with fiery red hair, stands motionless. Another, a stout man with a thick blonde beard, remains silent. A third, an elf with striking blue hair, simply stares ahead. The creator beams, arms outstretched, reveling in his success. He had finally created life. But why isn't there any reaction? Why do they just stand there? Then, realization dawns on him. Oh, that must be it. Because he didn't name them yet. They don't have egos yet. The creator's touch imbues the elf with a name, a purpose, a soul. The name Destra shimmers into existence. Golden light flares. Destra's expression remains serene, her eyes closed as she accepts her new identity. A soft gasp escapes her lips. Next, the creator bestows a name upon the dwarf. Axton, a stubborn but righteous soul. The name Axton glows with a warm light. Axton gasps, his eyes widening as the weight of his name settles upon him. His new name echoes in his mind. Finally, the creator turns to the human, imbuing him with the name Kain, an unyielding and determined soul. Kain's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. A voice booms, welcoming them to the world. The creator smiles, declaring himself their master. The group remained kneeling, their attention focused forward, waiting for the next instruction. Meanwhile, the man with reddish-brown hair, Axton, and Destra stood inside. Axton asked if they too would be entrusted with a name. A man, bathed in light, prepared to reveal his name. Elsewhere, armored boots crunched on the forest floor. The man with reddish-brown hair wiped his brow, relieved. He hadn't been here in a while. The armored legs continued their journey through the forest. A voice called out, greeting someone named Fidgety after a long absence. The armored figure remained kneeling, their expression obscured by the helmet. The voice continued, scolding Fidgety for carrying items that didn't suit him, calling him a shitbag. The man with reddish-brown hair and Axton were in a heated argument. Axton questioned the stupid glove. The challenge hung in the air, a blatant dare to test whose jaw was stronger. Axton's fist clenched, the question laced with a threat. Whose would be broken off first? The unknown man smirked, drawing his sword with a chilling acceptance. Fine by me. A primal yell erupted as the unknown man promised to fix Axton's potty mouth before they went home. The tension between Axton and the unknown man reached a fever pitch, their eyes locked in a silent battle of wills. Steel sang as the unknown man fully unsheathed his blade, ready to strike. Meanwhile, Axton's name echoed through the air, a sharp warning cutting through the rising animosity. Destra demanded to know what they were doing in their father's territory, her voice laced with authority. Destra's command was clear. If they were going to fight, they should do it somewhere their father couldn't see. Axton chuckled, claiming they weren't going to fight for real anyway, trying to defuse the situation. Destra sighed, exasperated. Why was Axton always assuming things, just like before? With a humph, Destra called out for someone to wait up, her attention shifting elsewhere. A building stands in the distance, its architecture suggesting a place of significance. The air crackles with unseen energy. The creator's brow furrows slightly, a hint of contemplation in his eyes. An exclamation hangs in the air, unspoken. The creator muses, "Oh, it's been a while." A gentle smile graces the creator's face, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. A voice echoes, filled with regret. We should have visited earlier." The creator, surrounded by Axton and Selena Grace, offers a weak smile amidst the chaos. "It's a little messy, but sit. I'll get some fruits out." Selena Grace's expression is a mix of concern and exasperation. "Spend some time cleaning, father. Have you been living like this as soon as we moved out?" Magic crackles around Selena Grace as she begins to clean. With a wave of her hand, Selena Grace begins to tidy the room. "No need to clean since I live by myself." The shelves shimmer as Selena Grace's magic takes effect. The magic continues to clean the room. Axton, looking annoyed, exclaims, "Hey, ears. You haven't seen us in years, and the first thing you're doing is cleaning." The creator questions, "What's the fuss about?" "Looks clean enough to me." Selena Grace, clearly irritated, thinks to herself, "Stop bothering me." A voice echoes, laced with irritation. "You want me to flatten your mouth too?" 500 years have passed since a man created. 3 people. From the list of near omnipotent powers, the strongest traits that they've inherited is the 3 creations stand behind their creator, each holding a glowing orb of power. The power of creation. The 3 people who took after their creator had a strong affinity for creation and created life forms in their likeness. And those creations prospered to soon fill the empty world. A figure stands overlooking a bustling town, their back to the viewer. It didn't take very long for those 3 to be worshipped as gods among their creations. "So how's everything?" The creator, now aged, speaks. "It's been tens of years since we last saw each other. Human problems are the same as they were 300 years ago." A group discusses the state of the world. Sowing the fields, making shelter. Work has gotten a lot harder these days with all the monsters around the area. A question hangs in the air. Monsters? The creator, holding a small cup, explains that these creatures have only appeared in the last 50 years. He adds that they are vile and attack anything in their path. The disembodied voice continues, stating that their origin is unknown and casualties are increasing every year. Another voice chimes in, recalling that these creatures didn't exist a couple hundred years ago. The voice admits that they don't really need them, but Cajun, smiling, declares that they must set a good example for their followers. Cajun tells the creator that he hasn't changed. Destra asks if he is still trying to make things. The creator responds with a hesitant, "HMZ, The creator, holding a tool, is asked what he is making this time. The creator strikes a stone pillar with a loud bang. Cajun covers his ears, exclaiming in surprise. The creator states that he will let them know once it's done. The creator says he'd rather talk about how they feel as representatives of their races. Elsewhere, the sun sets on a quaint building. A cup of coffee sits on a table. The words hung in the air, a bittersweet farewell. "Today had been a good day, father, but the time to leave had already come." Destra smiled gently, her elf ears twitching slightly. Her thoughts were already turning homeward. Her children were waiting. The angle shifted, focusing on her form as she prepared to depart. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a conversation continued. The older man chuckled, promising to visit after completing his current task. Meanwhile, Kane was asked if he, too, was heading out. The man with reddish-brown hair, neutral, unknown man, offered a simple reply, "Soon." His gaze drifted towards a distant building, a sense of anticipation hanging in the air. Elsewhere, a sudden sound pierced the air, and Cajun's expression shifted to one of alarm. His eyes widened, a silent gasp escaping his lips. He slumped against the wooden door, the weight of the near miss pressing down on him. Sweat beaded on his brow, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The thought echoed in his mind, a chilling reminder. He had almost been caught. The rhythmic clatter of hooves against the uneven path echoed through the night, the carriage wheels grinding against the stones. Cajun, his brow furrowed with determination, pulled the carriage forward, his muscles straining with each step. He glanced upwards, his expression unreadable in the dim light, a silent question hanging in the air. Meanwhile, Destra hovered over Kin, her hands radiating a warm, golden light, the air thick with the scent of ozone and ancient herbs. Her brow furrowed with concern, the weight of the ritual etched on her face. From within her grasp, the spectral skull pulsed with an eerie green glow, its power resonating with the arcane energies swirling around them. Destra gasped, her eyes widening in a mixture of shock and apprehension as the skull's power surged. She focuses, channeling her energy into Kain, who remains prone. Golden lines of power flow, a visible manifestation of the healing magic at work. Destra continues her work, her hands glowing with spectral energy as she kneels over Kayan. Her brow furrows, a conflict brewing within. No, what am I even thinking? Kajan approaches, concern etched on his face. Hey, miss, how's it looking over there? Do you think he'll get up any time soon? He glances back at someone behind him. This is a sensitive operation, so don't rush me. Kajan scratches his head, a troubled look in his eyes. Sheesh, not in the mood, I see. A voice echoes, seemingly from a distance. I guess I won't keep you company. Meanwhile, a horse-drawn carriage departs into the night, leaving the encampment behind. Hands grip the reins tightly. You should take a break now, boss. Kajan turns to the figure, concern evident. Aight, take care of it. How are you feeling? Destra wipes away tears, her expression a mix of pain and resolve. Of course. 8 days had passed since the ordeal, but Kajan's still worried, perched on the barrel as he cautioned Kayan against overexertion. Destra, ever diligent, continued her healing work, dismissing Kajan's concerns with a gentle reassurance. But a sudden shift in the air, a prickling unease, stole over Kajan's features. A voice, urgent and disembodied, cut through the quiet, demanding someone awaken. Unaware of the growing danger, Kayan remained lost in slumber. A frantic report shattered the fragile peace, a strange sound echoing from the depths of the forest. Kajan, his brow furrowed, questioned the report, seeking to identify the source of the disturbance. The forest itself seemed to hold its breath, the question hanging heavy in the air. His eyes narrowed. Kajan drew his knife, a grim determination hardening his features. Something was out there. A structure pulsed with ominous blue energy, hinting at the source of the encroaching threat. Kajan's voice boomed, a declaration of war. Enemies were at hand, and battle was imminent. The question remained, unanswered, hanging in the tense silence before the storm. A glowing figure streaks down the road, leaving a trail of light in its wake. Someone shouts, warning their boss that the target is headed their way. A woman's voice muses, finding the approaching figure to be even more attractive than their wanted poster suggested. A large man, observing the situation, confirms his suspicions that something was amiss. He states that Famous wouldn't simply disappear without a reason. A man wonders if the approaching group is after his bounty. The woman clarifies that they are not after him, but are searching for the missing Garrod mercenaries. The imposing structure of a building, marked with a dragon emblem, looms in the background. The man from before expresses concern, questioning how their pursuers knew their location and route. The woman states that even if it cost them a leg or two, she just needs their heart. A voice warns someone to behave themselves, the sound of a beating audible. The building loomed, its walls etched with a dragon emblem. A voice echoed, declaring, well, not for you. We came to find the missing Garrod mercenaries. The disembodied voice continued, asserting that a group as famous as theirs wouldn't simply vanish without a reason. A man with dark blue hair furrowed his brow, anxiety etched on his face. How did they know where we were and what path we were taking? He wondered. The woman's voice cut through the tension, her expression cold. You have my permission to kill everyone else. A figure emerged from the shadows, a sword glinting in the dim light. Get him, the figure commanded. The armored woman stood ready, surrounded by shadowy figures closing in. The air crackled with anticipation. A man looked on in surprise as a masked figure lunged forward, blade extended. The masked figure moved with deadly speed, the blade a blur of motion. With a shout, the man leaped into the fray, sword raised high. Going in. Shale, close the distance. 2 figures sprinted forward, determined to close the gap. A man with a scar around his mouth, energy crackling around his hand, declared, it's useless. The man with reddish-brown hair focuses, a spectral bird of blue energy materializing at his side, its form crackling with power. A single word echoes, a command given with absolute authority. Go. The spectral bird streaks forward, a blur of azure energy aimed at an unseen target. Kajan's eyes widen, recognizing the nature of the attack. Is he using an animal's soul familiar? He shouts, ignore me and just pull out the card. A disembodied voice warns, you'll get hit if you get close. The man with reddish-brown hair stands beside Selena Grace, his expression focused as he controls the familiar. He extends a hand, blue energy coalescing into a concentrated point of power. Suddenly, the man cries out, Ack, as he is struck by an unseen force, the energy dissipating from his hand. Of course. The spectral bird screeches, Kayuk, its form flickering with instability. Of course, is this how they found us? Kajan watches the man with reddish-brown hair, his expression grim. That's an annoying ability. Tasha, summoning 2 familiars takes too much mana. A voice commands, you take care of him. Another responds, sounds good. Selena Grace smirks, her eyes glinting with anticipation. But first, let's see what tricks he has. The unknown man focuses, arcane energy coalescing around his outstretched hands, forming a swirling vortex of cerulean light. Nearby, 2 figures clad in dark blue cloaks stand ready, their presence a silent threat in the moonlit forest. The glint of steel flashes as they grip their swords, the polished metal reflecting the ethereal glow of the magic being prepared. Suddenly, one of the cloaked figures unleashes a counterattack, a spear of pure magical energy hurtling towards the unknown man. The spear finds its mark, detonating against him in a burst of raw power. Another attacker seizes the opportunity, channeling energy into their blade, preparing to strike. The unknown man's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise and pain crossing his face as he realizes the trap he's walked into. The enchanted blade descends, slicing through the air and drawing a crimson line across his flesh. Blood splatters against the night as the unknown man reels from the combined assault, his earlier confidence shattered. From the shadows, one of the cloaked figures speaks, "Change of plan. Let's all go at once." Another voice echoes, laced with a chilling anticipation. "Who's going to go first?" The unknown man, wounded and surrounded, hears the chilling declaration. "You want to take me alive?" He stood firm, swords drawn, a silent challenge to anyone who dared approach. The man's voice echoed with defiance, a promise of resistance against the encroaching shadows. Try if you can. He's trying his best to protect whatever's in there. From somewhere above, a chorus of enraged voices erupted, the air thick with curses and threats. "Motherfuckers" and "Hey idiots" rang out, shattering the tense silence. Perched atop the cart, one of the cloaked figures barked orders, his voice sharp and commanding. "If you have a brain, don't aim for him," he snapped, the sound of shifting weight and creaking wood punctuating his words. The unseen commander continued to direct the assault, his instructions laced with impatience and fury. "Aim for the inside of that cart. Can't you?" Below, Selena Grace watched with mounting dread, tears welling in her eyes as the battle unfolded. The weight of what was at stake pressed heavily upon her. A guttural curse escaped the man's lips, a raw expression of his determination in the dire situation. "God damn it!" The cloaked figures exchanged glances, a sinister smirk playing on one of their faces. They were confident, perhaps even enjoying the struggle. With a surge of adrenaline, he launched himself toward the cart, twin blades glinting in the dim light. He would not let them reach whatever he was protecting. A cloaked hand reached out, a desperate attempt to intercept him, to stop his advance before he could reach the cart. Kneeling beside him, Selena Grace focused her energy, her hands glowing with a soft, ethereal light. She poured her life force into him, mending his wounds and bolstering his strength. A surge of power coursed through his veins, his hand crackling with blue energy. The healing magic was taking hold, revitalizing him for the fight ahead. A sharp cry pierced the air, followed by the sickening sound of tearing flesh. Clegg! A cloaked figure clutched at their hand, blood seeping between their fingers. He lay on the ground, blood trickling from his wounds. How could this have happened? Each breath was a ragged gasp, pain searing through his body with every shallow inhale. Kajin's voice echoed through the air, laced with arrogance. "No matter how many of you come." The blade of his sword crackled with azure energy, a tangible manifestation of his power. Despite his injuries, the unknown man pushed himself up, a fierce determination blazing in his eyes. "Now!" Kajin lunged forward, his sword a blur of motion. "Fuck you now!" Crimson droplets scattered through the air, painting a gruesome tableau of violence. Selena Grace watched with growing concern, her expression a silent question. The air crackled with unseen energy, a prelude to the next deadly strike. A flicker of regret crossed Kajin's face as he muttered, "Sorry." His grip tightened on the hilt, knuckles white with strain. With a final, desperate cry, Kajin brought his sword down upon the fallen man. A strange energy crackles in the air, the night sky a canvas of deep blues and swirling clouds. A figure descends, shrouded in shadow, the wind whipping around them as they land with a silent grace. A smirk plays on his lips, a glint of amusement in his dark eyes as he surveys the scene. Selena Grace points a finger, her expression a mix of defiance and warning. "And nice, miss, but don't act cute at all." Meanwhile, a crimson energy gathers, swirling around the blade of a massive axe. The axe wielder grins, a savage light in their eyes as they heft the weapon. From the shadows, a hooded figure whispers, "Boss, I think she's up to something." Terror grips the cloaked figure, their mouth agape in a silent scream. The axe descends, a blur of red, energy, and sharpened steel. "I can tell." The world blurs as the axe hurtles towards its target, the air thick with anticipation. A scream pierces the night as the axe finds its mark, a spray of blood painting the scene in crimson. "Oh!" The axe descends, a blur of motion aimed at Selena Grace. The force of the blow sends splinters of wood flying as the weapon crashes into the ground beside her. The man with the dark blue hair grits his teeth, a savage grin spreading across his face. "I'll do something about that woman. Can you take care of that guy?" The elf clutches her arm, blood trickling between her fingers. "It looks like we're at a slight disadvantage." A voice echoes, filled with a desperate resolve. "No, not yet." The axe, wreathed in crimson energy, is held firm. The voice continues, laced with a dark promise. You seem to have forgotten. The man's eyes glow with an unnatural light, the axe raised high above his head, ready to strike. He declares, his voice resonating with power, that I'm fine with just taking your. His expression contorted in rage, he thinks, damn it, does it even make sense that she can swing something like that? Selena Grace watches him warily. He thinks, I'll die if I block it. Even if I'm lucky, I won't have any limbs intact. But if I dodge it using Terrancarp, a grim pronouncement hangs in the air. One of those two will definitely die. The man's hand glows with a cyan light as he finishes, I'm. A voice echoes, filled with regret. He reaches up, his fingers brushing against the smooth, cold surface of the barrier that imprisons his head. Crimson energy begins to gather, a malevolent aura building. The man looks up, his gaze fixed on the ominous red energy coalescing above. The air crackles with unseen power. A whispered command, air bullet. Emerald energy surges forth, a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness. The green energy slams into the ground, a shockwave rippling outwards. Tears stream down Selena Grace's face, a mixture of fear and determination in her eyes. The man encased in glass watches, his expression unreadable. Elsewhere, a voice groggily admits, I overslept. A figure stands bathed in moonlight, green energy swirling around their hands, a silent promise of power. A distant camp bustles with activity, the sounds of their movements barely audible in the vast forest. The man with reddish-brown hair expresses surprise. He hadn't expected to reach their destination so quickly. At the most opportune time, he reflects, he can't believe he got rid of all of them. The man with reddish-brown hair considers the chasers with just one hit. A flicker of concern crossing his face. Kajin sits, his expression thoughtful. He believes it was the only choice in the situation. The man with reddish-brown hair wonders who they were, his brow furrowed with worry. Kajin observes the scene, concluding that it must have been a team assigned to track him. He recalls hearing about small mercenary teams that specialized in tracking people down, and suspects this is one of them. He sits by the fire, the flames dancing in his eyes as he watches the embers crackle. Inside the tent, Selena Grace sleeps soundly, unaware of the worries weighing on her companions. She was willing to throw her life away to keep them safe. The unknown man's expression hardens, a grim determination settling over his features. He thinks to himself, he owes her one. Kajin sits nearby, his arms wrapped in bandages. He says, as long as you know. He continues, they don't have anything planned until the supply cart comes, so get some rest while you can. Kajin adds that if the plan succeeds, they'll be able to feed countless people. The unknown man sits across from Kajin, who waves his hand dismissively, saying, have fun. The unknown man's eyes narrow, a hint of suspicion flickering within them. A green glow emanates from the unknown man's hand, a strange energy swirling around his fingers. The unknown man demands an answer. The unknown man wonders what that was back there. The memory surfaces, unbidden. It wasn't just about the dream, after all. The black artifact from back then, the words echo in the unknown man's mind. A bloody hand, bathed in an eerie green light, absorbs something. The green light intensifies, the blood a stark contrast against the unnatural glow. A spectral skull, wreathed in green energy, materializes. It's not time. The unknown man's expression twists in realization. He knows something. The memory screams, a cacophony of unspoken questions. A figure plummets through a swirling vortex of green, lost in the depths of the past. The hill and the house, a place he has no recollection of. And those people, faces lost to time. Something like that, a fragmented echo of a forgotten life. The unknown man clutches his head, the green energy flaring on his hand. It can't be real. The concept hangs in the air, stark and absolute, God. The elf's expression twists in disgust. The only species who still believe in God are, in her eyes, revolting and disgusting. She thinks of the Heavenly Mother, Destra. A figure, hand encased in a dark glove, declares that anyone who causes problems will face their wrath. They swear on Axton, promising to hunt them down through the depths of hell and snap their neck. The text clarifies, elves and dwarves. The elf goddess, Destra, and the dwarf god, Axton. Two figures stand silhouetted against a dark, swirling background, their eyes glowing with an eerie light. Another shadowed figure appears, their eyes burning with the same unsettling glow. The thought hangs in the air, if those two really existed. A close-up reveals the intricate details of a suit of armor. The man covers his face with his hand, a look of disbelief etched on his features. He wonders if he just saw the three gods and their creator. A sound effect echoes. Elsewhere, a woman with long blonde hair stands while a man with red hair sits nearby. A sigh of relief escapes someone's lips. Gratitude is expressed. Thank God. How do you feel? The red-haired man and the blonde woman are in conversation. Selena Gray stammers, trying to brush off the gratitude. She insists it was nothing, though her flushed cheeks betray her embarrassment. The unknown man smiles warmly, clearly appreciative of Selena's help. He expresses his relief at having woken up safely, thanks to her efforts. Selena repeats that it was nothing, her voice barely above a whisper. She avoids eye contact, fiddling with her hands. Her face is flushed, her eyes darting nervously. The elf seems to be struggling with the attention. Meanwhile, Kajin's voice booms through the night, shattering the quiet moment. He calls out to the lovebirds, his tone laced with playful mockery. The unknown man's expression darkens at the interruption, a hint of annoyance flashing across his face. Selena Grace looks away, a mix of embarrassment and frustration on her face. She mutters about that bastard. Silence hangs in the air, thick with unspoken tension. Kajin asks what is going on, his arms crossed. The unknown man looks at him with a stern expression. Elsewhere, hidden amongst the foliage, Kajin speaks, his voice low and urgent. He emphasizes the limited time they have left. He urges them to come up with a plan while they still can, his expression serious. Kajin peers through a spyglass, his gaze fixed on a distant caravan. The leaves rustle softly around him. Through the lens, the caravan appears small but distinct. Kajin confirms they are still quite far, but his tone suggests a looming threat. The group acknowledges their delay, barely making it in time. They await the return of the scout. Kajin, peering through a telescope, declares it's time to formulate a plan. A voice wonders if the squad understands the plans when they are explained in this manner, as Kajin draws in the dirt. The response is one of confident professionalism. The scout returns, moving as swiftly as expected. The question hangs in the air. What does the situation look like? Gasping for breath, the scout delivers the grim news to his boss. Tension visibly rises. Kajin, anticipating a secure front line, demands an explanation of just how bad the situation is. He continues to draw in the dirt, preparing to adjust the plan. The stick remains planted in the ground, a focal point for the dire news to come. Kajin gestures with his stick towards the circle drawn on the ground, explaining that approaching the carts within this perimeter will be impossible. The man with the partially covered face reveals that at the center of the carts, he's confirmed the presence of an accuracist tamer. Neutral unknown man, looking confused, asks, what? The text defines accuracists as avian-type monsters with high intelligence. It's explained that they're known for their elf-like eyesight, as Selena Grace stands beside a large, bird-like creature. Someone expresses surprise, stating they didn't know they could be tamed, but it's possible to train them from birth. The figure with dark hair, pulled back, stands in conversation with Selena Grace. It's revealed that they are as rare as their detection radius is humongous, as neutral unknown man stands next to Selena Grace. The question hangs in the air. And the other problem? Neutral unknown man's expression hardens, a glint of determination in his eyes. The text states that accuracies are very expensive. Neutral unknown man, looking annoyed, questions, how's that relevant? The unseen speaker wonders why they're talking about the price, stating that typically it's much more cost-effective too. The group stood amidst the trees, the air thick with unspoken tension. He suggested hiring a bunch of magicians, tasking them with using mana detection skills. The masked man offered his perspective, stating that it was just his opinion. He continued, believing they should prepare for the possibility that the soldiers guarding the carts were armed with dispellium. His words carried a weight of experience, lending a grim sense to the discussion. Selena Grace spoke, her voice clear and decisive. Hiring a bunch of magicians would be useless if they already had a bunch of dispellium. The elf declared that their only choice was to take care of it, adding that if it was only 300 M, she could handle it. Kajin was told that he was supposed to be resting, and that if he kept pushing his body to its limit. He retorted, stating that he wasn't so weak that he couldn't take care of a single bird. The masked man was told that if he was that worried, Selena Grace would fall back after shooting once. Kajin scoffed, calling her stubborn. Selena Grace stated that, to be frank, without the lady's sniping abilities, they wouldn't even be able to get close. With a sigh, Kajin relented, agreeing to just one arrow and nothing else. He takes a step forward, the sound of his shoes echoing slightly on the stone floor. Kajin acknowledges something with a simple, okay. A disembodied voice lays out the plan. Disabling their eyes would provide a strategic advantage. The question hangs in the air. How about the dispellium? The man with white hair, a sinister smile playing on his lips, admits it's not certain, but insists they need a way to proceed. Kajin dismisses the concern with a wave of his hand. It simply doesn't matter. The reddish-brown-haired man, holding a glowing green skull, declares that even if they have dispellium, it won't save them. The white-haired man states he has something to counteract it, a confident smirk on his face. A surge of green energy crackles in the air, a tangible sign of the power being discussed. The rhythmic clatter of hooves echoed through the forest as the caravan pressed onward, each step a testament to their unwavering resolve. The question hung in the air, heavy with the weight of their journey. Are you tired? The reply came, laced with weary resignation. They were sure everyone was pretty fatigued since they had marched all the way from the southern border without taking a break. Sir Benedict offered a glimmer of hope, stating that the northern border wasn't too far ahead. Cargo, so let's stick it out for a little longer. Vice General Toll listened intently. A blinding light fills the sky, perhaps signaling the arrival of something significant. The light refracts, revealing a faint outline against the bright sky. A massive bird, with wings spanning an impressive distance, descends from the heavens. The creature emits a piercing shriek as it continues its descent, a sound that echoes through the air. From below, a figure observes the approaching bird with a mixture of awe and calculation. What a magnificent creature, he muses. The bird's features are detailed, its beak sharp and its eyes keen. It is described as difficult to tame, but possessing both loyalty and top-notch hunting abilities. They are aesthetically pleasing, but also functional. The massive bird continues its flight, soaring over a distant landscape. The figure below admits, I can't help but covet it. The air crackles with unseen energy as the bird draws closer. Vice General Toll stands with Sir Benedict, both watching the approaching creature. Questions hang in the air between them. Vice General Toll's expression hardens as he mutters, What the? With a final screech, the massive bird lands, kicking up dust and debris. A sudden cry of alarm pierces the air as the masked assailant descends, weapons drawn. It's an ambush. The order rings out, a desperate plea against the sudden attack. Raise your weapons and hold the line of defense. The man's face contorts in disbelief. What? An ambush? The soldier wonders aloud what kind of deranged lunatic is trying to pilfer from the kingdom's supply line. All the soldiers are highly trained, after all, and fully armed with Dispellium. They would put up a good fight even in a magician-infested battlefield. The clash of steel echoes through the forest as the battle begins. The fighting intensifies. The man on horseback glances back, concern etched on his face. How is he? The figure stands amidst the chaos, a question hanging in the air. Is it? The soldiers realize the truth. An artifact user? The man's eyes narrow, a grim understanding dawning. So there's only so much that Dispellium can do. He shouts, rallying his troops. Follow me and support the front line. The soldier with the scarred face barks orders, caution evident in his tone. He commands the back line to hold their position, just in case. Another soldier, cloaked and watchful, reports a new threat. Someone is approaching from the rear, too. Arrows rain down, but the magician stands firm within a shimmering barrier. He is presumed to be a magician. He scoffs at the futile assault. Idiots, he thinks, a smirk playing on his lips. A spectral skull, wreathed in green flame, materializes beside the magician. He dares them to shoot all they want, confident none will get through. The scout urges his comrades to close the distance. If he's a magician, they have to close their distance. With a defiant roar, the soldiers charge forward, swords and spears raised. Another soldier believes they can stop his magic with the Dispellium if they get closer. The spectral skull wielder is asked if he said an hour. He smirks, thinking to himself that he is cocky as always. He declares that all he needs is 5 minutes. The magician focuses, channeling power through the spectral skull ring. The air crackles with arcane energy. The spectral skull's opponent, surrounded by a crackling aura of yellow energy, prepares to unleash his own attack. His gaze is intense, focused on the unseen threat before him. The energy intensifies, coalescing around the man's face, a visible manifestation of the power he's channeling. But something interrupts his concentration. A surge of green energy washes over him, forcing his head down. Meanwhile, one of the cloaked figures turns back to another, a silent question hanging in the air between them. A crimson energy slashed tears through the air, a silent scream of power unleashed. The force of the blow slams into the man, drawing blood. His face contorts in pain and surprise. The cloaked figures look on in shock. What happened? One of them cries out, the question echoing the confusion of the moment. Young-hoon, watching from a distance, seems to understand. Oh, so that's how it works? He murmurs, a hint of understanding in his eyes. Recovering, the man, now wreathed in green energy, grins menacingly. Give me your best shot, he taunts, his eyes burning with malice. You little shits. Sir Benedict looks up, a question etched on his face. Why are you suddenly? He begins, but the rest of his question is lost in the unfolding chaos. His sword glows with emerald power, the blood on its blade a grim testament to the battle's ferocity. The spectral skull, a silhouette of darkness and rage, prepares to strike back, its green eyes burning with cold fury. The man recoils, a visible tremor of shock running through him as unseen forces begin to stir around him. Confusion clouds his features. Why are they turning on each other? What could be the reason for this sudden, violent shift? A sickly green energy erupts around the man, tendrils of spectral light coiling around his form, a visible sign of some dark power taking hold. The green energy intensifies, coalescing into a grotesque, spectral skull that seems to consume his very face, a horrifying transformation taking place. A new ability, Memento Mortem, has been unlocked, its power drawn from the absorption of the black sphere. The effect is described simply: seizure. It separates the target's psyche from the ring, severing the connection. Then, it transfers that psyche into another entity's body, granting control. It's a simple ability, in theory. Meanwhile, the Memento Mortem ability is unleashed upon the battlefield, its tendrils reaching out to ensnare the minds of others. But the scariest part is that as long as it's within the 1-hour time limit, he can freely phase in and out of a normal person's body without any restrictions. What are you? The man's face contorts in rage. He shouts, demanding to know what they think they're doing. What does he think? The man with reddish-brown hair declares, sword in hand, that they will take back what is rightfully theirs. Green energy crackles around the blade, a tangible manifestation of the power he now wields. His face is a mask of intense concentration, sweat beading on his brow as he channels the energy. The green energy explodes outward, a wave of raw power washing over the landscape. A bead of sweat rolls down his cheek, his expression unreadable. He glances back, a sinister satisfaction in his eyes. This is nice. The man's face contorts, the features shifting and reforming into a spectral skull wreathed in green flame. Who knew that having a body was this convenient? He pauses, considering. The sword gleams, reflecting the eerie green light. Have you never thought about it before? The spectral skull grins, the green flames dancing in its empty sockets. Sometimes, when you're frustrating, I've thought about taking control of your body, Hannah. The green energy continues to surge, a visible manifestation of the spectral skull's power. The disembodied voice continued its cruel monologue. If anyone dared to interfere, they should stay back and watch, lest they be deemed cowardly. The unknown man stood over the fallen scout, his sword glinting ominously in the dim light. Something felt amiss. A subtle shift in the air, a discordant note in the symphony of battle. Something was definitely off. Confusion warps the man's features, a silent one, escaping his lips as he takes in the scene. The supplies, meant for the front lines, are in jeopardy. The warrior's grip tightens on his weapon. A ghost-like marauder stands in their path, an unexpected threat amidst the chaos. Elsewhere, the situation deteriorates further. Soldiers, meant to stand together, are now locked in a senseless battle amongst themselves. Meanwhile, a figure with a ghastly, glowing green head descends upon the warrior, claws outstretched, ready to strike. From atop the makeshift barricade, a man watches the unfolding chaos with growing concern. At this rate, they'll lose everything. A lone rider charges forward, a desperate attempt to break through the turmoil. A blinding flash erupts, the source unknown, bathing the battlefield in an eerie light. Driven by desperation, the man launches himself forward, a blur of motion against the chaotic backdrop. The warrior steels himself, preparing to meet the oncoming onslaught. Organizing the front lines is now paramount. Steel clashes against steel, a deafening symphony of destruction as the two figures engage in a deadly dance. A gasp escapes the warrior's lips as he realizes the grim truth. His opponent is fast. The spectral skull whirls, a deadly dance of bone and ethereal energy. The man with reddish-brown hair watches, a dawning horror in his eyes. Is the skull taking a step back to activate his artifact? The artifact flares to life, a blinding pulse of power unleashed. The scout leaps into action. Not on my watch. The artifact glows with an eerie, otherworldly light. The energy surges, crackling around the device. The scout clashes with the spectral skull, steel meeting bone in a shower of sparks. The scout grits his teeth. Damn it, he's not giving me any time to phase out. The scout's eyes widen in sudden realization. The scout now faces the man with reddish-brown hair, their swords locked in a deadly embrace. The man with reddish-brown hair snarls. Do you not care that the country may fall as a result of your actions? The scout thinks, even a mere goblin would be able to tell you that the Venetian family has been squeezing every cent out of their citizens. He grits his teeth, sword drawn. There's only so much one can take to support the troops. The scout's expression hardens. Are they not citizens of the country as well? An unseen figure declares the scout insolent. Vice General Toll descends from above, blade drawn. The scout yells for him to get out of the way. The scout's eyes widen in disbelief. Vice General Toll demands to know what the scout is doing. Toll continues his descent, the wind whipping around him. A green aura surrounds Vice General Toll, his eyes glowing with power. The green aura intensifies around Vice General Toll, who says hello. The scout looks up at Vice General Toll, fear etched on his face. Footsteps echo as someone runs. A beam of green light pierces the darkness. A verdant energy pulse from the earth, its tendrils reaching skyward like grasping vines. A figure stood silhouetted against the light, a sword held loosely at their side, their thoughts a silent question. What is? The green energy intensified, crackling with unseen power as it surged upward. The forest path shimmered with the residual energy, the air thick with ozone. There's no way. The sky above the forest canopy pulsed with the same vibrant green. Even the distant trees seemed to glow with an unnatural light, bathed in a strange energy. A figure crouched, low to the ground, their voice a panicked cry. Yuikik. Good thing the whole situation was resolved after 10 minutes. If he took any longer. Meanwhile, one of the figures held out a bottle, asking, "How you feeling?" The other figure, wrapped in bandages, responded, "I'm fine." A voice called out, "We're finishing up. Good work to you too." Another figure, masked and cloaked, said, "Thanks to you, we had almost." The question hangs in the air. Were they truly finished here, with no further losses? The man takes a swig from his container, the sound echoing slightly in the open space. A voice wonders why he changed his mind about joining the group, now that they both got what they wanted. A disembodied voice retorts, "You wish." Cajun suggests they head straight into the Lysia Creek, a smile playing on his lips. The man drinks again, stating that they lost quite a bit of time and need to get going. The plan is set to send supply carts to villages that need them, as there are many people too weak to protect themselves. Meanwhile, two hooded figures sit in silence, the air thick with unspoken words. Cajun reveals that he already asked Bernard to escort the individual to wherever they'd like. The assurance is given that he'll take them anywhere as long as it's within the kingdom's borders. Elsewhere, a figure lies in bed, seemingly asleep or lost in thought. Cajun turns, posing the question, had they decided on their next destination? He looks up, a slight furrow in his brow, as if contemplating something. A voice, seemingly from elsewhere, speaks of a next destination. The thought hangs unfinished in the air. A grand estate looms, its architecture hinting at wealth and history. Someone reclines, seemingly at ease, in a lavishly decorated room. A question echoes, tinged with concern. Had he been out again? Cajun stands beside another, his expression suggesting a mixture of concern and weariness. He suggests, "Why don't you take a break from work and grab a drink with me?" Close up on Cajun, his expression unreadable. The unseen speaker mentions Allswale 95. A decanter of amber liquid sits beside a filled glass, promising respite. The man with reddish-brown hair kneels, his gaze fixed on someone just out of sight. He states that he is not here for this, before inquiring how much has been collected. Seated at a table, he considers the question, a glass of amber liquid sitting untouched before him. A soft hum escapes his lips as he ponders. Elsewhere, a man with purple hair strokes his chin, a thoughtful expression on his face. He wonders if it was like 3. The man with purple hair smiles, revealing that he gave the 2 of the more useful ones to his immediate guards, and kept that for himself because it was pretty. The man with reddish-brown hair sighs, thinking of his brother. He recalls his request, "Please don't distribute the artifacts wherever." The disembodied voice continues, stating that he wants the royal family is so afraid of worsening the internal disputes. A dark figure, wreathed in blue energy, grips a sword tightly, its glowing eyes burning with intensity. An unseen authority declares that one has to set a good example for everyone else. A hand grips the hilt of a sword, its blade shimmering with an ethereal light. The grip tightens, as the speaker states that they keep the actual. The voice continues, stating that the useful ones are somewhere else, so don't worry too much. Dong-hoon smiles, holding the sword. He says, "Unless you would." The man with reddish-brown hair, Stetch, holds a staff topped with a glowing orb. He states that he neither wants nor has a use for it. A voice echoes with a sense of self-assurance, declaring that something is sufficient to ensure safety. He lounges on the ornate couch, a glass in hand. As Dong-hoon kneels before the table, a magnificent sword laid out before him. The air hangs heavy with unspoken tension. The man with the glasses observes, noting that someone has been staying out of trouble. The report comes in. He had been traveling for a while, only to return quietly to the castle. A hand, adorned with a violet sleeve, holds a glass aloft. The voice demands honesty, revealing that Idril's account differs. Crimson eyes narrow, a question hanging in the air. Was it really that uneventful? The man lounged on the couch, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. He inquired, wondering if there was any interesting news for him, particularly regarding their youngest. The response came, stating that he was staying out of trouble. A glass was placed on the table with a soft thud. Was that so? That's not what Idril said. Be honest. Was it really that? Of course, Idril, that fox. As far as I know, HM. The third son ventured to the infamous northern borders, despite his youth. On the other hand, the sly Alfred, to secure his own safety, pretended to help Laptors, and solidified his position as the top aide to the king-to-be, by proving his worth and abilities, even though he had no intentions of staying loyal to Laptors. Not that I care, but Dong-hoon thinks to himself, "You're not doing anything fishy behind my back, right, Mai?" As if. Although Alfred and Gerald are competitors, as long as they were going for the throne, there was no reason to not form, and he spoke of an alliance, the word hanging heavy in the air. It seemed that Alfred had taken too much of Donghun's time. Alfred remained seated, a silent figure standing guard behind him. He offered a promise for the next meeting. A bottle would be opened. Alfred's gaze drifted to the side, a subtle shift in his focus. Elsewhere, the outskirts of the northern Venetian forest lay bathed in sunlight. A figure with blonde hair seemed to be in distress, muttering urgently. Alfred spoke, a promise laced with anticipation. Soon, they would be able to see Keeldent. The figure in the hooded cloak sat perched on the wooden platform, his voice carrying a promise. You should be able to find the cure you're looking for there. Meanwhile, neutral, unknown man's thoughts drifted to a single word, a looming threat. Keeldent. A disembodied voice, identified as Garrett, echoed with concern. The distribution volume had drastically increased recently. How do you even know all this? Her voice strained, the blonde-haired woman insisted. I'm fine, really. But the word hung in the air, a blatant lie. Bullshit. Neutral, unknown man sensed the truth, a spectral skull looming behind him as he registered the woman's failing condition. Her mana flow, it was definitely not okay. A hand gripped a cylindrical object, its purpose yet unknown. The blonde-haired woman clutched the cylinder, a faint green glow emanating from within, casting an eerie light on her face. She held the glowing object close, as if drawing strength from its power, but her brow furrowed with pain. Neutral, unknown man watched her with concern. See, if you keep this up, you might not be able to use magic anymore. A defiant voice cut through the tension. I'm not listening to you until you get better, so sit tight and relax. But the close-up revealed the truth. Her face contorted in pain, sweat beading on her brow, a silent scream trapped within. The bald man in the green mask asks how much longer they have, as the man with reddish-brown hair assures him that they should be arriving soon. They've arrived. The town of Keeldent sprawls before them, a bustling hub nestled amongst rolling hills. The man with reddish-brown hair expresses his gratitude, thanking someone for coming all the way there for them, and telling them to tell their boss thank you as well. The bald man in the green mask dismisses the effort, stating that it is nothing as he thinks about all the things. The man with reddish-brown hair thinks that he should be the one thanking them for all the things they've done for him. The man with reddish-brown hair hums thoughtfully. He considers telling the other man his actual name the next time they meet, realizing that he still thinks he's Brian. Meanwhile, a horse-drawn carriage travels down a foggy road. Someone says that the boss said to take care of anything they'd need. The man with reddish-brown hair exclaims in frustration. The blonde-haired elf lies prone, and someone wonders if her condition was this bad. The blonde woman lies still, seemingly unbothered by the flow of mana. She was merely suppressing it, like an idiot. The man with reddish-brown hair grits his teeth. One's just holding it in, and the other one never noticed. What a pair of idiots. He shouts, stop the cart and wait. Just ingesting it wouldn't help her mana circulation, but he can probably find something to help her heal. That's why they came here. He strides forward. The man demands, give me anything related to mana restoration, right now. The shopkeeper responds, we don't have. The man with reddish-brown hair interrupts, you don't have a single mana restorer in the medicinal city of Keeldent? It's true. The shopkeeper explains that while they sell general medicine, they currently have no mana restorers available in the city. Drainoir's expression darkens, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he considers the implications. A voice calls out, addressing him as young man. An old woman, seemingly a resident of the village, scolds Drainoir for causing a ruckus, stating he's being a menace to their peaceful community. The woman continues, adding that Keeldent doesn't have a single restorer, but the man is right. The main ingredient for that medicine, dunlite flowers, only grows on top of the Rocky Mountains, but no one can get it now. The Rocky Mountains loom, a waterfall cascading down its face. A couple of months ago, everyone who's been to the flower fields have come back without their memories. Drainoir's expression hardens with resolve. If he's able to get those flowers. The old woman and another man discuss the medicine. He asks, sure, but how? A voice calls out, don't go. There won't be anything you can do. A figure in the distance calls out, wait for me. He strode away from the town, the cobblestone path slick beneath his boots. The air grew heavy with the scent of damp earth and unknown blossoms. He called out, his voice echoing slightly in the growing forest, I'll be right back. Deeper into the woods, the explorer mused, his thoughts a dark counterpoint to the vibrant green around him. Who the hell would be going around erasing people's memories? Any suspect? The air hung thick with unspoken questions. A flicker of concern tightened his brow. How could anyone even know if their memories were gone? The foliage grew denser, more exotic. As expected of Keeldent, he thought, the name of familiar weight on his tongue. The landscape shifted, revealing a rocky terrain teeming with unfamiliar plant life. It was surrounded by rare plant life. The air hummed with the unseen energy of the forest. It would be a fascinating place for a botanist. And his hand tightened on the hilt of his sword, a subtle shift in his posture. There's something annoying as well. The air hangs heavy, the silence of the forest almost a tangible thing. Yet, Something feels amiss, a subtle shift in the atmosphere that prickles the skin. His eyes narrow, a flicker of unease crossing his face. There's something here, he realizes, a presence that wasn't there moments before. A low hum vibrates through the ground, barely audible, yet felt deep within the bones. The air grows thick with anticipation. The wind whispers through the trees, carrying with it a scent of ozone and something else, something ancient and powerful. It's fast, he thinks, the realization dawning with a jolt of adrenaline. Whatever is approaching is moving with incredible speed. But it sounds gigantic, a tremor in the earth that speaks of immense size and power. The threat is real, and it's close. The forest holds its breath, every leaf and branch still, as if waiting for the inevitable clash. A metallic glint catches the light, a silent promise of steel and blood. His gaze hardens, resolve etched into every line of his face. The moment of truth has arrived. With a swift, fluid motion, the explorer draws his sword, the steel singing as it leaves its sheath. Dust explodes from the ground as he prepares to meet the oncoming force. He settles into a fighting stance, muscles coiled and ready to unleash. The sword gleams, a beacon of defiance against the encroaching darkness. He paused, a sense of unease settling over him. Something felt wrong. Drainoir muttered to himself, a frown deepening on his face. None of the villagers had mentioned anything like this. The forest air shattered with a deafening screech. Shock! The sound ripped through the trees, announcing the arrival of something immense and terrifying. Instinct took over. Drainoir whirled around, drawing his sword in a fluid motion. Drachni, in a place like this, he knew he was in for a fight. Another ear-splitting shriek echoed through the woods. Kaiwak! The Drachni's cry was filled with a primal rage, a challenge thrown down to any who dared to stand in its path. The Drachni loomed, a monstrous silhouette against the dappled sunlight. Its multiple legs clicked and scraped against the forest floor, a symphony of impending doom. Drainoir stood his ground, sword held ready. The air crackled with tension as the Drachni prepared to strike. He knew he had to act fast. With a burst of speed, the Drachni lunged. Drainoir reacted instantly, leaping backward to avoid the creature's snapping mandibles. The ground trembled beneath the monster's weight. He continued to backpedal, narrowly avoiding another swipe of the Drachni's claws. The air filled with the stench of decay and the sound of splintering wood. Seeing an opening, Drainoir focused his energy, a green glow emanating from his clenched fist. Fly! He shouted, preparing to unleash a counterattack. With a surge of power, he released the pin-up energy. Air burst. The words were a command, a declaration of war against the monstrous Drachni. The air burst hurtled forward, a wave of pure force tearing through the forest. Trees swayed violently as the energy surged towards its target. The air burst continued its relentless path, a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness. The fate of the forest, and perhaps Drainoir himself, hung in the balance. The air hung heavy with an unseen force, a palpable sense of curse-eating permeating the very leaves. Deeper within the forest's embrace, a lone figure moved, seemingly oblivious to the encroaching darkness. A sigh escaped unseen lips. A Drachni? What a strange turn of events. The man with reddish-brown hair gripped his weapon, his expression hardening. They usually live in hordes of 2 to 3, he mused. Ignoring the dunlight problem, the monstrous spider lurked, its multiple eyes gleaming with predatory hunger. Leaving those monsters alone would definitely lead to the destruction of the village. His brow furrowed, the man's gaze sharpened. No one noticed until the situation got this dire. His expression hardened, a grim determination settling over his features. A silent exclamation hung in the air, a prelude to action. An arrow flew, loose from his hand with deadly purpose. An arrow? The hooded figure peers out from the forest, his expression obscured by shadow as he wonders aloud. Who are you? Drawing back the string of his bow, the hooded figure takes aim, but a warning rings out. He's dangerous. Meanwhile, Stech Artellier's voice booms, his eyes blazing with fury. I told you to answer. Air rushes past as something moves with incredible speed. A gloved hand is outstretched, fingers poised as a bullet is launched. The projectile slams into the hooded figure, sending him crashing into a tree with a pained grunt. A voice filled with indignation echoes, How dare! Stech Artellier advances, a gleaming blade, now pointed directly at the down figure. An order rings out, cutting through the tension. Lift your head. Stech Artellier's expression is one of intense focus, his eyes narrowed. He paused, a low hum escaping his lips as he considered the situation. The elf's expression twisted in disbelief. How could a mere human have accomplished such a feat? It had been a while, Stech Artellier thought, since he'd seen the telltale whitening of the iris that signaled alarm. A gathering of elves, their faces etched with concern, watched from afar. Well, against humans, it's more like disdain rather than alarm. Stech Artellier loomed over the kneeling elf. He offered a terse reprieve. He'd let him go for trying to kill him. The elf, face tight with worry, was pressed for information. What was going on with this forest? Stechartellier's voice cut through the tension. His one and only elf friend wasn't doing so hot right now. To get the ingredient for her medicine, Stechartellier needed to get to the top of the mountain. But according to the villagers, everyone who tried to climb the mountain lost their memories. The elf pressed, his gaze intense. Did he know who might be doing that? Suddenly, Stechartellier was thrown backward by an unseen force, a guttural cry escaping his lips. A figure dashes through the dense forest, a blur of motion against the green canopy. From somewhere above, a voice cuts through the air, questioning what has caught their attention. Stechartellier suggests a solution, a spectral green skull hovering ominously behind him. He advises freezing the intruder's legs to catch up. A sense of unease permeates the air, a feeling that something significant is happening to the forest. The unseen observer notes the speed of the figure, acknowledging that it is as fast as expected of an elf. Meanwhile, inside a grand hall, a voice echoes with disbelief, demanding clarification on what was just said. The elf, his expression troubled, reveals that a human entered the forest while he was on guard, pausing as if considering the implications. Anger flares in the speaker's voice, questioning why the elf acted without consulting them first. The elf retorts, defensive, asking what else he was supposed to do and insisting that they should have seen the intruder themselves. The conversation shifts to the intruder's capabilities, with one voice stating that he single-handedly ripped apart a drachny with magic and swordsmanship, prompting another to wonder why someone like that would come into the forest. A sense of foreboding hangs in the air, the implications of the intruder's presence yet to be fully understood. Sighing, the elf pressed the matter. Had the deed been done? Had the target been eliminated? The other elf's expression tightened, a clear sign that the answer was not a simple one. Frustration began to etch itself onto the first elf's face, the lines around their eyes deepening with each passing moment. The exchange escalated, a hand now gripping the other's neck in a display of dominance and barely restrained anger. The elf's voice rose, laced with disappointment. The bare minimum was to eliminate the target, a task that was clearly failed. The green-haired elf's anger reached a boiling point, the words erupting from their mouth like a volcanic eruption. Months of meticulous planning, now reduced to nothing. The other elf, seemingly resigned, acknowledged the gravity of the situation. Things were about to become far more complicated. A chilling thought crossed the elf's mind. What if the human they had spoken of managed to find them? Meanwhile, in another location, the man with reddish-brown hair pressed for answers, his expression a mix of curiosity and concern. He urged the other party to continue, a growing suspicion forming in his mind about the manipulation of memories. The tension hung heavy in the air as the two groups, separated by distance, grappled with the consequences of their actions. The man's gaze sharpened, his voice low and probing. Why the sudden silence? What was being hidden? Idril's gaze narrowed, her hand outstretched. A faint, ethereal glow emanated from her palm, the air around her crackling with unseen energy. The wind cutter skill activated, forming a sharp blade of wind from the tips of her fingers. Idril lunged forward, the wind blade slicing through the air. Meanwhile, with his back turned, Drainoir continued his trek, a worn leather bag slung over his shoulder. The rhythmic thud of his boots against the ground was the only sound accompanying his thoughts. A low murmur escaped Drainoir's lips, a cynical observation hanging in the air. Man, what a consistent species. The elf focuses, gathering energy at her fingertips. A faint green glow emanates from her palm as she prepares her attack. With a flick of her wrist, Idril unleashes the wind cutter. A sharp blade of pure wind hurtles forward. Carls glances up, sensing the approaching danger. His eyes narrow as he assesses the situation. A moment of contemplation crosses his face. He must act quickly. The wind cutter hurtles towards him, but Carls is ready. He raises his arm to defend himself. Idril shouts, urging her attack forward. Shoot! The wind blade strikes, but Carl stands firm, bracing against the force of the blow. Gathering his own power, Carls prepares to unleash his counterattack. Cross! Winds clash against winds as the two combatants unleash their skills, a whirlwind of energy erupting between them. With a final surge of power, Carls manages to block Idril's attack, leaving her momentarily stunned. The clash of steel echoes as the figures surrounding Carls are dispatched. Idril watches, a mixture of curiosity and suspicion in her eyes. How is a child capable of such feats? Carls, his gaze fixed, declares that all of them combined wouldn't leave a scratch on him. He commands them to listen up, his voice resonating with authority. As the bodies of his attackers lay scattered, Carls explains that he is not there to harm them. His tone is firm, yet a hint of warning underlies his words. Idril, her expression unreadable, questions why he had to escalate the situation. She states she was going to leave if he answered her questions. Carls thinks to himself that the elf child doesn't understand humans. He wouldn't have understood her, let alone answer her question. Damn, what a waste of time. Carl's expression hardens, his frustration palpable as he considers the situation. Idril, her gaze unwavering, asks if what he just said is true. She questions if he's not an assassin that the humans sent. Carl scoffs, retorting that if he wanted to kill them, he would have gotten rid of the entire building. He implies that they are now willing to listen. Carl continues, stating that nothing he said initially was communicated properly to her, so the implications of their situation began to settle in. There was an understanding, yet a lingering disbelief that a human and an elf could truly be friends. Elsewhere, the group remained gathered in the room, the air thick with unspoken questions and subtle glances. Carl's expression hardened, his voice laced with suspicion. "What, you think I'm a liar?" he challenged, a hint of defensiveness in his tone. Idril pressed, her gaze unwavering. "Can you tell us the name of that elf?" A flicker of unease crossed Carl's face as he mumbled something under his breath, the question hanging heavy in the air. The name echoed in the room, Elena Drainoir. Far away, Elena Drainoir, the blonde elf, remained unaware of the conversation that now centered on her. The realization struck Idril like a physical blow. "Elena," she exclaimed, her voice filled with disbelief. A wave of shock rippled through the room as the implications of the name settled in. Carl watched the reactions, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. He knew something they didn't. "You know who she is?" he asked, a subtle challenge in his tone. The pieces began to fall into place, a dawning horror spreading through the group. The sick friend they were talking about. Idril's eyes widened in complete and utter shock. Elena all along. The question hung in the air, thick with unspoken anxieties. Why had she fallen ill, or something worse? Drainoir grimaced, the weight of his own culpability pressing down on him. He couldn't bring himself to voice the truth, that she had pushed herself too hard, for his sake. A voice cut through the tension, demanding an answer first. Another voice followed, probing for the underlying motivation. Idril raised her hands defensively, urging them not to misunderstand. "We normally don't attack anyone who doesn't try to." She stood near the table, her expression a mixture of concern and frustration as Drainoir sat silently. Idril's thoughts turned to correcting someone's manners later, though she insisted they had no malicious intent. Drainoir's eyes widened as he took in the sight of the monstrous spider. He realized the others were all in the cave, making them the saviors of the village instead. Idril declared that she would trust him for now, adding that she was running low on time and had to go. She watched with concern as Drainoir turned to leave. A determined glint in his eyes, Drainoir stated confidently that those spiders didn't stand a chance. He leaped out of the window, disappearing into the foliage below. Silence hangs heavy in the air between them. The unspoken tension is palpable. Myriad's expression hardens. This might be an opportunity. Another elf questions Myriad's intentions. "What are you talking about, Myriad?" Myriad states firmly, "We can't let a single human go into that cave. If something goes wrong, our entire plan will be ruined." The elf continues, "We won't be able to hold them off forever." Myriad declares, "I'm going." Myriad draws their sword, resolving to act. "If we can't take care of the Drachni Horn now, forget about the village, we'll be wiped out too." The other elf grabs Myriad's arm, questioning their decision. I am coming along." Myriad instructs, "The rest of you, take care of this place." Myriad strides away, Kate billowing behind them. "I'll be back." Meanwhile, the wind whispers through the trees. A lone figure walks along a forest path, their destination unknown. The Drachni's legs, thick and armored, shifted above, its web glistening in the dim light of the forest. He thought to himself that he should be seeing one if he was this deep into the forest. Drainoir wondered if the first one was just an outlier. The Drachni descended, a monstrous shadow falling over Drainoir. Sha! The sound ripped through the air as the Drachni struck. A sudden surge of energy caught the Drachni by surprise. A blinding beam of light erupted, piercing the gloom. Debris rained down from above, the forest floor trembling. Chunks of earth and splintered wood flew in all directions. Shock! The impact reverberated through the trees. Drainoir stared up at the Drachni, his expression unreadable. He considered the Drachni's tactics. They always tended to stay in groups, so why were these two operating separately? Suddenly, the Drachni unleashed a torrent of acid. Drainoir could only watch as the viscous liquid hurtled toward him. It's acid. The air crackled as the acid struck. The corrosive substance ate through the foliage. The acid splashed against the ground with a sickening ting. Something shone, catching Drainoir by surprise. The acid was deflected, arcing harmlessly away. A figure landed gracefully, the acid splashing harmlessly around them. Elves gripped their weapon. "I'm getting sick of this." Another elf? The deflected acid continued its path. The elf from before and the small one had arrived. The elf with the scar across their face narrows their eyes, demanding to know what the others are doing there. They declare that they came to assist. A gloved hand crackles with emerald energy, a voice declaring that no assistance is needed. The smaller elf stands partially obscured, the swirling green energy emanating from their position. The voice from before commands them to get out of their sight, stating that they are in the way. The elf from before, accompanied by the small one, seems surprised by the intrusion. A voice cuts through the air, demanding an explanation for their presence. The elf from before introduces herself. My name is Myriad, human. The small one speaks up, identifying himself as Sid, Myriad's little brother. The man with reddish-brown hair declares their purpose. We came here to assist, he then reveals. My name isn't human, either. It's Stetch. Stetch's hand glows with a swirling green energy as he continues, stating that he doesn't need anyone's help. A single word hangs in the air, help. The green energy intensifies around Stetch's hand. Stetch dismisses Myriad and Sid, stating that they'll only get in his way. Stetch thinks to himself that maybe if it were Elena, but he doesn't have time to learn how to fight with him around. Myriad's expression hardens as she thinks of Elena. Elf notes that not many people are capable of adapting and supporting like Elena can, and it makes sense to think like that if Stetch has had her support all this time. Anyway, the field Stetch is also the place where the Drachni built its nest. Stetch understands that Elf is strong, but even he wouldn't be able to fight off the whole nest without damaging all the Dunlights. How does he plan to help? Green energy crackles around Stetch's outstretched hand as he prepares to use a skill. Elves offers that they'll give Stetch the space to fight freely, and during that time, they'll take care of the Dunlights for him. The small elf wonders if he is absorbing the monsters. That doesn't sound too bad. Due to the effects of curse eating, Stetch's mana increases. This is a little unusual, though. A human with no animosity towards us. So, is Elena currently accompanying? First time for everything. That come to be? You sure have a lot of questions. It's a long story, so if you want to hear it, ask her yourself after she gets better. On that note, a voice cuts through the air, laced with suspicion. Was this act of assistance motivated by Elena? The elf from before, a crimson streak marring her face, remains stoic, her gaze distant. Originally, they had lived in this forest long before humans even thought to build a village here. The elf recalls the looming Drachni, a dark omen in the background. But when the Drachns began nesting in the forest, everything changed. Their way of life was utterly destroyed. The elves were not only outnumbered, but outmatched in every way as they fought the Drachns. Each Drachni was powerful. As a result, the elves chose a strategy. While taking advantage of their trait of not leaving their territory, they tried to protect the townsfolk who could fall prey to the Drachns, even erasing their memories to do so. The small one walks alongside the scarred elf, away from the village they sought to protect. The Drachns were simply too good at their jobs. Meanwhile, Mr. Stetch stands before a spectral green skull, its presence casting an eerie glow. The elf continues, explaining that some of them ran into others who had left the group to find food. It may not have been an optimal plan, but it was the best they could do, the scarred elf concludes, her expression a mix of resignation and resolve. The unseen narrator recalls a time when anxiety was at its peak, facing a horde of starving dragons. Mr. Stetch appears, his expression unreadable as he simply states, "You showed up." The view from deep within a cavern, looking up towards the light. A sword hums with potent green energy. Stetch Atelier grips the sword, the green energy swirling around the blade. Elsewhere, the elf from before is ensnared in thick, sticky webs. Stetch's gaze is drawn to something beyond the immediate vicinity. The elf slices through the webs with practiced ease. A voice cries out in frustration, "Goddamn." Stetch is now completely surrounded, the webs seemingly endless. "There's no end to these webs," he exclaims. Suddenly, the elf shouts a warning, "Hey, watch OU dash," as a large spider descends from above. With a muttered incantation, the elf from before begins to cast a spell. From the ground, a jagged spike of rock erupts. The skill, Rock Spike, attacks opponents with a stone structure. The rock spike jets upwards, a crude and brutal defense. Stetch Atelier looks on, surprised. "Ooh, you were a magician?" The elf kneels, explaining the drawbacks of her abilities. Her expression is grim. Emergency. Stetch's eyes narrow, listening intently. And it's not cost-effective in the long run. The rock spikes seem ineffective against a group of enemies. The elf's eyes widen in alarm. A surge of electrical energy crackles through the air. The spider descends, screeching its fury. The spider, Drachni, plummets from above, its razor-sharp claws poised to strike. It descends further, a blur of black exoskeleton and deadly intent. An air burst erupts, a sudden surge of green energy. The burst expands, a wave of force rippling through the cavern. The air pressure shifts violently, dislodging loose rocks and debris from the ceiling. Meanwhile, the elf, neutral ELF lightning, gathers energy in his hands, muttering about blue lightning. Elsewhere, 3 figures stand in a cavern, one observing that someone is pretty talented but faint-hearted. Drachni lands heavily, the impact shaking the ground. "I see. That's fine," it seems to say. The spider webs glisten ominously in the dim light. The man, Drainoir, clenches his fist, thinking that they don't seem like beginners and wondering if he can pick up the pace from here. He prepares to act, telling someone to take care of yourselves. A fireball is unleashed, the air crackling with heat. The air crackles with unseen energy, the source obscured by distance. The landscape rushes by, a blur of rock and sparse vegetation as they continue their journey. Suddenly, a cataclysmic explosion erupts in the distance, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. A figure is launched skyward, a desperate scream echoing through the air as they're consumed by the inferno. A voice, laced with urgency, exclaims, "We almost got caught in that." The woman with green hair watches the fading smoke, while Drainoir is surrounded by embers. She says, "I told you we don't have time to waste." An unknown voice remarks, "And you don't seem that weak, either. You're still alive. Anyway." Drainoir's expression is questioning as he asks, "Are we in the correct?" Drainoir's gaze rises to a towering structure, now covered in thick webs. "Place? I thought the peak was supposed to be a flower field. It's a field of webs now." The web-covered structure looms, a testament to some unseen creature's presence. With a sudden, violent thrust, something pierces the web, sending shards of energy scattering in all directions. A character with purple hair smiles, murmuring a single word, "Wow." A monstrous roar tears through the air, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. From the rent in the web, a swarm of grotesque, spider-like creatures spills forth, their chitinous bodies clicking and scraping against the silk. The spider-like creatures descend upon the group, their sharp claws and fangs bared in a frenzy of attack. The elf from before, his face etched with worry, mutters, "Sis, maybe we should quit while we're ahead." The other elf, her eyes narrowed with fury, retorts, "I'm going to take care of you first if you say something weak like that again." A sinister smile spreads across the face of Drainoir. A voice from the distance remarks, "Wow, they sure are gross." The monstrous Drachne's legs descend, each step a thunderous echo in the cavern. The beast plummets, a cacophony of shrieks and scraping claws filling the air as it falls. Meanwhile, a sinister smile creeps across Drainoir's face, a hint of malice in his eyes. The elf with the scar grimaces. He thinks they are gross. Another elf wonders if they should quit. The cloaked elf suggests they should quit while they're ahead. The scarred elf looks at him with a stern expression. Someone threatens to take care of the speaker if they say something weak again. Elsewhere, Drainoir calls out to the others. The scarred elf wonders if that is a dumb light. The scarred elf wonders why they're of all. Purple energy crackles around Drainoir's hand, a malevolent aura emanating from his fingertips. A voice declares that they will take care of the rest. Dark energy swirls and crackles. The dark energy continues to surge, tendrils reaching out. The abilities Curse Aura and Cursed Cloak are activated, promising to weaken enemies with cursed energy. The elf with blonde hair questions if he has tested this out since that time, noting that it's easy to use while putting almost no stress on his body. A voice declares that they evolved this ability to best fit their needs. Mr. Stetch wonders if this is also the effect of the black artifact, guessing that it is. The dark energy intensifies, swirling around his legs. The elf, Neutral ELF Lightning, seems surprised. Neutral ELF Lightning wonders how he has so much negative energy. A monstrous shriek tears through the air, the sound vibrating with unnatural power. A voice echoes, seemingly from nowhere, contemplating the unfolding events. Would something like this work? A swirling vortex of dark energy begins to materialize high above. Jagged, monstrous limbs begin to emerge from the darkness. The silhouette of a colossal, winged beast takes shape within the swirling portal, its form nightmarish. The monstrous form descends further, its many eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. The creature's grotesque head, adorned with multiple red eyes, becomes clearer as it fully enters the world. The spider-like monstrosity fully emerges from the portal, its massive form casting a shadow over the landscape. The ground trembles as the colossal creature lands, its presence radiating an aura of dread. Drainoir, a sinister smile spreading across his face, declares that the monstrous spider seems to be drawn to something or someone as it mutters bugs. The monstrous spider screeches again, its multiple eyes fixated on an unseen target. Drainoir's face contorts in a yell, the sound echoing through the chamber. The elf from before watches with a concerned expression. The elf with the scar shouts, "Let's go, Sid." He adds, his voice strained, If anything happens, I—" The monstrous spider, Drachne, unleashes a deafening shriek, the sound vibrating through the very stone beneath their feet. The elf from before observes the creature, thinking, that one's probably the mother and the alpha of the nest. I guess it can withstand something like this. The monstrous spider moves with blinding speed. Its massive legs descend, poised to strike. The air crackles with energy as the words "shock bolt" appear. Drachne is struck by a bolt of pure electricity, the force of the impact eliciting a pained shriek. KJK. Sid focuses, gathering energy in his hand, preparing to unleash the shock bolt. The elf from before clenches his fist, electricity arcing around his hand as he prepares to use electric whip. A gust of wind magic sends the small one hurtling forward, a desperate gambit in the face of overwhelming odds. Good. Don't look back, the elf with the scar commands, his voice tight with urgency. Behind them, the monstrous Drachni looms, a nightmare made flesh. The elf with the scar steels himself, preparing to face the horror head-on. Drachni descends, a terrifying silhouette against the fading light. Each step of the spider monster sends tremors through the ground, a prelude to the carnage it intends to unleash. The elf with the scar's eyes widen in disbelief. It's fur! A blow sends the elf with the scar sprawling, the impact jarring every bone in his body. Drachni's screech pierces the air, a sound that chills the blood and heralds destruction. Sid and the elf with the scar stand side by side, channeling their energy into a combined attack, a desperate hope against the encroaching darkness. A blinding explosion erupts, a surge of power unleashed against the monstrous foe. The silhouette of Drachni remains, a testament to its terrifying resilience, even amidst the chaos. Propelled by the force of the blast, the elf with the scar is sent flying towards Drachni, a final, desperate strike. He focuses, drawing upon some inner reserve. A blinding white energy coalesces around his outstretched hand, ready to be unleashed. The blast slams into Drachni, the force of the impact echoing through the cavern with a deafening shake. The delicate petals of the flowers sway gently in the aftermath. The elf with the scar reaches for the prize. I'll take the flower. Sid's face is contorted with rage. Go back down to the forest before more of them. No, we're taking it down now. Best to not get caught in this. The words airburst appear. Sid is enveloped in a swirling vortex of emerald energy, preparing to unleash another attack. The green energy slams into Drachni. The man prepares his own assault. And fireball, the words combination spell appear. The words airburst appear. The words fireball and blazing storm appear. He becomes a vessel, a conduit for raw, untamed magic. The air crackles with energy, the very ground vibrating beneath the force of the escalating power. The magic intensifies, coalescing into a blinding vortex of light and heat. The scent of ozone fills the air, a testament to the sheer power being unleashed. The surge of energy slams into the stone structure, the impact sending tremors through the surrounding area. Dust and debris rain down as the ancient stone groans under the assault. The small elf recoils, eyes wide with disbelief. The air itself seems to shimmer with residual energy, a tangible reminder of the immense power unleashed. The elf with the scar stares in disbelief, muttering, "How is a human capable of this level of magic?" A question echoes in the minds of all who witness the display. Who is he? The air crackles with energy as the words blazing storm materialize, a promise of devastation to come. A column of searing light erupts, the ground itself seeming to writhe under the intense heat. The light intensifies, twisting into a vortex of pure, destructive force. The vortex expands, consuming everything in its path with an inferno of orange and red. The swirling flames coalesce, forming a sphere of unimaginable heat and power. The air screams as the energy reaches its peak, a deafening crescendo of destruction. Far from the epicenter, the elf from before feels the oppressive heat. I can feel the heat even from here. The small one and the elf from before stand silhouetted against the fiery glow. The elf wonders, "What have you been up to, Elena?" The ground trembles as the blazing storm gathers its final strength. With a final surge, the energy explodes outward, a cataclysm of fire and force. The blazing storm slams into the earth, obliterating everything in a blinding flash of light and a thunderous roar. The monstrous spider shrieked, the sound tearing through the air like a jagged blade. Its many eyes glowed with an unholy light as it stood amidst the devastation. Fire danced around the creature, but it seemed unfazed, the flames licking harmlessly against its armored exoskeleton. The man with reddish-brown hair clicked his tongue in frustration. "Damn, not even a scorch mark," he muttered, his brow furrowed in disbelief. A spectral, skull-like entity observed the scene with growing unease. "He's not even a keeper. There's no way he should have been able to withstand that. Something's off." The spider-like monster continued to absorb the magical assault, a dark energy swirling around it as it consumed the very curses hurled its way. The man with reddish-brown hair considered the destructive power he had unleashed. Anyway, isn't this skill a little too destructive? He thought, remembering how close he himself had come to being caught in the blast. But the man quickly dismissed the thought. That's not the important part, he reminded himself, his gaze fixed on the unyielding monster. The skull-like entity seethed with frustration. It's that my magic didn't do shit to him. He's the only one left. Goddamn, stupid ass bug. A voice, calm and measured, broke the tension. Well, This isn't the first time we ran into an abnormality. The voice continued, the words hanging in the air like a challenge. There's no point in overthinking it. If magic doesn't work. The man with reddish-brown hair glanced down at the object in his hand, a flicker of hope in his eyes. What? Is that the salamander dust from before? The small, cylindrical container glowed with an inner light, promising a different kind of solution to the seemingly insurmountable problem. The air crackles with residual energy, the lingering echoes of a blazing storm that proved insufficient. A monstrous, skull-like entity looms, a silent testament to the power required to overcome it. Nearby, a collection of cylindrical cartridges rests beside a strange, elongated device. Don't worry about it, a voice assures. I checked it out while I was organizing. The device gleams, its purpose hinted at by the nearby statement. The one from before was just an imitation they made, to get a feel for the real one. He grips the device, its metallic surface cool against his gloved hand. A faint hum emanates from within, a promise of contained power. With a surge of energy, he unleashes the device's power, sending a concentrated blast skyward. The ground trembles beneath the force of the attack. The blast collides with a monstrous form of Drachni, engulfing it in a blinding flash of light. A guttural roar echoes through the chamber as the creature reels from the impact. The attack intensifies, the air swirling with chaotic energy. Crosswinds, the device seems to scream as the blast tears at the monster's defenses. Drachni's crimson eyes widen in a moment of stunned surprise. The attack is clearly more potent than anything it has faced before. The energy continues to lash out, tendrils of power wrapping around Drachni's legs, threatening to topple the massive creature. The energy burns with an almost ethereal light, each pulse a hammer blow against the monster's armored hide. Bracing himself, the man prepares for another attack, his stance firm, his gaze unwavering. The air crackles with anticipation. But a realization dawns on him. TSK, I need to get under the shell if I want to do any damage. He clenches his fist, a surge of blue energy gathering around it. The air crackles with anticipation as he prepares to unleash his next attack, an air bullet. The compressed energy explodes outward, a concentrated blast aimed directly at Drachni. He sprints forward, the silver blade glinting in the light as he closes the distance. A spectral voice echoes, urging him to hurry. Sweat beads on his brow as he prepares a combination attack, muttering about an ice wave and another air bullet. From below, a multitude of shimmering blue icicles materialize, swirling around him like a protective aura. He gasps, feeling the chill as the icicle bullet's spell takes form. With a shout, he unleashes the icicle bullet, a hail of frozen projectiles hurtling towards his monstrous foe. The monstrous Drachni unleashes a horrifying shriek, the sound itself seeming to crackle with dark energy. The guttural cry intensifies, a wave of raw power radiating outward. With the utterance of a single word, Drachni prepares to unleash a devastating attack. The monster's eyes glow with malevolent intent, its fangs bared in a predatory snarl. The air crackles with anticipation as the word echoes, explode. Barely a moment too soon, the man dodges, narrowly avoiding the brunt of the blast. A confident smirk plays across his face, a glint of amusement in his eyes. That alchemist. He wonders aloud if Drachni is allowed to just give these out like this, musing that he did order it, after all. The monstrous form of Drachni unleashes a torrent of energy, incinerating everything in its path. He thinks to himself, telling Stetch to take a look at his innards. Amidst the devastation, the man stands unscathed, surveying the scene with a calculating gaze. He paused, the memory surfacing unbidden. The monster, shrouded in a green glow, was stronger than it appeared. It had concealed its true power within. The man, examining his gloved hand, seemed to ponder the implications. Had it consumed others to gain such strength? A grim smile touched his lips as he considered the possibility. Elsewhere, a quaint building stood nestled amongst the trees. The elf from before offered him a drink. Here, drink up. The ingredients lay prepared. Flements, antlers, ginseng. She added sunlight she had picked herself. Don't waste any. The smell. The man sat on the bed as she prepared the remedy. She grimaced slightly. Phew. The man looks off to the side, lost in thought. Elena tells him to get some rest, saying it will take a while before he gets better. He responds that he'll get going now. The man glances to his right, a strange sound echoing in the air. The cloaked figure asks how she's feeling and if there are any problems. The man replies that there are no problems, thanks to him, and asks what's up. The masked man says that someone's here for him. The man looks up, wondering if they are here for him. Meanwhile, two elves stand together. A masked figure peers into the room, announcing that someone has arrived. The man with reddish-brown hair appears concerned, wondering if they are here for him. The taller elf confirms that someone is indeed here. The two elves stand in the doorway. Elsewhere, the interior of a building is shown. The taller elf seems to be musing about human culture. The man with reddish-brown hair sighs, worrying about what might have happened. The taller elf stands near the bed, remarking that she truly is an honest human who hasn't lied once. The woman in the bed, Stetch, is addressed. The man with reddish-brown hair stands with his arms crossed, a skeptical look on his face. He challenges the elf from before, pressing him to admit the truth. The elf responds, stating that he prefers to see things with his own eyes. Elsewhere, a blonde elf sleeps soundly, her pointed ears twitching slightly. The man with reddish-brown hair asks if the elf from before is acquainted with Elena, suggesting they are close, perhaps like siblings. The elf from before explains that the elves of Keeldent and the Dark Forest have been in contact for a long time. A group of elves stands together in a sun-dappled forest, their expressions unreadable. As the daughter of their vice-chief, Elena was beloved by everyone in their tribe. But one day, a dungeon nestled itself into the depths of the Dark Forest. And that dungeon grew stronger by the day, until there wasn't anything the elves could do about it. The elves stand in a cavern, surrounded by strange, organic structures. The elf from before continues, explaining that Elena lost her father during that time, and the situation took a turn for the worst. That's when they lost all contact with him, along with all the news about Elena as well. A voice echoes, recalling a past rescue of Cain. The man with reddish-brown hair listens, arms crossed, as another suggests Elena will provide further explanation. Elena stirs in her sleep, a sudden sound jolting her. Her eyes snap open, a silent exclamation escaping her lips. Miri's face is etched with concern as she calls out a name. Miri? Miri rushes to Elena, embracing her tightly. Looking up at Miri, Elena asks, confused, how? The man with reddish-brown hair watches with a knowing smirk. He turns to leave, Miri watching him go with a questioning gaze. Sunlight streams through a window, illuminating a bench and a lamp. Elena stares intently, stating that she thought they would have left the forest by now. The group hasn't heard any news saying otherwise, but migrating suddenly might draw more unwanted attention. Miri smiles knowingly, her hand raised to her cheek, a playful glint in her eyes. The text explains that the village is fertile enough to grow herbs, and that they regulate the humans who come into the forest. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Miri leans in, her expression curious. Anyway, tell me a little more about what's going on with you. How did you get up traveling with this human? The text reveals that the human even saved Cain, and Miri thinks he's more impressive than she thought. A shadow crosses Miri's face, her brow furrowing. Alone, she murmurs, a hint of concern in her voice. Elena sits on the bed, her hand glowing with an ethereal light. She explains that she's following him around to repay her debt. Her gaze lowered, Elena Drainoir seems to hesitate. I guess so, she replies softly, though her tone lacks conviction. Miri rises abruptly, her expression unreadable. Do you? She begins, the question hanging in the air. A chilling laughter echoes, its source unseen, its meaning unclear. The man with reddish-brown hair sat on the edge of the bed, a question hanging in the air between them. A voice echoed, seemingly from nowhere, expressing a sentiment of acceptance and a surprisingly positive view of the human companion. Miri's expression tightened slightly as she spoke, a hint of concern lacing her words. Anyway, if Sid gets word of this. The man with reddish-brown hair listened intently, a low mumble escaping his lips as he processed Miri's words. Elena, seated on the bed, reminisced about their recent reunion, while also acknowledging the uncertainty of their next destination. A voice, seemingly belonging to one of the elves, offered a reassuring farewell, suggesting future encounters and a safe haven in the nearby forest. Miri stood, her expression unreadable as she listened to the others. Elena's brow furrowed with worry, her gaze distant. Meanwhile, light streamed through an open doorway, illuminating the path ahead. The man with reddish-brown hair remarked on the brevity of their conversation before inquiring about Elena's well-being, a hint of urgency in his tone. Miri offered a reassuring update, noting that Elena seemed much improved by the end of their discussion. A voice called out, simply Stetch. Miri looks intently at the man, her expression serious. She implores him to promise her something, stating that she believes him to be the most trustworthy human she knows. Her hand rests on her hip, a silent plea accompanying the words, "Don't let anything happen to Elena." The unspoken tension hangs heavy in the air, punctuated by the thought that just because she's repaying her debt, Elena doesn't owe him a thing. The man with reddish-brown hair looks away, a slight smile playing on his lips. He states that if Elena wants to leave, he won't hold her back. Miri's expression softens, a hint of exasperation in her eyes. She thinks to herself about how dense he is, wondering how they are ever going to get together. A silent question lingers. Maybe he's doing this on purpose? The elf asks where he's off to now. The man replies that he doesn't know. He hasn't decided yet. He reflects that he didn't have any time to think when they came here, and that they didn't have anything special planned besides. The thought hangs in the air, healing Elena. Miri's gaze is sharp, her expression determined. She was going to try to dissuade him if he was planning. The man's face is shadowed, his expression unreadable. 2 days later, the landscape shifts, time marching forward. The elf with the scar thanked the man for getting them there, asking him to give Garrett her regards, as they continued down the path. She wondered aloud where they were headed now, and if they were going to another dungeon. The man replied that they were done with dungeons for now, a slight smirk playing on his lips. He declared that they were now headed to Burden Bear. The elf questioned if Burden Bear wasn't the humans' port city, expressing concern that someone might find out who they were there. The man's expression hardened, a grim determination settling over his features. He knew he still had to go there, that there was someone essential to his plans waiting for him. Meanwhile, the port city of Burden Bear came into view, its docks bustling with activity. They were in Burden Bear. Sid, face bruised and bandaged, stared intently at a piece of parchment. It was a wanted poster bearing the name Stetch Artellier, dead or alive, with a reward of 400. A blade descends with brutal force, shattering whatever lay beneath. The impact echoes with the weight of crowns. Someone tacks a wanted poster to the wall, the image of a face now a public target. A close-up reveals a face etched with a scar, the eyes burning with a crimson intensity. The elf from before spits out the accusation. "You fucking traitor." A voice, filled with resolve, declares, "I have to meet him no matter what." The elf with the red markings on their face considered the situation. Something was brewing, something that might lead them north, and they had intended to dissuade others from that path. There. Meanwhile, far to the north, the front lines were about to be tested. A soldier, clad in shining armor, pointed a gauntlet toward the horizon, bellowing a command. The ranks of armored soldiers braced themselves, spears leveled. They had to take it down before it broke through their front lines. A blinding flash erupted, consuming everything in its immediate vicinity. Another explosion ripped through the ranks, scattering debris and fire. A soldier screamed as an unseen force tore through their armor, energy crackling around them. More explosions hammered the front lines, each blast sending shockwaves through the remaining soldiers. The soldiers were thrown back, their formation shattered. It didn't seem possible to hold him back with the bombs. The monstrous Drachni bares its fangs, a guttural growl rumbling in its chest as it prepares to unleash its fury upon the northern front lines. The soldiers brace themselves, raising their shields in unison, the metallic clang echoing in the tense air. They stand as the last bastion against the approaching onslaught. Muscles tense, the monster prepares to strike. The ground trembles as the monster's power intensifies. A blinding light erupts as the monster unleashes its attack. A wave of shock ripples through the battlefield. A deafening roar tears through the air, a primal scream of destruction. A voice booms across the battlefield, praising the soldier's efforts. One of the armored figures steps forward, declaring, "I'll take care of it from here." A cry goes up among the soldiers. "The prince is here." The soldiers murmur amongst themselves, questioning the nature of the attack they just witnessed. One remarks that it's not something you see every day. A hand clad in white armor grips the hilt of a golden sword, its ruby pulsing with crimson light. A voice echoes, a warning and an observation. "Watch closely, for this is the prince's battle artifact." The sword's name is revealed, Goldmara. A monstrous roar erupts, shaking the very air. The monstrous Drachni looms, its massive form a grotesque tapestry of stone and scale. With a determined cry, the prince charges, Goldmara held high, its light a beacon against the encroaching darkness. His face set with grim resolve, the prince prepares to unleash the power of the ancient blade. Goldmara pulses with raw energy, crimson lightning arcing from its blade. The prince slashes, the blade a blur of motion and light, aimed directly at the heart of the monster's foe. The monster's thick hide is no match for the blade's power, the energy searing through its defenses. A wave of shock ripples through Drachni's massive form, its single eye widening in disbelief and pain. The prince continues his assault, the golden blade a whirlwind of righteous fury. With a final, desperate cry, the prince pours all his strength into the attack. Goldmara's light intensifies, bathing the battlefield in a blinding crimson glow as the final blow lands. He moved with blinding speed, a rush of air the only evidence of his passage. His armored feet slammed into the ground, the impact echoing through the battlefield. The prince paused, his gaze fixed on something ahead. The monster's face, a grotesque mask of rage and decay, filled his vision. He recoiled slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The prince gripped Goldmara, his battle artifact, the blade humming with power. A surge of energy coursed through the sword, tendrils of light reaching out to the monster. The blade glowed with an unearthly light, drawing the monster's essence into itself. A gasp escaped the prince's lips. "Whoa!" His brow furrowed with concern, a question forming in his mind. Goldmara, the battle artifact, was absorbing a monster's core. A voice, perhaps his own thoughts, mused, "I guess it's possible for artifacts like that to exist." Against a backdrop of fading sunset hues, a quiet expression of gratitude hangs in the air. Three armored figures approach, their metallic footsteps echoing. One offers, "For the hard work, sir, we can prepare a drink if." The offer is cut short. "No need," he replies, his voice firm. "I'll be resting, so don't let anyone approach my tent." Meanwhile, the Northern Frontline's outpost stands silhouetted against the vibrant sky, a beacon of defense against the encroaching darkness. The sign confirms their location, Northern Frontline's outpost. Inside the tent, the prince sits at a simple wooden table, the flickering candlelight casting long shadows across his face. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple, his brow furrowed in pain. A soft gasp escapes his lips. He kneels, clutching the sword Goldmara. A crimson light emanates from the blade, bathing him in an ominous glow. He groans. His face is contorted in agony, his grip tightening on the glowing hilt. The light intensifies, casting harsh shadows. The city of Burdenbear sprawls before them, a network of waterways reflecting the night sky. The pair move through the streets, cloaked and silent. Elena Drainoir paused, her voice a hushed whisper. "Do we have a specific destination?" Elena knew that if they lingered too long, discovery was inevitable. The elf's expression was urgent. "No time." The man reassured her, a faint green glow emanating from his gloved hand. "Don't worry about it." He was confident that his skills would shine the greatest in big cities. Meanwhile, the pair continued their trek through the city, their figures small against the backdrop of towering buildings. The harbor lights twinkled in the distance. The man's eyes narrowed, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. He wondered, a light signal? He knelt on the steps, seemingly in pain. Elena asked, "You do?" He responded, "It's fine." A voice echoes, anticipating their arrival. The bearded man in the hooded cloak looks up, questioning if it's Stetch Artelier. On a rooftop, the man with reddish-brown hair hears the question. He is surprised, as someone thought he swore never to return to this city. The blonde elf pulls the boat, remarking on someone's loose lips and rudeness. A voice demands to be taken somewhere, dismissing someone as having a lag face. The man with reddish-brown hair stares ahead, his expression unreadable. The voice trails off, offering a hesitant like but. The boat continues its journey, the bearded man questioning why he left so adamantly. The man with reddish-brown hair looks down, lost in thought as he is asked if he came back. The blonde elf confronts the bearded man, demanding to know what he said to make him stick around. A hand reaches out toward the flame, as if drawn to it. The bearded man watches the ball of fire intently, his expression unreadable. The air crackles with energy as the voice accuses, "You learn new tricks, Artelier." Holding the fiery orb, Stetch Artelier's face contorts with anger. "Stop yapping your mouth, and we'll have a quiet." The flames dance in his palm, a contained inferno ready to be unleashed. "Want me to stick this in your trap?" His voice drips with sarcasm. "What? Did you want a welcome party or something?" The bearded man's eyes narrow, his voice a low growl. "You, the heartless traitor who turned his back on us." The question hangs heavy in the air. On that day, Stetch Artelier glances down, his expression hardening. "So where's Sky?" The question echoes, desperate and urgent. "Where can I meet him?" The bearded man looks up, a hint of malice in his eyes. "Sky, go look for him." Elsewhere, the city looms, a silent promise of danger. Everyone in this city is just waiting for the day. You'll drop dead. The streets whisper secrets, hinting at a possible encounter. "Maybe you can meet him then." Stetch Atelier focuses, an orange glow emanating from his open palm. The light intensifies, swirling with arcane energy. The question hangs in the air. Where is Sky? Where can he be found? A hooded figure emerges from the shadows, uttering a single name, Sky. Meanwhile, a grim pronouncement echoes. Everyone in this city is just waiting for the day you'll drop dead. The city looms, its ancient stones whispering secrets. A voice offers a terse apology, hinting at troubles to come. This is going to happen more frequently, as long as we're in Burdenbear. Two figures stand silhouetted against the dim light, their intentions obscured by the shadows. The hooded figure questions the sudden change, a realization dawning. "I see." Elsewhere, Stetch Atelier remains focused, the orange glow unwavering. A voice reflects on the passage of time. "Anyway, it's already been 10 years since then. A lot's changed, huh?" He spoke, his voice carrying a note of discovery. "Stetch, I think I found something." His expression was unreadable beneath the shadow of his hood, but a flicker of anticipation danced in his eyes. He held up a tattered poster, the edges worn with age and handling. "Isn't this?" The poster declared a bounty for Sky, dead or alive, a reward of 1,200,000. He confirmed, a hint of surprise in his tone. "Yeah, this is Sky." His thoughts turned to the details on the poster. What a scar on the right side of Sky's face. What had he been doing? A voice cut through the air, demanding answers. "Isn't it about time you told me?" The voice continued, laced with suspicion. "Who is this human? And why do we have to find him?" Miri's gaze was intense. Her eyes narrowed as she pressed for information. "Well, it's a..." She hesitated, finding it little awkward to say exactly what. Miri demanded, growing impatient. Say it. He remained silent, his expression hardening as he considered the implications of the discovery. The memory began with a stark reality. When they were young, fresh out of the orphanage, survival meant doing anything for money. Even then, a price was on Sky's head, a dead or alive bounty that shadowed their every move. Sky Gulkin. The name echoed in the silence of the past, a label and a burden. Without anyone else to depend on, they started gathering other vagrants in the area, finding strength in numbers. Sticking together wasn't just a choice. It was the only way to avoid being looked down upon, to survive in a world that shunned them. They all came from different backgrounds, united by circumstance and a shared desire for something more. Their common goal strengthened their bond, forging a connection that transcended their individual struggles. The shared ambition was to make sure that no one could ever look down on them again, to rise above their humble beginnings. They all strived for that goal, but each had different ways of approaching it, different paths to tread. While one wanted to achieve that goal through success, saving up to join dungeon expeditions, seeking fortune and glory. Sky wanted power, a means to protect themselves and those they cared about, a force to be reckoned with. Another wanted to become a protector to all those in need of their help, a beacon of hope in a dark world. The two figures, cloaked in shadow, moved with purpose down the cobblestone path. The taller of the two spoke, their voice hushed, urging haste. Standing around here was not an option. Time, it seemed, was of the essence. The air hung heavy with the scent of something old, something almost forgotten, as they approached a looming structure in the fading light. A question hung in the air, unspoken but palpable. Did they know the way? It had been a while, but the taller figure observed that the place hadn't really changed. Elena, her face partially obscured by the hood, seemed to be holding back a cough. The implication was clear. She had grown up here. The need for a safe place, one even children could locate, was paramount. But the whole city, it was said, was crawling with bottom feeders. The two continued their trek, their cloaks billowing slightly in the night air, the looming structures casting long shadows before them. Stetch paused, his hand reaching out to touch the cold stone of a nearby wall. His fingers traced the crude carvings etched into the surface. Sky, it seemed, had made one instead. They approached the weathered brick wall, the shadows deepening around them as they passed into the alleyway. Elena's eyes widened, a silent exclamation escaping her as she took in their surroundings. The two figures continued down the dimly lit corridor, their footsteps echoing softly against the stone floor. Was someone there? A gruff voice responded from behind the partially open door, the hinges creaking slightly as it shifted. The tavern buzzed with activity, the air thick with the smell of ale and unwashed bodies. The arrival of the cloaked figures caused a stir among the patrons. A voice muttered from the crowd, the word Artellier, laced with a mixture of surprise and recognition. Three men sat around a table, their eyes narrowing as they watched the newcomers. One leaned forward, a dangerous glint in his eye. Whispers spread through the tavern, the realization dawning that the rumors were true. That bastard-lag face was telling the truth. Really? Stetch raised his hand, a silent signal passing through the room. A man's face contorted in rage, his eyes burning with hatred. It's been a while? Jump this fucker. Sky paused before the doorway, a sense of foreboding washing over them. I don't need this kind of warm welcome. With a roar, the man charged forward, his intent clear, violence. He tenses, muscles coiling as he draws back his fist, preparing to strike with a resounding HFF. The punch connects with brutal force, the impact echoing through the tavern as his opponent reels. The large man gasps, clutching at his throat. Cook, I can't breathe. With a furious stomp, another combatant slams their foot into the ground, sending splinters and dust erupting in a violent spray. Nearby, a man in a bandana stares in disbelief. What? He knocked that fat ass away. The man, face contorted in rage, roars, all right, fuck it. Come at me all at once. A fist clenches, crackling with emerald energy. Enchant. The enchanted fist connects, sending the man flying through the air. The man with the bandana reacts with shock as he witnesses the display of power. The fight continues, a chaotic clash of bodies and abilities. One figure lies prone on the ground, defeated. Close up, a man's face shows a mix of pain and disbelief. A disembodied thought echoes in the air. Just what could make him so strong? The sounds of struggle intensify, a cacophony of impacts and strained breaths. Frustration boils over. The unseen speaker curses those damn bastards. The unseen figure's anger escalates, hurling insults into the fray. Restrained, the figure grits their teeth, demanding to know how many times they have to tell them to keep it down while they're working. His face marred by a scar, neutral unknown man calls out a name, a question hanging in the air. Stetch? A pair of crimson eyes narrow, a silent intensity burning within. A slight smile plays on his lips. It's been a while. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the name Sky hangs in the air. Sky Gulkin. The man with 1.2 million crowns on his head has a tragic backstory. He was born in the slums of one of the biggest cities in the south, Gridlock. His mother, Lasha Gulkin, was so beautiful that it was hard to believe that she came from there. The slums. Sky Gulkin, her unwavering smile, even in the face of poverty, was trampled on by just one noble. A bored noble who was dissatisfied with the ennui of his life came to the slums for a change of pace. And that's where he found Lasha. Because of that decision, Sky's life was changed forever. Despite the harsh environment, Sky grew to be 10 years old, showered by his mother's love. And that's when his tragedy, it began with a sound, a sharp, echoing crack that shattered the silence of the night. A body lay still, draped in a blue sheet, the air thick with a metallic tang of blood. The small figure lay sprawled on the wooden floor, bathed in the pale light filtering through the window. The last thing he heard from his mother was a desperate plea. Run. The sound of his own ragged breathing filled his ears as he scrambled to his feet. He started running as soon as he heard it, his eyes wide with terror. And he ran, without turning back once. The image of his mother's face burned into his memory. When he heard that everyone in the neighborhood was murdered shortly after his departure, years had already passed. The world moved on, but the past remained a heavy burden. Since then, he'd been living for revenge, his eyes burning with a cold fire. He then met a friend in the slums of Burden Bear and started growing their own faction. During that time, Sky received information about the people behind his mother's murder. Duke Marcus Crossford, a name that would come to haunt Sky's past, is introduced. Flanked by masked figures, the Duke's presence exudes power and influence. Sky's grandfather, a figure of authority, is revealed. The text indicates this was when the Duke realized that Sky was just a child. A man, carrying Sky's blood, lived in the slums. This event eventually led to his parting with Stetch. The Duke took it upon himself to clean it up. The gross abuse of power fueled Sky's rage, and his actions became more unrestrained by the day. His fist clenches, a sign of growing anger and determination. When he got news of Crossford's plans to stop by Burden Bear, he planned an assassination using barrels of gunpowder. The assassination ultimately failed, and Sky's faction took a big hit from the blowback of the failure. The weight of these events etched themselves on Sky's face, a grim reminder of his past. The scene shifts to a building, perhaps where the assassination plot was hatched, or where Sky's faction operates. A man stands overlooking the scene, his back turned, perhaps contemplating the events that have transpired. The name Stetch hangs in the air, a question mark hovering over the past. Sky's expression hardens, a mix of surprise and perhaps recognition in his eyes. Really you? He asks, the question laden with unspoken history. He regarded the scene before him, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. It had indeed been a while. Sky found the elf from before standing on the landing, looking up at him with a mixture of surprise and anger. The elf demanded to know what he was doing. The elf from before's voice rose in a shout, accusing Sky of being a traitor and questioning why he was being allowed to return. The elf from before paused, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Sky's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing as he spoke, a low growl rumbling in his chest. A decision had been made. The elf from before raised a crossbow, aiming it directly at Sky. Sky's eyes widened, a surge of power coursing through him as he prepared to defend himself. He activated crosswinds. The crossbow bolt flew, but Sky was already moving, dodging the attack with practiced ease. A skill was unleashed. The elf from before's eyes widened in disbelief. He muttered that the attack should have been unavoidable, questioning if Sky had returned with a new skill and how he dodged it all. Sky charged forward, fury etched on his face. He yelled at the elf from before, calling him a bastard and expressing his disbelief that the first thing he did after their reunion was to shoot at him. The man levels the rifle, a strange sense of nostalgia coloring his tone. He muses about good old times. But a darker emotion simmers beneath the surface, a contrasting sentiment that threatens to boil over. The man with the rifle aims directly forward, his expression hardening. He warns, demanding stillness. Another man speaks, promising a welcoming party, but his tone is laced with sarcasm. He mutters about the nature of the weapon, clearly concerned about its power. Meanwhile, a figure plummets downward, the single word escaping their lips as they fall. The descent continues, the impact drawing ever closer. Elsewhere, guards scramble into position, their voices urgent as they prioritize the boss's safety. They acknowledge the unknown threat. A figure prepares to strike, the word echoing with finality. The guards react with surprise, their faces etched with confusion and alarm. A weapon glows with an eerie green energy, its purpose unclear. A disembodied voice commands stillness, the threat hanging heavy in the air. An archer takes aim, her warning clear, stay put, or face the consequences. The blond man's face contorts in anger, his voice a harsh shout. He demands to know why the other is paying attention to something else. Hands weave together, forming a complex seal. The air crackles with nascent energy, a promise of frigid power. With a surge, the man unleashes a wave of ice, the air itself growing colder. A surge of energy emanates from below, the intent unclear. The man levels his cannon-like weapon, preparing for what comes next. A surge of speed, a technique known as crosswinds, blurs his form. The man with the cannon grits his teeth, realizing his target has become harder to hit. Ice spreads rapidly across the ground, a creeping frost. The other man's eyes widen in disbelief. Where did he learn this? The blond man's face is a mask of shock and frustration. The two figures clash, a whirlwind of motion and power. The ice continues to spread, a silent testament to the power unleashed. He doubled over, a ragged cough tearing through him. A sword lay discarded on the ground nearby, a silent testament to a recent struggle. Above the kneeling figure, the man stood, blade raised high, his face a mask of grim determination. Scars crisscrossed his face, each a mark of battles past. The man holding the blade demanded, "Give up already. You've never once won a battle against me." Looking up, the elf, despite his weakened state, retorted, "And you never will." The camera focuses on the elf's torso, his arm bandaged. The man scoffed, "You talk a lot. Was it not enough that you beat me half to death?" The man's scarred face contorted with a mix of anger and frustration, the memory of past defeats still fresh. The elf, struggling to his feet, spat out, "Don't waste your time talking, and just end it." The two figures stood, facing each other, the tension palpable in the air. The man's eyes narrowed. "What? I'm here to do the opposite, actually." The elf, his voice strained, pleaded, "The same one you failed to achieve all those years ago. Calm down and listen to me." The elf's expression turned suspicious. "Why? Are you planning another terror bombing?" The proposition hung in the air, heavy with implication. A figure, cloaked and standing above, declared their intent. "We kill the prince." Crimson eyes narrowed, a hint of the man's face visible in the dim light. The elf from before, his face marred by a prominent scar, stared up in disbelief. The question exploded from him, raw and incredulous. "Are you insane?" The declaration hangs heavy in the air. The prince must be eliminated. A silent question echoes through the hall as one figure sits, cloaked, while another stands above them. The man's gaze is intense, his expression unreadable. The scarred elf's face contorts in disbelief. The bearded man states that the individual in question has lost his mind since their last encounter. Doubts creep in as the elf wonders if he's hallucinating. The cloaked figure stands over the kneeling elf, questioning his sanity. A gloved hand reaches out, an offer or demand hanging in the balance. The elf's expression hardens, a flicker of resolve in his eyes as he questions the other's seriousness. A deal is struck, sealed with a handshake. The unseen speaker demands to hear the other's proposition. The blond man, with a sinister smile, speaks of a plan involving the third prince, Gerald. The armored figure recalls being led down into the dungeon. A distorted face, surrounded by green energy, laments being used for everything he was worth. A mangled body lies in ruin, a testament to a narrow escape. A lone figure stands with arms outstretched, a silent plea or a defiant stance against the darkness. The figure with the long hair, tied back in a bun, expresses gratitude for someone's quick understanding. A voice reflects on a decade of wandering, finally understanding a certain point of view. A voice questions the audacity of attempting a grand plan with just one woman. The figure in the chair demands to know if the other will help. A voice responds with a thoughtful before asking what is needed. He idly toyed with a strand of his hair, a troubled expression clouding his features. The weight of some unspoken burden seemed to press down on him. The man with reddish-brown hair spoke with a controlled intensity, his gaze unwavering. "Your ability and your crew." The elf from before looked away, his expression pained. "Do you not have a conscience?" The man with reddish-brown hair, seated at a table laden with maps and documents, addressed someone unseen. "Let's say that I help you with all my resources. What are you going to do?" He continued, his voice laced with a hint of ambition. "You and I can combine our forces to take it over." In the distance, a formidable castle stood silhouetted against the sky, a silent witness to the unfolding plans. Meanwhile, the elf from before sat in a dimly lit tavern, surrounded by others. His expression was one of disbelief. He seemed at a loss for words, his thoughts swirling. Never in my life have I met someone more deranged. I'm at a loss for words. I already knew that, but... The man with reddish-brown hair leaned forward, his voice low and menacing. "I should have shot that hole through you when I had the chance." He continued, his tone laced with sarcasm. "What the fuck are you talking about? I've never been saner in my life. You little..." The elf from before looked down, his expression a mixture of resignation and despair. A single entrance to the castle stood open, beckoning those who dared to enter. A dungeon lies in the basement, a dark, ominous hole at its center. The man with reddish-brown hair proposes a direct approach. They'll go straight through the front entrance, disguised as suppliers. The scarred elf scoffs at the idea. Cambini's defenses, he argues, are far beyond anything they've encountered before. The elf warns that such a reckless plan will only lead them to their deaths. The man with reddish-brown hair reveals that he's recently received information from an elf. They detected signs of something stirring in the northern dungeons. The dungeon in Cambini, it's said, is about to erupt with monsters. Most of their attention will be focused on dealing with that threat. They'll never refuse extra supplies, the man reasons. The man with reddish-brown hair sees no problems with them getting in. The elf, however, questions his confidence. He explains that he cut off all the supply carts going to the northern front lines. They should be desperate by now. A cloaked figure suggests that this is the perfect time to attack. The elf realizes the man with reddish-brown hair was the one who orchestrated the supply cutoff. He mutters about how fast information travels. The question hung in the air. After the castle falls, what then? The only ones capable and equipped enough to answer were few and far between. To respond to any attack, it would have to be Gerald's squad, the best of the best. The plan was simple. Bait him into the dungeon, and he'd come galloping in. The elf from before considered the situation. He could always just run away. The man with reddish-brown hair clenched his fist, green energy swirling around it. If anyone got a look at his face, that would never happen. The elf, a hint of doubt in his eyes, supposed that if they were that confident, then so be it. The declaration was made. Their lives, and the lives of all their subordinates, were on the line. Anything to land a blow on this deteriorating situation, they thought. A surge of excitement rippled through the ranks. Was it their time to strike? If Sky said so, they definitely had a chance. The tavern erupted in cheers, a unified roar of anticipation. A voice mused, "Nice. Good reactions." But what was this? Some cult-like devotion to their cause. The man with the scar is addressed, though his title is left unspoken. An authoritative voice cuts through the air, demanding a return to assigned positions. The order is given to gather everything that can be found, food and supplies. He cautions against rushing, stating that even at their fastest, they won't be able to leave by today. The speaker identifies the woman as Idril Henrietta, one of the leaders of the First Prince's Circle. Idril Henrietta regards something with a calculating gaze. The voice warns that if they start moving resources out of Burden Bear, she'll definitely notice. It's also noted that they can't all head out in the middle of the day, and the earliest they can leave is tomorrow night. The man with the scar dons a jacket. The other man watches him. He thinks of his workshop, where hordes of high-quality explosives are ready to be used with some small tweaks. A voice wonders when they will use them, if not now, adding that there is one more thing. A hand grips the hilt of a sword, prompting a surprised reaction. He admired the sword, stating he wanted to examine it more closely as soon as he laid eyes on it, wondering if it contained gunpowder. A voice mused that it was interesting, never imagining anyone would think to use gunpowder in such a way, before inquiring as to who crafted it. The explorer replied that some dwarf named Clyde made it, someone the speaker likely hadn't heard of. Carl's questioned if even dwarves were involved, as the man with the sword suddenly appeared with a bloody face. The door had been blown apart, and Carl's yelled out in surprise and confusion. A voice assured that it would be good for him, telling him to relax. A voice threatened to blow him up personally if he broke it, referring to the door. Another voice relented, saying they understood and to stop talking to them, unless they wanted it to blow up. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a bald man sighed, wondering what he was supposed to do, as it looked like he was the only one slacking off. The door remained. Carl's asked if he was back already, thinking he wanted to go for a walk, and if anyone tried to mess with him. A voice assured that he didn't have to worry about that. She addresses Stetch, questioning his recent planning initiative. A nearby conversation had revealed information about the fortress. He couldn't help but act, especially if it meant getting Sky's assistance. Stetch throws his hands up, declaring that the plan wouldn't have succeeded regardless. He hadn't wanted to say anything before it was finalized. Sky's expression hardens, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. If his plan succeeds, Stetch believes he can settle the score with the prince. The question hangs in the air. Is everything over? The elf from before speaks, a hint of anticipation in their voice. They continue, laying out the stakes. If this plan succeeds and the score with the prince is settled, will everything be over? The elf and Drainoir stand within a sunlit room, the weight of their conversation hanging heavy in the air. The elf speaks, their expression unreadable. The elf's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing their face. What? Drainoir speaks, his tone laced with a hint of impatience. Since my plans are coming to an end, don't you think you've done enough to pay me back already? And your dad is probably worried about you too. The elf's gaze intensifies, their eyes narrowed with suspicion. Drainoir turns away, his expression hidden from view. Drainoir considers the question, a vision of complete freedom flashing before his eyes. Will you and that elf be completely free after this plan works out? He sighs, contemplating the possibility. Complete freedom? The stakes are high. This isn't some fairy tale. Whatever the result of their plan, it will be significant. He doesn't have much to lose, but she clearly knows that as well. She doesn't think the other person has any intentions of stopping. The path stretches onward, seemingly without end. Meanwhile, a caravan wends its way through the arid landscape. The sound of hooves echoes in the distance. They double-check one more time, ensuring everything is in order. Seated in the wagon, he wonders if there's anything that could end up problematic. He questions why the plan is working out a little too smoothly, asking if this is the first time he's doing something like this. He confirmed his understanding, though he wanted to be absolutely certain. He then questioned what had been done to his penetrator. The man with the scar retorted, asking if that was the name of his sword, and to stop whining, as he didn't break it. He then demanded to know what exactly was done to it. The scarred man admitted to putting a little something at the center of the crossguard, prompting a surprised reaction. The text states that it's the last possible resort that can only be used once. The hooded figure muttered that the other man hadn't changed one bit. The man with the scar asked if he knew what it was. He thought he carved some sort of magic circuit into it. A green, skull-like energy emanates from the sword. The text explains that anti-transparency magic was placed on the outer casing, and that he couldn't tell what exactly it's supposed to do like this. The hooded figure wondered why he was acting so suspicious about it, thinking that he's his friend, and it's probably not something that'll kill him. The text warns to be careful, as he doesn't know exactly how it works, but from the bits and pieces he can see, it looks quite powerful. The text indicates that it could potentially endanger him. The text states that he probably won't die. Sweat beads on his brow, the weight of unseen burdens pressing down. The air hangs heavy with unspoken anxieties. He mutters, questioning the logic of the capital's decisions. The center front lines are understandable, but what is the capital doing? From atop the wall, a soldier laments their dwindling supplies. Starvation looms, nearly 2 weeks since the last delivery. Another voice cautions against anger, warning it will only exhaust them further. His eyes widen, a silent exclamation escaping his lips. A realization dawns, heavy and unwelcome. A carrier pigeon soars through the air, a beacon of hope or a harbinger of ill tidings. Who could have sent it? A voice declares that the capital's actions are not the main problem. With barely any supplies and a single letter, the carrier pigeon continues its flight. The town looms in the distance, a silent witness to the unfolding events. It's definitely not a good omen. The carrier pigeon is released, carrying its message into the unknown. His expression hardens, a grim understanding settling in his eyes. Meanwhile, Nicholas calls the soldiers to attention. Angela stands beside him, a grim look on her face. The soldiers run, their footsteps echoing the urgency of the moment. He stood outside the tent, the word deputy hanging in the air as Angela approached. A carrier pigeon flew overhead, a silent messenger amidst the growing tension. Elsewhere, the Kambini dungeon groaned under the strain. Its monster capacity was reaching its breaking point, a dangerous omen for the days to come. Nicholas scanned the report, his brow furrowing with each line. The news was grim, each word a hammer blow to their already fragile situation. And then, the weight of it all seemed to settle upon him. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he absorbed the implications. The report stated the unthinkable. Every supply cart, save for a single one, had vanished without a trace. The silence that followed was deafening. A gasp escaped him, the weight of the missing supplies crashing down. The implications were dire, a looming threat to their survival. A disembodied voice echoed with a promise. Members would be selected soon, urging everyone to be ready. The soldiers murmured amongst themselves, their voices a low hum of anxiety. Sighed again, one muttered, "How many times do we have to do this?" Another voice questioned, "Are we not getting supplies?" Whispers carried on the wind, painting a grim picture. Everyone was already on edge, and they wouldn't be able to take all this bad news. Nicholas's thoughts turned to the dwindling resources. How long do you think we'll last with our current supply? He wondered, the question hanging heavy in the air. He lowered his gaze, the weight of responsibility pressing down. The fate of the garrison rested on his shoulders, a burden he couldn't ignore. A resolve hardened his features. "I see," he murmured, a plan forming in his mind. "Well, first things first." The man declares his intention to enter the dungeon with the excavation team, his gaze intense and unwavering. Meanwhile, the Kambini fortress looms, its stone walls seemingly under siege by tendrils of dark energy. A gaping hole pierces the fortress wall, swirling with ominous shadows. The silence hangs heavy, punctuated only by the faintest echo of distant activity. In the distance, a horse-drawn cart trudges towards the fortress, kicking up dust with each step. From within the fortress, a hooded figure responds with a terse affirmation. The fortress gate looms ahead, a stark warning etched in the air. Attempt to sneak in and face a hail of arrows. Inside, plans are being laid, the air thick with anticipation and a hint of desperation. Elsewhere, a guard's voice rings out, demanding the approaching travelers halt their advance. The message is clear. This is the Kambini fortress, and all visitors must identify themselves and state their purpose. 2 guards stand ready, their expressions unreadable as they await the traveler's response. A voice from the cart declares that they are merchants, dispatched by their guild. The wagon rumbles toward the fortress gates, kicking up dust and drawing the attention of the guards. A deputy calls out, reporting that they claim to have brought supplies. One of the guards eyes the approaching wagon with suspicion. How would a mere merchant guild know what was going on with their supplies? He recalls receiving orders from the Venezia kingdom for an urgent transport. A thought crosses his mind. Hasn't he seen one of them somewhere before? The driver urges the horses forward, the wheels of the wagon creaking as they approach the gate. A figure calls out from the wagon, stating that everything has already been paid for. All they need is confirmation that the supplies have been received. The guard demands proof that they are actually merchants. He listens intently, his expression unreadable. The wagon passes through the fortress gates. A close-up reveals a calm, confident expression. The guards acknowledge the arrival of the supplies with a resounding yes. One of the guards expresses his gratitude. Thanks to them, they can now last a little longer. The merchant replies that they are also happy to uphold their end of the contract successfully. The sun beat down relentlessly as they stood near the fortress wall. One remarked that the heat had been oppressive the entire journey. A sinister smile crept across the hooded figure's face. He suggested they check out the supplies first. He produced a white cloth, holding it up as if to inspect it. Will do. Meanwhile, the other man produced a small bottle, his expression unreadable. The white cloth was suddenly thrown into the air, now stained with what appeared to be blood. The hooded figure's face contorted in rage, his eyes narrowed. He bellowed, "Ambush!" A figure plummets from above, the wind whipping at their cloak as blood trails behind. A raw, guttural scream tears through the air, the face contorted in pain and terror. From the shadows, two figures watch, cloaked and hooded, their intentions masked. A blonde woman and a red-haired man exchange knowing smirks, a silent understanding passing between them. A vast army surges forward, a tide of soldiers and horses rushing towards an unseen objective. The hooded figure clutches several glowing green orbs, energy crackling around them. A blinding burst of green energy erupts, illuminating the surroundings. The green orb hangs suspended in the air, a silent promise of power. The figure in the hood stands ready, staff in hand, the green light reflecting in their eyes. He stood amidst a swirling vortex of emerald energy, the air crackling with unseen power. Suddenly, the hooded figure's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. "What's happening right now?" he exclaimed. His gaze darted towards an unseen threat, confusion clouding his features. Who are these people? From the distance, an archer took aim, his expression grim. I spent my entire life feeling like that. The bowstring sang as the arrow was released, a deadly projectile hurtling towards its target. The arrow streaked through the air, a blur of motion against the pale sky. The arrow closed in, its sharp point glinting menacingly. The arrow struck a barrier, shattering it into fragments. Act! Despite the shattered defense, the arrow continued its deadly trajectory. The arrow found its mark, piercing flesh with brutal force. The hooded figure staggered back, clutching at the wound, a mix of pain and surprise etched on his face. Despite the injury, a strange smile crept across his lips. Haha, thanks. I haven't felt like this in a while. The sky above is a pale canvas of yellows and whites, a deceptive calm before the storm. Below, the aftermath of a brutal clash. Soldiers lie scattered, defeated, their forms still amidst the dust. In the distance, a lone figure stands amidst the carnage. The hooded figure is surrounded by soldiers. The hooded figure's face is contorted in a grimace. We have to take care of that damn magician first. He stands defiant as a rain of arrows descends, each one a silent threat against the backdrop of the ruined city. A soldier lunges forward, spear aimed to pierce. The air crackles with anticipation. The hooded figure's voice echoes, a command cutting through the chaos. Crosswinds. A surge of energy erupts around him. A shimmering barrier flares into existence, deflecting the incoming arrows with ease. The air hums with power. The soldier's eyes narrow, a mixture of fury and determination burning within. The spear continues its relentless assault, a blur of motion against the magical defense. With impossible speed, he twists, narrowly avoiding the spear's deadly thrust. The wind whips around him. The soldier's foot slams into the ground, a desperate attempt to regain balance as the hooded figure slips away. His eyes narrowed, a storm brewing behind them. The dirt and grime on his face spoke of a battle already fought, but the intensity in his gaze promised more to come. The man with reddish-brown hair stood firm, his expression a mask of grim determination. Runes etched into his skin pulsed with a faint, inner light. Clenching his fist around a glowing green orb, the man known as the Unknown Man declared, "You're going to need more than that if you want to kill me." Green energy surged around Stechatellier as he gripped his staff, his voice a furious shout. "Hey, what the fuck are you?" A fist fast as a striking viper, hurtled towards Stetch's face. The impact was imminent. From behind the approaching fist, the unknown man unleashed a torrent of emerald energy. Bullet! The energy coalesced into a blinding, focused beam. The green blast slammed into Stetch Atelier, the force of it visible in the air itself. A strangled scream tore from his throat as the energy ripped through him, sending him hurtling backwards. Stetch Atelier crashed into the stone wall, the impact leaving a spiderweb of cracks and a trail of blood. The declaration hung in the air, a promise and a threat all in one. The unknown man, surrounded by a faint, swirling energy, made his terms clear: surrender or face the consequences. From behind fortified walls, the enemy soldiers could only groan in frustration. The sounds of battle still echoed, a testament to the recent conflict. Fallen soldiers and discarded weapons littered the battlefield, a grim reminder of the cost of defiance. A satisfied smirk played on the unknown man's lips as he inquired if the mission was truly complete. The folds of a dark cloak shifted as a sigh escaped its wearer. One of the cloaked figures admitted that the reality of battle was proving more challenging than anticipated. The question of what to do next hung in the air, followed by a declaration of intent to delve into the dungeon. The unknown man gestured towards another hooded figure, the blonde elf, hinting at plans for the interim. The elf from before, a sinister smile playing on his scarred face, confirmed the plan to spread the bait. A voice calls out, the sound echoing across the landscape. Elsewhere, figures in robes are being rounded up. The order rings out to confiscate their weapons and armor, and to tie up the rest and put them in a corner. They believe they have a lot of information to extract from them. Meanwhile, the dungeon in the north looms, a dark pit surrounded by swirling purple energy. The elf from before observes, deducing that it's probably regenerating monsters much faster than a normal dungeon does. That must mean the dungeons. The voice continues, stating that the core artifact is just that powerful. There must have been a pretty fierce battle here. This dungeon, it reeks of rotting flesh and blood. The only monster that can survive in this environment is... He strains to listen, the cavern air thick with an unnatural silence. Something is definitely close. The elf from before speaks of something beyond the door, suggesting it was probably the soldiers who went in first. A sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air. The man, steeling himself, declares that they should go, stepping towards the ominous doorway. He pauses at the threshold, a low hum escaping his lips as he takes in the sight before him. A pile of bones lies ahead, raising the question, is it a skeleton? Two figures gaze upon the skeletal remains, one muttering that he guesses this dungeon isn't as safe as they thought. The hooded figures shout for everyone to stand back, sensing imminent danger. Another voice cries out, realizing that it's not just a skeleton. The pile of bones rises, animated by some dark force. The realization dawns, it's a golem. The skeleton golem looms, a towering figure of bone and shadow. The order rings out, a desperate plea to avoid close combat at any cost. And then, a surge of raw power. Meanwhile, the elf, cloaked in shadow, continues her march, unaware of the impending danger. But something catches her attention, a flicker of unease in her eyes. The command is clear, eliminate them from far. A wave of cerulean energy erupts, a silent promise of destruction. A sudden realization dawns on the man, his expression shifting to one of shock and disbelief. That bastard. He plummets downwards, caught in the blast. Engulfed, the figure is consumed by the azure flames. Falling into the abyss. A disembodied hand crackles with verdant energy, a voice declaring the process. Cursed Devourer. The energy absorption begins, drawing power from cursed items to boost both skills and physical abilities. He unleashes a guttural cry as the stolen power surges through him, a maelstrom of blue and purple energy erupting around his form. The ground beneath him cracks and splinters, unable to contain the raw force now emanating from his body. The perspective shifts, looking up at the figure, now towering with newfound strength. His face contorts with effort, every muscle straining against the influx of power. He broke out with just pure strength. A voice echoes, filled with disbelief and a hint of fear. This bastard, he's not even human at this point. The man stands amidst a swirling vortex of energy, the air itself crackling with barely contained force. His hands glow with an unearthly light, the raw power now tangible, almost visible in the air around him. The energy intensifies, building to a crescendo of raw, untamed power. He lunges forward, a surge of blue energy crackling around his fist as he prepares to strike. The energy intensifies, a visible force emanating from him as he continues his assault. Focusing the power, he concentrates the blue energy into his hands, ready to unleash it. From below, he appears as a force of nature, a fucking monster fueled by raw power. The blue energy surges, an almost blinding light as it courses through the air. He strikes, the concentrated energy exploding outward with devastating force. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure observes, its glowing green eyes piercing the darkness, declaring that he has the upper hand in terms of strength. A voice urges him not to stop, to keep pushing forward. Elsewhere, a grimace of determination etches itself onto his face as he grits his teeth, ready for what comes next. Two hooded figures watch the battle unfold, questioning what kind of fight they are witnessing, unable to simply sit by and observe. Neutral unknown ELF Scar observes the scene, a silent witness to the unfolding events. He prepares, energy coalescing around his outstretched hand, ready to unleash another blast. A sudden burst of green energy streaks through the air, an unseen attack finding its mark. She raises her hand, channeling emerald power, preparing to strike. Another blast of green energy slams into an unseen target. He grits his teeth, bracing against the unseen assault. The elf from before prepares to launch another attack, her expression focused. With a shout of crosswinds, she unleashes a torrent of green energy. He cries out, blood splattering as the attack connects. Shit. The force of the blow tears through him, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. The elf continues her assault, the green energy swirling around her as she presses the attack. The energy coalesces, crackling with raw power as it surges forward. He focuses his gaze, the elf from before channeling more energy into the attack. The sphere of energy expands, a blinding light emanating from its core. The ground cracks and splinters under the force of the expanding energy. A pained cry escapes the man as the energy washes over him, leaving him bloodied and battered. The elf from before prepares another attack, his expression unwavering. Again, the man is struck, more blood staining his already torn clothes. A voice booms out, demanding surrender. The man grits his teeth, his eyes narrowed with defiance. The voice continues, a gloved hand gesturing ominously, threatening consequences. A deafening roar echoes through the battlefield. Another blast of energy erupts, bathing the area in an eerie purple light. Panic erupts as something massive stirs in the depths. The hooded figures cry out, fear gripping them. A guttural scream tears through the air as a colossal form descends upon them, filling the narrow passage. A horrifying transformation begins. Flesh melts, bone distorts, and a final, agonizing word escapes the dissolving form. The man with reddish-brown hair stares in disbelief. He melted? A monstrous keeper looms, a grotesque fusion of flesh and stone, its presence radiating an ancient, malevolent power. A deafening roar echoes through the dungeon as the keeper unleashes its fury, the sound vibrating through the very stone. The elf from before, eyes wide with urgency, declares the imminent attack. Her voice rising in desperation, she demands a plan, the urgency etched on her face. The situation remained unchanged, a familiar stalemate. The man prepares to fight, conjuring a sphere of intense heat in his hands. With a shout, the fireball is unleashed. Another figure, cloaked in darkness, launches a similar attack, a blazing projectile hurtling forward. The fireball burns with furious intensity. Inside a swirling vortex of energy, the figure begins to regenerate. The priority shifts, find a core. The regeneration process continues, the figure reforming within the protective energy. The cloaked figure descends rapidly, aiming to strike the regenerating form. Elena stands with the red-haired man, her expression determined. Elena presses the question, wondering if they can locate the core within the body. Elena's gaze is sharp, focused on the task at hand. The energy surrounding the regenerating figure is too dense, obscuring any clear view. The viscous body, he mused, was proving to be the central obstacle, meaning he would have to manually search for a solution. The man then instructed Elena to prepare something big for the coming fight. Knowing their target wasn't human, Elena prepared to unleash an ice wave, holding nothing back. The ice wave surged forward, a torrent of freezing energy. The viscous monster was engulfed in the freezing blast. With the monster frozen, the man commanded Elena to shoot. Elena peered out, ready to follow his command. Her weapon began to glow with a vibrant green energy, ready to strike. A blast of green energy shot forth. Emerging from the cavernous depths, Elena Drainoir's gaze sharpens, her expression unreadable in the dim light. Elsewhere, a monstrous form descends, its metallic armor glinting ominously. Elena's eyes, one crimson and one azure, narrow with a focused intensity. A surge of power emanates from the elf, the air crackling with unseen energy. The monstrous entity looms closer, its grotesque features becoming clearer in the gloom. Its maw opens, revealing rows of jagged teeth, a promise of violence. The creature crashes through the environment, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A deafening roar echoes through the chamber, shaking the very foundations. The monster continues its rampage, Its massive form a blur of motion and fury. The air vibrates with the force of its movements, a palpable sense of dread filling the space. Elena stands firm, her gaze unwavering as the monstrous form hurtles toward her. A final, desperate gambit is attempted, purple energy crackling from the ground. But a voice cuts through the chaos, a desperate plea to halt the action. The voice urgently commands Elena to jump. The monstrous entity looms, a terrifying spectacle of jagged edges and raw power. Its form is a chaotic mess of rock and energy. The creature's presence dominates the scene, a looming threat to all. Elena's eyes widen, a silent question hanging in the air. The gravity of the situation dawns on her. She prepares to heed the warning. Her expression hardens with resolve. The monstrous entity continues its advance, a relentless force of destruction. Elena steels herself, ready to take the leap of faith. He exhales sharply, a near miss. Whatever it was, it passed close. A dark, viscous substance pulses with an unseen energy. The substance drips, each drop a potential threat. A gaping maw of darkness, its purpose unknown, looms. The hooded figure grits his teeth, a wave of pain washing over him. Elena cries out, her voice strained with fear. A strangled scream escapes her lips as the unseen force tightens its grip. The man's eyes narrow, suspicion hardening his features. Is it poison? A disembodied voice analyzes the situation with cold precision. It will melt through bone at this rate. Elena steels herself, resolving to act. She has no choice. He shouts a warning to Elena, urging her to stay put. The man prepares for battle, vowing to return for her as soon as he defeats this foe. She is ensnared, caught in an invisible web of energy. Elena struggles against the binding force, her expression a mask of confusion and growing fear. Her eyes widen, a silent scream trapped in her throat as the unseen force tightens its grip. He plummets, a dark figure against the swirling energy, falling victim to the same unseen power that has captured Elena. A surge of annoyance crosses his face. So annoying, he mutters, his brow furrowed in frustration. Drawing his blade, the hooded figure prepares to strike, the steel glinting in the dim light. The only thing below is the keeper. With that size, anything aimed downwards will hit it. His fist clenches, a green aura flaring around it. Well, if there's nothing else. An air burst erupts from below, a surge of raw power unleashed. The energy coalesces, a blinding beam of light piercing the darkness. Tendrils of power lash out, seeking their target with relentless force. The air crackles with energy, the raw power of the burst illuminating the chamber. He unleashes a burst of energy, the light momentarily blinding. A guttural yell tears from the hooded figure's throat. He grits his teeth, questioning if his efforts will be enough. The hooded figure realizes the danger, poison gas, and at a deadly concentration. Elena declares that she will leave the defense to him. The hooded figure prepares a fireball, calling upon crosswinds to amplify the attack. Elsewhere, the stars twinkle in the dark expanse. Strange rock formations jut out from the landscape. The fireball erupts in a massive explosion. The hooded figure is shocked by the intensity of the blast. Elena is caught in the blast, her expression one of shock. Elena wonders what kind of battle this has become. The ground crunches underfoot, each step deliberate amidst the fiery landscape. The man with reddish-brown hair scans the surroundings, his voice echoing in the heat. Do you see anything? Again, the boots hit the ground, each footfall a promise of what's to come. There, a blue flame flickers to life, illuminating the desolate scene. The man's expression hardens, a grim understanding settling on his face. It's that, all these damn golems. The bottom of his cloak sways as he moves. Looking up, the man's gaze is fixed on something above, a determination etched on his features. His eyes narrow, a silent acknowledgement of the challenge ahead. A gloved hand crackles with blue energy, forming an ice wave. The other hand glows with a swirling green aura, manifesting an air burst. The energies converge, a fusion of ice and wind ready to be unleashed. A skill combination is about to be executed. The skill Blizzard unleashes the frozen winds of a tundra, applying the frozen status ailment to the affected area. Jagged spears of ice erupt from below, reaching towards the sky. A blue aura flares around Stech Atelier as he clasps his hands together, preparing to unleash the skill. A slight smile plays on his lips, a hint of confidence in the coming storm. A voice echoes, a promise of destruction. You know how to kill them all. The orb pulses with power, its tendrils writhing as the skill takes hold. The word clear hangs in the air, a declaration of intent. The earth trembles as the blizzard skill manifests, ice spikes tearing through the ground and ancient structures. Meanwhile, two figures react to the tremors. One, with blonde braids, questions what? What are these vibrations? Standing before the dungeon entrance, They wonder if the source of the tremors is within. Is it coming from the dungeon? A sudden, sharp intake of breath cuts through the silence. The air crackles with residual energy as Stech materializes, wreathed in a faint blue glow. Those nearby can only stare in stunned disbelief. Had he used an escape scroll? The man with reddish-brown hair scoffs, his expression a mix of annoyance and triumph. He states matter-of-factly that he devoured everything and escaped. A disembodied voice echoes, advising that the dungeon entrance should be destroyed and warning that the surface might be unstable. The blonde-haired elf and the bearded man exchange a silent, knowing glance. The elf from before observes that Stech didn't just run away. A voice expresses a hesitant belief in Stech abilities. A hand tilts a brown bottle, its contents unseen. The elf from before, holding the bottle, acknowledges that Stech took down the keeper and came back alive. A voice declares that if they couldn't do this, they wouldn't have even started this fight. The elf from before, a slight smile playing on his lips, asks Stech what he has been doing up until now. A voice declared that a sweet bait had been laid out for the bastard he wanted to meet so much. The hooded figure, a scar marring his face, studied the document in his hands, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. A voice promised that the meeting would happen soon. The subject of their discussion, whatever was hanging there. Barrels of gunpowder lined the walls. Stech, with a dismissive wave, responded to the hooded figure's declaration. It was his special event to welcome the royal family. After all, they were done taking care of all the soldiers for now. Another figure stood nearby, arrows at the ready. Stech added that he had also planted some explosives around the area. Everything was prepared as expected. He thought that was enough preparation. The hooded figure extended his hand. For now, he wanted what was his. An artifact was being placed on the figure's arm. Stech was asked what else he had. He was also asked if he wasn't going to show the artifact. Stech wondered how he even noticed. He holds up the dark, armored gauntlet, its design intricate and imposing. The question hangs in the air. Who wouldn't notice something this flashy? A disembodied voice muses, unable to discern the material. Is it crafted from leather or forged from metal? The hooded figure, neutral unknown man, raises his hands, a gesture of surrender or perhaps dismissal. He admits he wanted to examine it more closely, but then instructs someone to get some rest. A close-up reveals a man's face, etched with concern. He wonders why someone is being so patient all of a sudden, noting that their face is screaming. A desperate thought bubbles to the surface. I'm about to die. What should I have done? A morbid suggestion follows. You want to cut your arm off for me? The scene shifts to a distant view of a town, bustling with unseen activity. A voice notes that it could be a while before he gets here. An authoritative voice commands, someone, show them the way. A glimpse of a building, its green curtains swaying gently in the breeze. A voice, laced with sarcasm, declares, keen as ever, followed by a groan of a. The man from before, his expression intense, demands an explanation. Explain what this phenomenon is. He sits hunched on a bed, cradling his leg. Strange purple markings pulse with an unnatural light. The focus tightens on the afflicted leg. A stern voice declares, I've told you this once before. The green, spectral skull loomed, a silent testament to the affliction plaguing him. It could only fix injuries, not cure poison. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could currently do about it. Displayed before him were various antidotes, each having failed to alleviate the symptoms. None of them had any effect on it. Was it even curable? The average antidote would obviously have no effect on a keeper's poison. The skull pulsed with sickly green light. It was a mixture of a minor curse and some poison. But since the caster of the curse died, it should purify itself with time. The problem was, there was no idea how long that would take. Sweat beaded on his brow, his face contorted in pain. There's an important battle coming up soon. Why did this have to happen now? He thrashed against the restraints, his voice a strange shout. Fuck, I don't know. I've gone through worse. A disembodied voice echoed, a cold comfort. Anxiety will just dull the body. And don't forget, you won't die as long as I'm here. Meanwhile, 3 days later, a caravan wound its way through the harsh desert landscape, the sun beating down relentlessly. He responds with a hesitant agreement. Stech expresses disbelief at the contents of a letter received 3 days prior, detailing the massacre of Kambini's soldiers in the dungeon. The hooded figure contemplates the situation, assuming they are also too. He questions what the consequences might look like, suggesting it's too late to rectify the situation. Stech elaborates that if the fortress was penetrated, it could become the biggest hole in their borders. The hooded figure's expression hardens. Stech continues, explaining that if the fortress is rendered useless, countless monsters could march into Venetian lands, and in the worst case, storm the capital. The biggest problem, it is revealed, is that the news of their borders being penetrated could cause conflict with the surrounding countries. The hooded figure is asked if that's what he thinks. The man beside the hooded figure reacts with surprise, his eyes wide with alarm. He dismisses the outburst, stating that he didn't mean to disrespect the royal family. The hooded figure's expression hardens, a subtle threat underlying his words. Ask so he could punish him. A voice calls out, reporting that Kambini is approaching. The hooded figure wonders if they arrived in time. A shout rings out, announcing their arrival and promising to open the gate for them, as the prince is here. The hooded figure, spear in hand, watches as a caravan approaches the fortress. The order is given to open the gates. The armored figure demands to know the location of the fortress commander. Another voice explains that he is currently holding off monsters from the dungeon. Doubts linger about how long he can continue to hold them back. The hooded figure observes the opening gates, a sense of foreboding in the air. The order rings out, a clear directive amidst the growing tension. Everyone, head into the fortress. The wheels of the carriage turn, the sound of hooves on the dusty ground a steady rhythm as they approach the looming structure. A voice calls out, relief evident in its tone. It was a close call, the speaker admits. A moment of silence hangs in the air, broken only by the hooded figure's internal questioning. What is this? Where are all the other soldiers? A sinister smile creeps across his face, a hint of malice in his eyes. The thought echoes, a silent promise of secrecy. You wouldn't have found out. With a surge of power, the hooded figure casts the ignition spell, lighting a small fire to a specified area. Determination hardens his features, a resolve to see his plan through. A beam of light streaks across the scene, striking the barrels with explosive force. His eye reflects the chaos, a flicker of satisfaction in its depths. The small fire quickly spreads, consuming the town in its destructive embrace. Explosions erupt in the distance, a symphony of destruction orchestrated by the hooded figure. The air crackled with the fading energy of the blast. A single, damning word echoed in the aftermath. What could have caused such devastation? Stone and fire rained down as the fortress wall crumbled, the echoes of the explosion still ringing in the ears. The wall was breached, the defenses shattered. The man with the blonde hair, now dusted with debris, struggled to his feet. Was this a coup or a trap? But who would orchestrate such a thing? A voice cut through the chaos. Dong-hoon, a newcomer to the scene, seemed almost amused by the destruction. Explosion is an art, but your face, it makes my trip here worth it. The blonde man turned, his gaze fixed on the speaker. His eyes narrowed, the question hanging heavy in the air. Who? Dong-hoon chuckled, unfazed by the intensity of the stare. I don't introduce myself, but... Meanwhile, a hooded figure watched from a distance, their expression hidden in shadow. The figure stood amidst the chaos, their purpose still unknown. Elena's brow furrows, a storm brewing behind her eyes as she locks onto her target. Meanwhile, a malevolent energy crackles around Dong-hoon's gloved hand, a prelude to the chaos he intends to unleash. Her gaze sharpens, a silent promise of retribution etched on her face. The words hang in the air, a challenge and a threat all in one. A wide, unsettling grin spreads across Dong-hoon's face, his eyes gleaming with dark amusement. Elena's blade descends, wreathed in a crimson aura, a swift and deadly strike aimed at her adversary. The air crackles as Dong-hoon meets the attack head-on, a desperate defense against the onslaught. The clash of steel echoes through the air as Elena presses her advantage, her movements a blur of lethal intent. Dong-hoon's name is shouted, a desperate cry lost in the din of battle. The fight intensifies, a whirlwind of blades and desperate parries, each strike carrying the weight of life and death. Dong-hoon's taunt hangs in the air, a chilling question laced with arrogance and malice. The air crackled with resentment. Who was supposed to be angry? The unseen speaker declared that Ring was theirs. Dong-hoon's face contorted with rage, his eyes narrowed into slits. The unseen speaker's possessiveness intensified. They hadn't gone through all that trouble for someone else to take it. The unseen speaker spat out an insult, referring to someone as a rat-ass bastard. Elena's fist connected with Dong-hoon's face, the sound echoing in the confined space. Shut the fuck up, she yelled. The man's brow furrowed, his eyes narrowed in confusion. Why the hell was his opponent so angry? A snarled declaration ripped through the air. He was the one who should be enraged. The unseen figure demanded to know who was supposed to be angry, declaring that the ring was theirs. Rage contorted his features, a storm brewing behind his eyes. A voice echoed, boasting of the trouble endured to claim it. The blonde-haired man's face collided with his opponent's, a brutal exchange of force. Shut the fuck up, he roared. The impact reverberated, a deafening crack echoing through the air as the two warriors clashed. Elena stands beside the prince as he declares his allegiance. The prince is Stetches. Meanwhile, the soldiers prepare to defend the fortress. They will take care of the soldiers on the outside. Elsewhere, a figure orders everyone to the fortress wall in a circular formation. Suddenly, a figure is struck by an unseen force, gasping in pain. A sense of unease permeates the air. Trouble? Rage burns in his voice as he speaks of the one who is too scared to even take on the... He considers his options, knowing that using Goldmura while isolated could endanger him. He resolves to finish this as fast as possible, relying only on physical force. The figure unleashes his fury, vowing to show exactly what he went through for this day. He shouts, "Don't hold back." A cursed cloak billows around him. Confusion and pain contour his face. He cries out in disbelief as his strength wanes. "What? All my strength?" He reels, a wave of violet energy washing over him. A debuff? The hooded figure clenches his fist, a swirling vortex of emerald energy coalescing in his palm. An air burst is unleashed. The compressed air hurtles forward, a silent gale. Stechatelier's eyes widen as the blast approaches, the air shimmering with displaced heat. The air burst slams into him, a concussive force that steals his breath. A cruel laugh echoes from the hooded figure. Drawing a gleaming blade, the hooded figure's eyes burn with malice. "How dare a fucker like you ruin someone's?" Stechatelie gasps, his vision blurring as the blade descends. The blade finds its mark, a searing pain erupting across his chest. Another strike lands, the force of the blow sending him staggering. He lunges forward, the blade crackling with crimson energy as it descends. The hooded figure's eyes widen, sweat beading on his brow. He mutters in disbelief at the sudden surge in his opponent's strength. Stechatelier's expression hardens, his gaze fixed on his opponent. His face is marred with cuts and bruises, but his resolve remains unbroken. The air crackles with energy as Stech declares that his opponent is nothing special. The hooded figure presses his attack, the crimson blade a blur of motion. The sword cuts through the air, leaving a trail of dark energy in its wake. The hooded figure's gaze is intense, focused on his target. A silent, building tension fills the air. The hooded figure unleashes another furious strike. But this time the attack falters. A surge of green energy erupts from the hooded figure's chest as he cries out in pain. Stechatelie stands victorious, a golden sword held aloft, radiating power. He stood his ground, the air crackling with unseen energy as Stechatelie prepared for the next onslaught. With a furious cry, the hooded figure swung his blade. "Explode," he commanded, the sword glowing with dangerous power. The ancient city in the distance seemed to hold its breath, awaiting the inevitable destruction. The command was followed by a blinding explosion, the force of it shaking the very ground beneath their feet. Amidst the chaos, both figures remained standing, locked in their deadly dance. The hooded figure's eyes widened in disbelief. A bead of sweat trickled down his brow as he muttered, "A mere sword deflected a blow from my artifact." With a subtle tap, the unknown man channeled more power into his blade. Stechatelie met the next attack head-on, deflecting the blow with practiced ease. The sword shimmered, reflecting the light with an almost ethereal glow. The hooded figure's expression turned grave. That one's dangerous, he realized, sweat beading on his forehead. With a surge of power, Stechatelie unleashed an air burst, sending a shockwave towards his opponent. The unknown man's eyes widened once more. "You've got more tricks up your sleeve," he muttered, bracing for the impact. He is bombarded by a strange, slicing wind, the likes of which he's never encountered. How can any blade cut through the very air itself? A voice echoes, proposing a new element to the fray. The air crackles with emerald energy as the attack intensifies. The word Tesla rings out as the electricity surges, followed by a guttural cry of arc. The onslaught of power forces a scream from the unknown man. The electricity courses through him, eliciting a pained groan. The pain becomes unbearable, a raw, animalistic sound escaping his lips. His face contorts in agony as the electrical assault continues. The green energy intensifies, threatening to overwhelm him. Desperate, he cries out, a plea for more power to withstand the onslaught. A triumphant cry echoes through the air. Elsewhere, Stechatelie stands amidst a swirling vortex of crackling green energy, seemingly unharmed. The hooded figure's face contorted in rage. A guttural curse escaped his lips, the sound echoing in the desolate landscape. His eyes narrowed, a chilling promise laced with venom dripping from his next words. He would beat his opponent to death and claim the ring as his own. A crimson aura blazed around him as the unknown man summoned a blade, its edge gleaming with malevolent intent. The unknown man's anger flared anew, a spectral skull of emerald energy materializing above him. He spat out a retort, declaring that the prize was never his opponent's to begin with. With a surge of power, he unleashed a torrent of crimson energy. The air crackled with destructive force. The red energy slammed into the ground, the earth itself splintering and groaning under the assault. The unknown man pressed his attack, the red energy swirling around him as he lunged forward. A desperate cry echoed through the air. The crimson energy found its mark, erupting in a blinding explosion of light and dust. The air tasted of ozone and burn earth. With a frustrated click of his tongue, the unknown man began to channel a different power. Emerald energy coalesced around his outstretched hand. His gaze intensified, focusing all his will into the gathering energy. The air thrummed with anticipation. He unleashed the surge, a beam of pure green energy lancing forth with terrifying speed. The green energy slammed into its target, the impact sending shockwaves through the battlefield. The scent of ozone intensified, mingling with the acrid smell of scorched earth. He snarled, the air around him crackling with red energy. Know your place. Stetch Atelier met his gaze, a surge of purple energy building around him. You're the one who doesn't know their place. The unknown man unleashed his power. Curse Devourer. Blue energy flared as Stetch activated his own ability. Enhanced body and the unknown man's eyes narrowed, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. With blinding speed, Stetch descended. He called upon another power. Pontus, activate. A dark energy swirled. A surge of purple energy crackled around his armored leg, the air itself vibrating with barely contained power. Her eyes widened, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple. Could he possibly have more hidden reserves? With a burst of speed, the figure lunged forward, sword drawn and ready to strike. His back was turned, the weight of the situation pressing down on him like a physical burden. A blinding flash of orange energy erupted, scorching the air with its intensity. He crashed to the ground, the impact jarring every bone in his body. A primal scream tore from his throat, a raw expression of pain and frustration. The artifact, Pontus, possessed the innate ability to increase mass, a power that could shift the tide of battle. Blue energy crackled around his gauntlet, the power surging as he prepared to unleash its force. Her eyes widened in disbelief. It was heavier than she anticipated. A sudden barrage of blades tears through the air, finding their mark with brutal precision. Each strike lands with sickening force, crimson blossoming against the light. The force of the attack leaves the man gasping, blood trickling down his face. A curse escapes his lips, a testament to the unexpected ferocity. Staggering back, the man steadies himself, his gaze hardening with renewed resolve. He spits, demanding to know if that was all the Prince of Venezia had to offer. Meanwhile, a gauntlet hand tightens around a weapon, the unseen figure questioning the need to defend the northern borders. A voice booms out, a challenge echoing in the air. Then let's see you defend this too. The title card flashes, Dungeons and Artifacts. Chapter 78, Man of the North. Minutes ago, the hooded figure, eyes blazing with determination, gathers energy. Physical, magical, flood them with everything you have. With a guttural shout, he unleashes the spell. Firebolt. The firebolt streaks toward its target, a searing line of destruction. A stunned silence. One of the men observes, a hint of surprise in his voice. I guess a fortress is still a fortress. It didn't even leave a mark, and we still have a lot of gunpowder left. It's been a while since. A voice muses, everything worked out this well. The firebolt slams into the fortress wall, erupting in a blinding flash of light and a deafening roar. Ag! From a high vantage point, the fortress guards observed the approaching threat. One commented on the sheer power imbued within the arrows that had been launched. Emerald beams of energy erupted from the ground, piercing the sky. Another guard questioned what she was shooting at. Elena, sword in hand, channeled the potent magic, the green energy swirling around her blade. From the fortress wall, one of the guards shouted, attempting to draw the attention of the approaching figures, "Hey, dumbass!" Another guard, his face contorted with urgency, barked orders, "You're ahead. Throw more gunpowder if you have time to be distracted." He then questioned, "Boss?" A palpable sense of unease settled over the fortress. One of the guards voiced the growing dread. "There's something approaching?" Elsewhere, the fortress stood silhouetted against the bright, sun-drenched sky, a beacon of defiance in the face of the encroaching darkness. A cloaked figure, their face obscured by the shadows of their hood, remained still, observing the unfolding events. Elena's eyes widened in shock, a sudden realization dawning on her face. The urgency in the air intensified. A voice boomed out, a stark warning, "Don't let your guard down." Panic began to spread among the fortress guards as they spotted the approaching enemy. "They're enemy reinforcements," one of them cried out. A figure in a brown cloak moved with sudden purpose, their intentions unknown. Across the dusty plains, a figure emerges, clad in formidable armor. It's the Northern General, Mark McDowell, his presence immediately commanding attention. A soldier within the fortress peers over the wall, his brow furrowed in thought. Mark, the Iron Wall. A hooded figure within the fortress expresses surprise, then concern. But he should be at Sintigma. Why is she here? Another soldier, his expression mirroring the others, admits, "That's what I'm saying, I didn't expect this." Clenching his fist, the soldier thinks to himself, "I thought things were going too well. To think that the first prince's right hand would come all the way here." One soldier urgently asks, "What do we do, boss?" The other barks back, "Get all our ranged people ready." The order is given to ensure everyone receives the message, to not attack unless I give a signal. Armored feet stomp against the ground, the air crackling with contained energy. Another soldier shouts, "McDowell, what brought you all the way here?" A voice from within the fortress asks, "Is Prince Gerald inside?" The reply comes, "Yes." He led the soldiers inside, but as you can see, he's stuck inside now. The fortress looms, its walls manned and ready. The trap has been sprung. An unsettling interference crackles through the air, leaving those present unsure of the unfolding events. General Mark McDowell's brow furrows with concern, his gaze fixed on some unseen threat. An order is given to maintain formation, while someone prepares to investigate the source of the disturbance. From atop the fortress walls, a lookout spots a caravan approaching. The cry goes out, "He's coming." Panic begins to set in. A voice wonders aloud if they should attack. The order comes to remain calm, to not draw attention. Elena Drainoir's eyes widen, a sudden realization dawning on her face. The unknown man gives a grim order. If things escalate, open fire on the enemy soldiers. A stern warning is issued. Whatever happens, Mark must not be harmed. Confusion hangs in the air. Why is he so close? And why is he being protected? Elena's companion is shocked that the other has never heard of him. The man is revealed to be an artifact, an undefeated legend. He considered the situation, knowing that everyone was aware of the capabilities of his artifact. The artifact could charge up damage that the shield had absorbed and then release it at will. It seemed the enemy was purposefully taunting them, trying to provoke an attack. The order came. Ignore him and focus the attack on the other soldiers for now. The commander observed that not a single arrow was being used. He wondered what they were planning. The preparations were complete, and the commander was no fool. A soldier asked Mark McDowell for his commands. Dong-hun wondered what the enemy intended to do with the cannons. The cannons were aimed a little too low. Dong-hun's face contorted in anger. The elf commanded everyone to attack the cannons. Dong-hun shouted not to give them any time. He looks on with a mixture of concern and anticipation, while Dong-hun's expression mirrors his own. The air crackles with tension as the battle begins to unfold. A deafening roar erupts as the cannons unleash their barrage. The command to shoot echoes across the battlefield. The cannons continue their relentless assault, each blast shaking the very ground beneath their feet. The hooded figure watches intently. General Mark McDowell's face contorts in fury, his voice booming with rage. "Magicians," he bellows. The hooded figures stand firm, their hands glowing with arcane energy as they prepare their defense. An active skill is invoked, Force Shield. A barrier of shimmering energy materializes, promising to block physical damage. The cannon fire slams into the Force Shield, energy crackling as the barrier strains against the onslaught. Frustration etched on his face, the soldier grits his teeth, muttering, "God damn it." A close-up reveals a man with a fur collar, his expression unreadable. General Mark McDowell, shield raised, roars the order, "Fire!" A massive explosion engulfs the battlefield, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. A sinister smile spreads across General McDowell's face as the flames illuminate his features. A blinding torrent of orange energy erupted, bathing the battlefield in an infernal glow. The air crackled with heat, and the scent of ozone filled the nostrils as the figure at the center unleashed their power. The ornate shield, emblazoned with ancient symbols, strained against the onslaught. Sparks flew as the orange energy hammered against its surface, each impact resonating with a deafening boom. The ground buckled and cracked under the force of the stray energy. Dust and debris exploded outward, a testament to the raw power being unleashed. A wave of pure, unadulterated panic washed over one of the onlookers. His eyes widened, and a curse escaped his lips as the sheer scale of the devastation became clear. He channeled his own power, a surge of blue energy coalescing around his shield. The air grew cold, and a sense of resolute determination hardened his features. A desperate warning echoed through the battlefield, a plea for self-preservation amidst the chaos. "Everyone, get away from the wall." The man with reddish-brown hair sneers, questioning if that is all the Prince of Venezia has to offer. A voice booms, questioning the need to defend the northern borders. A figure declares that they will see the others defend this too. The man with reddish-brown hair shouts, "Enchant." From behind, the blonde-haired man is seen. Green energy crackles in the air. The blonde-haired man yells to get away from the entrance. The man with reddish-brown hair is seen from the side. The man with reddish-brown hair is seen with a blue shield. A blue portal appears. A blinding blue energy erupts, tearing through the fortress defenses. The fortress wall has fallen, its stone reduced to rubble. The hooded commander bellows, urging his troops to push forward through the breach. Another commander, his face scarred and grim, roars for them to break through the remaining defenses. A desperate order rings out. Stop them at all costs. Meanwhile, a wave of soldiers surges forward, their spears glinting in the sunlight as they advance towards the besieged fortress. A radiant blue beam empowers the advancing troops, a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. From above, a figure descends with terrifying speed, a dark silhouette against the bright sky. The air crackles with energy as the battle reaches its fever pitch. Kneeling before the fortress, the hooded figure remains still, as if bracing for what was to come. What? The figure, eyes wide with alarm, shouted, "Now?" His expression hardened, a grim determination settling over his features. A circle of brilliant blue energy materialized in the air above. He glanced upward, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. A searing beam of that same blue energy descended with terrifying speed. The beam struck him, engulfing him in a blinding light. A strangled cry escaped his lips as the force of the impact threw him back. Meanwhile, the battle raged on below, a chaotic clash of steel and magic. The fighting was fierce, neither side willing to yield an inch. Bloodied and battered, General Mark McDowell gasped, his voice barely a whisper. "McDowell?" He looks weary, the weight of the battle etched onto his face. A figure extends a small vial, the liquid within glowing with a faint inner light. "You look fatigued, please take this." The potion is accepted, the rim of the vial tilting as the liquid flows towards his lips. The liquid slides down his throat, the taste unknown but seemingly effective. The figure explains the potion's limitations. The potion only heals the external injuries, not your stamina. You need to get some rest, don't. The figure continues, delivering a message. "I have a message from your brother." A memory flashes, the face of another man superimposed over the scene. He said, "You're indebted to me now." The man's expression is one of smug satisfaction, his eyes narrowed, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. Mark McDowell's face contorts in anger. "Shit, he just shows up at the most opportune time and puts me in his debt." The word hangs in the air, a silent accusation, a mistake. The figure's words carry a veiled threat. You could have escaped easily if you used Goldmer's powers, but the unspoken conclusion hangs heavy. You decided against it. Mark McDowell's anger flares. This is the result of you losing your temper. He clenches his fist. How dare! The declaration hangs in the air, a promise of protection and a plea for respite. Someone will take on the burden, allowing another to find rest. His breath comes in ragged bursts, a visible sign of the strain he's under. Determination etches itself onto his face, a silent vow to endure. The man's gaze sweeps across the imposing castle before him, a mixture of awe and apprehension coloring his expression. What could the reason be for the sudden change? A nagging question claws at the mind. How did reinforcements arrive so swiftly? And who could have leaked such vital information? A desperate plea cuts through the tension. Retreat is the only option. A voice urges, fighting is out of the question for now. Confusion ripples through the ranks. What is happening outside? And who is this mysterious figure causing such a stir? The undefeated general of the East is mentioned. The question echoes the growing unease. If he truly hails from the East, why has he come here, to this place? The blonde-haired figure insists on a change of tactics. Physical attacks are to be avoided at all costs. A voice acknowledges the strategy, a hint of impatience lacing the words. Magic is the key, a known quantity in their arsenal. The armored figure prepares, hands glowing with nascent power. Is he ready to talk? The energy intensifies, coalescing into a blinding sphere of pure magical force. With a surge, the magical attack is unleashed, a torrent of raw power unleashed upon the unknown foe. He glances upward, sensing the incoming assault. The air crackles with unseen energy. Carls, caught off guard, can only exclaim at the sheer velocity of the unseen force. What the fuck is that speed? The hooded figure grimly observes, knowing that Sky won't be able to evade the incoming strike. A heavy foot slams down, and Carls curses under his breath. Damn it, why now? The blow lands with brutal force, sending shockwaves through the air. A blinding blast of energy engulfs Carls, the raw power threatening to overwhelm him. The force of the impact obliterates a nearby wall, sending debris flying in all directions. Carls is sent hurtling through the air, a ragdoll tossed by an unseen hand. Battered and bruised, Carl struggles to regain his footing, blood trickling from his wounds. The hooded figure, unfazed, presses his advantage. Let's not drag this out for too long. Do you want to give up? He begins to conjure a swirling sphere of pure, destructive energy in his palm. The hooded figure declares his intent, a manic grin spreading across his face. I'll just have to distract him with magic. Fireball! A maelstrom of fiery energy crackled in the air, the heat distorting the very light. He was indeed wielding a blade wreathed in fire, the weapon's edge blurring in the intense heat. A surge of emerald energy erupted forth, crackling with raw power. The hooded figure stood amidst the green light, now clearly a magician channeling arcane forces. The magician's robes shifted slightly as he prepared his next move. His gauntlet hands glowed with an eerie blue light, energy coalescing within his grasp. A spectral skull of green fire materialized, a voice shouting to stop him from unleashing it. Elsewhere, a cloud of particles spread through the city, unseen and insidious. Coughing, the magician wondered what was happening, his face contorted in discomfort. A smokescreen, followed by a dispelling incantation, filled the air. The skull of green fire lingered alongside a strange, blue rock-like object. The magician smirked, revealing that he knew he had been noticed, but it was too late. A presence has already invaded, and the prognosis appears grim. Even with revival, the hooded figure knows that death will only come again if they fail. A plan is desperately needed. The man with reddish-brown hair knows they must use every possible move they have and forget the prince. The stakes are high. If they lose here, their entire plan will crumble. The armored figure steels himself for the coming battle. Seizure. A figure clad in ornate armor moves with blinding speed, a golden aura briefly illuminating the battlefield. His face contorted in a grimace, teeth bared in a silent snarl. The armored figure retaliates, a powerful strike aimed with deadly precision. A guttural cry echoes through the air, a testament to the force of the blow. Sent sprawling, the figure crashes against the ground, dust and debris erupting around them. The impact resonates, a deafening clang as metal meets resistance. Rising once more, the armored figure is bathed in a radiant light, their resolve unwavering. Standing tall, the armored figure looms over their fallen opponent, a silent declaration of dominance. A sinister smile creeps across his face, a hint of madness flickering in his eyes. His gaze sharpens, a predatory glint promising pain and suffering. He grits his teeth, a beam of light cutting across his face. The intensity in his eyes speaks of a building rage. A voice, seemingly disembodied, remarks on finding another interesting item. The figure's eyes glow with an eerie green light, a silent power building within. The weapon, clearly modified, seems designed for speed rather than raw power, a testament to ingenuity. A voice expresses a sense of unease, finding the situation just weird. The figure, weapon in hand, stands before a distant castle, the air thick with unspoken tension. A voice declares that now is not the time for opinions. The figure's glowing eyes burn with intensity, a silent promise of power unleashed. A stark warning echoes, prepare yourself. Panic rises as voices cry out to stop them, to prevent their entry into the fortress. The fortress looms, a silent sentinel against the approaching threat. The air crackles with anticipation as the fortress braces for impact. The ground erupts in a burst of displaced earth and dust, the force of the unseen blow shaking the air. The impact intensifies, the shockwave rippling outwards with a deafening crack. Bracing herself against the onslaught, Elena grits her teeth, preparing for the inevitable. General Mark McDowell watches with wide eyes, a silent gasp escaping his lips as he witnesses the unfolding chaos. His expression hardens, resolve etching itself onto his face as he prepares for battle. A tearing sound echoes as the masked figure's armor buckles under the force of the attack. Despite the damage, the masked figure prepares to retaliate, drawing dual weapons with practiced ease. Mark McDowell's eyes widen further, his concern deepening as the battle intensifies. The masked figure raises a glowing shield, deflecting another devastating blow with a resounding crash. Sweat beads on the masked figure's brow, a grimace betraying the strain of withstanding such power. A voice booms out, ordering the attack to continue. Stetch, get him! A swirling vortex of dark magic descends, a cursed devourer poised to consume its target. His eyes burning with an unnatural light, the masked figure leveled the gun, a curse escaping his lips. A surge of unseen force sent him hurtling backwards, the impact stealing his breath. The man with the shield stood over him, a looming figure of defiance. A flicker of surprise crossed his face, a silent question hanging in the air. The weapon lay shattered, a useless piece of scrap, devoid of slicing or piercing power. The man with the shield taunted, questioning if he thought all that armor could truly protect him. A surge of green energy crackled around him as he prepared to enchant his blade. With a shout, he unleashed the enchantment. The sword pulsed with raw power, lines of emerald energy coursing along its length. He gripped the enchanted blade, its power radiating through him. The masked figure gasped as the enchanted blade struck, a wave of agony washing over him. The man with the shield pressed his attack, the enchanted sword a blur of green energy. He gritted his teeth, the shield held firmly in his grasp. The other man watched, a bead of sweat trickling down the masked figure's brow. A surge of power emanated from his shield, a faint blue glow beginning to illuminate its surface. The masked figure channeled his energy, chanting, Pontus, increase. The shield pulsed with an intense light, its size visibly expanding. The weight of the shield began to take its toll, the masked figure's face contorting with strain. The other man seized the opportunity, preparing to strike. Runes glowed brightly on the surface of the now massive shield. The masked figure struggled, a guttural sound escaping his lips. The gauntlet on his hand pulsed with magical energy. With a burst of speed, the other man lunged forward, sword raised high. The masked figure's foot glowed with an ethereal blue light. His hand pressed firmly against the shield's surface. The masked figure channeled his energy, commanding it to increase. The shield pulsed with power, light erupting from its ancient carvings as the command took hold. Meanwhile, the other man focused his own power, preparing to strike. He commanded his blade to be enchanted. With a guttural cry, he lunged forward, the enchanted blade aimed directly at the masked figure. The shield flared with a brilliant blue light, bracing for the impending impact. The collision of blade and shield sent a shockwave rippling through the air, kicking up dust and debris. The masked figure was forced backward, skidding across the ground as he struggled to maintain his footing. Panting, the other man admitted that his opponent was admirable. He glared at the masked figure, seeing him as an enemy. The other man admitted that he didn't think he could be pushed this far. He screamed in frustration. Despite the force of the blow, the masked figure stood firm, the shield glowing with defiant energy. A disbelieving exclamation hangs in the air, followed by a desperate question. Prince? Bathed in a crimson aura, neutral unknown man stands, sword in hand, ready for battle. The name echoes a whispered curse. The attacker roars, questioning why this bastard is suddenly acting up. Another exclamation of disbelief escapes him. With a swift motion, the attacker plunges his blade deep into neutral unknown man. The sound of tearing flesh fills the air as the blade finds its mark. The wound bleeds freely, but something is clearly amiss. The attacker's confusion grows, etched on his face. He struggles to pull the blade free, realizing with growing horror that neutral unknown man is regenerating around it. With glowing red eyes and a sinister grin, Stetch reveals his trap. Got you. Stetch's voice echoes, revealing that he installed something in the center of the crossguard. He grimaced, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Stetch resolved to use a one-time use last resort. He muttered under his breath, annoyed at the modifications. Stop adding weird things to my weapon. Now, the command echoed in his mind as his fingers danced across the sword's hilt, activating the hidden mechanism. A voice, perhaps his own, echoed with anticipation. Let's see how good your invention is. The stakes were high, the weight of the moment pressing down. Of this fight depends on. With a final click, the device engaged, a surge of energy coursing through the blade. Then a blinding flash, followed by a cataclysmic explosion that engulfed everything in its path. Vision blurred, a searing pain lanced through him. His breath hitched, a silent scream trapped in his throat. A voice, distant and distorted, urged him to rise. Get up, come on. He flinched, raising a trembling hand as if to ward off another blow. How about a slap? He muttered, the words barely audible. His vision swam with red. Blood trickled down his face, mingling with the sweat and tears. Each breath was a ragged gasp. A disoriented oop escaped his lips, a weak sound lost in the ringing in his ears. He cried out, a strangled blarg, as he was sent sprawling. Whoa, what's wrong? He wondered, his thoughts muddled. A voice echoed, demanding, what did you do this time? He coughed, a painful spasm racking his body. Something came up. Everything went black for a moment. The world exploded in a cacophony of light and sound. Regret washed over him. I regret not being able to see it in action. But look at that power. I remember getting hit, but... He sighed, a final breath escaping his lips as he plummeted. It was a masterpiece, a masterpiece. The name echoes, a desperate shout into the smoky air. Stetch. Elena's voice cuts through the haze, concern etched on her face. Are you all right? She calls out, her eyes searching for any sign of him. A foot slams down, kicking up dust and debris, a sign of someone moving with urgency. Stetch's face is a mask of pain, his voice strained as he manages to utter you. The red-haired man, battered and bruised, sighs with relief. Bastard, I'm so happy for you, friend. He insists, don't worry, I'm Fina. A voice, weary and strained, admits, I just don't have the energy to keep talking. Elena's expression softens slightly. That's reassuring, she says, though a hint of worry still lingers in her eyes. Stetch, his voice raspy, presses on. So what happened with those guys? Did they die? A distant voice replies, probably. I stuffed the rarest and the most precious explosives in there, along with some wind magic. Elena's gaze is intense, her expression unreadable as she listens to the distant voice. Another foot slams down, kicking up more dust and debris, the ground trembling slightly. An explosion erupts, bathing the scene in a fiery glow, the air thick with smoke and the smell of ozone. He stands amidst the settling dust, the armored figure seemingly untouched by the devastation surrounding him. The air crackles with residual energy, a testament to the recent onslaught. A grimace etches itself onto his face, a mixture of pain and resolve hardening his features. The taste of ash lingers in the air, a constant reminder of the battle's intensity. Sweat beads on his brow, a testament to the exertion. Despite the chaos, a steely determination shines in his eyes, refusing to yield to despair. The woman with long brown hair grits her teeth, her expression a mask of fierce concentration. Beside her, the man with short red hair looks on with growing concern, his eyes darting around the fortified position. Elena's voice cuts through the din of battle, a note of desperation creeping into her tone. Her mana, she realizes, is stretched to its absolute limit. If it's just one shot, she thinks, her hand tightening around the weapon. Green energy crackles around the device, a promise of devastating power. The air explodes with a deafening roar as the enemy cannons unleash their fury. The ground trembles beneath the relentless barrage. Elena's eyes widen in disbelief as the explosions continue. But did she truly take care of all their cannons? She wonders, a flicker of doubt crossing her face. From the ramparts, the desperate cry rings out. They're in trouble. The figures scramble, their only instinct now to flee. Their backlands brought long-range magic cannons. A voice shouts, panic lacing his words. They're shooting at us from outside our perimeters. The world dissolves into a maelstrom of fire and destruction. Each impact sends tremors through the crumbling fortifications. There's nothing to do but run. The thought echoes in the mind of the figure, his hand clenching tight. Survival is the only option left. His brow furrowed with concern, the man with the scar on his face spoke with urgency. Their objective remained within sight, yet the situation was rapidly deteriorating. Joined by Elena, the elf from before, they stood before the besieged castle, the air thick with tension and the distant rumble of approaching conflict. Elena voiced her displeasure, but the man insisted on a logical approach, despite their dire circumstances. Elsewhere, a warrior, both sides exhausted, raised a shield once more, a desperate act to protect the prince. The man with the scar glanced back, his expression clouded with worry. The arrival of enemy reinforcements loomed as a significant threat. The thought hung heavy in the air, the unspoken consequences a palpable weight. Elena pressed for a plan, but the man, ever resolute, offered a simple reassurance. Don't worry. A desperate order rang out, a call to arms. Let everyone know, prepare for what's to come. A hand readied a small, round object, preparing to unleash its potential. Explosions rocked the castle walls, a devastating display of force. The castle walls stood defiant amidst the chaos, the flag still waving, but the situation was dire. Elena realized their strategy, a smokescreen, a desperate gamble to buy them time. The plan hinged on a homemade smoke bomb, designed to blind not only the enemy, but their detection skills as well. He urged his companion to run towards the stable on the side, stating that he would leave Stetch to them. Elsewhere, a gruff voice declared that the preparations were complete. They were waiting for the signal. The man with the scars on his face snarled, warning that there better not be any idiots getting caught by those dumbass soldiers. A sudden explosion rocked the area. Objects rained down from above, eliciting cries of surprise and confusion. Someone spotted them. They were escaping. The masked figure bellowed, ordering his forces to follow them. A voice reported to the boss that they were splitting off. Another wished them luck. The man with the scars grinned, thinking to himself that he would. The order rings out, a stark reminder of the mission's gravity. Leave no one behind. A distant castle looms, a silent sentinel against the horizon. From above, the castle reveals its bustling activity, tents dotting the courtyard. A voice calls out, urging Sir McDowell to rest. The man with the bandaged head is asked if he is the prince. He is told that his condition hasn't worsened, nor improved. The prince's gaze is intense, his expression unreadable. Sir McDowell lies in bed, missing an arm. They were unable to find it, and the injury suggests it was completely... The voice explains that it was blown off because of an explosion, and he understands. The prince stands with his arms crossed, a grim expression on his face. The prince cries out in anguish. The prince's artifact. It is mentioned with a sense of dread. The air crackles with residual energy, the aftermath of a devastating force still lingering in the ruined landscape. The very stones seem to vibrate with a fading red light. His eyes widen in disbelief, the word escaping his lips as a strangled cry. Goldmer. A grimace tightens his features. That doesn't look good. The red energy pulses, a malevolent heartbeat in the wake of destruction. The remnants of the attack swirl like angry spirits, clinging to the ruined architecture. His face contorts in a furious snarl, teeth bared. What the foo? The dark energy writhes, a shadowy figure pierced by a shard of light. The red tendrils reach out like grasping claws, a silent testament to the chaos unleashed. His eyes narrow, a venomous fury burning within them. You impudent! A surge of blue energy erupts around him, coalescing into a swirling vortex of power. The energy intensifies, a blinding flash of light as the shield takes form. He raises the ornate shield, a bulwark of shimmering blue energy against the lingering darkness. The ornate sword shatters, its pieces suspended in a haze of crimson energy. The air crackles with unseen power as the weapon's integrity fails. The force of the break sends shockwaves rippling outwards, the very air vibrating with the displaced energy. A figure is thrown back by the blast, a maelstrom of force erupting around them. Dust and debris fill the air, obscuring the source of the explosion. The energy continues to surge, a chaotic display of raw power unleashed upon the surroundings. Meanwhile, two figures cloaked and hooded watch from a distance. One speaks, a hushed question hanging in the air. Be blood? Is it bleeding? An artifact. A shard of something sharp glints ominously, perhaps a fragment of the shattered sword, or something far more sinister. He grits his teeth, his face smeared with what appears to be the same crimson energy that erupted from the broken blade. Pain and confusion war within him. The landscape bears the scars of the event, splattered with the same ominous purple substance. The very ground seems to have been tainted. The echoes of the explosion continue to reverberate, a lingering reminder of the destructive force unleashed. Under the cloak of night, guards patrolled the canal's edge, their vigilance a stark contrast to the serene water. The air hung heavy with unspoken tension. The rhythmic clink of their weapons echoed through the narrow waterways, a constant reminder of the danger lurking in the shadows. The hooded figure leaned against the cold stone wall, his voice a low grumble. He had anticipated trouble, but the reality was far worse than he imagined. His gaze swept across the rooftops and alleyways, a grim realization settling in. They were surrounded. Despite the grim circumstances, the hooded figure touched the wall, a sense of relief washing over him. At least they had arrived safely. The air inside was still and quiet, a stark contrast to the dangers outside. Nothing's as good as home. Sir McDowell, his expression a mix of amusement and disbelief, questioned the hooded figure's laughter. How could he find humor in such a dire situation? Had he forgotten the bomb? Sir McDowell snapped, his voice sharp with irritation. He reminded the hooded figure that he was only alive thanks to him, and that his complaining was unwelcome. A large, bearded man stood silently beside Sir McDowell, his expression unreadable. Sir McDowell confirmed his safety, his tone laced with sarcasm. He then questioned why only a few of them had arrived. Sir McDowell wondered where the others were, the silence stretching as he considered the possibilities. The situation outside was quite busy. He stood amongst the others, the dim light of the warehouse casting long shadows across their faces. One of the men speculated, I think it'll take a while. The blonde warrior, a scar etched across his face, frowned. Come to think of it, I couldn't see Rackface near the canal either. We had trouble getting in too. The air hung with unspoken questions. Had they missed something? Did you pick up any other information? So do you remember Python? General Mark McDowell stroked his chin, his brow furrowed in thought. The ones who were quite infamous for fighting in the back lines of Bird and Bear. I know of them. A grim realization settled over them. They were taken away a few days ago. A shocked voice responded, What? Really? The blonde warrior's eyes widened in disbelief, his scars seeming to deepen with his rising anger. They aren't the kind of guys who would easily be ransacked by some measly guards. A voice, tinged with a hint of bitterness, stated a hard truth. General Idril Henrietta took care of them by herself. The woman's expression was unreadable, but the tension in the air was palpable. She remained silent. The woman with green hair spoke, her voice laced with disbelief. I can't believe the First Prince's shield and spear are working together at the same time. The red-haired man turned to Sir McDowell, seeking confirmation. You're certain, right? Sir McDowell responded, his face obscured by shadows. About what? A sharp voice cut through the tension. You can't be here, you idiot. If the Venetians are attacking left and right like this. The red-haired man's face twisted in frustration. Even you won't be able to survive by hiding here. The blonde-haired man holds up a wanted poster. He remarks that they are lucky the target's face isn't widely known yet. The text bubble ominously states that it's only a matter of time before people come looking. A figure slumps in a chair, head in hands, as another stands nearby. The man standing laments that his plan and the situation were so perfect. The injured man on the floor questions the point of regretting the past, deciding to plan ahead for the future. He realizes he has nowhere to go. It is stated that the entirety of the southern land is under the control of Venezia. The injured man thinks he won't even be able to see that bastard Gerard anymore. The scarred man considers that if there's nowhere to go in the south. The text bubble suggests going north with a questioning tone. It is stated that if it's the Chromatas Empire, even Venezia will have trouble winning their territory. The scarred man is told that it might even be an opportunity to increase influence and avoid Venezia. He must have also realized that even if they kill Gerard, it's not the end. The injured man remains silent, contemplating the situation. The promise hangs in the air, strength, drawn directly from the Empire itself. Sir McDowell, a smirk playing on his scarred face, announces, "I fetched you a ship myself." Mark McDowell's eyes narrow with suspicion. He can't shake the feeling that this is all a setup. There's no way you came all the way here just to trick me. The harbor, once bustling, now lies in ruins, its strategic value lost. Sir McDowell's voice echoes, questioning where this fine ship might be, and if a fugitive would even consider it. A voice assures them to be safe in a flashy ship, and that it's about time. A sudden shimmer reveals a ship, cloaked until now by some unseen force. Incredulity hangs in the air. Invisibility? Since when? Elena Drainoir explains that it's one of the perception-hindering magical abilities. The voice booms, laced with a hint of awe. Whatever is approaching is of a scale unseen before. A question hangs in the air, thick with anticipation. Could it be him? The figure stands silhouetted against the city skyline, a sword strapped to their back. The air crackles with unseen energy. Claudia steps forward, a relieved smile gracing her lips. She admits she had been worried, but the newcomer wasn't as bad as she had thought. Behind me is my lovely ship Charlie. The intricate details of the figure's attire come into sharper focus, revealing a blend of crimson and midnight blue. Meanwhile, in a shadowed alleyway, Stitch Atelier introduces themselves, gesturing to their assistant. The figure on the ship acknowledges the arrival. Either way, you have arrived right on time. If you were late, I was planning to move ahead. Gratitude echoes in the air. Thank you for coming at such a dangerous time. I will repay you once everything calms down. The figure's hand rests near the hilt of their sword, their tone laced with a hint of disdain. And when did I ever ask for? The request is simple, drinks for the crew. It seems that the figure had said it was there. The woman's expression is unreadable as she asks, "First time going to the north?" The answer is a firm, quiet denial. No. A bead of sweat trickled down the side of his face, the color draining from it as the ship began to rock. The distant city seemed a lifetime away. He thought to himself, it was his first time on ship. The vessel sailed on, cutting through the shimmering water under a bright sky. A sudden wave of nausea washed over him, and he retched violently. Clutching the railing, he groaned, convinced he was going to die. Sweat plastered his hair to his forehead as he gasped for air, wondering if there was any way to fix this. A ghostly visage seemed to mock his suffering, a reminder that as long as he was on this ship, he would experience seasickness. It was crap. A voice called out, asking if he was all right. He could only manage a weak response, his stomach churning with each passing moment. The captain had told him. The elf medic with long blonde hair and pointed ears stated that the crew member's quality is all about their physical constitution. A hand extended, offering a small bottle. "Drink this," the voice instructed. "What's that?" She extends a gloved hand, offering a small vial. The elf explains that the captain gave it to her, claiming it will ease his seasickness if he drinks it. He takes the offered medicine. The elf then reveals the journey will take around 2 weeks. The man's expression shifts to concern. Tears well in his eyes. He fears he might die before they even arrive. The elf, unfazed, offers to revive him, a suggestion he vehemently rejects. Meanwhile, on the ship's deck, Claudia addresses the passengers. Her words are unheard, but her presence commands attention. The man with reddish-brown hair smiles weakly, claiming he feels better now thanks to the medicine. Claudia observes him, noting that the medicine has been sitting and used for quite some time, but he finally used it. A stark warning echoes. Everyone aboard is a fugitive heading north. They must not let their guard down, for danger could be lurking anywhere. The elf and the man stand at the railing, overlooking the sea. Another figure walks away, seemingly unconcerned. A disembodied voice tells him that they came to tell him he must be determined, then apologizes. Claudia declares that they have fully escaped the storm of magic, but the journey ahead will be tough. A premonition hangs in the air. There's probably going to be rain at night as well. The man looks up at the sky, musing that it's going to rain when the weather's so nice. Rain lashed against the ship's sails, the wind howling a mournful dirge as it cut through the rigging. What are you going to do now? The question hung in the air, a counterpoint to the storm raging outside. The speaker continued, noting it was his first time going to the north. He added that he was going to visit the guild first and check if he needed to get a new adventurer's license, as without it, it would be against the law to enter any dungeon. The man with reddish-brown hair leaned back, a weary expression on his face. He didn't want to make a bad start, not when he'd come all the way here for new beginnings. He then asked what the elf medic would do. Elena Drainoir, the elf medic, replied that she would be studying the culture of the north. Water splashed across her face as she considered how she would study. Outside, the man with reddish-brown hair questioned what it was. A hushed conversation filled the air, the words indistinct but the tone laced with urgency. Meanwhile, the rain continued to fall, obscuring the ship in a veil of gray. Under the cover of the storm, dark figures scaled the hull of the ship, their movements silent and swift. The burly man behind the counter remarks on the early hour. A stern voice booms out, declaring lunchtime over and ordering everyone back to their rooms. The sound of a bolt sliding into place echoes as the unseen speaker commands everyone to lock their doors and stay put. A sense of unease settles over the room as the patrons exchange worried glances. What could the reason be? A furious voice erupts, questioning why these bastards are showing up so early. A chilling threat hangs in the air. Anyone who gets injured and damages Charlie's reputation will be fed to the sharks. Meanwhile, a group of figures gathers in what appears to be a dungeon, their purpose unknown. A voice declares that now that they're done eating, it's time to work. A question hangs in the air, unspoken yet palpable. What is happening? The common room buzzes with hushed voices. Some wonder if they should offer assistance, while another suggests that this ship is different. Two figures, cloaked in shadow, decide to heed the instructions they were given. There must be a reason for such confidence, they reason, and staying in their rooms seems the wisest course. Brian is confronted by another, who demands to know if he has any idea what's going on. He silences the other with a sharp command, his eyes narrowed in concentration. An unnatural quiet has fallen, the heavy doors sealed with arcane markings. A hesitant question, should they venture out? But the answer is clear. The silence speaks volumes. One side has won. The only sound is the unsettling echo of something. They peer out into the unknown, the elf medic among them, a silent witness to the unfolding events. Brian's expression hardens as he sees something in the distance. That's elsewhere Aquin, a scene of utter devastation, bodies strewn amidst a battlefield of broken weapons. Brian wonders aloud if they ever tire of being slaughtered, if they always attack the ship. The woman in the red coat remarks that these Aquins always appear when they pass through this area, a statement tinged with both annoyance and resignation. At this point, it's a post-meal workout, a voice declares. The air is thick with anticipation, a silent agreement to remain vigilant. The hooded figure stands guard, a silent sentinel against the unknown. The creaks of the ship are the only sound, a deceptive lull before the storm. These fellas never fight alone. A grim reminder echoes in the air, a testament to the challenges ahead. So there might still be some hiding around. The thought lingers, a seed of unease planted in the minds of the wary. So frequently that it's stressing us out quite a bit. Elena stands with the others, her expression a mixture of concern and determination. Suddenly, a burst of violet energy erupts, tearing through the air with violent intent. The attack comes without warning, a brutal disruption of the tense calm. The hooded figure recoils, a silent question etched on their face as the energy washes over them. What? The air crackles with unseen power. A piercing scream shatters the silence. Kayak. The sound is raw and primal, a visceral reaction to the sudden onslaught. Another figure is struck, the force of the blow sending shards of debris flying. The attack is relentless, a storm of unseen energy. The attacker's weapon is a blur of motion, a conduit for the destructive energy. The air vibrates with power, a palpable sense of danger. Confusion reigns. What? What happened? The figures struggle to comprehend the sudden shift, the ambush catching them completely off guard. He narrows his eyes, a storm brewing behind them. A surge of energy crackles in the air, unseen but palpable. The man with red hair reels back, his eyes wide with disbelief. A glint of steel flashes as a hand tightens around a weapon. You bastard! What did you do to her? The hooded figure roars, his voice laced with fury. A voice attempts to reason amidst the chaos. Hey, I think there's some misunderstanding. A swift strike lands, the sound echoing through the air. Elena's voice cuts through the tension. Also, I told you to stop threatening people so frequently. The man with black hair smirks, his expression smug. Oh, I just thought that. Ha, you speechless now? The red-haired man is left speechless, reeling from the sudden turn of events. The air crackles once more, the tension palpable. A voice echoes, filled with regret. Sorry about that. The captain laments, regretting her decision to allow her passenger to assist her. The man with red hair asks if the invisibility spell can be cast again, suggesting it could block the Aquin's attacks. The response is that if they could, they would have already done it, citing large fields of magic as an obstacle. The captain wonders aloud how they can physically solve these problems. She considers it part of the charm of voyaging. A voice welcomes someone to the ocean once again. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the interior of a building, possibly a shop or storage area. Stitch, leaning against the counter, expresses his discomfort with seasickness. The red-haired man asks how much he knows about the North. The conversation turns to the topic of shaved ice with syrup as a snack, and the fact that dwarves make sleds in the North. The elf medic mentions that sleds can be used on the snow. The red-haired man is silent. The red-haired man looks surprised and asks where the elf medic learned that stuff from. The elf medic smiles, stating she doesn't know much about the North. A question hangs in the air. Roommate? Who? The blonde woman gestures toward someone in the distance. The man with reddish-brown hair wonders if he was the man from the North, the one he saw yesterday. One of the figures remarks that if he's from the north, why is he on a ship going north all the way for Venezia? The other notes that he doesn't look like someone who would make deals in alleyways. Meanwhile, a disembodied voice asks, "Can we talk?" The man with reddish-brown hair reacts with surprise. Someone is being thanked by a lady. The cloaked man responds with an okay. The man with reddish-brown hair asks if that's it. A voice demands to know if this is the talk they wanted. Someone replies with whatever, do what you want. Elsewhere, a ship sails into the sunset. On the ship, a bald man orders everyone to move to their respective stations, wondering why everyone is so busy. Judging from the hushed tones around her, the elf medic could sense the situation was deteriorating rapidly. The weather itself was worsening at an alarming rate, far exceeding their initial forecasts. It was more than just a simple squall brewing on the horizon. Panic began to set in among the crew. A woman, her voice laced with rising alarm, demanded to know why everyone was so frantic. She insisted they still had time before entering the zone of the magic tornadoes, but her words seemed to carry little weight against the growing unease. A man, his face etched with worry, stammered in agreement, but quickly admitted that the signs were far from good. The atmosphere on deck grew heavier with each passing moment. Another woman, bundled in furs, pointed out the unsettling anomalies. The wind and water currents were behaving in ways that defied all recorded patterns. Something was undeniably off, prompting her to order the helmsman to steer further to the right, even if it meant a longer detour. Another crew member peered through a spyglass, confirming the grim assessment with a terse yep. The tension on the ship was palpable, a thick blanket of dread settling over everyone. Then, a chilling realization washed over one of the onlookers. A flag, barely visible through the swirling mist and rain, snapped in the wind. That flag, no way. The words were a horrified whisper, barely audible above the storm's roar. Bolts of lightning illuminated the sky, each flash a stark reminder of the storm's raw power. The air crackled with static electricity, raising the hairs on the back of their necks. Someone on deck looked up, their face a mask of shock and disbelief. The unspoken question hung heavy in the air. What was happening? Meanwhile, a figure with dark hair, a scar marring their face, watched the storm's approach with a grim intensity. "Do I finally get to see it with my own eyes?" they muttered, their voice barely a whisper. "What terrible timing dash!" Another blinding flash of lightning ripped through the sky, illuminating the churning waves and the ship struggling against the storm's fury. Through the driving rain and the towering waves, the silhouette of a ship emerged, its sails billowing in the wind. It was a sight that sent a shiver down the spines of even the most seasoned sailors, to see the gray skull ship. The elf medic's brow furrows, a storm of worry brewing within her. The downpour outside seems to mirror the tempest in her mind. Through the torrential rain, the silhouette of a warship emerges, its dark form cutting through the storm-tossed waves. A grim realization dawns. They are about to face the gray skull ship. Her voice cracking with urgency, the elf medic cries out, her words barely audible over the howling wind and pounding rain. The view from the deck reveals the grim determination etched on the faces of the crew. The air crackles with tension, the scent of ozone mixing with the salty spray. A commanding voice booms out, urging everyone to their battle stations. Time is running out. The elf medic clutches a gem, its surface shimmering with an inner light. She calls out a name, a plea for strength, or perhaps a command. The warship, a beacon of defiance against the storm, presses forward, its wooden hull groaning under the strain. Amidst the chaos, the crew strains to load the cannon, their movements precise and practiced despite the treacherous conditions. Two ships, dwarfed by the immensity of the storm, converge on a collision course, their fates intertwined in the coming battle. The city, a distant memory through the rain-streaked sky, fades as the ships sail further into the heart of the storm. The storm rages on, obscuring the horizon with sheets of rain and churning waves. A shout pierces the air as a blinding flash illuminates the deck. The energy explodes outward, a searing display of raw power. The gray skull ship groans under the assault, its timbers splintering as the energy slams into its hull. Panic spreads among the crew. "What is that?" one cries, while another wonders. "A shield." From the crow's nest, a lookout shouts. "They know where we are now. The skull ship is moving." Dark, spectral tendrils emerge from the depths, reaching for the ship like grasping claws. The tendrils writhe and coil around the hull, their touch sending shivers down the spines of those who witness it. A grinding screech echoes across the water as the ship collides with an unseen force. Panic rising, the lookout's voice cracks as he screams. "What's happening?" She's suddenly seized by a cold, decaying hand. "A ghost ship? Cook!" the elf medic gasps, fear etched on her face. Meanwhile, the silver-haired woman and her companion brace themselves for the coming onslaught, their expressions grim. Her face contorted in a mask of fury, the woman's voice cracked as she screamed the alarm. They were under attack. Above the din, a voice boomed, cutting through the rising panic. Everyone else was ordered to listen up. Debris rained down as the order was given. It would be close combat from now on. A chilling, skeletal laugh echoed through the ship, a promise of death and destruction. Gripping a chained weapon, a figure braced for the coming onslaught, ready to meet the enemy head-on. A cloaked figure advanced, their face obscured by shadows, a silent predator stalking its prey. A sudden, sharp intake of breath betrayed the figure's surprise, a silent question hanging in the air. With a defiant cry, the elf medic drew her blade, a beacon of determination in the encroaching darkness. A figure glanced back at Elena, a flicker of concern in their eyes before steeling themselves for the fight ahead. Something caught their attention, a sudden shift in air that made the figure tense, ready to react. A blur of motion, a figure darted forward, a desperate attempt to intercept the unseen threat. Skeletons and corpses, what are these things? The scene is unsettling, the air thick with the stench of decay. Either way, this is actually a good thing, he thinks, a strange sense of relief washing over him. Curse energy. Meanwhile, above, a hooded figure watches from the shadows, their presence unseen but felt. Why are his abilities? The question hangs in the air, unanswered, as a sense of unease settles in. Something is coming. He TCHS, sensing a shift in the atmosphere, a subtle tremor in the air. Stichatulie. The name echoes in his mind, a sudden realization dawning upon him. A wave of confusion washes over him, his eyes widening in disbelief. Where did you come from? The question bursts forth, laced with a mixture of fear and bewilderment. From above, the hooded figure's voice cuts through the confusion. You should be glad. Do you know how long I've spent trying to wake you up? In an illusion you weren't aware of, the figure continues. I did manage to wake you up, but it's only a matter of time until you enter that state. Wait, an illusion? What is? Stechatelier's mind races, trying to grasp the implications of the hooded figure's words. Everything, the figure declares, their voice echoing with finality. Everything you saw until now was an illusion. He stood in the dimly lit room, the air thick with unspoken truths. The reason he wasn't fully back to reality, a voice echoed, was because he was still unsure about his own reality. Elsewhere, the scene was eerily quiet. Why weren't the enemies attacking, even with their guard down? The silence stretched, broken only by the distant echoes of unseen movements. Back in the dimly lit room, the question lingered, and why weren't his abilities working against the enemies? The man considered the implications. If there had been enough time, he would have been left to realize it himself. But there wasn't enough time, so he would be woken up himself. Elsewhere, the scene remained still, the silence heavy with anticipation. A voice urged them to hurry up. Nothing less than expected from their captain, one figure thought. To think that the illusion cast kilometers away had sustained until now. The masked figure's voice cut through the silence. Stop standing in awe and get ready to leave. But why did the captain want this lady? Wait a minute. Within the ship's hold, several figures clad in dark cloaks huddled together. One, standing slightly apart and dressed in red and white, seemed disinterested as another suggested they fill their pockets before departing. A voice commanded them to deal with it quickly, followed by a mocking laugh. Another cloaked figure, further away, declared that he would take his time as green energy began to crackle around his hand. The masked figure watched, silent and observant. Suddenly, the green energy erupted outwards in a blinding flash. The masked figure, seemingly caught off guard, questioned how their illusions could have broken so soon. Amidst the chaos of shattered illusions and lingering green energy, the cloaked figure stood firm. He simply stated so. Neutral unknown man, his face a mask of shock and anger, demanded to know what business they had on his ship. Two masked figures stood side by side, one gripping the hilt of a sword. One of the masked figures ordered the others to leave neutral unknown man alone, clearly agitated that this encounter was unplanned. A voice called out, addressing someone as, "Hey, you wizard." A gloved hand, wrapped around the hilt of a blade, tightens its grip. The command hangs in the air, sharp and cold. Don't move. The response is immediate, a snarl of defiance. Shut up. He brandishes a knife, the steel glinting in the dim light. You don't come near me. The threat hangs heavy, unspoken but clear. If you do, the promise is death. The masked figure's head tilts, a flicker of confusion in their stance. Who? A moment of disorientation washes over him. I didn't see anything move. The unseen presence commands, stay still. To read through your schemes. Green energy flares around the masked figure's hands, a visible manifestation of power gathering. The air crackles with anticipation. I'll need at least one of you to make it out alive. The magic swirls around a hand, but the results are inconclusive. We got nothing. The voice declares that their opponents are just small fries, unaware of the true nature of the kidnapping. A figure is bound tightly with rope. The man continues, and one more thing. The text explains that while the ship's hallucination has been dispelled, a pretty advanced defense magic has been deployed, possibly related to an artifact's ability. The ship is protected by a powerful barrier. Most attacks won't be able to get past it. The question hangs in the air, Can anything be done about it with magic? The man with reddish-brown hair explains that unless spells are boosted repeatedly, it'll be impossible and just a waste of mana. The man sighs, deciding to wake people up first. Unless they are idiots, they'll soon realize that something's wrong with the situation on this ship. A strange energy crackles around the elf, her expression unreadable. Her eyes snap open, wide with alarm. A wave of disorientation washes over her. Where are the enemies? The elf medic stands, her gaze distant as the man named Drainoir looks on with concern. A voice, calm and reassuring, cuts through the haze. It's okay. Take a deep breath. Stitch, what's happening? The elf's eyes widen again, a new fear dawning. They heard they were going to kidnap Kasha? Drainoir turns, his expression hardening. Is that person's name Kasha? The question hangs in the air, unspoken but heavy. Why would anyone do such a thing? The man with red hair admits he doesn't know. There's no one who knows that reason for sure, he claims. The question turns to the elf medic. Can Elena explain what happened to the ship captain? Another voice chimes in, stating they've got some questions for them in the meantime. The explorer's expression hardens. He declares that he said they'll be waiting. The figure with white hair, eyes narrowed, warns someone to mind their words. Safely in the cabins, he exclaims, questioning the statement. A disembodied voice echoes, questioning what they are supposed to do when they're already here once they're awake. The explorer speaks to the white-haired figure, stating that it's their problem, young miss, and as the successor of the association, they ought to be more careful. The explorer, seemingly surprised, asks the elf medic to explain the situation to them. The man with red hair wonders if the explorer's tone has changed, and if he is no longer wary of them. A voice declares that this ship is a hallucination that someone has made. Elena, the elf medic, states that she was the one to first wake up from that hallucination. The air crackled with unspoken tension. The question hung heavy. Kidnap me? Three figures stood together, their expressions unreadable in the dim light. There they are. A sudden shift in the atmosphere, a palpable sense of unease. The man with the tied-back hair spoke, his gaze sharp. He didn't think they were people they knew. Their outfits and ship, there's nothing that tells us who they are. There's nothing that comes to mind. A surge of energy, a visible disruption in the air. Kasha's voice dripped with venom. From now on, those bastards won't be able to get anywhere near this ship. The woman continued, her tone laced with disbelief. She heard from the lady that came with them. Was that true? All the corpses, phantom ship, and even rain were just hallucinations. The scene unfolded, the implications of the statement hanging heavy in the air. As you can see, the evidence is right here. Kasha's anger flared, her voice rising. How dare they mock us with the Gray Skull ship story? Her fury was palpable. Not even ripping apart their limbs and killing them will suffice. I understand your anger. The hooded figure stood beside Kasha, listening intently. The man with the tied-back hair spoke, his expression serious. Which is why I'm here to ask you for help. He declared that he would handle the ship's occupants, a sinister smirk playing on his lips as purple energy crackled around his outstretched hand. A stunned silence hung in the air, broken only by the unspoken question. What could the reason be? Kasha's brow furrowed, her expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. Elsewhere, the ship sailed on, its destination unknown. The curse was invoked, the words echoing with dark intent. Curse devourer. The power of the curse manifested, swirling around his hand like a vortex of shadows. The ship cut through the icy waters, leaving a trail of shimmering blue energy in its wake. Onward it surged, a relentless force against the frozen sea. Kasha gasped, her eyes widening in alarm as the implications of his words sank in. A soft gasp escaped her lips. A voice boomed out, commanding the ship to advance at full speed. The Venezia Palace stands in serene splendor, its ornate architecture a testament to a bygone era. Lost in thought, a man sits perched on a stack of books, a letter clutched in his hand as he leans on his other arm. The doors burst open with a resounding crash. Neutral, unknown man, startled by the sudden intrusion, demands, "Who's opening the doors? I'm sure I said no one is to enter." The question hangs in the air. What are you going to do? With a sigh, neutral, unknown man asks, "What do you mean?" The man's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing as he listens intently. The news is grim. Not only did they guess what happened at Gambini Fortress in advance, but they've also sent Marquis McDowell, who's supposed to be in the east, as reinforcement troops. A figure clad in a red hood stands amidst the chaos. The voice declares that considering the distance between the capital and the fortress, this isn't just a coincidence, questioning who on earth revealed this information. The man's eyes widen in disbelief, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Neutral, unknown man states, "Of course, it's from Conrad's revelation." He presses, his tone sharp with suspicion. Why was the situation being handled as if he were ignorant of the facts? The man with glasses responds, a hint of condescension in his voice. He knows his subordinates very well, he claims. The disembodied voice muses on the limitations of foresight, explaining that only glimpses of the future are possible, and even those are subject to misinterpretation. The hooded figure clutches the glowing orb, a silent testament to the power of prophecy, however flawed it may be. The voice warns of a looming catastrophe, a huge problem that could soon unfold. Brian questions the wisdom of mobilizing troops without discussion, emphasizing the danger it poses to the kingdom. The man smirks, seemingly amused by the other's concern for the kingdom. A voice praises the reliability of a certain mindset, though the context remains unclear. Brian accuses someone of exploiting a subordinate's ability to claim credit for the northern front line, his expression hardening. He continues, his voice laced with disappointment, noting the cold and fierce demeanor. He admits he was wrong about something. The man's face is drawn, his expression unreadable as he listens. A voice dismisses the negativity, urging a more optimistic outlook. He stands in the ornate room, listening as the other man asks if his decision was correct. The blonde-haired man thinks to himself that if it weren't for such a swift response, they wouldn't be having this conversation. The scale of the incident is becoming clear. It could have been catastrophic. The injured man grimaces, acknowledging that they are already in a situation where they have taken a lot of damage. Lying in bed, wrapped in bandages, he thinks they should be thankful that it didn't blow up any bigger. The Gambini incident is still a big headache, and he's thankful they only took such damage. Brian, adjusting his glasses, thinks that while he's bothered by various things, the thing he's most bothered by would be how he stole Conrad's revelation. The hooded figure's eyes narrow, stating that as long as he doesn't find that out. Meanwhile, Brian stands with the hooded figure, a strange light illuminating them both. The blonde man thinks to himself that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that all his movements from this point on will be monitored by him. The question hangs in the air, why do you look so serious? The hooded figure, his expression unreadable, states that if there's nothing else, leave the room. The response is simple, I'll do just that. Brian stands, his expression unreadable, as someone sits in the background. A door slams open. He regarded the situation, a faint smirk playing on his lips as he considered the implications of recent events. The grand hallway stretched out, its opulence now feeling less like a symbol of power and more like a gilded cage. It had indeed gotten troublesome. The long corridor seemed to mock him with its endless length. If matters had truly devolved to this point, he needed to uncover the methods his brother had employed. The man's jaw tightened, his expression hardening with resolve. Until he unearthed the truth, he couldn't afford to make any rash moves. A burning urgency consumed him. He needed to find out, and quickly. The long journey has ended. The port city, Mir, is finally in sight. The ship glides through the snowy waters, drawing closer to the destination. A sigh escapes, a breath of relief after a long voyage. They're truly here, in the Chromatos Empire. The elf medic and the hooded figure stand together, the port city looming in the distance. The deck bustles with activity as the ship prepares to dock. A figure in red calls out. Kasha asks someone to come over, a request tinged with a hint of urgency. There's something she wants to say before they disembark. The journey's end is near. The elf medic and the hooded figure exchange a look, a silent acknowledgement of the journey's hardships and the challenges ahead. A firm handshake seals an unspoken agreement, a bond forged in shared experience. Kasha expresses her gratitude, acknowledging the collective effort that ensured their safe arrival. The hooded figure offers a simple thanks in return. The recent brush with death during the hallucination still lingered in their minds. The failed kidnapping attempt, however, seemed to have deterred further immediate threats. The man with reddish-brown hair advised caution. He suggested that they should try to attack another ship, but also keep a low profile for the time being, just in case. The elf medic acknowledged the advice. She would bear it in mind, she said, considering it thanks for what had happened this time around. The weight of responsibility was evident. She had been busy her whole life with work. A message, delivered on a small piece of paper, was presented to the man. It was to be read before anyone else's. The man's expression shifted as he scanned the contents of the note. If there was anything he wanted or any person he was looking for, a soft, almost surprised oh escaped his lips. He would accept this with thanks, then. The port city of Mir lay before them, blanketed in snow. No need to be worried about the process of entering. The man stated that they could just alight from the ship one by one into the country. Heeding the instructions, the group prepares to present their identity passes to the guards at the gate. The city looms before them, a bustling hub in the snowy landscape. The elf medic muses, hoping that one day the southern side could be like this, where elves and dwarves coexist with humans. The question hangs in the air, where are they going right now? The group continues their trek through the snow-covered streets. They need to gather as much information as possible in that vicinity. The elf asks if the red-haired man can follow her for a while. The elf and the red-haired man stand before a building, as he wonders if they'll gather as Kasha. Meanwhile, a carriage makes its way through the snowy landscape. The red-haired man asks if they are going to his house. The elf from before raises a finger, a gentle smile gracing her lips. She begins to speak, expressing her gratitude. She couldn't possibly let them leave without offering her thanks. Kasha apologizes, curious about what brings them to the north. The elf from before and the red-haired man stand before her, the light catching the snow-covered forest outside the window. The red-haired man pauses, considering how to explain himself. He admits he tried to kill the prince in the south, and when he failed, he fled to the north. The elf from before explains that it's gotten tough for her to make a living in the south, but the rest are just personal reasons. It doesn't matter, she says, it's not that important to her. Most people who board the smuggling ship usually start a new life in the north without anything. From above, the group stands on an ornate rug, the sounds of their footsteps echoing in the room. The red-haired man explains that because he funded Sky, all his funds have been depleted. The red-haired man says that they could think of it that way. Kasha states that in that case, she'll be helping the two of them so that they could be successful in the north. Kasha will provide them with transportation, residences, and things like money to her best effort. The man named Stetch considered the situation, a multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind. The thought echoed in the air. It was absurd. The elf from before realized she should have done this much earlier, deciding to formally introduce herself. The woman with white hair finally spoke. I'm Kasha Haydenbrook. The words hung in the air, followed by a description of her lineage, the successor of the most famous merchant family. The imposing structure of the Haydenbrook estate stood tall, blanketed in snow. Stetch's eyes darted around the room, calculating the cost of every detail. He wondered just how much this sofa alone was worth. Elena, the elf, looked on with a surprised expression. Stetch mused internally, acknowledging the significance of being an established merchant successor. He doubted he could amass such wealth even after 100 days of dungeon delving. The plush sofa sat in the center of the room, a testament to the family's wealth. Kasha smiled, observing her guests. I'm glad you guys look comfortable, she said. Elena, a hint of surprise in her voice, addressed her. So, Miss Haydenbrook, she chuckled, asking why she was suddenly being so formal. The elf medic speaks, suggesting they treat her casually, as they did on the ship. The hooded figure listens intently, his expression thoughtful. The hooded figure states that he gets what Kasha has offered. The hooded figure continues, suggesting that Kasha has invested too much time and effort for it to be simply a thanks, and asks if there is something else she wants to say. The elf medic asks if he remembers the rest of the ship crews that couldn't make it to the Skull ship. The hooded figure explains that he tried various methods to get that information. He reveals that he wasn't able to find out anything except that there was an order to kidnap them, but he wasn't able to find out who gave that order. The hooded figure continues, stating that even Malcolm, who's in charge of protecting Kasha, tried to interrogate them, but the results were the same. A hand presents a golden dagger. Kasha tells him to look at it, stating that the dagger is an item that... The elf medic explains that they found it as they repelled the bandits that ambushed her a few days before she left the north. Kasha reveals that she had thought she was simply mugged. He examined the dagger, turning it over in his hands. The man's brow furrowed with concern. This dagger's quality is too good for mere bandits to be carrying it. The elf medic looked on, her expression thoughtful. And the name of the original owner that's on the dagger is... A close-up revealed the inscription on the dagger's hilt, Augustine Riverwood. He continued, relaying information. He was my father's closest friend and business partner. Unfortunately, a few days before I left the Empire, there was the kidnap attempt by making use of the Skull ship. The elf's eyes narrowed, a grim understanding dawning on her face. A hooded figure remained silent, shrouded in mystery. The man's voice continued, explaining the situation, starting from the bandits to the information about the dagger. The man's voice continued, revealing more details. And we also got to know about the assassination order. A figure was shown bound and helpless, a victim of the Skull ship's machinations. The elf medic's expression hardened. With this, it's like they're attacking my family regardless of whether it's land or sea. He looked away, considering the implications. Is there a chance it could be a coincidence? The scene shifted to a wider view of the room, showing several figures engaged in discussion. The truth is my family are thinking of starting the trade between the north and the south up again. He turned back, his eyes wide with surprise. What? Can that be done? The discussion turned to the challenges of trade, with one voice stating the impossibility of crossing the continent due to the immense mana storm at its heart. The elf from before listened intently, her expression a mixture of concern and contemplation. The conversation continued, touching on past exchanges done through smuggling and the differing views held by demi-humans. In the shadows, figures lurked, their eyes glowing with an unknown purpose, surrounded by the glint of gold. The narrative shifted to the North's biggest merchant, who had secretly begun to make his moves. A cloaked figure stood silhouetted against the desolate landscape, his father leading the way. Among them, Augustine was also present. As a representative of his family, someone had secretly journeyed south. A ship cut through the water, its destination, to conclude the contract and negotiations. Just as everyone was about to set their plans in motion, news began to spread of people being killed. The elf's expression deepened, her eyes reflecting the gravity of the situation. There was even an attempt to kidnap someone. Wasn't it all a bit too obvious? Regardless of the obviousness of it all, the man with red hair considered making such an open move. The message was clear. The kidnapping wasn't random. The perpetrators knew exactly where their target would be. A figure lurked in shadow, the source of the words. Someone on the inside, they claimed, was pulling the strings. The accusation hung in the air, heavy with betrayal. A traitor was among them. The group sat in a formal room, the details of their request hanging heavy in the air. A desperate plea echoed, a hope for assistance in uncovering the truth. The request was met with a polite, yet non-committal response. Elena's expression was one of deep concern, her hands raised as if to ward off some unseen threat. She insisted that one matter was separate from her request. Elena looked to the man beside her, hoping he would see this as a commission. The man, arms crossed, reminded her that they had only met once and had no knowledge of the North. Elena countered, suggesting that they were a good fit because they didn't know who was behind the incidents. The consequences of their actions weighed heavily. The enemy would soon realize what they were doing and dig up information about them. Elsewhere, a looming presence watched over two figures, their efforts deemed meaningless. With a sigh, someone resigned themselves to the fact that they wouldn't be able to find anything on them, no matter how hard they looked. He turns, a furrow in his brow. Elena, standing beside Brian, is met with the question of why they were brought all the way over here. The elf from before explains that if she had told them at the port, they would have likely ignored her request. Elena continues, mentioning that besides Augustine, a big merchant involved in the plan, there are two other people she needs them to investigate. She assures them that she'll provide everything they need and prepare additional rewards. Brian hums in thought. The unseen entity poses the question, isn't that a pretty good proposal? The entity reveals that their plan is to gather all the artifacts in the north, where there's an influx of dungeons. The entity continues, stating that to dig up information on the big merchants, they'll need to move around anyway, framing it as a win-win situation. The hooded figure, listening intently, concedes that she is right. The hooded figure agrees, stating that they'll take up the commission. Brian, surprised by the quick acceptance, stutters, questioning if they really will. Brian expresses his relief, admitting he thought his heart was going to stop from being nervous. Elena Smidis. The words hang in the air, a declaration of satisfaction. Brian sits listening intently. The man with the ponytail questions if he should be worried about doing something important, noting Brian's earlier sensitivity. The man with the ponytail states that he has already seen very clearly what Brian is capable of. The words express a decision to trust Brian, following another's opinion unconditionally. Brian's presence seems to have changed him. Brian listens, his expression unreadable. The man with the ponytail's attitude has changed quickly. He is told to stop saying things that will make their precious guests uncomfortable, since Brian is present. Malcolm speaks, his expression serious. The words request help to guide them. Malcolm speaks of enjoying a luxurious life for a few days, unsure if it's okay to accept such a dwarf-made sword. Brian replies that he took it because it was needed. The lower halves of two figures are shown, one with a sword. It was totally fine, came to thought. The speaker was actually surprised that only one sword was being taken, considering the offer of the whole weapon storage. Elena raised her hands slightly, a small frown creasing her brow as she looked at Brian. It was okay, the thought continued. It would just be a burden to them if they brought all of that. Brian glanced to the side, considering something. Nobilia River fell, right? He mused, recalling that he was a big merchant that dealt with items made in the dwarf city, Salus. Elena glanced at the man standing behind her. It's not that far away, so it won't be hard to find him, he said. Is that so? She replied. Do they perhaps know where the nearest adventure guild is on their way there? The speaker was thinking of taking a license. Outside, Brian held the sword, the metal glinting in the light as he listened to Elena. The guild license. Should they just issue it for them from their end? Elena's eyes widened slightly. Unless they had a special reason to do so. Brian looked surprised. What? Isn't that illegal? Although this is just their experience? Elena smiled, though her eyes betrayed a hint of concern. Huh, it's a really terrible. The man with reddish-brown hair assures. I'm pretty sure Malcolm would be able to issue it to you. Brian, looking concerned, thinks, well, I've been doing adventure stuff for a while. It's pretty scary to hear that coming from a big merchant. Wow, is this what it means to be a big? The man with reddish-brown hair states, you may get on now. He continues, and various equipment that are required for the adventure in the horse carriage. And the man with reddish-brown hair presents an item. This is a communication crystal. He elaborates, you have a direct line to Kasha. You may use this when needed, but can only be used 10 times, so please take note of that. The man with reddish-brown hair presents another item. And this is an A-rank adventurer license card. Once the verification process is over, you may use it right away. Elena Drainoir looks at the card, thinking. The man with reddish-brown hair explains. It's a form of forgery prevention system. The man with reddish-brown hair continues. Only the guild knows how much alloy is used in it. Well then, I hope that the two of you will take care of yourself on this adventure. A lot of things in the future are dependent on the two of you. Brian assures. Don't worry, we're pretty experienced veterans in the South. The carriage departs. We'll see you later then, Dash. The carriage rumbles down the snowy path, carrying Elena and Brian away. The view overlooks the town, the Adventure Guild headquarters standing prominently among the buildings. Elena Drainoir's name is displayed. The words hang in the air, a warning of sorts. It'll be best. The hooded figure wonders why that is so. Normally, obtaining an artifact requires investing lots of manpower into raiding a dungeon. The hooded figure continues, stating there's no harm in being wary of anyone who approaches. Inside the Adventure Guild headquarters, the hooded figure wonders where's a good place that's on the way and meets their requirements. The job posting reads, Raken, while it's on the way, why are they so stingy on the pay? With a sigh, Elena thinks they're not really in a position where they can be picky, though. The hooded figure looks surprised. A man's voice declares he'd like to accept this commission. The man, A, is asked if he's ever been seen before. The hooded figure exclaims, A. The scene focuses on the hooded figure. He wonders aloud if anyone else has taken up this commission besides him. The man in the fur coat replies that there are around 5 more others. He seems surprised by the number. Who would work under such conditions these days? He muses. In any case, the man continues, they're gathering at noon today over the western side of the port, so they should hurry up. Meanwhile, the port city bustles with activity under a cloudy sky. The man in the fur coat wonders what was with that atmosphere just now. He doesn't think they did anything to attract attention, though. He considers that they might just be acting tough or being jealous. The hooded figure notes that since some guy they've never met before appeared with an A-rank license card, there's no way they'd be happy. That happens a lot among adventurers, he thinks. He guesses that's where they're gathered, looking out at the distant crowd. The elf stands beside him, listening intently. The man in the fur coat seems to be waiting for a response. The hooded figure declares that he is here to take up the commission. The man in the fur coat asks if he's the one who's looking for bodyguards to go to the Raken dukedom. He remains silent, listening as he expressed his initial disappointment. He had hoped for a more impressive candidate, but perhaps this one would suffice. A's tone shifted, questioning if the new recruit was truly prepared for the task at hand. 200 quads was a considerable number, even for an A-rank adventurer. A continued, explaining that recent financial difficulties limited the compensation he could offer. He wondered if such matters were even a concern for someone of the new recruit's supposed caliber. The hooded figure remained impassive as he spoke, his expression unreadable beneath the shadows of his cowl. The snow crunched underfoot as he shifted his weight. In the distance, a caravan moved slowly through the snowy landscape. A voice barked orders, reminding the guards to stay vigilant. The disembodied voice continued, emphasizing the importance of constant vigilance and dismissing any notion that bodyguard work was easy. A chuckled, remarking that people seemed to behave the same regardless of location. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed nearby. A new figure stepped forward, introducing himself as Cloget. He clarified that he was still only a B-rank adventurer. A dismissed Cloget's B-rank status, stating that it was already quite decent. Cloget responded with a hint of amusement, questioning if that was the typical mindset of an A-rank adventurer. Cloget's hands rested casually on his lap as he waited for A's response. Cloget shrugged, stating that he hadn't done much to earn his rank. He had simply survived. A listens intently, his gaze fixed on the speaker. Cloget states that if one puts in the effort, they will eventually achieve rank A. The man named Drainoir looks off to the side, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. A acknowledges the statement, noting that while it's not new information, it feels more impressive when someone of rank A says it. Elsewhere, a caravan makes its way through a snowy landscape. A voice muses that if one has a lot of money, there's not much need to become an adventurer. Stitch is approached by Elena, who has a question for him. Elena wonders aloud why they chose this particular commission, given the numerous others available. Stitch explains that the commission involves stopping at Nobelia Riverfell's Merchant Association. A finds it ridiculous that a mere merchant would deliver goods directly to a big merchant's main branch. A suspects that something else is going on. Stitch believes this is a good opportunity for them, suggesting they might be able to deal directly with the Merchant Association upon completion. Stitch smirks, seemingly confident in his assessment. A emphasizes the need to make a good impression. The group is traveling by horse-drawn carriages through a snowy landscape. Instructions are given to keep the carriages close together and not lose sight of the front one. Elena and Stitch observe the sudden snowstorm, lamenting the bad timing. Cloget confirms the situation with a simple yeah. The moment felt ripe with opportunity, a chance to execute a plan without detection. The air hung heavy with the promise of unseen actions. A blade gleamed in the dim light, its edge stained with fresh blood. The implications of its recent use hung unspoken in the frigid air. Elena Drainoir tilted her head, a question forming on her lips. What exactly was this powder they were about to use? The elf from before held up a pinch of the substance. It was hemorrhage herb powder, potent and ready for use. The narrator explained that while it was typically used as a reagent in recovery potions, it could be applied in other ways as well. With deliberate care, the powder was applied, its purpose still shrouded in mystery. Meanwhile, The hooded figure confirmed that this was the opportunity they had discussed. The snow crunched underfoot as they stood ready. The man in the fur collar stated that there was no need to carry the powder. He then inquired if Elena Drainoir could perform detection in the area. Elena Drainoir's expression grew serious. She sensed presences heading toward them. The man in the fur collar pressed for response, asking when they intended to make a move. The tension in the air thickened. The hooded figure declared that there was no point in doing anything if no one saw it. The words hung in the cold air, heavy with implication. The man in the fur collar reiterated the need to wait for them to get closer so that others would see them. The plan was taking shape, piece by piece. The caravan trudged through the snow-laden forest, the rhythmic dadag of hooves and wheels the only sound breaking the winter silence. The group continued their journey, unaware of the danger lurking just beyond the tree line. The sound of their travel echoed through the woods. The hooded figure, neutral, unknown man, paused, a sense of unease prickling at the back of his mind. Something wasn't right. A guttural roar shattered the silence. That! Monsters are here! A hulking shape emerged from the snow-covered trees, its massive claws and teeth bared in a savage snarl. A's eyes widened in alarm. Winter simians? The caravan was under attack. They're usually nowhere in sight, though. Why are they suddenly here? The call to arms rang out. Prepare for battle! The simians swarmed from all sides. They're also coming from the rear. A hand gripped the hilt of a sword, the steel gleaming in the dim light. Oh my! Another hand tightened around a weapon. Looks like we can't just stand by and watch anymore. Elena, the elf medic, prepared for battle, her eyes narrowed with determination. The hooded figure readied his stance, questioning the choice of weaponry. Why are you using a sword when you can use magic to take care of them quickly? A voice muses on the wisdom of concealing one's true capabilities. The monstrous winter simian looms, its massive club a testament to its brute strength. A close view reveals the simian's thick fur and powerful build. A hooded figure stands guard, their sword ready for the next threat. A confident smirk plays on the man's face, hinting at his satisfaction with the recent victory. Meanwhile, inside the Gemini Merchant Association, preparations are underway. A call for assistance rings out. Brian is urgently needed. A generous offer of beer and food is made to celebrate the victory. The man expresses his satisfaction with the security team's performance, noting their near completion of securing the horse carriages. The man with red hair is praised for his skill in defeating the winter simians, his A-rank status confirmed. The aftermath of the battle is revealed, with the elf and the swordsman standing over the fallen winter simians. The man with red hair dismisses the previous statement, seemingly unimpressed. Another asks what the group intends to do now that their current task is complete. The man with brown hair suggests exploring nearby dungeons. The red-haired man declines the offer, stating he isn't much of a team player. The elf medic stands beside him. The man with brown hair sighs, accepting the rejection. The red-haired man's boots click against the floor as he begins to walk away. He offers a new team if they want one. He continues to walk away, leaving the others behind. Meanwhile, an older man with a white beard approaches, stating he needs to talk to them. The red-haired man and the elf medic look on, listening to the older man. Elsewhere, a bald man asks what's the matter, wondering if it's time to pay up. The bald man awaits an answer. A new figure appears, ready to introduce himself. The man with glasses introduces himself as Root, Gemini Merchant Association's branch manager. He considered that their contact had approached faster than anticipated. The fur collar of his cloak brushed against his neck as he pondered the implications. Elena mentioned hearing about what happened from Coleman. A disembodied voice, representing the Merchant Association, expressed gratitude for the safe delivery of their goods. Root smiled, holding a glowing object in his gloved hand. He thought to himself that they had helped at a time when they were having a really tough time, and he could only say that they were truly very lucky. He reminded himself that it was a commission after all, and they just did what they were supposed to do. Elena peered through her glasses, wondering if she saw a ring or something sparkling. A bright light streamed through a doorway, illuminating the scene. Root asked Elena if anything caught her eye. The pair continued their search, sifting through books and papers. Elena stated that she didn't see anything special, having searched all the ledgers on her side as well. Root confirmed that he found nothing fishy. The man with glasses observes that the time limit is approaching. In 10 more minutes, seizure will end. Elena wonders if that much time has already passed. She urges them to think harder, questioning if there is really nothing else to be found. Root is told not to order him around arrogantly. The elf from before admits that she thought he was strange all along, but to think he possessed an artifact that had a soul in it. The man with glasses finds it strange that she's only revealing it now. Root exclaims that he found it, Nobelia. Root states that Kasha was right. The man with glasses thinks that if the people involved and the person he approached is here now, then they might be able to dig out some information. Nobelia fellow had lived on a low profile all along, but it seems contact with the outside world has only been reduced recently. The most recent record was a month ago. Elena questions, what's the probability that he's the perpetrator behind the attack on Kasha? Root states that they still don't have enough information to make a judgment on that. There are no records in the ledgers. The man with glasses thinks that if the people involved and the person he approached is here now, then they might be able to dig out some information. Elena exclaims, "What? Even though seizure is a good ability, it's not omnipotent. If they forcefully dig into their minds, then the host's mind might be destroyed." Root says he knows. Well, it seems they don't need to look into Root's memories. It seemed he knew nothing of Nobelia's current plans. Ultimately, what they needed to know was where the letter would be sent, and who the recipient was. If they could figure all of this out, they could discover what Nobelia was doing and where. The manner in which the letters were sent would be decided by Nobelia, which was why the only thing Root knew would be where to place the letter. He didn't know where it would be sent to, which meant the man with glasses declared they had to go and check it out themselves. Where do they need to go then? It was on the outskirts of this city, not that far away. Any questions? What is it again? He had been thinking about this since just now. The elf medic found memento mortem a mouthful to say. Wouldn't it be nice if they gave him a name that's easier to say? The skull-like visage, wreathed in green energy, simply asked what? The skull-like figure responded, a hint of skepticism in its tone. Is that so? The man with glasses demands the truth, his voice laced with suspicion. When did you start betraying me? He presses, his hand gripping the hooded figure's garment. Who asked you to do it? The hooded figure's voice is muffled, yet firm. I've never thought of doing that, Your Highness. The man's expression contorts with rage, his teeth bared. He accuses, his voice rising. Unless I went crazy, wouldn't that mean that you're the one who leaked information regarding it? The hooded figure raises their hands in a gesture of supplication. Why, you're right, but please think about it again. A desperate plea echoes from within the hood. Do you really think that I'm capable of betraying you? The man's gaze remains sharp, his suspicion unwavering. A shift in tone, a reluctant apology. Right? You have no reason to betray me. My apologies. The man with glasses sighs, the tension easing slightly. It seems I'm in a bad condition because of the various incidents that happened one after another. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the handling of the East Side incident has also gotten complicated, especially since Mark disappeared after being treated for his injuries. The man named seems agitated, pacing back and forth. The air crackles with unspoken tension as he mutters about the state of affairs. He turns sharply, his voice laced with urgency as he calls out, demanding someone come quickly, questioning what the matter is. The reason for the urgency is revealed. The third prince has awakened. The room bustles with activity as servants attend to the newly awakened prince, while Aya observes from a distance. A moment of silence hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken thoughts. The third prince is awake, though he's been out for 35 days. Confusion clouds his features as he struggles to recall what transpired. The third prince looks up, his gaze meeting Aya's, a silent question hanging between them. Candles flicker, casting long shadows across the room as the third prince sits up in bed, standing nearby. A begins to recount the events that transpired during the third prince's absence, then asks if he is satisfied with everything that has happened. The third prince is reminded that he could have retreated and asked for reinforcement at any point in time. The man with the monocle glares, a sharp rebuke escaping his lips. His expression hardens, the words echoing with accusation, that pride of his. The disembodied voice continues, adding, there was one more thing. Ou melhor, o pai já pediu-lhe para transmitir uma mensagem. The message was to be delivered as soon as he woke up. Gerard Messer's face is juxtaposed with another man's smiling face as the message continues. Because he lost his cool as the general of the East, he wasn't able to protect the front line. The message grows more accusatory, stating that not only did he allow the enemy to invade the fortress, but he also caused great losses to their army. The messenger is unable to overlook all of these transgressions. The consequences are laid bare. Gerard will be held responsible for all of his actions from this moment forward. The final blow, Gerard Messer will be stripped of his title as the East General. The hooded figure states that they've been following their target for 2 days already. The pair continues their trek through the snowy landscape. Elena Drainoir wonders aloud if a guy who looks for a letter in the middle of the night is a normal guy. The hooded figure explains that tracking someone in the middle of a snowstorm using animal instinct isn't an easy skill, and they've been using it for 2 days straight. The hooded figure states that the nearest place is probably the Raken Dukedom. Elena asks how they know that. The hooded figure explains that based on the map that Kasha showed them before they left and the estimated direction they had gone in, that's very likely to be the place. The Raken Dukedom, it was said, occupied the heart of 3 nations, a strategic position that ensured its autonomy. The map highlighted Raken's central location, nestled between Chromatos and Salus, a place seemingly untouched by the conflicts of its neighbors. It was indeed the perfect sanctuary, a place where secrets could be buried deep and shadows could thrive, or so it seemed. The Raken Dukedom loomed in the distance, a cluster of buildings nestled among snow-laden trees, its silhouette stark against the twilight sky. The elf from before mused that it truly was Raken, just as expected of an elf who used to be a strider. The hooded figure was told that he was really amazing, but he simply replied that they should just focus on tracking him. The hooded figure confirmed that he was heading into a back alley, thinking to himself that he'd better take care of him quickly before things become complicated. The snow-covered rooftops and frosted trees of Reikin painted a serene picture under the pale moonlight, a deceptive facade for the secrets it held. From above, the alleyways of Reikin appeared as a maze of shadows and whispers, each corner potentially hiding a new threat or a vital clue. The hooded figure's expression hardened, his breath misting in the cold air as he prepared for whatever awaited him in the alley. Elena's gaze remained sharp and focused, her eyes scanning the surroundings for any sign of danger as they ventured deeper into Reikin. Meanwhile, a gruff voice echoed through the alley, demanding to know how they dared lurk around this place. The large man's voice booms through the snowy alley, his words a demand. He is flanked by two figures cloaked in shadow, their faces obscured by their hoods. He pauses, glancing back at the speaker. The air hangs heavy with the unspoken threat, a stark reminder of the underworld's harsh realities. A beat of silence, then he breaks into a run, the crunch of his boots the only sound besides the wind. A flicker of defiance crosses his face, a grimace born of necessity. The chase is on. The large man's voice echoes, a promise of violence. Go ahead, I'll follow after I'm done here. A smirk plays on his lips, a dangerous glint in his eyes. You could try a dash. He explodes into motion, a surge of power radiating from him. If you can. Meanwhile, the fight unfolds in the distance, a chaotic dance of shadows and snow. A grunt of pain echoes through the alley, followed by a desperate question. What the hell is up with that? His face contorted in rage, he prepares to strike. You shouldn't look away after picking a fight dash. The blow lands with brutal force. Should you? The fight continues, the air thick with tension and the promise of more violence. A sudden, violent explosion rips through the air, sending shards of ice and raw energy scattering in all directions. He roars, the sound a mix of pain and defiance. Come all at once, I don't have time to waste. Huffing, he breaks into a run, desperate to escape the unseen assailant. Each breath is ragged, the cold air burning in his lungs as he pushes himself harder. Distance at a faster speed. A blast of green energy slams into him, sending him hurtling through the air like a rag doll. Another unseen force strikes, and he cries out, the sound cut short by the impact. Kugh. Meanwhile, a blonde elf with piercing blue eyes looks on, stating her name, Nobelia Riverfell. He lies on the ground, battered and bruised, the fight seemingly over. Through gritted teeth, he spits out, Did you think I'll tell you that? That'll be better than you having your head crushed, though. His face contorted in pain, he cries out, all right, I understand, so let me go. Desperation creeping in his voice, he asks, what do you want? And where the hell did that come from? Snow fell softly, blanketing the ground before the imposing, snow-dusted doors. Two figures stood silently, their forms cloaked in shadow, as if awaiting permission to enter. One of the hooded figures spoke, their voice muffled by the heavy fabric. Are you sure it's this place? The other figure turned, their face obscured by shadow, demanding to know who they were. Meanwhile, a figure lay prone in the snow, a dark stain blooming beneath them. A presence lingered nearby, sensing something within the building. Inside, the remaining hooded figures stood silently, their presence a stark contrast to the warm interior. Across a wooden table, the blonde-haired woman with pointed ears stared intently. Are you Nobelia Riverfell? She asked, her expression unreadable. The man on the ground grimaced, his eyes widening in pain. So you appeared in the end, he thought, his voice unheard. Nobelia Riverfell's eyes narrowed, a cold determination hardening her features. Now, let it become like this dash. Her hand moved with blinding speed, a flash of steel glinting in the dim light. The man in the fur coat leaned forward, his gaze intense. Are you Nobelia Riverfell? He asked, the question hanging heavy in the air. His expression twisted, a grim realization dawning on his face. Now, let it become like this dash. Nobelia's eyes widened, a silent question forming on her lips. With a swift motion, she hurled a glass across the table. The glass shattered against the wall, shards flying in every direction. Nobelia Riverfell moved with unnatural speed, her cloak billowing behind her as she launched herself forward. The air crackled as she struck, sending debris flying. The force of the blow sent the man reeling, a guttural cry escaping his lips. Nobelia's expression hardened, a flicker of doubt crossing her face. Is this person really Nobelia Riverfell? She wondered. The man on the ground, blood trickling from his mouth, spat out a desperate plea. What is it that you people want? Why can't you leave me alone? Nobelia Riverfell's expression hardens, her eyes narrowed with a resolve that belies the words about to be spoken. The words hang in the air, a strange declaration amidst the tension. I'm not here to kill you. Yet, she stands over a blade glinting ominously in her grasp. to steal a cold promise against the dim light. But then, a flicker of surprise crosses Nobelia's face, a sudden shift in her demeanor as if an unexpected realization has struck her. A sudden gust of wind whips through the room, carrying with it an unseen force. Magic crackles in the air as a hand conjures the gust, the swirling energy a prelude to something more. The wind gathers momentum, propelling a figure forward with unnatural speed. A stilted cry escapes, as the wind buffets him, the force of it nearly knocking him off his feet. A figure cloaked in darkness is carried by the wind, a silent predator unleashed into the fray. The realization dawns on Nobelia Riverfell, her eyes widening as the unspoken question forms in her mind. An assassin? The assassin's masked face is revealed, a chilling visage of focused intent. With a burst of speed, the assassin strikes, a deadly dance beginning in the dimly lit room. A figure clad in green armor lunges forward, a silent promise of violence in their swift advance. Elena, however, is ready. A shield of emerald energy flares to life in her hands, poised to intercept the deadly strike. The assassin is struck, the force of the deflected blow sending them reeling. Driven backward, the masked figure struggles to regain their footing. Despite the impact, the assassin continues their advance, their target still in sight. But Elena is relentless, another strike sending the assassin hurtling away. The assassin cries out as they are thrown through the air, completely off balance. A collapses to the ground, the force of the redirected attack clearly taking its toll. Meanwhile, a man with red hair watches the scene unfold, questioning if this is Nobelia's bodyguard. Elena states the obvious. The killing blow was deflected onto A. The red-haired man, Nobelia's bodyguard, looks on with concern as he struggles to sit up, clearly disoriented by what just happened. He touches his bloody lip, lost in thought. He knows not what is happening, but dealing with him before Nobelia is the priority. Elena's eyes widen in disbelief. The elf from before grabs her by the neck. He gurgles, something having been swallowed. A voice booms, demanding that someone not let go. Elena continues to choke, her grip tightening. A cough echoes through the room. A small capsule clatters to the floor. Meanwhile, Nobelia's bodyguard watches with a grim expression, his gaze fixed on something unseen. A voice cries out, demanding to know what is happening. Then, a revelation. Nobelia isn't the one behind the kidnapping. The declaration hung in the air, a firm denial of any treachery. Nobelia, it was stated, was no traitor. The room remained tense, the air crackling with unseen energy as the elf, the hooded figure, and Nobelia's bodyguard watched over their bound captive. A silent question lingered. What now? The hooded figure, clutching his cup, seemed lost in thought, a silent plea echoing in his mind. Please don't leave me alone with that guy. He knew they were all victims, including Augustine. Nobelia's eyes widened, a silent shock rippling through her as the implications of the conversation began to dawn on her. The revelation of an attempt on Nobelia's life hung heavy in the air, prompting a crucial question. What had become of the assassin? Nobelia's bodyguard, his gaze fixed on the bound figure, wondered if he knew anything of value. A voice, cold and resolute, cut through the tension. They would find out what he knew, and they would do it now. The elf requested a moment alone with Nobelia, a private word that brooked no argument. Elena, taken aback, stammered, questioning the need for such a private conversation. The hooded figure simply agreed, his expression unreadable. A palpable sense of dread filled the room, the silence punctuated only by the unspoken question hanging in the air. Nobelia's bodyguard stood over the bound assassin, a grim promise in his eyes. Now was his turn. Terror etched itself onto the assassin's face, a stark premonition of the pain to come. His eyes glow with an eerie green light, probing the depths of the blocked memories. Elena Drainoir and Nobelia's bodyguard surround Stetch Artelier, energy crackling around them as they attempt to break through the barrier. The elf from before gently holds Stetch's face, her expression a mixture of concern and focus. The assassin's masked visage looms nearby. Did you figure anything out? He asks, his voice muffled. The assassin instructs, just wait. The assassin seems confused. Huh? How? Stetch's face contorts in pain, his brow furrowed as he struggles against the unseen force. Stands over the remnants of something destroyed, his expression unreadable. The assassin demands, what? Are you done? What happened? While reading his memories, the assassin was blocked. Something felt like it was placed there, a dirty and sticky feeling. The assassin continues, I can't see the memories because there's some kind of fog in the way. A wonders aloud. It could block even your strength? The question hung in the air. Who was this assassin with blocked memories? And who was responsible? The answer came swiftly, denying the initial assumption. It wasn't the memories that were sealed. The bound figure remained still. There was a muddiness from the start, a pre-existing condition that would have prevented anyone from seeing clearly into his mind. But there was one thing, a single image glimpsed within the bastard's head. An impossible sight, something tall enough to pierce the heavens themselves. The World Tree. A's brow furrowed. The World Tree? The voice echoed, relaying the information. It was said to be in the Kylum elf kingdom. But why was it in this human's head? And why was he bothering Nobelia? It was far, really far. A admitted he didn't know how far it was, even on horseback. At least he knew of it. The assassin questioned the plan. They were going all the way to Kylum, based off a piece of image he saw. The cloaked figure declared they would go there. They had to make sure. The energy that he was brimming with. A strange symbol hangs in the air, its purpose unknown. Below, a weathered stone structure cradles a pulsating red orb, its energy palpable. They stand before the artifact. The assassin's thoughts echo, was the same as the artifact at Regia Valley. A sits at the table with Elena Drainoir and the hooded figure. He explains that while he doesn't know the details, the assassin seems to be related to the Kylum kingdom. He adds that he read the memories and saw the World Tree, and they need to find that out. Elena Drainoir wonders aloud about the Kylum's World Tree. Elena Drainoir states that it's practically the opposite direction of where they are now. Nobelia Riverfell wonders why such a place will be mentioned now. A wonders how the last person is doing. Nobelia Riverfell asks if they didn't say that there are more suspects. Nobelia Riverfell states that that's the problem. Nobelia Riverfell says that while all of them were gone, she looked into it, but that person's whereabouts are unknown right now. A sighs, stating that it's a dead end. Crosses his arms, listening intently. Nobelia Riverfell says that they'll look into that side, and they can feel free to do what they want until then. The man with reddish-brown hair offers his thanks. The hard work is appreciated. The man with the red bandana asks if they can protect Nobelia instead. He is told that he is too clumsy and should be allowed to do what he wants. The reddish-brown-haired man can't believe such a half-assed way of contacting worked so far. He supposes he's incredible also. In that case, someone will be sent to fetch him. They are asked to wait at the Gemini Merchant Association, as they have someone perfect for such a situation. They will be contacted again if anything new is found. All right. Ooh. The man with the red bandana says this might be a little late, but he'd like to thank them for their help. He missed the chance to thank them because everything moved so quickly. But how could you say something so ridiculous like I'm clumsy? I was just gathering information. The man with gray hair says it is all for the sake of passing on all the information he's gathered in case things went south. The man with reddish-brown hair looks up, a furrow in his brow. What do you mean? He asks, the word information hanging in the air like a question mark. The man with the red headband stares intently at a document. When he heard that Augustine died, he knew it wasn't a coincidence. It couldn't have been a coincidence, he thinks, because all his instincts were telling him that there's definitely someone behind it. And so, he started looking at Augustine's death on his own. The scratching of the quill against the parchment fills the otherwise silent room. He knew within Raken and scraped all sorts of information, starting from the key figure. The investigation led him to the unknown reasons of accidental deaths. All of it. And this is what he's come up with. The man thinks, his gaze intense. He used all his connections and information brokers, his hand resting on the Warren map. They're using a dungeon in Salus as their base, he states, certain of his information. The man with reddish-brown hair considers this new information a thoughtful, escaping his lips. The funds and products of unknown origins that have been circulating around recently are all headed to one place. The map reveals. The man with the red headband declares. He dares to swear upon all his experience to say this. The man with reddish-brown hair challenged, his words laced with a hint of mockery. Was his statement not sufficient to support his claims? He then added, almost as an afterthought, that his target appeared clumsy. A smirk played on his lips, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. The edge of a fur collar peeked into view, hinting at the presence of another. A voice questioned, probing at the other's identity. Was he still the prominent merchant he once was? Meanwhile, whispers spoke of a black artifact, its presence shrouded in mystery. A cold energy emanated from the orb, a chilling sensation that seemed to seep into the very soul. The man with reddish-brown hair stood against a backdrop of swirling crimson, the ominous light casting long shadows. A death energy, described as moving like a living organism, was spoken of in hushed tones. The man's gaze was intense, his expression unreadable as the words, in the north as well, hung in the air. The phenomenon was described as a loss of control over one's own abilities, a terrifying prospect made manifest in the glowing orb held in a trembling hand. If he were to encounter that thing, it would become problematic on several fronts, the hand seemed to say as it manipulated the green energy. A voice cuts through the air, noting that someone hasn't been sleeping well for a few days, and asks if there's a problem. The red-haired man dismisses the concern. It's nothing, he says, just thinking about stuff. A smile plays on his lips as he admits it's rare for someone to make him feel cared for. Elena, the elf, expresses her surprise with a gasp. The man with red hair states that they should reach Salus, Eisen. Elena agrees, urging them to hurry up then. The red-haired man states that this is the place, questioning if this is Eisen. Elena can't believe such a large city exists underground. It's a little hot, someone comments, wondering if it's because it's underground. Before them lies the vast, sprawling city of Eisen, carved into the earth. A voice suggests they look at weapons first. The pair walks through the city streets. A voice notes that the weapons are good, but a glowing fist clenches, a reminder that in times of emergency, they can only rely on what is stronger. The sounds of metal striking metal echo from within a nearby building. The hooded figure and the elf approach a dwarf blacksmith, who pauses his work to observe them. He wonders if they're human. The blacksmith asks what they are looking for. The dwarf adjusts his gloves, inquiring if they've lost their way. The hooded figure replies that he'd like to place an order for a sword, but doesn't know where he should be going. He is told there are tons of weapons around here. The blacksmith explains that the further in you go, the more capable the artisans are, and that his place has equipment. The dwarf gives a thumbs up. The hooded figure thanks him, but says he'd like to head further in and take a look. The dwarf says he can't stop him then. A voice calls out, urging Stitch to wait a moment. He pauses, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. A familiar energy hangs in the air, prickling his senses. Elena, standing nearby, seems to have already pinpointed the source. It's over on the other side. A voice echoes in his mind, a sense of urgency underlying the words. He needs to check it out personally. Something interesting is going on. Elena's gaze sharpens, her eyes fixed on a point in the distance. Is this it? Stitch observes the building, noting its unremarkable appearance. It looks like a normal blacksmith, though. An old one at that. They stand before the entrance, a silent question hanging between them. What are they doing? Why aren't they going in? From within the dimly lit interior, a raspy voice calls out, inquiring if anyone is there. The pair exchange a glance before peering through the doorway. Who is it? A hooded figure stands silhouetted in the gloom, their face obscured by shadows. A hesitant response drifts from the figure. Oh, Stitch steps forward, his voice carrying a hint of uncertainty. Are you a blacksmith? The air hangs heavy, the scent of something foul permeating the room. He recoils slightly, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. What's with that reaction? Though time has passed and the smell is weaker, there's definitely a smell. Death energy, a powerful death energy that reeks from his body and house. Death energy from his place. He brought you all the way there. Why'd you give up on it? You should have hung onto his cloak and begged for him to help. He's refusing to talk so openly, we couldn't just barge in there, could we? The elf from before speaks up. Wait a minute. He's really a blacksmith. For beings like dwarves who spend their whole life with iron and mud, the smell of that is permeated deep into their bodies and can't be gotten rid of so easily. I can't believe you can smell that. In any case, that guy's on a whole different level from all the random dwarves that we saw so far. The man with the red hair listened intently as the other spoke of a local legend. He was said to be the best blacksmith in the city. Another man, standing outside, questioned why they had gone inside. He continued, asking if they were foreigners, noting that they had said they were going further in, but went there instead. The red-haired man confirmed that it was their first time in the north. A voice echoed, speaking of work and mistakes. A man with purple hair and a scar on his face introduced himself. I'm Dorian. What's yours? Another man, with a large purple beard, extended his hand. I'm Brian. Brian stated that he would skip the small talk. The red-haired man, his expression troubled, asked if anyone had seen him. A figure responded that they had met him. Another figure warned that it would be best not to talk about him in this place, prompting a question of why that was. The answer came. He was a fallen blacksmith who tried to combine artifacts and weapons. The air crackles with unseen energy as a voice declares. That's who he is. His name is Melchior. The concept of combining artifacts and weapons is introduced. Within the tavern's warm interior, the air buzzes with hushed conversations. The question hangs in the air, what's the point of going through all that trouble? In simple terms, an artifact is like ice, a solid form of potential. Whether it's got edges or is a circle, its form and function is random and can't be controlled by anyone. It's the gift of fate, a power bestowed by unknown forces. But what happens if it melts? It becomes a liquid that can take up any form, which means it becomes a sort of energy. It'll be an artifact or weapon that can possess the ability in the best shape that the user desires. A figure holds a fiery artifact, its form shifting and swirling with contained power. The ultimate item, a source of limitless potential. That's an interesting theory, but it's got a loophole. The dwarf slams his mug down, the force of it echoing through the room. In order to melt an artifact filled with death energy, Melchior used cursed tools made from absorbing the death energy of the dungeon. There are some dwarves that naturally have a certain tolerance towards mana and death energy, and while that method did actually work, in the end, the one that broke down was Melchior. That led to the failure of that experiment. The artifact that he failed to control discharged large amounts of death energy and exploded on the spot. That rotting energy went into his hands and caused him to be sick. From the city's perspective, they'd have loved to execute him for trying something so dangerous. The Lord decided to lock Melchior into the most remote corner of the city, seeing as he had accomplished too many great feats, it'd be a waste to kill him. Well, he can no longer move his hands without painkillers now. In any case, he's quite pitiful actually. If he had succeeded in his experiment, he wouldn't be just famous in Salus, but the whole of the north. He'd be notorious in other dwarves' eyes though. Ho ho. Thought of a theory. The words "same here" are displayed in a black circle. A table holds a glass bottle, a folded piece of paper, and a metal object. The man wonders what the kid was. Melchior replies that he was a blacksmith. A knocking sound echoes through the room. Melchior asks who it is again, wondering if it's the medicine. The man calls out a hello. The man speaks, but his words are cut off. Melchior tells him to wait a minute and not to go back right away. Melchior demands that the man get out before he reports him to the guards for trespassing. The man asks Melchior to let him out first, promising to leave quietly. A close-up of Melchior's face shows his anger. The man asks if Melchior has any intentions to fulfill his dream, but Melchior tells him to get out. The man pleads with him to listen. The wrinkles around Melchior's eyes deepened, his expression hardening. He questioned the man's motives. The man's words echoed with frustration, demanding to know how much more he needed to debase himself before satisfying Melchior. A sinister smile played on the man's lips as he spoke of his immunity. He claimed to have complete immunity to an artifact's death energy. Melchior dismissed the man's claims as absurd. Melchior extended a gloved hand, proposing a partnership with the man. He suggested they create a masterpiece together. Meanwhile, a figure trudged along a snow-covered bridge, questioning how much further they had to go. The other figure reassured them, saying they were almost there. A faint purple glow emanates from within the cave's mouth, promising something hidden inside that place. The entrance to the dungeon is framed by jagged rocks and swirling snow. The elf, Elena, shivers slightly. The hooded figure, Drainoir, sighs, remarking that he guesses no one uses this mineral. The dungeon is damn far inside, and it's a mineral known. Elena confirms that it's a metal that can contain death energy, which is why no one wants it. Drainoir thinks to himself that someone wants it. The text explains that a dungeon of this size should allow them to obtain both chromium and artifacts. Drainoir asks if Elena is ready. Elena replies, "Let's go." Elena and Drainoir descend into the dungeon, the air growing colder with each step. The path ahead is lined with glowing blue crystals, illuminating the cavern. Elena suggests they go in further and check it out. Meanwhile, the depths of the dungeon are shrouded in darkness, with only faint glimmers of light reflecting off the icy walls. The darkness of the dungeon pressed in, the air thick with an unseen weight. Drainoir noted the rising temperature, an oddity in an ice cave. He wondered if their continued movement was the cause. Elena and Drainoir stood side by side, weapons drawn, as the hooded man inquired if she had spotted any mineral veins along the way. She admitted that she had only seen ice. Elena confirmed her companion's observation. Drainoir mused that a mineral with death energy should be near an artifact. The hooded man's gaze drifted toward a cluster of blue crystals, a palpable energy radiating from them. Drainoir confirmed that the crystals were indeed filled with death energy, and that such a place should have a keeper. The two explorers continued forward, when suddenly, a crack echoed through the cavern. A piece of ice broke off and fell. The darkness below beckoned, a gaping hole now present in the ice floor. The crack spread further, the ice groaning under some unseen pressure. A vortex of frigid energy begins to coalesce, swirling with deadly intent. From the heart of the swirling ice, a monstrous form takes shape, its teeth bared in a silent snarl. Elena, ever vigilant, speaks with a sense of urgency. "Let's do the mining after we're done with that guy." Drainoir watches the unfolding events, a calculating look in his eyes. The ice creature looms closer, its presence sending a chill through the air. Drainoir's eyes widen slightly, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. Elena shouts a warning, her voice laced with concern. "Elena, head behind the wall. Ice wave." As the words echo, both Elena and Drainoir scramble to evade the oncoming wave of razor-sharp ice. Drainoir glances upward, his expression a mix of shock and determination. Meanwhile, a gloved hand presents a familiar bullet, a voice declaring, "And take this. It's the bullet you used with your previous weapon." The bullet gleams, a promise of retribution held within its metallic shell. Drainoir clenches his fist, orange energy crackling around his hands. To use against ice is there. A surge of fiery energy erupts, a beacon against the encroaching ice. He launches himself toward the monstrous ice structure, channeling fire magic into his outstretched hand. The air crackles with heat as he prepares to strike. The fire erupts, engulfing the ice creature in a blinding explosion of orange and yellow. The force of the blast sends shards of ice flying in all directions, the air thick with the smell of ozone. Yet, even as the flames lick at its surface, the ice begins to reform. Water droplets coalesce, freezing into new crystals that rapidly spread across the creature's form. A single, malevolent eye glares out from the reforming ice, its orange iris burning with an unnatural intensity. The creature is far from defeated. The ice solidifies, nearly complete. TCHI barely melted it and it's frozen up again. A voice echoes, laced with frustration. From above, the scale of the ice structure becomes clear, its jagged edges scraping against the cavern ceiling. Elena stands nearby, observing the creature's rapid regeneration. Elena grips the hilt of her sword, her blue eyes narrowed in concentration. A faint green glow emanates from the blade, promising a different approach. The air vibrates with a low hum, a sound that resonates deep within the chest. The ice creature roars, a guttural sound that echoes through the cavern, its jagged teeth bared in a silent threat. Drainoir prepares another attack, fire swirling around his hands, the heat intensifying with each passing moment. He will not be deterred. A surge of energy crackles through the air, the sound like lightning splitting the sky. Elena focuses, channeling a potent energy into her blade. The sword glows with an emerald light, ready to unleash its power against the relentless ice. The air crackles with opposing forces. Shards of ice explode outward, met by bursts of raw, yellow energy. The clash echoes with an unnatural resonance. Crimson hair frames a face contorted in fury. Teeth grind together, a visible struggle against an unseen pressure. Lines of green energy flare around him, a sign of power building within. A guttural roar tears through the air, a primal scream of exertion and defiance. A blade of pure, emerald energy crackles with contained power. The figure, shrouded in a dark cloak, stands amidst a storm of crystalline shards, the air itself biting with cold. The monstrous entity looms, its single eye burning with predatory hunger, rows of jagged teeth promising a gruesome end. The air shimmers as razor-sharp ice crystals materialize, each one a potential death. A towering structure of ice looms overhead, its scale dwarfing everything beneath it. A desperate thought echoes, "My sword." The ice erupts, spears of frozen death lancing out with blinding speed. A strangled cry escapes the man's lips as blood blooms on his chest. He chokes, the taste of iron filling his mouth. The crystalline structures gleam, reflecting the faint light in a deadly dance. Stitch's voice tears through the air, a raw scream of anguish and desperation. "Stitch!" The monster's eye narrows, its gaze fixed on its prey, the promise of death hanging heavy in the air. The world spins as the man is impaled, the cold seeping into his very bones. A barrage of ice shards hurtles towards the elf, propelled by an unseen force. The shards find their mark, piercing her body with chilling precision. A gasp escapes her lips, the sudden assault leaving her stunned. The ice explodes outward, sending fragments scattering across the icy cavern. An unseen force binds her to the ground, trapping her feet as if rooted to the spot. A monstrous figure clenches its fist, a malevolent green energy swirling around its hand. Its eye narrows, a silent promise of pain etched into its gaze. Blue energy crackles around the creature, building towards a devastating attack. Elena realizes the horrifying truth. She's stuck. It's stuck onto the ground? She wonders. The monster's attack reaches critical mass, bathing the cavern in an ominous orange glow. With a roar, the creature unleashes its power. The energy surges from its maw, a concentrated beam of destruction aimed directly at the helpless elf. She recognized the ominous energy coalescing before her. That was... A voice shouted, urging her to dodge the incoming attack. The elf found herself surrounded by towering pillars of icy blue energy. The disembodied voice explained that this type of ice induced a unique status abnormality. Elena, trapped within the icy prison, glanced over at the red-haired man beside her, his expression grim. The elf knew she couldn't regenerate from this particular type of ice. The red-haired man clicked his tongue, wondering if there was anything he could do. He called out to Elena, urging her to destroy the lower half of the pillar for him. Elena agreed. The man with red hair prepared to unleash his curse devourer. He gripped a purple crystal tightly in his gloved hands, ready to channel its power. The skill description detailed the air drill, a rotating condensed air bullet capable of fragmentation. He wondered if it would work. The air crackles with unseen energy as the ice around them groans under immense pressure. A voice cries out, warning that Stitch, the pillar, is falling apart. A hand, encased in a sleeve glowing with intricate blue patterns, clenches into a fist. Bellinora, with a surge of determination, calls out, "All right, Pondus." Raw energy surges, a torrent of blue power unleashed. The hooded figure stands amidst the chaos, a silent observer to the unfolding events. A sinister smile spreads across a man's face, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. From within the crumbling ice, a creature awakens, its large eyes widening in apparent surprise. A blast of pure blue energy erupts from the creature's maw, a desperate act of defense or defiance. The energy intensifies, a concentrated beam of destructive force. The blast impacts, creating a blinding explosion of white against the frozen landscape. Streaks of blue energy lance outwards, the aftermath of the creature's desperate attack. It remains encased in the collapsing ice pillar, its form still radiating a chilling aura. The creature's crystalline body shimmers, almost vibrating with contained power. From within the depths of a cavern, neutral, unknown man exhales a plume of air. The man's eyes narrow, a fierce determination etched onto his face. A swirling vortex of energy begins to manifest, a drill of pure force. The drill intensifies, its emerald glow cutting through the surrounding environment. Fragments of ice and rock are scattered by the force of the unseen drill. Elsewhere, a figure stands near a wooden structure, a glowing sword resting beside them. This is the artifact and chromium. Neutral, unknown man's voice echoes from the cavern depths. I brought it here, didn't I? Use it all you want. He tells a younger man that he is pretty old, too, and asks if he will be okay. The hooded figure's brow furrows, his expression unreadable beneath the shadows of his cowl. He continues, stating that no matter what he does here, the result can't be acknowledged nor made known anyway. Brian looks on, listening intently as the hooded man speaks. The hooded figure continues, stating that no matter what he does, no one would find out. A glint of obsession flashes in the hooded man's eyes as he speaks of his hidden endeavors. He muses that an even greater masterpiece is the driving force of a dwarf's life. The camera focuses on a pair of bandaged hands. The hooded figure continues, saying that the other man would definitely want to witness the moment when a great masterpiece is created. The hooded man pauses, a sinister smile playing on his lips. After a moment of silence, the hooded figure says, "All right." The hooded man instructs Brian to put the artifact into the blast furnace and take it out. A voice questions whether someone is completely immune to death energy. The entrance to a dark cave looms. A furnace stands tall, its purpose yet unknown. Sweat beads on Brian's brow as he observes the strange, skull-shaped energy. It looks like ice, maintaining its form. The ring-shaped artifact pulses with a malevolent purple energy. It is said that only an artifact can completely destroy another artifact. The older man, instructs someone not to use pincers, but their bare hands. A voice responds with confusion. What? What? The sword glows with death energy. The voice assures that wearing it is already a tool infused with death energy, and since they are fine, there is no need to worry. Brian's face is filled with concern. He definitely has complete immunity, so there is no need to worry about the heat. The death energy of the gloves and the artifact are resisting each other. The artifact glows intensely as it is held in gloved hands. The man with white hair states that from this point onward, there lies a wall that cannot be surpassed through normal means. A voice echoes, instructing someone to think of their hands as the hammer to crush the artifact. The voice warns that a strong death energy explosion will definitely occur in the process. The disembodied voice continues, explaining that if one can withstand the energy, they need to continue to condense the artifact. If they fail, everyone will die. A voice booms, questioning why someone is hiding while saying all of that. Behind a protective barrier, the old man, insists they're not hiding, but cheering on the one attempting to condense the artifact. The voice urges Stitch to focus. The stronger he presses onto the artifact, the stronger the death energy it will discharge. Another voice wonders if it's true that an artifact would become an energy form when condensed. The voice warns that if the artifact leaks even a little bit, it will cause consecutive, huge explosions. Marvels at the incredible death energy. The old man questions how he survived that tremendous amount of death energy and even the explosions. He then commands someone to knock the chromium into the artifact right now. Surrounded by swirling purple energy, Stitch presses on. The purple energy intensifies, crackling with dangerous power. The energy surges, filling the space with blinding light. A's face is contorted in a shout, his eyes wide with urgency. The chromium had fully contained the artifact's raw energy, a violet glow emanating from within its crystalline structure. With it, a metal like this, he mused, could truly make the weapon he dreamed of. The elder, questioned whether Stitch would be fine with his hands. Didn't he say it himself? The driving force of their life. Stitch, his expression hardening, told him to get ready. From now on, it's their turn. A voice calls out, checking on someone's well-being. Someone wonders aloud if this is the man they called Brian, noting his tardiness. A figure announces his arrival, and another voice acknowledges him. The man now known as Brian holds a glowing sword, a voice declaring it will be his. The sword is called Hollow Blade. A strange, green energy swirls nearby. Brian is told that he already gave it a name. The question hangs in the air. Why is it called Hollow? The answer comes because it is actually empty inside. The sword, wreathed in blue energy, was built to serve its master. But it doesn't even know who its master is or what they want, So doesn't it make sense that it is completely hollow? Brian thanks the speaker, then wonders how much it is. The gruff voice boomed, the speaker offering the item without expectation. Nothing, just take it. He continued, a hint of pride in his tone. It's enough that I was allowed to make such a sword. The man insisted, his voice firm. Someone just give it to that friend who helped. A sigh escaped him. Then be on your way. I'm tired after spending all this time knocking out chromium. Brian held the hollow blade, its surface gleaming in the dim light. The man's voice echoed as Brian admired the sword. Also that sword. Treat it with respect. Elsewhere, the snowy peaks loomed as Brian wondered aloud. Will we find the next dungeon if we follow the Rockford Mountains? The man confirmed, yes, the group that attacked Augustine should have also gone this way. The man named A apologized, his expression sincere. Hey, apologies for making you leave the means of transport and walk. A continued, his voice laced with concern. Because of the rumors that winter simians are attacking merchants in the north, I can't bring myself to sit on a transport while going. Haha, it's okay. The voice rumbled, the words doing little to ease the growing unease. Stitch, ever vigilant, recalled the rumors. Since you're leading the way for us, the least I could do is this. It's easy to take care of them, though. Winter simians, huh? Don't tell me rumors of that have already spread. The small party continued their trek through the snow-laden pass. The crunch of their boots and the creak of the wagon wheels the only sounds besides the wind. A's words echoed in the biting air. Some very reliable adventurers. The promise of respite hung in the air. A little more, and we'll arrive at a cave. Let's rest there before continuing. The metallic shriek of steel on steel cut through the mountain air. Stitch's hand moved with practiced speed, drawing the hollow blade. What's this? The sword gleamed, catching the pale light as Stitch held it ready. Elena's brow furrowed, her gaze darting around. Why is it acting like this? A faint, ethereal glow began to emanate from the blade, a soft hum vibrating in the air. The horse, usually so stoic, reared back with a terrified neigh, its eyes wide with primal fear. A chilling voice echoed in their minds, a spectral warning. Stitch, something's coming. Stitch and Elena braced themselves, a surge of blue energy crackling around them as they prepared for the unseen threat. Elena's hand tightened on her staff, her voice barely a whisper. What just passed by? A grips his axe, the weatherwood creaking in his gauntlet hands. The air grows heavy, charged with an unseen energy. His brow furrows, a primal instinct screaming at him to prepare. Hey, be careful, he warns, his voice a low rumble against the wind. The elf medic's eyes narrow, a flicker of unease crossing her face. The temperature plummets, a biting chill that seeps into the bones. A collective gasp rises as the unseen presence makes itself known. With a guttural cry, he swings his axe in a wide arc, the steel whistling through the frigid air. The elf medic whirls around, her expression a mix of surprise and alarm. What are you suddenly doing? She cries out. A spectral form coalesces before them, a swirling vortex of icy blue energy. A chilling chuckle echoes through the mountains. He stares at the apparition, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and recognition. Could that be a wraith? He wonders. The elf medic's eyes widen in disbelief. But how did that? She thinks, her mind racing to understand the impossible. The air crackles with arcane energy as the nature of the being is revealed. A wraith is an otherworldly existence that belongs to the astral domain. It doesn't make sense for it to be roaming around openly in the material domain that humans live in. With a defiant roar, he swings his axe once more, determined to protect his companions from the unnatural horror. Whoa! He swings the blade, a flash of steel cutting through the air. A voice explains that the sword went into the dwarf because it's not able to do anything against the elf or A. The dwarf wonders aloud if he can do something about his seizure. Another voice warns that if too many souls enter into one and mix around, then the existing mind might fall apart. Elena Drainoir wonders if that means the dwarf will die, and what she should do. The sword gleams, its surface reflecting the light. A voice commands someone named Stitch to pull that out. Elena looks at the sword, her expression unreadable. The dwarf screams in agony. A silent exclamation hangs in the air. The sword pulses with an inner light. The sword is shining. A blinding light descends from above, bathing the snowy landscape in an ethereal glow. A squints, his face contorted in discomfort as the intense light washes over him. From a distance, the elf medic gazes up at the sky, wondering, what's with this light? Suddenly, both A and the elf medic find themselves suspended in the air, weightless and bewildered. Below, Stitch lies prone in the snow, steam rising from his body. Don't tell me he died, the elf medic wonders. A observes the green energy dissipating around Stitch, remarking, oh, this is pretty useful. His hand grips the hilt of his sword, ready for what comes next. The elf medic continues to watch over Stitch, her expression concerned. Is he dead? She asks again. A explains, what's happening right now? He says I simply got rid of the wraith. A focus is on the ring he wears, a faint green glow emanating from it. He continues, and he says that there are more similar energies around this vicinity. The elf medic asks, "What's there to think about? You just need to go and deal with all of them." He stares intently at a spectral form, a skull wreathed in green flames. "I'm sure the wraith was after you," he mutters. The man with the reddish-brown hair, his brow furrowed, demanded, "What are you talking about? Are you sure about that? It's obvious." A vision flashed. After it possessed the dwarf, it was obsessed with attacking you. The fur trim of his collar brushed against his neck as he spoke. The elf's eyes widened, a silent question hanging in the air. A voice, laced with a hint of impatience, declared, "I just didn't get in your way. In any case, I can bring you to where it came from." A shadowy, green figure suggested, "It'll probably be safer for that dwarf if you go to their den by yourself." The man with the reddish-brown hair gripped the hilt of a glowing sword. "Yeah, and I've got a pretty decent weapon too." Elsewhere, the destination was clear, all the way to the north. Two figures cloaked against the biting wind trudged through a snow-laden mountain pass, the air crackling with purple energy. The elf, her breath misting in the frigid air, wondered, "What's with this place? It's not just a cave, it's basically a dungeon." The hooded figure made his way through the cavern, his footsteps echoing in the dimly lit space. Embedded in the stone, a sword pulsed with a soft, ethereal light. From the mouth of the cave, a voice declared, "That's not surprising. Keep following the path and head in." A disembodied voice echoed, "I can smell the unique smell of astral beings from the ground." From the depths of the cavern, a question hung in the air, "How did it go?" A somber voice admitted, "I failed." A voice, laced with disappointment, questioned, "You failed, huh?" Frustration etched on his face. The wraith muttered, "I went through all that trouble." A clenched fist trembled with effort. "To make those wraiths with my life force." The elder man, his gaze unwavering, declared, "I'm sure of it." Whispers filled the air. "He must be the descendant of a long-time foe of ours from the past. It seems he's reappeared after such a long wait." The hooded figure, Stetch, glanced sideways, his expression unreadable. A voice booms out, warning everyone to prepare. Someone is approaching. A voice echoes, noting that he seems to have finally reappeared after such a long time. The man's gaze is intense, his expression unreadable. A warning rings out. "Everyone, get ready, he's coming." The pair ventured deeper into the cavern, the air growing thick with the stench of astral beings. A voice wonders if the sheer number of otherworldly existences here might prove dangerous. The elf, Elena, identifies the looming threat, wraiths. A spectral form flickers into existence, its green aura radiating malice. The man clenches his fist, his face contorted in anger. If it were easy to do this mental domination thing, he mutters that he'd have used seizure to take off the head of Gerard. The elf sighs, reminding him that even minimal defense requires them to stay on their toes. A voice acknowledges that since they have more than one way of attacking other than possession, they'll be careful. He wondered aloud why. After venturing so far into the cave, they had yet to encounter anything. The man in the fur coat then turned to Elena, asking if she could detect anything. Deeper into the cavern they ventured, but Elena admitted that she didn't sense anything amiss. A disembodied, spectral skull face declared that it was too late, adding that they were already everywhere. Indeed, a group of wraiths had materialized within the cavern, their presence marked by an ominous aura. Further back, a group of cloaked figures stood silently, observing the unfolding events. Elena, now accompanied by a red-haired man, voiced her confusion, wondering where the wraiths had come from, as she had sensed no prior presence. A cloaked figure extended a hand, offering a chilling welcome. A bearded man, his expression grim, declared the arrival of the great foe of God. The spectral skull face loomed beside the red-haired man, its presence unsettling as it seemed to question something. A voice, filled with disbelief, questioned the nature of the unfolding events, dismissing them as nonsense. He scowls, his voice laced with disdain. He doesn't see the reaction he's looking for. A spectral green skull materializes, crackling with energy. It screams, "Seizure!" Golden energy flares around him. He snarls, commanding his foe to stop talking and take this. A voice echoes in the darkness, filled with frustration. "Damn it!" The green skull pulses with malevolent energy, its silence heavy with unspoken intent. He demands to know why they are still here, ordering Stitch to take out his weapon. Stitch muses that it was an interesting act. Elsewhere, the elf medic wonders if it's the light that destroys evil. He notes that it's a little different, surmising that his opponent possesses power worthy of being designated as their enemy by God. He questions what kind of strange bullshit his opponent has been going on about. Stitch remarks that since it seems they've come prepared. Two figures emerge from the shadows, their glowing eyes piercing the gloom. They writhe and coalesce, the tendrils of spectral smoke painting the air with an unseen malice. A figure stands at the heart of the swirling darkness, draped in crimson, a silent conductor of this macabre symphony. A's brow furrows, his gaze sweeping the chamber. The ones around here disappeared like smoke. He muttered, a chill running down his spine. From above, a disembodied voice echoes, laced with dread. Were they wraiths? That's why they had no presence. A skeletal hand, bound by crimson rope, emerges from the swirling miasma, a ghastly puppet on unseen strings. A shadow coalesces, solidifying into a figure wielding a scythe, the very air around it crackling with death's energy. A skeletal figure, eyes burning with cold blue fire, raises a staff. The word echoes, a death knell in the making die. The skeletal hand tightens its grip on the staff, the bones gleaming in the ethereal light. The skull-masked figure looms, a silent promise of oblivion. A's eyes widen, a silent scream trapped in his throat as the horror unfolds. Bellinora's gaze hardens, her blue eyes blazing with defiance as she prepares to meet the encroaching darkness. A guttural rasp tears through the air. The skeletal figures cry a prelude to the coming storm. Cook! A raises his sword, the steel glinting in the dim light of the cavern. His expression is a mask of grim determination as he prepares to strike. He scoffs at some unseen challenge, dismissing it as nonsense. Green energy begins to swirl around the blade as he focuses his power, chanting, enchant. The cavern floor below glows with an eerie green light, the air crackling with magical energy. The Wraith and Bellinora stand on the rocky ground, observing A's preparations. The air vibrates with anticipation. The Wraith's skeletal face is partially obscured by shadow, but its glowing blue eyes burn with intensity. The enchanted sword hums with power, streaks of green energy radiating outwards. The green energy intensifies, the air shimmering with its potent force. The Wraith's skeletal jaw drops in disbelief and anger. How dare you interfere? It croaks. Bellinora watches with a mixture of concern and determination etched on her elven features. Mere impertinent elf, she thinks. Grips the enchanted sword tightly, his knuckles white as he prepares to unleash its power. Arc, he shouts. Blades of green and purple energy streak through the air, a chaotic dance of magical forces. The Wraith is engulfed in a storm of magical energy, its skeletal form flickering amidst the chaos. The skull-like entity's voice echoed, dripping with scorn. Are you only able to show that much power despite having the mark of the great foe? Doubt crept into its tone. I doubt he's going easy on me. Could he really be a weakling? A dry chuckle escaped the entity. The chuckle escalated into a maniacal laugh that reverberated through the cavern. A stood, sword in hand, gazing down at the Wraith. Well, he muttered, a realization dawning. No wonder I felt something. The skull-like entity's amusement abruptly ceased. Was up, it sputtered before admitting. It seems I've been wrong this whole time. The blade descended, wreathed in crackling purple energy. The energy intensified, searing the air with the scent of ozone. Gripped the hilt, preparing to deliver the final blow. His face contorted with determination, every muscle strained. The sword connected, unleashing a blinding flash of light and a deafening roar of displaced air. The skull-like entity's eyes widened in disbelief. The Wraith reels as it strikes with his sword, the blade singing through the air. Despite the blow, it retorts, its voice a chilling rasp. Don't interfere and bother us. Elena's brow furrows with concern, her blue eyes wide with a mix of determination and worry. A surge of purple energy erupts from the Wraith, crackling with dark intent. The Wraith's attention snaps to the elf, its spectral form flickering. I'm not interested in you, elf. Just stay down. A skeletal hand clenches, its grip tightening around an unseen object. The hand now reveals a skull, its bone surface cold and smooth to the touch. The Wraith's voice booms, laced with fury. How dare you make your way into this place, you fool? A's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his weathered face. His gaze sharpens, a question forming on his lips. Does he see memento mortem? The skull in the Wraith's hand ignites with eerie green flames, casting a ghastly glow. The Wraith continues, its voice dripping with malice. You going on about? In that case, if you see this. The Wraith's skeletal hand gestures, a crimson aura bleeding from its touch. Does it help him understand? The Wraith wonders the power it wields. The scene shifts to a distant view of the pair, the Wraith looming over a dark or pulsating with red energy between them. The Wraith's skull flares with an eerie green light, its hollow eyes burning into A. The air crackles with unseen energy. A voice echoes, laced with ancient power. The Wraith asks if A hasn't seen this power a lot, before revealing that it is merely a fragment of something greater. The Wraith's skeletal visage looms closer, its voice a chilling whisper. It claims to be a lowly representative of that person, its objective now clear. A cough racks A's body, a hand clutching at their chest. A sickly purple energy emanates from their grasp, a sign of their weakening state. The Wraith continues, its bony fingers pointing towards the earth. Its purpose, to erase every single one of that person's enemies from the face of this earth. The Wraith's voice drips with a perverse pride, stating that they should feel proud. The green flames lick at the Wraith's hand, a macabre display of power. At least, the Wraith muses, the human ape brought this time has lasted the longest. The skull, engulfed in emerald fire, seems to pulse with a dark energy, a silent testament to the Wraith's grim task. The Wraith's voice echoes, filled with a strange satisfaction. Among all the ones it's met before, it declares, it has raised him quite well. Elias collapsed on the cracked earth, surrounded by swirling purple energy, defeated and broken. The Wraith's words hang heavy in the air. A skeletal hand, wreathed in emerald energy, descends. The voice echoes, laced with a hint of pride, stating that at least the human brought this time has lasted. The skull, still radiating green light, hangs suspended. It muses that this one has lasted longer than all the others it has met before. The man with reddish-brown hair lies on the ground, blood trickling from his mouth. A voice praises how well he has been raised. The man struggles to speak, the word cook escaping his lips as he tries to say something about the ring. His face contorts in pain, sweat beading on his brow as he grits his teeth. The man's eyes widen in disbelief, questioning how this could be. The skeletal figure, holding a glowing green orb, declares that it doesn't matter if they don't understand, as both they and their partner will be sealed anyway. They question the situation, a hollow echo resonating from its spectral form. Pity dripped from the Wraith's unseen lips. The Wraith continued, its voice a chilling whisper, explaining that one must repeat their actions until they are complete, even if it means losing their memories. A cruel fate, the Wraith intoned, hanging heavy in the air. In the distance, a lone figure stood with a sword, a silent observer to the unfolding drama. Green energy crackled around a hand, cradling a small, skeletal creature. The Wraith now held the skeletal creature, a silent exclamation hanging in the air. The green energy intensified, swirling around the unseen hand. A question hung in the air, an unspoken challenge. Stetch, observing the scene, remarked on the pretty interesting act. A rhetorical question, a challenge to the Wraith's pronouncements. Dark energy swirled, a portent of things to come. The Wraith, surrounded by the swirling darkness, declared that two would be sealed together, their fates intertwined. He paused, weighing his options. Charging in headfirst would only lead to disaster, he knew. Magic then? But what kind of magic would even work against this foe? He felt a bead of sweat trickle down his temple. Light, a single word, a spark of an idea in the darkness. A distant memory flickered, a figure imparting wisdom. Then, a surge of purple energy began to coalesce around him, tendrils of power reaching out. He gripped the sword tighter, the metal cold against his palm, a conduit for the building force. A spectral form manifested before him, a skeletal visage of some forgotten power. The purple energy intensified, crackling with raw potential, a storm gathering around the sword. Stetch's eyes widened. It had actually worked. He remembered Melchior's words, echoing in his mind. The essence of that sword comes from its user's will. If you wish for it, the sword will respond. With a roar, Stetch unleashed his will, channeling his very being into the blade. He crouches low, a storm of electrical energy gathering around him, the air crackling with barely contained power. The skeletal Wraith is suddenly engulfed in the same volatile energy, reacting with startled surprise. The Wraith recoils, a bubble of thought forming as it wonders what the hell is happening. Stetch focuses, the thought solidifying in his mind. The sword's light must be transferred to the artifact. His gloved hand tightens around the hilt, drawing the raw power into the blade. The sword feels lighter in his grasp, its weight decreasing as the enchantment takes hold. The air vibrates with the force of the incantation, Barak enchant. Energy cascades from the blade, arcing down to the cavern floor. A blinding beam of light strikes the Wraith, searing through the darkness. Stetch stands ready, the sword now radiating with power, the air around him shimmering with heat. A blinding flash of white energy explodes outwards. The dust settles, revealing Stetch standing over the weakened Wraith, the enchanted sword held firm in his grip. The Wraith unleashes a guttural cry, a wave of dark energy erupting from its form. The dark aura intensifies, swirling around the Wraith as it towers over the cavern. Stetch grits his teeth, the strain evident on his face. It was proving too much for him to handle. The Wraith launches a blast of dark energy towards Stetch, the air crackling with malevolent power. A blade of light pierces through the darkness, a desperate counterattack against the Wraith's assault. The Wraith's voice echoes, a chilling question hanging in the air. Who are you? Stetch, sword in hand, dismisses the question for now, demanding to know what the Wraith meant by great foe. The blade finds its mark, piercing the Wraith's spectral form. A hollow chuckle emanates from the creature. The Wraith's voice resonates, promising that all will be revealed when the time is right, questioning the need for answers now. The Wraith continues, its words laced with a dark prophecy. They simply need to do what they're supposed to do, and in doing so, they might eventually eradicate the Wraith and its kind. The Wraith prepares another attack, a surge of green energy gathering in its hand. The Wraith speaks of fate, declaring that once the ring is worn, everything that follows is part of their destiny. The ring pulsed with a malevolent green light, as if daring someone to respond. The skulls seemed to grin, promising a glimpse of some hidden truth. A voice echoed, laced with amusement. Struggle as they might, the outcome was already decided. The man's gaze narrowed, the green light reflecting in his eyes. The power emanating from the ring was palpable, a tangible force. A soft tissage escaped his lips, a sign of irritation or perhaps impatience. The words curse-eating materialized, a stark declaration of the ring's purpose. Elsewhere, they had arrived at Cognite. The air felt different here, charged with an unseen energy. The city of engineers sprawled before them, a testament to ingenuity and progress. Compared to Eisen, it radiated a sense of tranquility. The man suggested they find a place to settle down, his thoughts already turning to the scrolls they had acquired. He held one of the scrolls, its parchment aged and brittle. A faint purple glow emanated from within, hinting at the knowledge it contained. Stetch mused that they hadn't yet had the chance to examine their spoils from the dungeon. With so many scrolls, there was bound to be something useful among them. The scrolls contained information, at least. A single candle flickered, casting long shadows across the room. The document spoke of strange numbers, diagrams, and objects with unfamiliar names. A voice called out, directing attention to a specific line within the text. The scrolls detailed how to form the type in Cognite and transport it. Orders would be placed to Charlie's workshop, with a deadline at the end of October. Charlie's workshop, Stetch mused, looked like they did get something. Bellanora apologized for the outburst, noting it was a little loud. It was okay, she assured him. They were in this city for the first time. Stetch agreed. Today was a little different from the rest of the days. It's a special day after all, a voice declared. 2 days from now, the technique demonstration will be hosted. The city bustled with activity, a hive of engineers preparing to showcase their latest innovations. Time was running short, the deadline looming, and the sounds of frantic work echoed from every workshop. Bellanora munched contentedly. You should go take a look, she suggested, crumbs dusting her fingers. It'll be interesting, with a lot of fascinating products on display. The man with reddish-brown hair inquired, Do you happen to know where Charlie's workshop is at? Stetch listened intently, his expression thoughtful. He offered, I could draw a map to Charlie's for you, but he probably won't take any requests. The other man considered this, stroking his chin. Bellanora's brow furrowed. Is it because he's preparing for the demonstration? The man with the headband interjected. No, his workshop went down already. A voice added, The workshop building is still around, but I heard it's been closed for around 1 month already. Another voice chimed in. I think he's probably still packing up the items within the workshop. Stetch's eyes widened, a sudden realization dawning on him. A desperate plea echoes through the room. Someone, in a moment of crisis, urgently requests a map to be drawn. A voice calls out, announcing their arrival at what they believe to be Charlie's workshop. Inside the workshop, Elena Drainoir stands alongside the man with reddish-brown hair and another man. The elf seems to be waiting for an explanation. One of the men reveals a personal connection to the workshop's namesake. Charlie is his father. Neutral Charlie father, a man with a stern gaze and a brown apron, stares intently. The man with reddish-brown hair explains that the workshop has been closed for some time and is not currently accepting any new production requests. The man with reddish-brown hair, his brow furrowed, wonders aloud what happened there, making it clear he doesn't wish to discuss family matters with outsiders. He waves a dismissive hand, telling them to leave if they are finished. A spectral skull looms behind the man with reddish-brown hair as someone suggests digging for information, but he firmly refuses. A voice emphasizes the importance of ethical information gathering, urging patience. The man with reddish-brown hair holds a scroll, revealing that they are secretly tracking something. Neutral Charlie father's face contorts in shock as he hears the grim news. His father may have been swept into something dangerous. A question hangs in the air, laced with urgency. Do you know something about that? Tears welling in his eyes. Charlie's father's voice cracks with desperation. His face contorted with fear. Charlie's father begs, Please, help too. The demand echoes with raw emotion. Find out where my father is. 2 figures stand before Charlie's father. One, a blonde elf, speaks first. Serena introduces herself and the man beside her, Brian, before hinting at the reason for their visit. The question hangs in the air. Had he truly disappeared? It had already been a month since anyone had seen him. Now, the man doesn't even know if his father is alive or not. The memory surfaces. One day, people in black robes came to see his father. They came with plans, asking if he could make this and that. At first, Charlie's father was excited to attempt something new, committing himself fully to the work. But he became gaunt from working every single day. And suddenly, one day, he disappeared along with all the items that he had made. He tried his best to follow his movements, but there was no trace of him anywhere, until you appeared. He had said that he'd come back tomorrow. In the end, was this the... Bellanora walked alongside the hooded figure, the end of this trail weighing on her mind. Well, the hooded figure reassured her, a spectral skull forming behind him. Don't worry. It's difficult, but there is a trace. A thought echoed, questioning the competence of their quarry. Are those guys really so sloppy that they'd leave a trace? The thought continued, explaining the potential oversight. They probably thought that no one would notice in an average city like this. From a high vantage point, two figures could be seen in a courtyard below. The unseen observer declared the proof. Bellanora and the hooded figure stood in the city, the elf's eyes widening. Look, the narrator flashed, as if someone was going to beat them to death in a dungeon. The hooded figure spoke with confidence. If they're as bad as that, then you won't even break a sweat. The hooded figure called out, Hey, you guys. A close-up revealed something being examined. Look here. He tenses, his fist clenched, ready to unleash a blow. The air crackles with anticipation. A blinding flash obscures the scene, the moment of impact lost in a burst of light. Certainty rings in the air. With this, he's sure now. Meanwhile, the courtyard stands silent, save for the hushed discussion. If guys like that are also involved, then Charlie didn't just run away. The speaker mused that Charlie was either kidnapped or imprisoned. Bellanora listened intently, her brow furrowed with concern as the other man spoke. Unless the manufacturer has been chosen, they won't kill him for no reason. Then, the voice declared that these guys' plans are pretty obvious. They grabbed him in secret and are planning. The hooded figure and Bellanora walked across the courtyard, their cloaks billowing in the wind. Bellanora stated, Let's go. Let's check out the quieter places first. She could definitely feel it, Elena thought, though it wasn't strong. There was an aura of a living being that wasn't a monster. The elf from before got a glimpse, but she didn't know whether it was dangerous or not. Not only that, but the smell of those religious fanatics was still lingering, the hooded figure mused. How disgusting. Then there's no need to keep stalling, the hooded figure thought, deciding to eliminate them quickly and get out. Melchior made him a pretty good weapon. A grin stretched across the hooded figure's face as he drew his sword, the metal gleaming in the dim light. Finally. The hooded figure tilted his head back, a sense of anticipation building within him. Has a new opponent finally appeared? A new voice echoed, This guy, that guy, all your opponents? We have no thoughts of fighting our opponents for no reason. The hooded figure stared down at the masked figure. Is that so? But I don't really believe you. All the guys before said the exact same thing, the hooded figure thought, but the hooded figure gripped his sword tighter. A tortured scream echoes through the cavern, the source unseen. Deeper within, dark cloths hang like macabre decorations. It was easier than expected. Bellanora and Charlie stand together, observing their surroundings. The elf finds the situation unbelievable, while Charlie wonders why their opponents disappear after seeing the light. The rough texture of the cave wall is visible. The hooded figure and Bellanora stand at the entrance to a large cavern. This must be the main area. Charlie's eyes widen in shock. He calls out, Charlie. An older man, tied up and gagged, can only manage a muffled exclamation. Bellanora instructs Arena to look after Charlie, while she goes to take a quick look around. The bound man is left alone. The hooded figure walks deeper into the cavern, his footsteps echoing. Ever since he entered the main area, the hooded figure has felt a strange sensation. Charlie peers out from behind a rock. A palpable energy emanates from the artifact, its purple aura pulsing rhythmically around the chained crystal. The man with reddish-brown hair furrows his brow, sweat beading on his forehead. He wonders aloud what those bastards are trying to do with the artifact. A surge of power courses through the artifact as it begins curse-eating, drawing in the surrounding negative energy. Green energy crackles around a hand, a sign of the artifact's power at work. An active skill, Ice Wave, has evolved into Ice Needle. 2 new passive skills, including Acrobat, have had their ban lifted. Memento Mortem's additional ability is in the process of being lifted. If the conditions are met, it can be removed. The current number of artifacts absorbed is 5, and the current magic energy stored is 67,503. The system displays information about the artifact. Avatar, Artifact 9, mana 90,000. The man thinks to himself that he has been so busy he couldn't check properly. An ability has been lifted, the green text proclaims. Meanwhile, Bellanora looks down at the prone figure of the man with reddish-brown hair, concern etched on her face. She asks how he is. A voice declares that a healing spell was cast and an elixir was given to him. The man must have been so tense that he lost consciousness, the voice continues. He is currently sleeping soundly. A voice simply states, Good. Gratitude hung in the air. The words, though simple, carried the weight of unspoken relief. The older man, standing near the bed, recounted his ordeal. He thought he was going to die, unable to move in a dark and damp place. A voice, filled with relief, broke the silence. They were just glad he was okay. Brian smiled weakly, but a shadow lingered in his eyes. He admitted that he had a few questions he wanted to ask now that he had regained consciousness. The older man stroked his beard, his gaze distant. He wondered aloud what exactly had happened in that place. The older man paused, then continued, his voice low. He reminded Brian that he already knew he had received a request from those monsters. Brian simply replied, yes. Elsewhere, an injector was being made. It was those bastards' intention to have him make this item without knowing any information on it. The voice continued, explaining how to use it. But he had years of experience, so there was no use trying to hide anything from him. Meanwhile, the older man, carrying his sack, looked grim. The terms were such that there was no turning them down. An injector prototype had been successfully created. The device itself was filled with a viscous, black liquid. Later that night, time passed, and the results of the experiment were about to be revealed. A grim expression settled on A's face as he spoke of the injector's contents. Bellanora and Brian reacted with shock to the news. The speaker revealed that while the test subjects were killed, they were undeniably alive, at least for a short time. The implications of the injector became clear. They were attempting to resurrect the dead, not with an artifact, but with an elixir. The idea of bringing something back to life, even with an artifact, was considered beyond reason and impossible. A shadowy figure spoke of that child, hinting at a deeper connection to the events. Brian, his brow furrowed, wondered if it had truly resurrected anything. A then asked, his voice laced with urgency, where the injector was now, recalling that after the last test. The injector had been sent to the elf kingdom of Kalom, and whatever happened there, it was certainly not good. A man calls out, begging his prince to show himself. Another voice insists that the prince needs to rest. Prince Alfred sits on the edge of his bed, lost in thought. His expression is unreadable. A man looks on with concern. One of the men from before calls out to Prince Alfred. The man apologizes for causing a commotion, explaining that he acted due to his worries. Another man says he understands. It is expected that you would be concerned for your master. The concerned man from before looks on. A voice says that you cannot keep doing this forever. He lay in bed, looking pale and drawn. A man knelt beside neutral Alfred, his face etched with worry. The man stammered, his voice laced with concern. "And my prince?" A man with a monocle clicked his tongue, unimpressed. "Fisk, you've rested long enough that your appearance is a mess. Get ready and come to the audience hall." The message echoed, cold and formal. "His Majesty needs to have an urgent word with you." Alfred's eyes narrowed, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. "What?" Meanwhile, a voice commanded, "Get ready." Prince Gerard entered the grand hall, the sound of his footsteps echoing through the vast space. A voice announced, "Third Prince Gerard greets His Majesty's Centaurus." Gerard knelt before the throne, his head bowed in respect. "I have come to have an audience with the king." The throne loomed, a symbol of power and authority. The king's gaze is intense, his aged eyes betraying a hint of concern. His Majesty's long white beard flows down his chest. Gerard's arm is clad in a lavender sleeve. Alfred's voice echoes, laced with a regal authority. "I see. How is your body?" Gerard lowers his gaze, a respectful gesture in the presence of royalty. "Thanks to His Majesty's care, I am much better." The king's expression remains unreadable, his eyes narrowed slightly. Alfred continues, his tone measured. "I will ask you one thing, Gerard." The opulence of the palace surrounds them, a stark contrast to the tension hanging in the air. "Your arm." The long staircase stretches out before them. "Do you want to have it back?" Gerard's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He is speechless. Calum's voice cuts through the crisp air, questioning. "You said that it's the kingdom of the northern elves?" The wind howls around them, carrying the scent of pine and snow. The two figures trudge onward through the snow-covered landscape, their cloaks billowing behind them. A voice echoes, "Yeah, why?" Calum's expression is thoughtful, her gaze fixed on something beyond the immediate horizon. The snow crunches softly underfoot. The other traveler's brow furrows, a hint of concern in his eyes as he looks out at the wintry expanse. The air is bitingly cold, stinging exposed skin. The wind whips around Kalom and her companion as they stand amidst the snow-laden trees. The silence is broken only by the soft crunch of their boots on the frozen ground. The red-haired traveler examines something in his palm, his expression unreadable beneath the shadow of his hood. The air crackles with a faint, unseen energy. A vast, snow-covered landscape stretches out, a river of ice snaking through the valley. The biting wind whispers a chilling invitation for consideration. Two hooded figures stand silhouetted against the stark white. One speaks, observing that the ecosystem surrounding the world tree was supposed to be stable. The other wonders if they aren't going to freeze to death at this rate. The hooded figure, framed by a spectral green skull, is asked if even freezing to death would warrant a resurrection. He assures that there won't be any need for such measures. The landscape shifts abruptly, the crunch of boots on grass replacing the whisper of wind through snow. The red-haired traveler and Bellanora exchange glances, unspoken questions hanging in the air between them. The pair find themselves in a new location, the blonde elf wondering aloud what this place is and if it's some sort of illusion magic. The landscape opens up to a serene lake, the two figures now distant silhouettes against the vibrant greenery. A voice assures them that they can relax, explaining that if this were an illusion, they wouldn't have even realized they were caught in one. A looming green skull declares that they've just entered the area that is being preserved by the World Tree. The landscape shimmers with an ethereal glow, a voice noting that this is why elves love looking at that tree so much, adding that it's pretty amazing. The red-haired traveler and Bellinora gaze upon the vista before them, the World Tree's influence palpable in the air. Bellinora's expression is one of wonder, her eyes wide with a mixture of awe and curiosity. Stitch's brow furrows as he considers the situation. What exactly are those religious fanatics targeting to come all the way to the World Tree? The other figure pieces together the puzzle. So, if we put everything in order, you're saying that the mastermind's group of soldiers went to the Kalum Kingdom? That's right, the figure confirms, his gaze hardening. I want to chase them down as fast as possible in the kingdom. If their target is in the north, then that's good luck for us, the figure continues. We figured out the location of the last remaining merchant. They say that their last location was in the Kalum Kingdom. Isn't that suspicious? The figure muses, a hint of concern in his voice. If that person really is a black mark, then this will be a good opportunity. What's their name? The figure asks, his expression intense. Sylvester Grace. Right? I'll see if I can ask around, the figure decides, turning to leave. Meanwhile, two figures walk down a sun-drenched forest path, the air thick with the scent of pine. Stitch, get ready, the figure says, his voice low. You already know, right? Yeah, I noticed as soon as we stepped into this area, Stitch replies, his eyes narrowed. Their target is us, isn't it? The figure realizes, a chilling understanding dawning on him. To be more accurate, they're probably trying to get rid of anyone interfering. Bellinora's brow furrows with concern, her blue eyes reflecting a deep unease. Elsewhere, a disembodied voice echoes, speaking of a chill that even Amrita cannot sense. Another voice cuts through the silence, demanding, Who are you? Two figures clad in dark cloaks sprint forward, their masks obscuring their features as purple energy crackles around them. The masked figure, skull-like and menacing, acknowledges their arrival. It doesn't seem like they stumbled in here by accident, but that's not an issue. The figure's gaze pierces through the shadows, a silent promise of violence. Meanwhile, Charlie's father, his expression twisted with rage, declares that they all talk a lot. A voice muses that it's a good thing, before revealing a sinister plan. They will be used as a sacrifice for Charlie's return gift. A massive metallic hand clenches into a fist, the sharp claws glinting ominously. The voice from below recognizes a familiar, unsettling feeling. These bastards have a similar feeling to the Reaper from before. The masked figure, surrounded by swirling green energy, dismisses the threat, believing they won't be as easy to defeat as wraiths. A blinding flash of light erupts, signaling an imminent clash. Charlie's father, eyes blazing with determination, declares that he has become stronger too. The hand tightens its grip on the sword's hilt, the words Pondus Plus enchant glowing faintly beneath its grasp. From behind a bone-white mask, a voice booms, questioning the activation sequence. First one, to activate. The mask remains, an unreadable expression carved into its surface. A warrior, sword in hand, seems to question the very nature of the power he wields. But I used the same amount of force for back then. An aura flares around the figure, a silent question hanging in the air. Is there another condition that I have to activate? The masked figure's grin widens. In the end, you're an interesting guy. A surge of energy erupts, a blinding light cutting through the darkness. The figure remains, bathed in the light's glow. The energy intensifies, crackling with raw power. The light coalesces, forming a pathway. The energy culminates in a vibrant landscape, a new world born from the surge of power. The red-haired man glanced to his left, his expression unreadable. He asked Elena to cover for him. A surge of verdant energy coalesces, forming a concentrated projectile aimed at an unseen target. With a resounding crackle, the green energy is unleashed, streaking forward with deadly intent. The projectile hurtles through the air, leaving a shimmering trail in its wake as it closes in. Crimson energy crackles around a clenched fist, the air shimmering with heat as the masked figure prepares a counterattack. Something that uses penetrator's ammo. The masked figure unleashes a devastating blow, the words explosive knuckle echoing the raw power surging forth. The explosive force rips through the air, a desperate exclamation escaping the figure's lips. Tisk, these bastards. The masked figure prepares to launch another attack. An arrow, wreathed in emerald energy, streaks across the sky, a counterattack launched with precision. The arrow hurtles towards its target, leaving a trail of vibrant green in its wake. The masked figure prepares to launch another attack. With a surge of power, The masked figure unleashes a Tesla attack, crackling green energy erupting from their hands. The cloaked figure narrowly avoids the barrage of green projectiles, each one leaving a faint trail of light as it passes. Dark energy crackles around the new opponent, the skull-like mask gleaming ominously as he prepares his next move. The green projectiles continue their assault, streaking through the air towards their unseen target. A wave of purple energy erupts from the cloaked figure, distorting the air around him with its raw power. Charlie's father's eyes widen as he registers the sudden threat. A sword attack, he thinks, bracing himself. The sword flashes as Charlie's father deflects the incoming purple energy. "Cook, what's with all these different techniques?" he mutters, struggling to maintain his defense. The new opponent twists and contorts, narrowly avoiding the sweeping arc of the blade. Charlie's father grits his teeth, his gaze fixed on the cloaked figure as he anticipates the next attack. His eyes narrow, focusing all his energy as Charlie's father prepares to unleash another strike. A burst of energy explodes outward, the force of the impact shaking the very ground beneath their feet. Coughing, Charlie's father struggles to regain his composure. "What's this now?" he wheezes, his voice strained. The man with the crimson hair speaks, a hint of nostalgia in his tone. Nearby, the blonde elf's eyes widen, a gasp escaping her lips. A low growl rumbles from the red-haired man's throat, his gaze intense. The name echoes in the air. General McDowell? A figure is launched skyward, a trail of dust and debris marking their violent ascent. The blonde elf stands ready, a green aura emanating from her stance. General McDowell clashes against a dark-clad figure, the impact sending sparks flying as their weapons meet. The sword strikes the earth, a surge of energy erupting from the point of impact. General McDowell's eyes widen as realization dawns. "All right, the shield." Another figure is sent hurtling through the air, the shield's power evident in their trajectory. He took a breath, his one visible eye narrowed. "Before you try to fight me for real," General McDowell declared, "we should finish this fight." And then, a disembodied voice echoed, warning him to look out above. A torrent of violet energy descended, crackling with unseen power. McDowell dove to the side, the ground exploding where he'd stood moments before. The energy continued its descent, a relentless barrage of magical force. With a guttural yell, McDowell raised his blade, meeting the onslaught head-on. Sparks flew as steel met raw magic. A smirk played on his lips. "You seem relaxed," McDowell taunted. He gathered his stance, preparing to unleash a counterattack of his own. The blade blurred, a strike of impossible speed. Pondus, lightweight. The sword cut through the air, a silent promise of deadly force. Steel screamed against steel, the force of the impact reverberating through the forest. The general was sent hurtling backward, crashing through the trees. He grits his teeth, preparing for the inevitable clash. A figure with blonde hair meets General McDowell head-on, their swords colliding in a shower of sparks. The impact reverberates, a deafening clang echoing through the air as steel grinds against steel. The force of the blow sends McDowell hurtling backward, a cloud of dust erupting around him. Bracing himself, the general raises his shield, preparing for the next assault. A dark, shadowy figure emerges behind the blonde-haired warrior, tendrils of darkness swirling around it. McDowell's eyes widen in shock, a silent scream trapped in his throat. Elsewhere, from a distance, a masked figure clicks his tongue in annoyance, urging someone to stand. The masked figure wonders aloud what should be done about the interlopers. The shadowy figure's attack crashes into the ground, sending tremors through the earth. A dark void opens, promising oblivion. The masked figure declares that they will have to eliminate both of them. A dark energy begins to coalesce, tendrils of shadow swirling in the air. The shadows gather, forming a sphere of pure darkness, leaking trails of purple energy. From within the sphere, a clawed hand emerges, its touch radiating an unholy chill. The man with the eye patch peers at the unfolding scene, his expression grim. "Looks like this might get a bit dangerous." The other man's eyes widen in alarm. A voice booms out, declaring the entity's nature, a Death Knight. The Death Knight fully materializes, a towering figure wreathed in dark energy, its skeletal form a harbinger of death. A figure cloaked in darkness stands amidst swirling purple energies. The man with the crimson hair stood, sword in hand, his back to the unknown. Stitch calls out, her voice echoing in the open space. The elf medic considers the situation. It would be a mistake to drag this out into a three-way fight, she thinks. Stitch continues, believing they can actually join forces temporarily with the one they can. The red-haired man, shield raised, wonders if there might be a better way. He voices his opposition, preferring not to join hands with that sort of bastard. The man with the eye patch declares he'd rather just destroy this entire area. A voice calls him an idiot, telling him to shut up and listen to the elf. A voice from the shadows notes that the fact that the shield guy just appeared in front of them means that they can definitely come to an agreement with him. A voice booms, declaring that any infighting must wait until after their common enemy is defeated. The shadowy figure stands firm, its dark armor and spear radiating a sense of foreboding. Charlie's father grits his teeth, his expression a mix of anger and determination. He barks at the shadowy figure, telling them to go back while he takes the front. He insists he has something to say after they deal with this mess, questioning if the figure has any complaints. Charlie's father softens his tone, acknowledging that the figure already knows how he fights and accepting the situation. The shadowy figure, now identified as working with Elena, orders her to cover them both as they prepare to face their enemy. The shadowy figure's spear gleams, ready to strike. Charlie's father lets out a fierce battle cry, preparing to charge into the fray. With a burst of speed, he launches himself forward. The shadowy figure stands its ground, spear lowered, ready to intercept any threat. Energy crackles around the spear, promising a devastating attack. Charlie's father unleashes a surge of power as he charges, ready to engage the enemy. He's caught off guard, a spear suddenly materializing in the air. Charlie's father realizes there's no discernible pattern to the attacks. With a sharp exhale, Bellanora launches a spear, the weapon blurring as it hurtles toward its target. The spear streaks through the air, a violet blur against the backdrop of the forest. The point of the spear pierces the air, closing the distance with alarming speed. The spear continues its deadly flight, leaving a trail of displaced air in its wake. The spear is almost upon him, the air crackling with anticipation. With a resounding crash, the spear slams into the shield, sending splinters of light scattering in all directions. Charlie's father braces himself, the shield glowing with a protective energy as it absorbs the impact. The shield roars to life, its lion emblem radiating a fierce, golden light. The shield deflects the spear's force, a wave of energy rippling outwards. Bellanora watches, her expression unreadable beneath the shadows of her hood. The spear is pulled back, ready for another strike, as Bellanora declares, "You're an annoying fellow." The shadowy figure stood motionless, a silent question hanging in the air around him. What could the reason be for this confrontation? Suddenly, a searing beam of light pierced the stillness, slamming into the figure with tremendous force. A surge of raw energy erupted from within, the figure bellowing in pain as the light burned through him. Arf! Charlie's father, his face a mask of grim determination, watched the assault. He thought to himself, he's really fucking sturdy. The beam intensified, bathing the figure in an even more blinding light, the air crackling with energy. The force of the blast sent the shadowy figure hurtling backward, a trail of smoke and shattered earth marking his violent retreat. The light grazed past the figure's face, the heat intense even at a distance. A gasp escaped the figure's lips, a silent expression of shock at the sudden turn of events. Clutching a swirling orb of pure energy, the shadowy figure's voice echoed, "How very interesting." The figure glanced to the side, a flicker of surprise crossing his shadowed features. Charlie's father stood firm, his grip tightening on the ornate shield before him, ready for whatever came next. The shield pulsed with a brilliant blue light, a beacon of defiance against the encroaching darkness. The blast of blue energy slams against an unseen barrier, the force of the impact rippling outwards. Coughing, the new opponent wonders if the attack landed, quickly realizing the shield it held. A voice declares that the attack was blocked. The barrier shimmers, a star-shaped design glowing with purple energy. The new opponent fumes, thinking that he cannot allow these opponents to reach the World Tree. General McDowell's sword begins to glow with a brilliant light. McDowell's brow furrows as he wonders why his sword is reacting more strongly. Dark energy swirls around him, the air crackling with unseen power. The general is enveloped in a swirling vortex of purple energy, his form barely visible within the tempest. A look of shock spreads across McDowell's face. He grips his sword tighter, the purple energy intensifying around him. The new opponent coughs again, exclaiming in confusion at the sudden chill. Purple energy crackles around Charlie's father, his face contorted in a grimace as if fighting an unseen force. The air itself seems to vibrate with the intensity of the power he's wielding. The new opponent recoils, a flicker of disbelief in his eyes. What? He only just touched him, but he got frozen. He wonders, a green aura flaring around him. General McDowell stands firm, his gaze fixed on the unfolding events. The air crackles with anticipation, the scent of ozone heavy in the air. The purple energy intensifies, swirling and churning around Charlie's father like a chaotic vortex. The ground beneath him trembles. Suddenly, Charlie's father collapses, hitting the ground hard. A gasp escapes his lips, a silent question hanging in the air. From within the swirling purple energy, a hand emerges, its form indistinct and ethereal. What could the reason be? McDowell stands ready, his sword gleaming in the light. The blade hums with a low, resonant frequency, sensing the shift in the atmosphere. Charlie's father's face is a mask of pain, sweat beading on his brow as he struggles to maintain control. Astrauk has no form. The new opponent's expression hardens, his voice laced with frustration. How fucking annoying, he barks. The hand solidifies, becoming more defined as it claws its way out of the purple energy. A sense of dread permeates the air. A sudden burst of green energy erupts, the source unknown. The air crackles with an unseen force, leaving a question hanging in the balance. Amidst the emerald flare, a figure is silhouetted, seemingly at the epicenter of the blast. The energy pulses around them, a chaotic dance of light and shadow. Elsewhere, an elf-like warrior stands firm, her gaze sharp and unwavering. Determination etches itself onto her features as she prepares for the coming storm. A figure wreathed in purple energy scoffs, dismissing the elf. TSK, it's just a wretched elf, he thinks. The figure engulfed in purple energy cries out as something strikes him. A guttural irk escapes his lips as the attack lands. A voice echoes, filled with desperate resolve. I'm putting everything on the line for this fight, bastard, the voice declares. Meanwhile, McDowell grits his teeth, conjuring a barrage of ice shards. The air grows cold as the frozen projectiles materialize. A disembodied voice cries out in pain and confusion. My legs, it exclaims. The purple-clad figure slides across the ground, struggling to regain his footing. The impact of the unseen attack sends dust and debris flying. A glove hand crackles with green energy, the words, Pondus, middleweight, appearing nearby. The power intensifies, promising a devastating blow. The word Barak, enchant, flash across the scene, hinting at a powerful enchantment being cast. A blinding column of pure energy descends, its origin lost in the heavens. Tendrils of raw, yellow power crackle around its form, the air itself buzzing with anticipation. The energy intensifies, a shroud of violet light, now enveloping the radiant core. The hum deepens, resonating in the bones, a prelude to unimaginable force. From a shadowed expanse above, the beam plunges earthward, a conduit of destruction aimed at the unsuspecting landscape below. The scent of ozone fills the air, a harbinger of the coming cataclysm. The energy finds its mark. The world erupts in a blinding flash, the ground pulverized into dust and ash. A shockwave of pure force rips through the air, leaving only devastation in its wake. The crackling fire casts dancing shadows on the faces gathered around it. A voice cut through the night's stillness, questioning the sudden shift in alliances. Last time you were out to get us, but now you give us potions on top of being willing to cooperate with us? The red-haired man's expression hardened, his eyes narrowed with suspicion. An unseen figure responded, the words laced with a hint of mystery. By intuition. The unseen figure continued, their voice echoing with grim resolve. As long as Venezia remains an enemy due to the Southern Alliance, the entirety of the South will be a path of thorns. The red-haired man sat, his gaze fixed on the horizon, as Bellanora stood nearby. It would be quite obvious where you guys would escape to, though of course, you don't have to worry about. From behind, the armored figure spoke, their voice low and steady. Being tracked, it was my personal decision to follow you here for Venezia. The red-haired man's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. A voice, filled with disbelief, challenged the claim. Are you telling us to just trust that you, a Venetian noble and a general, threw away everything and came here to the north? A voice, tinged with defensiveness, responded. There's a big misunderstanding. I was originally born in the north. He stood amidst the snow-laden trees, the biting wind whipping around him. The Venetian noble's gaze drifted towards the horizon, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as embers danced around him. He mused that even if one were to traverse the entire continent, they would find no one with less affection for the South than him. The general walked alongside Bellanora, explaining that he had simply heard of a new explorer who made it big after arriving in the north and followed his traces here. McDowell's thoughts turned darker, a spectral skull looming behind him. He considered the rumor, wondering why someone originally from the north would come to the south to say all this bullshit. He questioned what the meaning of lingering affection could possibly be. Aligned with the path he was heading, McDowell considered that Prince Labtris was very much a good person, but even he cannot shackle him down to a single location. Around the campfire, the red-haired man sat with Bellanora and another figure. He thought to himself that it meant he had no match against someone strong. The general's expression hardened, the green skull reappearing behind him. He internalized that someone was not in his right mind. He was asked what his goal was for personally coming here. His goal, he thought, was simple. McDowell smirked, revealing that he had no match against someone strong. That, he thought, was all he wanted. He stares intensely, sweat beading on his brow. Is that really the extent of your ambition? Never mind, he's just a fucking idiot. McDowell grits his teeth, a vein throbbing in his forehead. Don't look so angry. A spectral skull looms, its hollow eyes burning with an eerie green light. A voice echoes, questioning his capabilities and recounting past failures. The landscape stretches out, a serene vista marred by the weight of unspoken issues. You gotten better at cajoling people. So what's the issue? You could just fight him later. Elsewhere, McDowell walks alongside Bellanora and another cloaked figure, the sound of their footsteps echoing in the distance. Bellanora sighs, a hint of weariness in her voice. The man with the eye patch speaks, curious. Hey, if you're originally from the north, then do you know anything about the World Tree? Aside from the fact the World Tree holds a large role in maintaining the ecosystem of the northern continent. McDowell admits, I don't know much. However, there's more to the story. Someone knows a great deal about the elves sworn to protect it. Bellanora's gaze drifts off, a hint of concern etched on her face as she considers the implications. The roots of the World Tree, it's said, lie deep within Exelta, the capital of the Kylum Kingdom. And within that city, elves of great skill and experience stand ready to defend it. These guardians of the World Tree are known as the Sheller, their forms cloaked in shadow and mystery. The question hangs in the air. If the Zealots and the Sheller were to clash, who would truly hold the upper hand? The Shellers, it's believed, possess an overwhelming advantage. But why? Whispers claim the World Tree itself bestows great power upon the Sheller, fueling their abilities. Perhaps it is because of that connection, a symbiotic bond between Guardian and the ancient tree. Their magic operates on a plane far beyond the reach of ordinary humans, a testament to their elven heritage and the World Tree's influence. Consider the sheer numbers, several thousand Shellers stationed at Exelta. No group of zealots could ever hope to match such a force. A silent army stands vigilant, ready to defend the World Tree and all it represents. The red-haired man glances away, seemingly resigned. He mutters that he guesses he has nothing more to ask for. The view shifts to a lush, green landscape. A disembodied voice suggests considering what they know about the situation as a warning, especially regarding the north. Meanwhile, three figures stand before a large, multi-tiered structure built into a cliff face. One of them speaks, though the words are obscured. A faint sound echoes. Looking down from a high vantage point, a figure expresses surprise at the sight of the town below. A blonde-haired elf, staff in hand, sternly commands someone to go back, stating that outsiders are forbidden from this point on. The red-haired man apologizes, but insists that he has something urgent to say to everyone. The red-haired man holds a skull-shaped object radiating golden energy, excusing himself. The golden energy intensifies, the word seizure, emblazoned within a dark circle. A blonde-haired figure with pointed ears is bathed in a blinding light. The elf's eyes glow with an eerie green light. He declares that he has located the inside and will escort someone. The red-haired man's face contorts in surprise. Just what had happened to Sheller? He turns to address two figures cloaked in shadow. There's no time to explain, he insists. The man continues, his voice urgent. The faster they get this done, the sooner their victory. So shut up and follow. He commands, though he adds a softer, you don't have to if you don't want to. Elsewhere, a grand staircase spirals upward, bathed in a soft, ethereal light. The camera continues to ascend the staircase, the architecture intricate and otherworldly. A figure strides through a doorway, their destination unknown. The red-haired man and Bellanora stand before a group of figures. Who are you? Bellanora asks. A hooded figure speaks, their voice echoing in the chamber. For you to come in while we're having an important meeting, can you explain just what's happening? The hooded figure continues, I apologize for bothering you. However, I came here as there is something you must see. The red-haired man stands beside Bellanora, the air thick with unspoken tension. Bellanora urges the man, Stitch, pull out your sword. All of a sudden, Stitch looks surprised but complies, drawing his sword. That sword is very perceptive, a voice whispers, unlike its master. He drew his sword, a strange atmosphere permeating the air around him. The steel glinted, reflecting an unseen light. The blade flashed, a sudden burst of light illuminating the immediate area as it cleared its sheath. From above, a viscous, dark liquid began to drip, splattering against the ornate ceiling with a disturbing thud. Figures cloaked in blue turned their gaze upward, the dripping substance a clear sign of some encroaching danger. Bellanora's eyes glowed with an eerie light. We have no time, she exclaimed, her voice laced with urgency. I shall tell you the details once we've all evacuated. The air grew heavy as dark leaves or debris began to fall, swirling around them like a portent of doom. Even the ancient structures seemed to groan under the strain, the falling debris a constant reminder of their precarious situation. The red-haired man held his sword at the ready, his brow furrowed with concern. Just what's going on right now, he wondered aloud. Whatever it was quite the hit, especially since he had no idea until he got closer. Bellanora considered the situation, thinking that they would hide just that big tree instead of covering each elf's eyes. She was sure it's not a completely new feeling for him. It was an illusion, exactly the same as the one they saw on the boat to the north, although its scale was completely different. Meanwhile, rain lashed down upon the city, obscuring the figures moving through the streets, their purpose unknown. The red-haired man remained kneeling, as the figure in the blue robe wondered if the world tree had changed due to someone's actions. The figure added that there was no explanation needed, and that he had great tact. A cacophony of screams erupted as the people began to change. A voice cried out, questioning what was happening, noting that the people were strange. The tendrils of darkness crept further, twisting and contorting the bodies of those caught within their grasp. Eyes glowed with an unnatural light as the transformation took hold, the black tendrils consuming everything. A disembodied voice commanded Stitch to prepare his sword, a spectral green skull looming behind him. The voice declared that if they were turning into lace, then they were already too late, and that these were no longer people. Stitch drew his sword, the blade gleaming with a holy light. A blinding flash filled the area. Scheller stood, his gaze fixed on the unfolding events. He wondered just what this was, deciding that the question of who he was could wait for later. Scheller issued a command, addressing all Scheller currently stationed at Exelta. The order was given: gather the citizens and isolate them with protective magic. The voice warned that if anyone was acting strange, they should not be questioned, but immediately eliminated. It was noted that the elf was quick at picking up the situation. He gazes upward, a knot of worry tightening his brow as a spectral, green skull hangs in the air above. The ominous apparition casts an eerie glow on the scene. The disembodied voice muses on the situation, questioning if it's even possible to pollute the world tree by distracting the elves with an illusion. Another voice confirms the grim reality. It's happening now. Ever since the illusion was broken, black ichor has been steadily pouring down from the top of the ancient structure, corrupting everything it touches. The unseen speaker insists that the entire area must be covered up soon, a desperate attempt to contain the spreading corruption.